Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth, Payne, and Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. The very first pitch, and now Vlad Jr. hooks the ball down the left field line. They've gone back to start Game 5. 3 pitches in, 2-0 Toronto. Wow.
The kick ahead to Tar. He's got one buzzer beater. That wasn't quite a buzzer beater, but we're going to give him credit anyway.
That was fun last night, man. That was a fun night. It came in twos last night, man. Back-to-back home runs to start Game 5 of the World Series.
Cheaters.
Before you could even look up, I'm like, I wasn't even paying much attention to that. I'm watching the Rockets, and I look up, and I'm like, oh, wait. It's 2-0. Nobody out. Nobody on. Definitely a home run. There were actually 2 of them. And then Tar Eason came in twos, man. A buzzer beater. I forget if it was end of the quarter, end of the half, but he had a couple buzzer beaters in the game. Tar had another nice game last night. A lot of Toronto on the TVs last night between the Blue Jays and the Raptors. But fun night last night. World Series. Toronto's up 3-2. 139-121. We're here for you. We are a day closer to Denver and the Texans on Sunday. Hi, Seth.
There's the feel about the Rockets right now. To generalize after still very few games, I think that it's obvious versus the lesser teams in the NBA that there's just a distinct overall size and talent difference.
Roll the balls out, baby.
And it is. I think Jabari Smith said, "Pick your poison." And so Jabari Smith goes off last night, and Kevin Durant. Those are the 2 guys that go off. Sometimes it's going to be Şengün and Durant. Sometimes it's going to be Şengün and whoever else.
Steven Adams was pretty good last night
too.
And
it's just a matter of upping the ante and doing it against the better teams that are going to be able to exploit some of the weaknesses you still have as you try to get this thing all together. You know what the Rockets are able to do, Sean? Unlike the Texans' offense, which had to figure it out while trying to face the Texans' defense for 4 weeks in training camp.
Yeah.
And, do what they do, play barely any actual preseason football at all. It took until the regular season before you could actually, okay, we need to work on this. Oh, wait a second, we need to work on that. Mm-hmm. I mean, the NBA is the same way, except that it doesn't cost you as much. You've got so many regular season games that you're gonna have some sacrificial lambs that you can work things out against.
Yeah.
But then even against the better teams like Oklahoma City, the Rockets are fighting them to double overtime.
Yeah.
And you can see the potential. They're going to have some weaknesses and some flaws as they figure out how all of this fits together.
Yeah, as we're doing the bargaining thing here, I'd gladly they be a 4 seed. How they figured out this point guard situation
over the course of the first 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever.
Yeah. Like they're going to need. I think there's nothing about the game on Monday against Brooklyn or the win last night, 2 just blowout wins where they scored almost 140 points in each of those wins, that makes me feel better about the Achilles heel that would pop up if they had to be in a 7-game series against Denver or Oklahoma City right now.
Yeah.
To your point, and we've been saying this since the beginning of the since the very first game where we go, okay, this is a good team, the Rockets that is. They're competitive, but this point guard thing is going to be a problem. But 22 of the 30 teams in the NBA or the other 29 teams in the NBA, it's going to look like last night, where it eventually over 48 minutes, something or someone is going to snow the other team over.
You look at last night, and Durant and Jabari Smith Jr. were the big points producers, but even Şengün kind of quietly was really close to a triple-double. 18 points, 9 assists, 8 rebounds.
Yep.
And the rebounding, the offensive rebounding especially, is going to continue to be a strength for them. And it's something that overrides some of the other things that you think of as weaknesses. The offensive rebound really does make up for a lot of it.
Oh, for sure.
It's kind of like their first layer of the defense is their offensive rebounding.
Yeah, that was good last night, man. 139-121. They're fun to watch. That's the big thing. It's 82-game season. It's a long season. They're fun as hell to watch.
They go out with their traditional lineup, but they still play with a lot of double bigs. But then also, even in their traditional, they still got a huge size advantage.
Oh, yeah.
It's a gigantic basketball team.
No, they're the length on the wings with this team. With obviously Durant, but that was a big thing about the Durant trade. That was a criteria for me: is don't trade any of this athletic length that you've got on the wings. And they, other than Amen, they can all shoot. And Amen is he's dangerous in so many ways, offensively and defensively. Yeah, This team's if they get the point guard thing figured out, this team's going to be a huge problem.
Reed Shepherd, when he's in there, feels like my tiny little scat back. It's maybe everybody's used to all these huge guys. He can just hide. He can hide a little bit.
He is tiny.
He's scooting around a little. It's a rhythm change.
Yeah. So that was good last night, Rockets. Good last night, Blue Jays. Boy, Blake Snell's got a punchable face, doesn't he?
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah, that was good to see.
That's well established.
Jumped on him last night early. That was
He's everything that's wrong with baseball, as we established yesterday.
Yeah.
He was the guy that got the ball rolling into Cy Young Award winners, basically just being
load managed.
Long relievers. Yeah.
The Blue Jays are on the cusp. I was listening to Maggie and Perloff on the way in, and Maggie was trying to make the case that this would be one of the greatest upsets in the history of the World Series. And I'm like, okay, the Dodgers were a wild card team. No, I don't think they were even one of the top 2 seeds in the National League. And Toronto was the 1 seed in the American League. So I'm not here for that conversation. I don't think it's one of the greatest upsets. Now, the way that Toronto has punched back in this series against the Dodgers, they're down to sort of, he's one of their best players and has been their emotional leader, and he hasn't played the last 2 games, and they've taken the Dodgers to the woodshed. I love that the Blue Jays are on the cusp of kind of doing what the first Astros World Series team did, which is do the Lord's work, which is plow through all the most hated of the teams.
Yeah.
If you remember, that 2017 Astros team, not only was it great because it was the first to win the World Series, but they went through the Red Sox, the Yankees, and the Dodgers to do it. I would submit that I hate these Mariners this year more than I hated those Red Sox back in 2017. Mm-hmm. And if the Blue Jays are able to complete this thing and finish this thing off at home over the weekend, they'll have beaten the Yankees in the wild card round. The Mariners, in a series where the Mariners thought they had it multiple times, up 2-0, up 3-2, up 3-1 in Game 7 at home. No, that was in Toronto, sorry. But and then to destroy their hopes and dreams, and now to come back against the Dodgers, too. I might have to buy some Toronto Blue Jays gear.
I'm telling you, man. They're doing the Lord's work.
Jump on that bandwagon, yes.
I saw a Yankees person on X say, and this made me so happy, why is it that we run up against the team of destiny every year? And I'm like,
who said that? A Yankees fan?
Yeah. I don't know. You keep doing the same. You had the same manager the entire time, the same GM. Except at some point that you're just not that good. Plus, the World Series last year was. Are you saying the Dodgers are the team of destiny?
The Blue Jays were the 1 seed in the AL.
It's just they're so delusional. They just don't have a clue.
That's just dumb.
I know they're dumb, Sean.
Yeah.
I know, and it makes me happy.
Oh my God.
Somehow putting it off as like, no, you just
You're
lose.
A victim.
Sometimes you just lose. I'm sorry. I forgot. Every single time the Astros beat the Yankees in the ALCS, did they actually win the World Series?
Yeah.
No, they did not.
Yeah, no,
what the
they
hell's
didn't.
wrong with
they
you
did
idiots?
Not. Yeah, they did not.
They weren't the team. Plus, the Astros. Nobody looked at the Astros as the team of destiny.
No.
They looked at them as your daddy. They were your daddy and nothing more than that. They weren't your daddy of destiny.
That's right.
They were just your daddy.
Before we get to the Texans here, would you like to shout out Miguel now, or would you like to shout him out later when he might be listening?
I was out on my walk yesterday.
Yeah.
I was out on Richmond. Always a dicey walk on Richmond. You know that between Wesleyan and
Richmond.
610.
Oh, 610, yeah.
When you're walking down Richmond, very kind of industrial / like retail industrial and everything.
Yeah, man.
The railroad tracks, they don't. And this guy pulls over in a nice car. But I'm kind of like, all right, because I was trying to explore the neighborhoods, and I was like, this guy's going to be a neighborhood watch or something. Wonder who's this guy walking around our neighborhood?
Yeah.
It was Miguel. One of our listeners. He said, Seth, and he had a platter of food next to him on the passenger seat.
Okay.
He's like, hey.
Yeah, really?
And I'm
the
like,
answer's always yes.
I take food from strangers every chance I get.
Right.
And I was like, I don't know, man, are you delivering this? I don't want you to get in trouble. He's like, no, I got a sales meeting. Yeah, take as many as you want. I was like, I'll take one. I don't want to undo all the damage. I don't want to do everything I'm accomplishing on this walk.
A, very cool of Miguel.
Yeah.
And shout out to Miguel for listening to the show. Thank you very much. 2, I like to think that he had 20 breakfast tacos for a 20-person meeting.
Yeah.
And at the end of the table, there's old Jenkins doesn't get his breakfast taco.
Yeah. I hope it's one of his coworkers. I hope Miguel didn't go hungry because of
that would be the ultimate sacrifice right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Forewent a breakfast taco for you.
So I'm walking through that nice neighborhood north of Richmond on the way up to Westheimer.
Oh, that is a nice neighborhood.
Eating a breakfast taco. And I did get the security patrol in that neighborhood did slow down and take a look-see at me.
They did?
Yeah.
Why? Were you drrest a certain way?
I was dressed like just a normal guy.
I feel like you were probably dressed like one of the homeowners in that neighborhood.
He might have, I think I don't know. He just wanted to profile me or something.
I always laugh when I walk through River Oaks a lot.
Yeah.
And sometimes River Oaks Patrol drives by, and it says River Oaks Patrol on the side of the car, and I'm like, that would be the lamest cop show of all time. River Oaks Patrol. Yeah, so pulled over a couple people for running a stop sign today. And
no, I don't think those guys are probably subject to the same profiling regulations. It might actually be pretty interesting. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They don't get scrutinized necessarily the same way.
Okay, I only meant that there wouldn't be a whole lot of
police force does.
Murders and gang fights and things like that.
Oh no, but it would be. Yeah. So thank you to Miguel. But it was interesting because just yesterday we were talking about what's the most desirable level of celebrity. Personally, I feel like I could do without it 100% and completely. And yet this is my life. And I have a level maybe B or C local celebrity.
Yeah.
Not I'm recognizable to a good chunk of people, but I'm certainly not any kind of a big time, not even a big time local celebrity. And it's the sweet spot.
It's the sweet spot. So you are in the passing somebody on the moving walkway, hey Seth level.
Yeah.
And you are the Miguel giving you a breakfast taco while walking through a nice neighborhood.
By and large, anybody who approaches me is somebody who actually genuinely knows something about me and usually likes me.
Yeah.
Even if they don't like me, they're pretty cordial about it. So I don't have any of the hassle but I get some of the benefit, like the free breakfast tacos.
How was the breakfast taco?
It was delicious.
What was on it?
There's nothing better than free food. It was
Yeah.
one of those potato and sausage ones.
Okay, not bad.
Chorizo.
Not bad. I'm not a huge potato on the breakfast taco guy.
What am I going to do? Throw it at Miguel's car?
No. I'd have eaten it too.
Yeah, you trash.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just.
I hope your potential client says no.
I'm doing two things. I'm just giving an opinion.
Yeah.
And two, if Miguel drives by me and recognizes me, do not grab a potato breakfast
He's going to have to rifle through his breakfast taco
Bacon,
files
egg, and
find
cheese,
the right
man.
one.
Yeah, that's right, Miguel, if you're listening. All right.
I should have found out where they were from, because it was a good breakfast
Was it a good breakfast taco? That's awesome. All right. Broncos week is here, and I think we're officially moving. I feel like, Seth, that this game is a gateway game to 6-4. If they win this game, then the level of confidence that I have that they'll beat Jacksonville at home and Tennessee on the road, which I'm already pretty confident even if they lose this game. But the opportunity is what I'm talking about here. Like a season where you started 0-3 and you're 60 minutes away from being, I think, decent favorites in 2 games to being 6-4. Gateway game here, man. Gateway game. Get back to 500 and the playoff odds, according to PFF, the Texans have a 25% chance of making the playoffs right now. They win this game, according to PFF, 55% chance.
Ooh!
So it's a gateway.
Rocketing skyward.
It's a gateway to the right side of the coin.
Yes.
In the coin toss that is the Texans' playoff.
Better
chances.
than a coin flip.
Better than a coin flip.
We are like a Chauncey Billups loaded coin flip away.
Yes, we are. X-ray machines.
If we were playing the coin flip game with Chauncey Billups and his cohorts, we would have a better than average chance. Yes.
Big game, man.
It's a big game. This Broncos defense, it's really, really interesting because they really rely on Pat Surtain to do a lot of what they do, to the point where you have to realize last year when Riley Moss, the other starting cornerback, went down, they took a huge drop defensively. They ended up allowing 555 yards to the Browns in the 3 games that Riley Moss was missing because the defense had to play a lot more zone. And I know you think like
where you're going.
Moss.
That's where you're going. Yep.
Starting white cornerback.
Speaking of profiling.
Yeah. No, but he's good. But he's not as good as Pat Surtain. And they're really deep at cornerback with the Broncos, but they also Riley Moss not as good as Pat Surtain. Right. And without without Pat Surtain out there tracking the Jamar Chases of the world or the Nico Collins of the world or what have you, they're not as good. So it is an opportunity. Now, the one thing I would say is Vance Joseph was the defensive coordinator last year, and he went through those 3 games where he realized, man, we're not as good when we have to alter. So he's probably got a better plan for it this year. But it's still, again, that was Riley Moss last year. This is Pat Surtain.
Yeah, this is the best defensive player.
555 yards to the Browns, Sean.
550. Oh, last year. Yeah.
555 yards,
wow,
Sean.
Wow.
I could tell that didn't register properly.
Wow, it did when you texted me yesterday. I was looking to see if I had the right audio here to talk about the Broncos defense. That's my bad. 555 total yards. Who was playing quarterback?
I don't know. I didn't want to dig into it. I'm sure it was kind of a flukish game, and I'm sure like Broncos fans would say, well, yeah, but this and that and the other, yeah.
Could have been Deshaun. Probably wasn't, because I don't think Deshaun had any good games for the Browns.
But no, that would have been big news if Deshaun had gone 555 yards of offense.
Yeah, for sure.
Not passing, but.
Yep, for sure. Here was C.J. Stroud talking about the Broncos' pass rush yesterday.
Yeah, they have a really good rush. Starts on their edge, with Benito and, Coop. They do a good job, of playing relentless and, just they don't give up, the interior guys as well. So they're a really good D-line.
You made this point yesterday, and the double positive about this game coming up on Sunday as it pertains to the Broncos pass rush is that not only if the Texans are able to contain it, does it mean that they've made strides as an offense probably, or that whatever they've done tactically with the 6-man offensive line with Blake Fisher has been a really good chess move by them against the Niners and the Broncos.
Yeah.
But inherently it probably means that Ariante Ursary had a really good game.
Right.
And if we can start feeling good about Ariante Ursary, it by proxy gets you feeling good about not just the offensive line in Week 10 the next week, but what the offensive line can start to look like big picture moving forward.
Nick Bonito is really, really fast. He is like a phantom. He is. It's appropriate for Halloween, Sean, that he kind of he's one of these guys that kind of looks like he skips a frame on the video every now and then. Like, all of a sudden he's here, and then all of a sudden he's there.
Quick, huh?
He's like those, Ben, are you a Doctor Who guy?
No.
Oh, damn it. There's these statues.
Seth just assumes I'm
I think they're
not.
called the weeping statues or something, where they if you all of a sudden the lights go out, the lights come back on, and this statue that was over in the corner is all of a sudden right up in your face.
Oh, like The Undertaker.
Sure.
That happens in WWE, where The Undertaker's standing in the corner, and then the lights go down, and all of a sudden he's standing like right in your face.
Yeah, somebody text in and tell me who those statues are. But that's what Nick Bonito is like, and he lines up on the right side of the defense almost exclusively. And what the Broncos do is the protege Wade Phillips.
Yeah.
Remember what Wade Phillips used to do is that you got a 5-man defensive front, and like they call it a blitz, and it annoys me because it's not, but it's a 5-man rush. It's nothing exotic or anything. It's just what it does is it creates one-on-ones all over the place, and that's that's one of the reasons JJ was so good in that defense was it gave him a lot of one-on-ones, and that's what they do. They put the offensive tackles out on islands. And Ariante Ursary is going to be on an island if he doesn't have a tight end right next to him or a chip block out of the backfield. So it's going to be an Ariante Ursary versus Nick Bonito type of game at least a few times. At least a few times.
Yeah, right.
Unless they have Blake Fisher out there at tight end on his side all the time.
All the time, yeah. I don't see that happening. But yeah, like that's going to be a fun matchup.
That game last year, Sean. Okay. Without Riley Moss, Jameis Winston had 497 yards passing.
Okay, it was Jameis.
And it wasn't garbage time. The Browns had the lead after the third quarter.
Okay, so it was a close game.
Yeah. That's without Riley Moss.
Oh, I love that. That's a nobody's talking about right now.
Nobody's talking about it.
No,
Maybe they are. I don't listen to that much crap.
Yeah. It's good. All right. Hey, proof that D'Amico and the Texans may really not know what's going on with Joe Mixon in a way kind of came yesterday. I'll explain that. And a huge contract handed out in the NFL, which is going to impact the Texans in a few months. We'll tell you who that was coming up next. But I can tell you the amount of money they got doled.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I have Payne and Pendergast with you. So, if you recall, this was the update on Monday from D'Amico on Joe Mixon.
A few weeks ago, Nick Caserio said that you all would have a better idea on Joe Mixon. Do you have an update? I know he was at the game yesterday. Do you have an update on where he is?
I do not.
All right, so no update on Joe Mixon. He does not have an update. Now, this was a big deal like around week 4 when he could have come back from the PUP list from an eligibility standpoint.
Right.
And it turned into like the first of what's been a few dust-ups this season between D'Amico and the media, right? Like about what he had to explain, like, well, all the whole thing about why.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Remember that? Like that was
protecting the player.
Protecting the player was a big deal. And so then there was a frustration level, I think, with like about what people perceived as a lack of yesterday. And I think there were 2 updates that the media was looking for. One, obviously, was Nico Collins, who missed last week's game because of a concussion, but back at practice yesterday. And what did that mean exactly?
And Nico is technically still in the under the concussion protocol. We're expecting him to clear in the next few days.
All right.
Yeah.
Information.
Because it takes a little while, even after they medically feel like he's okay, he's still got to go through the football activities and everything.
Yeah.
Not have symptoms and all that.
But kind of a forecast for us, right? Like we expect him to clear. That's good.
That's true. He didn't have to say we expect him to clear.
He didn't have to, and he did. And Dalton Schultz did not practice yesterday. This was and Dalton feels like he's been banged up the last
couple
games.
weeks. There have been times within the game.
Yes.
After he had that one nice catch for a first down, where he had to get yard after the catch to get the first down, remember somebody tried to help him up, and he was like, no, dude, no.
Yeah, and he probably said no, dude. Also, that was a big question yesterday. Like, hey, Dalton Schultz isn't practicing. What's going on with him?
Yeah, Dalton didn't go today, but we're expecting to get him back as the week goes on. He's doing well, progressing just fine.
So there you go. There's some transparency.
Expectation.
Expect Nico Collins to clear protocol. Yeah. Expect to get Dalton Schultz back. That, to me, is proof that they have literally no clue what's going on with Joe Mixon right now.
I think that's the problem is that I think sometimes people just assume
you're
that
off the hook, D'Amico.
People want to believe. This is the same as way it was like when you go to a doctor. You really want to believe that doctor knows exactly what's going on with you and what's wrong with you. The unfortunate reality is that in medicine, and I think with Joe Mixon, as it is with Christian Harris, these guys both have some kind of injury / condition or whatever it is that has been lingering for a long time. And sometimes they just can't figure it out. Right. Sometimes it's one of these things that, and now they could, if they chose to, or if Joe Mixon maybe wanted them to, they could fill in the dots a little bit for us, but they're choosing not to. But I think at the end of it, you just have to. You don't need a statement from the team to know that they don't really know what's going on.
Yeah.
Because that's the way it's been going. I don't think. Look, if they really knew that what Joe Mixon has right now could potentially linger as long as it has, I think they would have been more aggressive than going out and signing an experimental Nick Chubb.
Yeah.
They perhaps would have traded for somebody or done something more aggressively, unless they misbegottenly continue to put more faith in Dameon Pierce than they should. I think that they genuinely are probably a little bit surprised that this has lingered as long.
Well, that's one of the things that makes these next 5 days so big, and really Sunday so big, because the difference between 4-4 and 3-5, in light of a trade deadline coming next Tuesday is pretty big. But that's what I'm referring to here. If once Tuesday rolls around, ain't nobody walking through that door. When it comes to the running back position. And if Joe Mixon might be walking through that door. If they don't make a deal, they don't make a trade for a running back, are we going to read into that on Wednesday that, hey, there's still a chance Joe Mixon might be?
They might feel like, all right, as long as we can just run for positive yardage, that's enough to keep the defense honest, and it's going to help our play action, and Woody Marks will continue to develop that. I won't read into it. I'll want to real hard, but I'm gonna pull myself back.
They cut Jawar Jordan from the practice squad yesterday for what that's. I mean, he's on the practice squad. He wasn't on the 53, but they signed Dalton Keene, who's been in and out of Texans camp, tight end, fullback type. Maybe that's an indicator as to exactly how severe is whatever Dalton Schultz is dealing with. They're not deep at tight end right now, even with a healthy Dalton Schultz.
I do like that the practice squad has kind of turned into. It's the baseball fans that really monitor the minor league system really well.
Yeah.
I feel like there's hardcore Texans fans that know way more about everything that happens on the practice squad than I do.
There definitely are.
Yeah, they're and I'm impressed by them.
I am too.
Kudos to you. Happy Halloween to you.
Good job.
You devoted baseball type football fans.
The inside football nerds. We appreciate you. We say it lovingly. Aiden Hutchinson signed a deal yesterday.
Oh God, no! Oh, good.
Wow.
This is This is like if you've got a wife who's very much into fashion or something, and the woman next door just got a $5,000 handbag.
Oh,
or
yeah,
something.
yeah.
Yeah, like that, like, oh boy, here we go. This is the next. We're going to up the ante with a handbag.
And you're on the hook for a handbag in the future. Like, oh, it's got to be this one now.
To be clear, Brandy's not in. Brandy's into athletic gear, like, and I'm lucky in that regard.
You
so
are lucky.
I don't have there's no $5,000 hand.
In Hutchinson, the $5,000 handbag in this analogy, got a 4-year, $180 million extension from the Detroit Lions. $45 million per year. The only edge rusher in the NFL that exceeds that average annual value is Micah Parsons, who's up near $47 million. It's $141 million guaranteed, which is a record for a non-quarterback. Mm-hmm. So it's the most guaranteed money ever given to somebody that doesn't play quarterback. This is the neighborhood that Will Anderson is going to live in when he gets his inevitable contract extension from the Houston Texans. The Houston Texans want Will Anderson around here every bit as much as the Detroit Lions wanted Aiden Hutchinson around for a long, long time. Will Anderson has continued to do everything. He has continued to check every box you need to check in the first 3 years of a career to earn a contract that lands near this one.
Yeah.
Maybe even exceed this one by the time it's all over.
I'll tell you what, the thing that I think they really love about Will Anderson, as we know, it's a lot of the stuff that doesn't even necessarily show up in the stats or anything. You look at how well this defense is operating, and they're still, and the pass rush is really good, and yet they're like 17th in sacks right now.
Yep.
And I don't, you don't get agitated statements from Will Anderson on social media about it or anything. Part of it is that they operate in a style where they're disciplined, and they're not looking at it as, they don't have selfish edge rushers who want a sack and nothing else. Because that sometimes the guys that get a boatload of sacks, they're not always helping the defense.
Right.
Because they're just doing whatever the hell they want so they can get that sack and quarterback. So, I mean, it's the whole way he operates that they love, and having him as a leader, that there's not a chance in hell he doesn't get that contract.
Yeah, no, it's a lot.
And there's no Texans fan. I think there's going to be a lot. We'll see how the second half of the season goes. But like, let's say theoretically, hypothetically, the second half of the season for CJ went the same way it went the first half of the season.
For Will, you mean?
Are
you talking about for Will?
No, I'm talking about CJ.
I thought we were talking about
Will.
Will.
Well, I am talking about Will. I'm going to try to,
sorry.
So, like, for CJ, let's say the second half of the season goes the same way the first half of the season did on average. There's going to be a lot of debate about what kind of a contract he should get, whether you should give it to him now or make him wait or anything. There's going to be zero of that debate about Will Anderson.
Yep, zero. You're absolutely right about that. Absolutely right. The Lions, speaking of CJ, the Lions have somehow managed to lock up Aiden Hutchinson, Jared Goff on a CJ-like contract.
Yeah.
Would expect it to be a CJ, $53 million a year. Amon-Ra St. Brown, their top wide receiver, who's sort of their Nico Collins. Penei Sewell, who's their top offensive lineman. Those are all at like near market level contracts at the time. Jamison Williams got locked up for nearly $30 million a year also. Kirby Joseph is getting over $20 million a year. Aleem McNeil is getting $25 million a year. Taylor Decker's getting $20 million a year. And they've got Sam Laporta and Jahmyr Gibbs and Brian Branch that are going to have to get locked into deals. So they are sort of a blueprint that, like, it is possible to retain your core. The key thing for them is they've drafted incredibly well. Mm-hmm. Like, they're cheap labor for them. So I bring that up as a Texan fan because, hey, I know there's a lot of Texan fans nervous. Oh, we got to pay CJ. We got to pay Will. We've already paid Stingley, paid Danielle Hunter. You know, Jalen Petrie got a decent contract and whatnot. The Lions have like 10 or 12 core guys that are all still going to be on their team on big contracts moving forward. I guess
the one thing the Lions have is that where's Goff's contract compared to other quarterbacks?
$53 million a year.
Yeah,
$53 million, which is, you know, it's below the Dak is the market right now. It's 60.
$53 million.
He's actually good.
I know. I don't pay as much attention to the contracts as you do. And so whenever I do go in and drop in and visit on it, I'm just astounded at the money. It's so much money.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of money for a long time. It's pro sports salary. It's just kind of eye popping.
Yeah.
$53 million.
Jared
For a
Goff,
kid that didn't know that the sun sets in the west.
Hey man.
Hey kids, screw your earth science classes.
Yeah. You don't. Yeah, don't need it. Just throw that ball, man. Just put it on the face mask. Just put it on the face mask.
That's all you got to do. It's all you have to be with the 0.00001% of high school players who become longtime starting NFL quarterbacks.
That's it, man. That's it. Football talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Headlines coming up next. Toronto was last night in the World Series. We'll take you into how that happened. A former Texan who was traded this offseason, traded again. We'll tell you who that was in headlines coming up next. But first,
Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines here. Texans. We just talked about the Texans in the previous segment, but in case you're getting in your car right now and you're wondering, hey, what's going on with Nico Collins? He missed the last game with a concussion. He was back at practice yesterday. Here was D'Amico Ryan's update on Nico Collins and the concussion protocol.
And Nico is technically still in the under the concussion protocol. We're expecting him to clear in the next few days.
All right, so that's good. We should mention Christian Kirk was also back at practice yesterday.
Yay.
So there's a decent chance they've got their top two vets back out there on Sunday.
All right, I think people by and large are going to be excited to hear about Nico Collins. I wonder with Christian Kirk back if people have the same thought I do, which is, hey, boy, Jalen Noel did some really fun and exciting stuff in that game.
I think I spend more time in the opinion verse of Twitter than you do, probably. Yeah. There's a lot of that going on right now. Yeah. You're absolutely right.
And, I mean, even...
Don't stand in the way of the rooks.
I would throw Braxton Berrios into that mix, too. If I had to power rank guys that I feel like kind of, all right, let's do something here. Jalen Noel for his upside, but the thing they demonstrated in last week's game, at least, it's, man, CJ trusts him and got the ball out quickly onto him. One of the best developments of last week, I thought, was CJ throwing short of the sticks on 3rd and long and letting those guys make their plays, especially when you're getting blitzed. Because then, yeah, if you're, you don't have to hold on. Because, yes, there's deep shots to be had on the blitz, but there's also a lot of opportunities for run after the catch on blitz because you don't have as many guys out in coverage out there in open space.
Well, and Noel's been getting downfield, too.
Yeah.
Noel had a couple of those types of catches, those Berrios-type catches in that game. But he had the big 44-yard one that switched field position. He had a couple big chunk plays. And he was the only thing going in that Seahawks game.
No, I think, with Noel, there's a lot of similarities to Tank Dell in that people want to think of him as like, oh, yeah, he'll be this quick underneath guy. But no, he can take the top off of defense, too.
Absolutely. So good injury news. Dalton Schultz missed practice yesterday, but D'Amico Ryans did say they expect to get him back by the end of the week. The Rockets win last night, 139-121 over the Toronto Raptors. This was another game where the Rockets just kind of slowly out-talented the other team out there. We talked about this in the open, and Jabari Smith kind of alluded to this in the postgame, which was, pick your poison. It's probably going to be different guys. It's a talented, deep basketball team. It's going to be different guys every night. Last night, it was Kevin Durant getting 31. Jabari had a nice game. Steven Adams was excellent off the bench last night for them with 12 points.
It's going to be a real pain in the butt trying to figure out from night to night who's actually going to go off. Yeah. And I think a lot of it, too, is these guys get more out in the game where the opportunities are, who's getting doubled, and just that's time in system and just reps. Yeah. That over the course their record is gonna be just fine over the first 20 or 30 games. It's that all right, yeah, but what are they learning along the way? And likewise, what are our other teams learning about them? So some of these matchups against the better teams in the league are going to be really interesting.
Yeah, really interesting. You know where this pick your poison thing really hurts guys like you and me, you with Underdog and me with Prize Picks, daily fantasy. We don't know who's going to be scoring the points that night, so it's hard to pick who is going more or less on point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's mystery, man. That's gonna impact our income, I think.
It's really tough for you, huh?
And you got Underdog, and I got Prize Picks.
That's my income. Yeah. Is that what percentage of your kind of a sly brag there about your success?
Or
your
as I think the point you're making, like maybe I've got a little too much invested in Prize Picks.
Oh,
as far as my weekly income.
I don't know if you're
maybe I've got a problem
examining exactly just how much you're actually
I'm just saying,
winning.
Even the pocket change we count on sometimes. Beer money, you know what I mean? All right,
the kids' tuition.
That's right. I don't have that problem anymore. I'm good. World Series. Blue Jays, Dodgers. Blue Jays lead the World Series 3-2. If you're just waking up, they beat the Dodgers pretty good last night, 6-1. 2 home runs right out of the chute. Schneider and Vlad Guerrero Jr. Literally the first 3 or 4 pitches of the game, they're up 2-0 right away.
Vlad Guerrero that time.
Yes.
If he keeps this up for at least one more game or two.
And there was, he got that big contract in the offseason, and he was not at the time not a slam dunk $500 million. I don't know that anybody other than Shohei is a slam dunk $500 million baseball player, but he got 14 years, $500 million. And I remember the next day coming in and going, well, Kyle Tucker's got to be happy to see that because I think Kyle Tucker might be a better player than Vlad Guerrero Jr. Well, bite my tongue now because Vlad Guerrero Jr. is doing it at the time of year where Kyle Tucker has a really hard time doing it.
And you know, Dodgers, God, you just have no excuse. The rookie pitcher there for the Blue Jays.
Savage.
He's Savage.
Yeah.
I always want to
12 strikeouts last night.
Yeah, he was in college. He was in A-ball 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, like all
East
those things we were
Carolina.
saying about Cam Smith at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
You know, a year and a half ago, he was in college. He's basically followed the same path as Cam Smith, except that he's just shutting fools down in Game 5 of the World Series.
World's the Dodgers.
Yeah.
the $500 million lineup.
I just love it, too, though, no, because the Dodgers fans and Mariners fans, I've noticed, very quick to suggest cheating. They don't. This is their go-to now. Anything bad happens to them, they have to suggest that the other team is cheating. And it's hilarious because it's happening in Dodger Stadium.
Yeah, I know.
You know?
They're dumb, too.
Yeah, they're really dumb. Yankees fans and Dodgers fans might be the dumbest fan bases in baseball.
They are dumb. They are dumb. John Mechie got traded again yesterday. The Jets trade cornerback Michael Carter and a 7th-round pick in 27 to the Eagles for John Mechie and a 6th-round pick in 27. The Eagles, I guess, are looking for some corner depth. They want to move Cooper DeJean to the outside, and so getting Michael Carter, I guess, helps facilitate that, the cornerback. But John Mechie, now a New York Jet.
And he'll get to, ply his wares with the very emotional Justin Fields. There's one thing I've learned about Ohio State quarterbacks.
Who are managed by David Mulligetta.
They wear their emotions on their sleeve on the field. They're not afraid to look vulnerable.
No.
Hey.
They're men of 2025, man.
Yeah.
That's what they are. So John Mechie gets traded again. You know what, Ben? I'm going to sit on this Louisiana governor audio for the next segment since we got a nice long one at 7 o'clock.
Sit on it and rotate.
Have you heard this yet?
Potsy.
Have you heard the Louisiana governor yesterday?
I read it. I haven't heard it.
Okay,
I read it.
okay. I've got the audio.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear it.
I've got the audio. We'll hit that in the next segment. The Louisiana governor talking. This would be I don't know if it's unprecedented, but I've never heard a governor basically come out and say, nope, we're not letting the athletic director hire the next head coach. They're putting guardrails on the AD.
That's what happens when you take a job at a state school, man.
Well,
you're a government employee,
and you're doling out $50 million or whatever it is in buyouts to the coach you hired.
Yeah.
So we'll have that for you. That's why
I'm going to coach at Vanderbilt.
Right, private university. All right, so we'll get to that. The governor of Louisiana was. I actually put up a Pender poll about the stat that people would want to bring with the Texans would want to bring with them from the Niners game to the Broncos game. What are the people saying about that? We'll get to that and a whole lot more. We got a nice long segment coming up here at 7 o'clock. It's a Thursday on Payne and Pendergast. Stay there. If you're just sitting drinking a cup of coffee right now, you don't have to go anywhere. You're off today, whatever. And if you happen to have Liqueur 43 in the liquor cabinet, let's all make a Carajillo together right now, shall we?
Carajillo.
Carajillo.
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. We didn't get to this in headlines, but I think it's worth listening to. College football is just the best, especially at state schools. It just brings out the best and the worst in all the people, and it brings people into the storylines that normally wouldn't be involved in football storylines.
Yeah, I guess, well, the only reason the vast majority of, programs that matter are state schools, but in this particular moment, it becomes like, hey, wait a second, this is a government employee that we're thinking about hiring. Yeah.
And I guess I should say, in this case, I should say, like, I know there's multiple state schools in Louisiana that play Division I football, but unlike Alabama, where you got Alabama and Auburn, unlike Georgia, where you got Georgia and Georgia Tech, Florida's got 3 big schools there. Some would argue, depending on what you feel about Central Florida or South Florida, maybe even more. Louisiana, it's LSU, and that's it. Tulane is there, and you got all the directionals. It's LSU in Louisiana. So if you missed it yesterday, Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry had a press conference, and it was about the Brian Kelly firing. And it was about LSU finding its next head football coach. And the Brian Kelly, it's funny, the Brian Kelly era, by the standards of most colleges, pretty damn good. He was 34-14. Was undefeated in bowl games. There's like 80% of schools out there would trade LSU's last 3+ years for whatever it is they were. And yet, he lost a ton of big games. The big games in the SEC he would lose, and sometimes like that A&M game, he would lose in pretty convincing fashion. This was also the first year he ever got off to anything other than an 0-1 start. Yeah. This is the first year that Brian Kelly won his first game, and the first time LSU's won their first game, I think since they won the national championship back in 2019. So it's been, by LSU standards, been a bit of a rough ride for 4 or 5 years now. And the fact that Brian Kelly is a card-carrying jerk to go with it.
A lot of people rising up. Remember, they tried to fire Les Miles for like a decade, but people were so
they just liked him.
People liked him too much. They couldn't get away with it.
That's a great contrast. You're right. And Ed Orgeron, I think, and Ed Orgeron is like native son of Louisiana. Brian Kelly, the complete opposite of both of those guys, both in terms of likability and obviously geography. So Jeff Landry meets with the media yesterday, and the big loser in all this was not Brian Kelly. It was Scott Woodward, the AD at Louisiana State University, who was also the AD at Texas A&M when they hired Jimbo Fisher back in the day. So he's got a lot of monetary blood on his hands over the last few years.
It is, I guess, and the part, like, before we hear all of this, you got to remember, it is, like, in an athletic program like LSU or whatever, like, the football coaches aren't being paid by taxpayer dollars. It's from all of the money that the program brings in. And yet, the AD, it's a little bit hazier than that.
Yeah.
They're going to be paying for an AD no matter what, and he controls all the other sports as well.
Yeah. So
he's the head football coach is technically a government employee, but I feel like the athletic director is much more of an actual government employee.
Yeah, oftentimes it's like to your point. Oftentimes it's not the money that it's not like they're robbing from the welfare unit in Louisiana to pay Brian Kelly's salary.
Right. Yeah.
So here is Jeff Landry pointing out what I just pointed out. That Scott Woodward was also the one who paid Jimbo Fisher at Texas A&M.
We are not going down a failed path. And this is a pattern. The guy that's here now that wrote that contract cost Texas A&M $70-something million. Right now, we got a $53 million liability. We are not doing that again. And you know what? I believe that we're going to find a great coach. I mean, maybe we'll let President Trump pick it. He loves winners, I'm not going to be picking the next coach, but I can promise you we're going to pick a coach, and we're going to make sure that that coach is successful, and we're going to make sure that he's compensated properly, and we're going to put metrics on it because I'm tired of rewarding failure in this country.
I love the political spin to it. I got to feel first. I feel this is a bipartisan take. I got to feel like most people feel like, let's back off on Trump Trump would put Bill Parcells in there.
Trump's
who would be even worse fit than he would be even worse fit than Brian Kelly.
Do you want to hear the other cut? Because Trump gets mentioned again. You want me to play both of them and then we can react here?
And honestly, this isn't even a political take. It's like the clear whenever a politician gets up and speaks that it comes back to a little bit of he made a statement about society at large. Yeah.
Okay, so here is Jeff Landry, the governor of Louisiana, making it abundantly clear that who's not going to pick the next head coach?
Yeah.
The AD, Scott Woodward.
No. I can tell you right now, Scott Woodward is not selecting the next coach. Hell, I'll let Donald Trump select it before I let him do it. I don't know, but the Board of Supervisors is going to come up with a committee, and they're going to go find us a coach. Because, wait, I want to hold on. One real quick thing on that. Because here's what y'all reporters need to do. Y'all need to start looking at who represents all these people, like these agents. Woodward's agent, Kelly's agent, the Texas A&M, they're all the same agent. Like, you realize if I would be, I don't know how many sports writers we got here today? Just you. We should have a bunch. Okay?
I agree.
Like, this is ridiculous. Lawyers would be disbarred for the way these agents act and the way they're able to represent. In fact, there's no doubt, they may even represent some of the players now.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a really good point. They may represent some of the players
I guess the part is, okay, yeah, lawyers would be disbarred because they're lawyers and there's ethical guidelines, but with the football, so that's an interesting, that is an interesting point. Because our listeners bring this up to us all the time. When it comes to the cross-pollination with agents and coaches and everything else like that, it just feels shady at times, the way agents seem to be able to dictate things. But I don't know what you do about it.
Yeah.
Now, as far as the selection process for college head coaches, I think I don't know what the right strategy is for it. I do know that, man, if you look at the way that whenever, what's the thing? What's the old saying that a committee is like a camel is a horse drawn by committee. It's like whenever you get a committee of people together, it's like, okay, everything just gets a little off.
I thought the same thing.
Ultimately, it comes down to there's some things in life that I just wish there was one competent person in charge that could do it. I don't trust a committee any more than I trust an individual necessarily.
You do need some football people in there to help pick the next head coach too. Like who is on this committee that the governor could potentially be putting together. Now, Peter Burns of ESPN, of the SEC Network, who is, I believe, an LSU grad. He's from Louisiana. He's a broadcaster on the SEC Network. Good guy. He actually corrected a couple of things from the press conference. Go figure, the governor of Louisiana had a couple facts wrong in this whole thing. And we had a couple people point this out on the text page that, with respect to Jimbo Fisher, Woodward hired Fisher at A&M, but the extension that he got with the $77 million buyout was from Ross Bjork, who succeeded Woodward. Woodward did hire Fisher, which ultimately was a bad hire. I don't know. A&M can decide whose hands they want to put the $77 million blood on as to whose fault that was, Bjork or Woodward. I don't really care. Brian Kelly and Jimbo Fisher do not share the same agent. So that's Peter Burns providing that correction.
I would say, if I were the governor in this situation, I feel like this is a point, because LSU, the football program, funds itself. That's where I'd feel like, all right, I'm overstepping my bounds here. If it's now, as a politician, though, if I were the governor, that would also mean I'm a savvy politician.
Yes, election season, man.
I'm gonna present myself as the guy who's standing up for the common Louisianan.
This is not making him less popular in Louisiana.
No, right. Yeah.
So
I don't know though, but again, as me, I've never trusted any politician I've ever voted for 100%. There's certain things where I do want even if it's the guy I like the most that I voted for, I don't want government too involved in it.
I think, so I'll remove politics from this opinion for a second here. I just wonder what the wherewithal is. State school, private school, whatever, as you point out, oftentimes, and I think it's going to be this way with Brian Kelly, they found some big donor to pay the buyout.
Yeah.
Right? How much longer do big donors want to pay buyouts? How much? I think honestly, I think a lot of these big donors are already getting tired of being asked to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to 18-year-old kids who then up and leave at the first sign of adversity to go to another school.
Yeah.
Or just aren't good at football to the degree, they're good at football, obviously, but not good enough to get on the field at these schools. And so you have these owners of big companies or big donors going, okay, what did I get out of this $500,000 investment again? At the end of the day, these are all business transactions, and these are business people involved in them. And that's what I wonder, like, how much longer do people want to pay Brian Kelly, the Brian Kellys of the world, $54 million because he sucked?
Right.
You know, like that's the part I think the schools need to regain control over.
It is the celebrity appeal or the name brand appeal of college football coaches, I think, is what's going to start to fall out of favor. And because you just see it time and time again. No matter how much, it's almost like investing in like the stock market or what have you. Past results are not an indication of future results. And when you go from one organization to another, you're like Mike Elko makes a lot more financial sense perhaps than getting the biggest name out there or the guy that's had a modicum of success elsewhere.
Absolutely, yeah. Elko's been great. Man.
Yeah.
And Elko's
he's making $7 million a year. It's not like they didn't pick him up off the bargain heap or anything, but it's just spending huge money for a guy whose name everybody knows. It gives you an initial burst of excitement, but I think boosters are really going to start to step back at that.
Yeah, for sure.
I'd like that. Look. If it's a coin flip whether this guy works out or not, then I'd rather be sure that we're getting somebody that might be a guy who's on the rise. More so than I'm paying for past performance with no guarantee of future results.
Well, and especially at LSU, I mean, you had to know. Like, Brian Kelly was just such a poor cultural fit. Everybody from Notre Dame thought that this is not going to work out down there, especially anybody from Notre Dame that knew how things worked in Louisiana.
Like you.
Like me.
Like you. Your ex-wife is from deep in Louisiana.
Deep South Louisiana, man. I was married into the sugar dynasty for a little while.
You
down there.
felt how you were a square peg in a round hole when you go to family picnics and whatnot.
I watched fire marshals get paid off with bags of sugar. My own eyes. True story.
Careful. my co-host is going to be at the bottom of a swamp in Louisiana come morning.
The people that would get upset about it are no longer with us. So it's when
you're driving along I-10 there through Louisiana and just looking off over, when you're on that like 400-mile long bridge through the swamp.
Chaffalaya Swamp.
Yeah, and you just think about how many bodies are.
I thought about it a lot back when I was married. Yeah.
Sprinkled with whatever alligators like to eat the most.
Yeah. Little Tony Cashiers or however you pronounce it.
If I wanted to get rid of a body in a swamp, it's probably, I'm guessing, is an alligator more likely to go after something that's alive than dead? And would I want to actually maybe throw the person in there while they're still alive and just expect the alligator to get after it and then stash it somewhere?
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I feel like it's a guarantee that we have listeners listening right now
who could tell me for
who
sure.
Who tell you exactly how the alligators like their human meat.
Yeah, like are they scavengers as well as predators? Will they eat something that they come across that's dead or not?
Right. All right, text in 713-572-4610. Wrong answers only. No, I'm just joking. We want right answers on that one. I want to know. Texter says Elko won't be $7 million for long.
Right, exactly. Yeah,
it's true. That's true. They're like 90-something% chance to make the playoff right now. The Aggies. So 2 ranked games left, and then they're probably going to be playing in the SEC title game. All right, hey, shifting gears for a second over to the Texans. I asked Seth this question yesterday, and the listeners this question yesterday. You guys a bunch of you texted in about this. You can replicate one stat from the Texans' win over the Niners this past week for the Broncos game this Sunday. And I had 3 choices. Seth added a 4th one. I put all 4 up on a Pender poll.
Ooh.
0 sacks allowed. 9 for 60. 41 minutes time of possession.
Gaudy.
157 yards rushing.
Workman-like effort.
Yep.
Not magnificent, but, man, you do that every week, you're going to win some football games.
Indeed. There's still 4 hours left if you'd like to vote in this poll. Who do you think, which stat do you think?
Okay, this is tough. I think it's people love quarterbacks and the passing game. So I think it's going to be between 0 sacks allowed or 9 for 16 on 3rd down.
Okay.
Problem is that the 9 for 16 on 3rd down is also very much related to the 0 sacks allowed. So how much did
the yards rushing are intertwined with time of possession.
Right.
Too.
I mean, it's all related, but
yeah.
especially when people are thinking about the pass game.
Yeah.
Like, okay, CJ having time to throw, but also CJ
or getting it out quick too. Yeah.
CJ getting it out quick as well. I think the 9 for 16 on third down is what people said most.
Nope. 0 sacks allowed.
They went for the foundation. Good.
Zero sacks allowed.
Proud of you, America.
0 sacks allowed. What percent?
27%.
48.4%
Wow.
said 0 sacks allowed. You know what I think that is? I think that's more than just the Broncos game. I think people have PTSD the way CJ probably does about how absolutely brutally beaten he's been since the middle of last year. And so I think it's wrapped up in a whole lot more than just, hey, that looked good against the Niners. Let's bring it to. I think that could be the answer every week.
There was one of the third down conversions in that game. It looked, and I don't know if it was this way or anything, but it almost looked like CJ was about, and then he consciously reminded himself, no,
good.
Like he slapped himself on the wrist. Yeah,
that's progress,
and
man.
Stepped up and got rid of the ball and to a crosser, and it was probably the Braxton Berrios one. Because that's the one thing that CJ, I can make a lot of excuses for CJ and his bad performances this year when there wasn't good pass protection, because quarterbacks just at a certain point get frazzled and you can't trust that the protection's going to be there, and it really screws up the operation. But then him bailing out backwards trying to buy time, that was bad. That's on CJ. So in that game, there were a few instances where I think a different version of CJ might have tried to bail out backwards or extend, but he threw short of the sticks, and then lo and behold, the receiver or the tight end got yardage after the catch, and it was cool to see, because it was better than it's been, and I don't want to paint it like CJ's been atrocious at it. Obviously, he's done some really good things over his first 3 years, but it just seemed like more of the automatic response that, nope, I'm going to get somebody's open, I'm getting rid of it. Boom, there we go.
Yeah. And the Berrios one was the best one because he broke that tackle and kind of spun forward.
Yeah.
I love that one early in the game. Plus, we haven't seen much of Braxton Berrios this year. Second place was actually time of possession. 32% would like to see 41 minutes time of possession.
I would have preferred you had put it in there as the 24.5 minutes time of possession in the first half, because that was the way more impressive.
Yeah.
That was the thing that hadn't been done in 15 years in the NFL.
Yeah, that would have been interesting to see something that was such an outlier, how much, you're right, that would, to
I
see
bet
what
that
the
might have put him
percentage
over
was.
the top.
Maybe. I think loud on DJ. But number 2 was the time of possession. Number 3 was 9 for 16 on third down, and then 157 yards rushing, I think, should have gotten more. It only got 3.6%, but you made a good case.
3.6%?
I thought you made a good case for that one yesterday.
Except that it's not like that was an impressive. It's not necessarily impressive to get 157 yards rushing.
No.
It's just, it's good. That's a really good rushing performance.
You know what's funny?
Job.
It's funny. It is a good rushing performance. I bet there's a high correlation, though, to teams winning and getting 150 yards rushing.
Well, yeah, but that's the one people do. They throw that out there, and they're like, when they run for more than such, a lot of that's running in the second half when they have a lead.
It is. You're right. There's a correlation. Like there's a chicken and egg.
It's
thing
an
going
annoying
on.
stat.
There's a chicken and egg thing. Well, the one that D'Amico at the beginning of his locker room speech after the win, this is more annoying than the 157 yards rushing, is when they say, if we run the ball 30 times.
Yeah.
Because then you got people in the stands going, well, just keep running it.
Just run it. Go the first 30 plays of the game need to be a run play.
And the point is, if you're running it 30 times, it means you're probably doing it, to your point, in the second half of the game to grind the clock. And that was the very first thing D'Amico said in his victory speech was, what do we say? 30 runs. 30 runs. I'm like, oh, no.
But it is. It's that you're actually – and part of that is one of the reasons the Seahawks game got as bad as it did was because the defense uncharacteristically allowed a couple of really long touchdown drives early in the game. And that offense – with a rookie offensive coordinator and with C.J. Stroud still a young quarterback himself, and then just the offense not being all that good by and large this year. Run the ball 30 times in that game, even though it actually might be the best course of action, because that people lose their patience. It's it's really, really hard to sit there. But that's one that I'll get offended on behalf of the defense. All right, hey, you're down 2 touchdowns. Do you see the defense you have on the other side of you? Do you not trust them? Do you not trust them?
Right.
Like, what do you? You got to go make this an aerial attack
aerial
now because
circus.
you don't trust these guys.
Yep.
Trust that the defense can keep you in the game, and run a balanced attack.
Yep. Do you want to know about Gators and what they like and don't like? Yeah. Let's see. Come on, text page. Be better. Basically, Gators like their food rotten and smelly, somebody says.
Okay, so they will take a scavenged body. All right.
Yeah.
So I should rot the body in my garage for a while before I take it to the swamp.
Then there's someone saying Gators don't care.
Yeah, right. That's the same thing. Prefer,
they might like it live,
Yeah, they don't
too.
care, but okay, so they'll take it rotten or they'll take it. I know they'll stash the body somewhere. That's what I'm like. I don't want to wait. I don't want to take the time to weight the thing down with concrete blocks and everything if a gator can do the work for me.
Correct.
And I always feel like if it gets a live, my victim, if the live prey, it might really be like, oh yeah, this is mine. I'm keeping it.
I'd go concrete ahead of Gators, I think.
Yeah.
You just can't. I can't trust that they're not going to. I can't trust that they're going to take the whole thing down and that some dental records won't be floating to the top.
You're going to tell me that an animal that's basically been in the exact same form it's been tens of years, the most steady and reliable of reptiles, really. It had no need to evolve. It's just basically like, nope, here I am. What are you going to do about it?
Just because
you don't trust that.
Just because something's been around a while does not mean it's reliable.
Oh, all right, fine. I'm going to go through the fossil record, and I'll show you some unreliable species.
You're like, if I got to back somebody, it's going to be the gator.
It's going to be the gator.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Tony Sacheries. That's right. That's how you pronounce it. The spices. The old Cajun spices there. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you on a Thursday. Do these Texans pressure numbers match the eye test? All right. This came from Jacob, Texans Jacob, who posts a lot of good stuff, man. He posts a lot of good numbers. I sent this to you, and you immediately began the Dikembe finger wag when I sent this to you.
Yeah.
This tweet, because Jacob says Texans offensive line numbers essentially halfway through the season. And a lot of them are like pressure rate on plays under 2.5 seconds, over 2.5 seconds. The bottom,
they're all pressure rate.
Pressure rate against blitz, right?
Yeah.
They're all pressure rates of different categories. Yeah. And the Texans, I think the surprising thing would be to the average Texan fan, like, wow, they're not 30th in all of these. They're actually middle of the pack. Hey, some of them, they're even in the top 15 or top 10.
Yeah, the problem I had with it was that those aren't pressure rate isn't offensive line numbers.
Yeah.
That is the whole operation. That's the quarterback getting rid of the ball quickly at times. That's the running back and the tight ends in pass protection. And that it's there's some things that are pretty bad, like against blitzes, the pressure rate is really high. But it's not like if you look at other like the ESPN win rate, the offensive line is 30th in both run and pass blocking for the offensive line specifically.
Specifically, those 5 guys,
right?
or 6 guys.
So as the pressure rate was going down over the first part of the season, it was also as CJ was throwing more and more quick passes.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very careful of anybody that tries to paint it out as like, no, the offensive line has actually been pretty good, because they have not.
No.
It's not. They have not. They've had some Titus Howard and Ed Ingram have been good, but that's only 40% of your offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
They've made some strides and improvements, and I think Ariante Ursary continues to get better, but it's still a big glaring concern.
Yeah.
You can't trust that offensive line yet.
The number, like the actual, like forget about the advanced stat pressure rate numbers, like just the general, like Houston offense versus Denver defense. This is Jason Braddock posted this. We're just digging into some numbers here on the matchup. Red zone defense, Denver, number 1. Texans red zone offense, 31st.
Yeah.
Third down percentage, Denver, number 1. Texans offense, 25th. Yards per play. Texans are actually higher on yards per play than I thought they'd be. They're 20th for the season. Denver's first.
I think that the thing about the Denver's defense, though, is that Pat Surtain it's more than losing one good player on the defense. Their whole methodology on that defense really hinges on being able to play a lot of man coverage. And last year, when Riley Moss defense took a huge step backwards. When they had to play more zone, they just were not as effective. They allowed Jameis Winston to throw for almost 500 yards passing in a competitive game. It wasn't like garbage yardage or anything. The Browns had the lead after the third quarter in that game.
Yep,
and
those are meaningful yards.
That was with Riley Moss out. So now this is Pat Surtain out. And I'm not saying they can't still be a really good defense, but it's not whatever numbers you've seen and the performance you've seen out of them. A lot of that really hinged on Pat Surtain being able to track the best receiver.
All right, so the Broncos lead the league in sacks. I think that 4.5 sacks a game. They have 36 sacks. What do you think they go more than or less than 4.5 sacks in this game?
I would say less than. It's not going to be the same defense. They're not going to be as aggressive. I don't think they're going to blitz as much.
So you think it's more about you think it's probably more about the adjustments that Denver needs to make on defense than the Texans making improvement on offense last week? Or a little of both?
Yeah, well, a little bit of both. Yeah. I don't know how you would.
I don't know how you quantify it, but yeah.
I think, for really the biggest, Ariante Ursary versus Nick Benito is really my biggest concern. But because they do blitz a lot. Now, listen, I'm going to go old man, grumpy old man a little bit. Back in the day, there used to be a difference between a dog and a blitz. When you had 5 pass rushers, we'd call that a dog, and a blitz was only a 6-man blitz, an actual blitz.
Yep.
So when I go through and I watch on NFL.com, I get kind of annoyed because some of the things they call blitzes are just when the Broncos defense, which does a lot of things kind of similar to Wade Phillips. In some ways, they're similar to Wade Phillips. Remember, Vance Joseph coached for Wade Phillips.
Yeah.
Some of what they call blitzes are actually just the 5-man defensive front, which is standard in the 3-4, those guys all rushing. And there's not necessarily a whole lot of chicanery to it or misdirection or anything. Mm-hmm. It's just 5 guys rushing versus 5 offensive linemen. They get a lot of one-on-ones, and one of them wins the one-on-one. And a lot of times it's Nick Benito, who is just incredibly fast, to the point where I think, D'Amico, when asked about a defensive line in previous games, like the Rams have a very good defensive line, D'Amico went through and named all of them. Yesterday, D'Amico just flat out said, yeah, they've got a bunch of good rushers, and then focused exclusively in on Nick Benito. So Nick Benito versus Ariante Ursary, how many snaps is that an individual just one-on-one versus they've got Blake Fisher out there to help him, or a tight end or a chip block or whatever? It's going to be interesting because Benito will beat a lot of really good bona fide offensive tackles. This is a measuring stick game for Ariante Ursary specifically, and how much Nick Caley really wants to dance with the devil on leaving Ariante Ursary alone with Nick Benito.
Yep.
Because Benito plays most of his snaps on this right side of the defense.
Is Benito? Is he in that Hutchinson, Parsons, Bosa, Hendrickson category?
You know what? He's very, very fast. I don't think he has the same blend of power and speed that those guys do. So I don't know. That would be interesting.
The only reason I'm asking is, and this kind of circles back to something we talked about in the 6 o'clock hour with Aiden Hutchinson signing his $45 million a year extension. Benito signed an extension in September for $30 million a year,
right?
Which is a relative bargain for what they're getting out of him.
So he's like, he's I think he's only about 235 pounds.
He's undersized. I know that.
So when it comes to being a combo, I don't want to. And
he wasn't a top 5 pick or anything either. Like all the physical tools.
Like he's a little bit like Hassan Reddick, in terms of not being the ideal size, but man, he gets the job done.
Bronco Elvis Dumerville, remember him back in the day?
Yeah,
like undersized guy, but he'd get 12 sacks every season somehow. So yeah, that's why I was curious.
Dumerville wasn't that. He was just lanky. He's like 260.
Was he? I thought he was short though.
He was like 5'11".
Yeah, I thought he was short.
You know what? 5'11", 260 is a stock.
That's stout.
Yeah. So he's not, but he wasn't that slender little. So he was
and
more
not
like
fast
a Dwight.
Like this. Like Dwight Freeney.
Yeah. Because Dwight Freeney was shorter.
Yeah, he was.
I forgot that Dumerville was that short.
Yeah.
Dwight Freeney was still like 6'1" at least, wasn't he?
Right. Yeah. Freeney wasn't Dumerville short.
Yeah.
But Dumerville was short, but super productive.
Yeah, Dwight Freeney was 6'1".
Yeah.
Who's your shortest? Who's your favorite short defensive lineman, and why isn't it Jerry Ball? Yeah,
Jerry Ball. That's what I was thinking of. Actually,
Jerry Ball was super. I don't know if he was an even 6 foot either. Jerry Ball. So kids, Jerry Ball was 6 foot, 370 pounds.
Yeah,
he was literally a ball.
He was a ball.
He was a ball. He was a human ball.
Yeah. We wouldn't recommend, if you're wanting to be a nose tackle, if you're wanting to play football, 6 foot. I feel like 6 foot 370 is not a healthy way to go through any part of your life. But he probably made a lot of money being 6 foot 370, I would say.
I guess the best short defensive lineman as of late would be Aaron Donald, obviously.
Yes.
And then you go back to John Randall, who is probably 5'11".
That's good, man. You're rattling them off pretty good.
I told you I'm a short defensive lineman connoisseur.
Yeah.
Well, my friend Jeff Novak, who played at Texas State back in the day. It was back then. I think back then it was a Division II school or whatever. It wasn't.
I don't even think it was called Texas State back then.
It was Texas State, and then it went to whatever it was, and then back to Texas State.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So, but he wasn't being recruited all that much and everything, and he went in and he was talking to a scout one day his senior year, and he's like, I don't know. I mean, just you do some good stuff, but then what was up with that little 5'9" guy from wherever John Randall went to school?
I think it was Texas A&I or something.
Yeah. It's like, and nobody knew who John Randall was at that point. And lo and behold, you go back in time, Jeff Novak could have told you that guy's going to be a Hall of Fame defensive tackle someday. That's why he was whipping my ass.
Yeah. John Randall. This is going to bother me now. Where John Randall. I love that in Hearn they've got this is where John Randall. Texas A&I. Yeah. Texas A&I is where he went. That's funny. Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Thursday. We haven't gotten any more news out of the gambling. Turn off on the gambling scandal has been a little disappointing for me. I was hoping that was going to turn into sort of our next Bill Belichick, Jordan Hudson story.
I would like more details to emerge about these specific cases. I was nervous that it was going to turn into like, oh wow, just way more instances of it. So I'm kind of glad that we haven't, as of yet, uncovered more and more instances of it. I kind of hope I hope this is the body on the wall that scares everybody else from committing the crimes.
Yeah. The one thing I was really questioning was like, okay, why would someone want to play poker with Damon Jones of all people?
Sounds like he's a pretty entertaining guy.
He sounds like he's a fun guy to play poker with. That was my big thing. Is like, okay, this is like Damon Jones, and I know Damon Jones is probably more famous around here than he is in other places. Yeah. He's a University of Houston Cougar, but that was the strategy of the mob was to use
those
Chauncey
guys
Billups
as front
and
guys
Damon
to
Jones
come in for those games
as like a draw.
Which I wonder. I know what the FBI's allegations are at this point, and we'll see. Anytime there's a case and they have their allegations and their headline of it and everything, I'm curious to see just what evidence they have that Chauncey Billups actually knew that the card games were they're fraudulent. That he might have. It's very possible that they had him as a front man, but he's not. They're not going to clue him in on all the details of how they're cheating the customers.
The things that I've read have said that Chauncey Billups and Damon Jones both knew there was stuff going on.
That's what right. But is there? That's what I mean to see.
Yeah, I don't know. And you're right. That may be someone giving their version of the story, and Damon Jones. Right. I haven't heard Jones or Billups deny that.
But the whole thing is that with the Lakers, Billups apparently was just a guy that LeBron liked having around. Damon Jones. Sorry.
Yep.
Damon Jones was just the guy that LeBron liked having around.
Yeah.
And that he's an entertaining guy. He's kind of like many big personalities are. Wasn't always that good with his money. Didn't save all his money from his playing days. And also, you ask why would somebody want to play cards with him? He's an entertaining guy who apparently is a horrible cards player.
And a great storyteller.
Yeah.
You like to have those at the
He's entertaining you as he's also losing
money to you, yeah. This is what the quotes, there was a big story in The Athletic about Damon Jones, and, I mean, you really get a flavor for just how much LeBron dragged this guy around with him. Got him on the coaching staff in Cleveland. Damon Jones was disappointed when David Blatt made him go to the G League to actually coach.
Yeah.
I think it sounded like he felt like, hey, I'm an FOL. I'm a friend of LeBron. I'm supposed to be on the regular staff. A couple of the quotes from the story. One team source told The Athletic, and this is a Laker team source, it was a weird deal. We really enjoyed being around him because he's a really funny dude. He's a great storyteller, but he was never a part of the staff. Another source in describing Jones said he was a vibes guy and went on to say he was someone who was well-stocked with outlandish stories, good cigars, and plenty of time on his hands.
Yeah.
I feel like they're describing me sitting at Lizards in the afternoon.
Yeah. It was like you when
we did Sean guy right here. No. Well, he's a guy with outlandish stories.
It's what you do, your role whenever we do these our charity things where we go paint a house for an old person or something. You will not find a paintbrush in Sean's hands. Sean is just holding court by the beverage tub, telling stories and giving people gambling advice and everything.
I walk around.
Everybody, the rest of us are up on ladders sweating our butts off. And Sean is just, he's a vibes guy.
I'm a vibes guy. I'm a storyteller. Keep the energy up guy. Get you a different paintbrush guy if you need it.
Yeah.
I'm that guy too. But don't make it sound like I just stand there. I walk around and provide the vibes, okay?
It reminds me, Dave Grohl's book is called Dave Grohl, the Storyteller, or something like that. And I felt like it was a little bit ambitious of a title because I listened to the audiobook and I'm like, these are good stories and everything, but you're not like, now I listened to Matthew McConaughey's book, the audio version of it. Now that's a storyteller right there.
That's why he's selling you electricity and cars and everything else.
I'm listening I'll tell you what, you listen to a book, like an audio book of Matthew McConaughey's own book, and that was a storyteller.
Delightful.
But see, you could do that. If you were to write your own book, I would listen to the audio version of it instead of read it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I wish I had read the printed version of Dave Grohl's book.
Yeah, well, if you do, but the fact that the title of the book, if the title of your book is The Storyteller, man, that audio version better pop.
Plus,
dude.
it's okay, and this is a rock star too. But Dave Grohl is the most just like a suburban dad housewife or suburban dad of a rock star there is, and his stories. He doesn't really dip into the Kurt Cobain stuff all that much. He's very polite about, like, he doesn't give up the goods on Kurt Cobain other than to talk about what a tortured soul he was.
I borrowed a weed eater from my next door neighbor. Yeah. Still haven't given it back yet.
It is, yeah. He's got like a story about
haven't given it back
a piece
yet.
of property that he didn't buy in Virginia back in the day.
So it's not even telling good stories poorly. They're boring stories.
It's almost like being stuck at a pool party talking to a guy telling you about his lawn care treatment stuff. Yeah.
I have a funny story off air for you about something.
I really liked it. I enjoyed the book, but it wasn't it wasn't scintillating, I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it, especially the audio version. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
It might have well been the memoirs of a light jazz musician.
There you go. Yeah, not buying that book. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Hey, shifting gears over to college football again for a second. The University of Houston is honoring the 2015 Peach Bowl champion team this Saturday at TDCU Stadium. I'm hearing Tom Herman is supposed to be there. What type of reception will Tom Herman get when they introduce that team, whether it's before the game or at halftime or whatever? Because we know how it ended. What type of reception do we think Tom Herman gets? And if you're a Coug, I would love to hear. Weigh in on the text page, 713-572-4610. You cheering, you booing, you indifferent? That's coming up next.
You know what I should do with Zadok? I was thinking, yesterday we were talking about that one ad that seemed like those old Acne.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, you know who listens to the show, Seth? Jerry Ball's cousin.
Oh, no kidding.
Jerry Ball's cousin.
Yeah.
Text message. Jerry Ball is my cousin. We both played at Westbrook in Beaumont, Texas. We won state.
Yeah, I bet you did.
Yeah.
I wonder how much he had. Ask him how much Jerry Ball weighed in high school.
How much did Jerry Ball? Oh, text
a lot
in.
of times
If
these
you're listening,
huge,
text in.
A lot of times the huge defensive linemen were like Keith Traylor was a linebacker, I think, that ended up becoming a 370-pound dude. But some of them, like you remember Gilbert? I think it was Gilbert Brown. Who had been like a sprinter in high school.
Oh, really?
Yeah. This is what people don't realize. Yeah, Ben, fact check that for me. I'm probably wrong.
I thought the same thing. I've never seen Ben swerve faster over to a computer.
I know. No, but this is what people don't realize. You cannot be a 380-pound person in the NFL without underneath it all being a ridiculously good athlete.
Ted Washington.
It's because you have to carry all that extra weight around.
Man.
However big, it doesn't all measure out.
Can't just be a blob.
So to be somebody who like actually functions at 370 pounds, back in the day when you were 290, you were probably absurdly athletic. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, the one guy, the guy that I played with, who wasn't like wasn't a fat defensive lineman, was a big defensive lineman, was Robert Smith. Robert Smith played basketball in college.
Yeah.
Like when he got to college at Michigan State.
Michigan State,
yeah. And he was like a longer, leaner dude. And he ended up being not a big fat, but he was like a 335-pounder, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, like those guys, you strip it all down, those guys are sick athletes.
Well, let's find out if Seth was right about Gilbert Brown. Ben, what'd you find out?
He was.
He's a sprinter.
A sprinter.
Nice job, Seth. Good job.
A sprinter.
That's crazy.
You kids, go watch Broncos-Packers Super Bowl, fourth quarter.
Mackenzie High School in Detroit.
Oh, thank you,
Because
Ben.
that was when the Broncos rushing attack had really worn down Gilbert Brown by the end, you know? Gilbert Brown was a sprinter in high school.
Yes.
Was he like, did he win awards as a sprinter? Okay,
that's all.
Get that much.
All we know is that he was on the track team as a sprinter.
If you have the title sprinter and you end up being 360 pounds, that's a thing.
That's and that's a tough thing. Where it's this is the weird part of weight management that the normal person would never even think about. I personally, I tried to, because I'd never played in the 3-4 before, and I had some success my first year here. Being more of my normal size. So the next year, I was like, all right, I'm going to get up to 335 and see how it goes. And it was fun. Oh, my God, it was fun. Because I was new to Texas. I was discovering guacamole.
Yeah, man.
This
is a fun place to get to 335.
The avocado in all its forms. And it was fun in the offseason because I got so strong.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Every day I'm going in there, I'm getting strong. I was like, this is like what steroids must feel like, because every workout I was getting stronger. But then you show up to training camp in July, and I was not athletic enough to play at 335.
Right.
I had to slim down. So I've always had a huge respect for guys that could play at 360 in those weights. You have to be such a good athlete to do it.
Oh, my God. All right, the question I asked in the previous segment, and by the way, Philip Lindsay, former Texans running back, former Bronco running back, now radio host at 104.3 in Denver, is going to join us top of the hour. So we're going to break down the Broncos and the Texans with Philip Lindsay.
He weighs 335. We'll have to ask him if he's gone up or down in retirement.
In his weight?
He was never like obviously he was a running back. He was super lean.
He's undersized.
But I wonder, but he still could have, either.
Looks good in the picture, the promo picture for their show.
Yeah.
I went on their show yesterday. So, so the question I asked, what type of reception do we think Tom Herman gets if indeed he is showing up this Saturday at the reunion for the celebration of the 2015 Peach Bowl team? That was the first year Herman was here, and they went 13-1 and beat Florida State in the Peach Bowl, and then went into the next season with all sorts of expectations in 2016. And that would be Herman's second and final year here. Before I play a little bit of audio from Tom, reception going to be for Tom Herman?
I think it would be polite applause or clapping.
The people I've talked to at U of H don't think there's going to be booing for Tom.
Yeah, I think that's gone. It helps that the Cougs are doing as well as they are in football right now. I think if it was 2 or 3 years afterwards, Ed Oliver might have gotten on a jet and flown down here to tell him off in person. There was a lot of hurt feelings for a while, but I'm guessing it'll be nice, polite applause.
He's probably been humbled too, I would think.
Yeah,
failed at Texas and then went to FAU and failed at FAU.
Mm-hmm.
So he was great here for the 2 years. I mean, it was a
really cool and unique moment, Garrett, the web guy, kind of put our station in the crosshairs somehow, and
it almost
and Garrett, I know you're listening.
Yeah,
and all of us took the brunt of it, but so we didn't get to really enjoy it as much as others. But it was a really cool couple of years.
Garrett wrote an article that listed at the beginning of Herman's second year that listed the places he could go if he were to leave the University of Houston, and that was after a lot of speculation in the offseason. And Herman pulled the plug. He used to come on with us weekly his first year with me and Rich and
Ted. Based on that one article
on our website. On that one article, he pulled the plug on that and stopped coming on with us.
And so for 2 years after that, I would get people in my DMs crushing me for being so mean to the U of H. And I'm like, tell me what I said.
Yeah.
And they could never do it because I never did. Like it was fun to talk about the Cougs when Herman was here. He made them very, very relevant.
It was fun. It was an extra thing to talk about. The team was fun. They played a fun style. We're getting texts here. One person, the dude straight up lied to the team in the locker room and then went and took the job before the ink was dry on the loss. F that dude. And then the very next one, why would we boo Herman? U of H is a gateway job and always will be.
Yeah, because people didn't want to accept that at the time because Herman had said he was basically going to be there for life and he'd never leave.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Like what that person said right there is in hindsight reasoning, forgetting the mass fervor there was amongst Cougs at the time to really believe that Tom Herman was never going to leave. What you said is factually correct, but that's not the emotion of the fans at the time.
Would you like to go back in time?
Yeah.
Here was Tom Herman right before the Memphis game, his second year here, at the very end of the year, where rumors were swirling about LSU and Texas, both wanting Tom Herman. Keep in mind, he was gone to the University of Texas just like a couple of days after saying this before the Memphis game in late November.
Coach Herman, how have you prepared your team? Describe for me how you've prepared your team mentally for this game this week.
Well, no different. I said, basically the intensity, the passion, the level of energy that we played with last week, we have to match that this week on the road against a really good football team that's playing their senior day with an opportunity to improve their bowl positioning.
How have you addressed with your team the reports that there are multiple schools interested in your services and you might not be the head coach at Houston next year?
Honesty. Don't believe anything that you read.
Can you confirm those reports are false?
Absolutely. Sure.
So how have you in your situation moving forward?
I'm not going to talk about any other job except the one I got right now and these kids.
Okay. I as a former player, I've been in a situation with a coaching change. I know it can be challenging. How will you handle that with your kids today?
There's nothing to handle except beating Memphis.
Your focuses lie strictly with beating Memphis today?
100%.
Thank you very much, Coach.
Thank you.
That was Cole Kubelik who did that. I hope I'm Kubelik. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Who did that interview? Boy, and going back and watching that, I'm like, he pressed 6 different times on that.
Yeah, and people were mad at him for asking those questions, and also
those people weren't radio hosts.
People believed Tom Herman. And I go back to, and this is where I don't blame the coaches because I don't know what the correct strategy would be. It's got to be a strategy that you already set in place of where it'll always be a no comment. Like, listen, guys, at the beginning. I'm never going to answer a question about other jobs or anything like that. I don't think it's fair to the kids or whatever. I'm just never going to do it, and that's your policy. And you're just not going to. I don't negotiate with terrorists, like that's my policy, and I'm not going to do it. And that way, it's always still going to be bubbling up there and anything. But if people are pressing you for a denial, you just say my policy is I just don't discuss anything.
I don't discuss it. That's a good strategy to have. Yeah. This is I'll read one of these, and then we've got Philip Lindsay coming up. I'm a season ticket holder. I have been for many years. I go way back. Half the crowd will boo. The ones that cheer don't know anything about how he left the situation, leaving his rental car at the airport.
Not a rental car. It was the car. That was a long,
I know the dealership too. Big Coug dealership. It's true.
They just left the car at the airport. Yeah, have one of your lackeys come pick it up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. What space is it in? I don't know. It's somewhere in the garage.
I guess he couldn't afford an Uber because he hadn't gotten that first Texas paycheck yet.
Right.
You know? Seriously, you're off to take. How much did he make at Texas?
At Texas?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
What was his per year? 10 or so?
Probably approaching 10.
Yeah, and you couldn't afford an Uber to take you to the airport?
Apparently not. Evidently not. All right, Texans-Broncos coming up on this Sunday. Noon kick here on Sports Radio 610. We get to talk to somebody in the next segment who played for both of those teams. Philip Lindsay, former Denver Bronco, had some 1,000-yard seasons with the Broncos, of course, was here in 2021 with the Houston Texans. He's in afternoons now, does a great job on 104.3 The Fan in Denver. He will join us coming up next. Stay there. But first, Prize Picks. Prize Picks is...
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610, the hottest sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you on a Thursday.
Good job.
Thank you.
You've gotten better at that.
I have. My hit rate, my expected hit rate on getting the day of the week right on the show has
your yardage after contact has improved.
Yardage after break.
Yardage after your third.
Yes, thank you. Say all that to say that it's Thursday prior to a Sunday game week, and this week it's the Denver Broncos coming to town. I think this is a big crossroads game for the Houston Texans. 3-4 on the season, trying to get to 4-4. And joining us right now on the hotline, he is one half of the afternoon show on 104.3 in Denver. Of course, former Texans running back, former Broncos running back. So he's been on both sides of this thing. Philip Lindsay joining us right now on Sports Radio 610. Philip, great to talk to you. It was great going on with you and Zach yesterday, and it's good to have you on 610 today. How you feeling?
Oh, thank you guys for having me, man. You got me up early in the morning, which I always love, and I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. Thank you guys for giving me the time to just talk to you guys and have a little fun.
Yeah, it's a better time here in Houston than when you were kind of thrust into the middle of a weird time, man. It was almost like you were a foster kid in thrown into a weird family. So things are better now. There's more clarity in the organization. But you were here you first got here in 2021, right?
Yes, that was my first time there. I was first year as a general manager. This is when Deshaun Watson, all that stuff was going on.
What stuff?
Honestly, guys, you exactly right, exactly. And if I would have known that was going to happen, I probably would have never signed. I'm thinking, okay, Deshaun Watson, you had Mark Ingram, and we had some pieces, and I'm like, all right, maybe it's not going to be as bad as I think. I get there, and it was a different story.
You got me hyped up before 2000. Philip, every time, like when I was a player, every single year, I convinced myself that we were going to win the Super Bowl that year. And I felt like, so you during training camp, you gave a pep talk about believing in that team and everything that I fell for hook, line, and sinker. I was like, yeah, you know what? It's us against the world.
You know what? I fell into it too. I believe my own self.
Well, okay. So you obviously, as Seth pointed out, and you pointed out, you were here at a downtime for the franchise. So you're back in Denver now. You're doing the radio thing, and you're watching the Texans from afar. What do you make of this version of the Texans and where they're at now? Obviously, in much more stable ground with a head coach and a quarterback that they believe in.
Well, there you go, right there. The start of it is having a head coach and a quarterback that you can believe in. That's gonna have stability. That can make plays. When you're talking about C.J. Stroud. All right, it's just knowing that every time you step on that football field, you have a chance to win the game. And that's kind of what's happening here in Denver now with Bo Nix. So when I'm sitting here and I'm looking at the Houston Texans, looking at Nico Collins, who was my former teammate, and he was a rookie when I was there. And I know he's dealing with injuries, but adding weapons around a really good quarterback like C.J. Stroud, when you have a defense like you guys do that's flying around, that's hard to figure out, that they do a great job of disguising. When you're able to have pieces like that, but also the stability with the head coach, you're going to have success. And that's what the Houston Texans look like right now. They look like a team that's ready to break through. Guys, you guys been to the playoffs 2 years in a row with C.J. Stroud. That's impressive when you had a rookie quarterback a couple years ago. Then the next year he gets back there. Now the third year, I know you guys are waiting to kind of break through now, where it's like, okay, it's time to get to that next step. And so when I'm over here watching the Houston Texans, it's like, okay, they're about ready to bust in the sense of move on to the next step, not just get to the playoffs, but start to really make noise and try to get to a Super Bowl. That's what it looks like over there. Now, we have to stop that. The Denver Broncos are sitting here looking like, okay, what about us? For us, it's like, we have a great defense. We have a quarterback that we believe in. And I know, and I talked to you guys yesterday, and you guys talked about C.J. Stroud being this franchise quarterback. That's how we believe here in Denver when it comes to Bo Nix. Well, at least half the fan base believes right now that Bo Nix is our franchise quarterback. I believe is our franchise quarterback too, and maybe I'm just, hoping holding on to some hope, because here in Denver, it's been a quarterback carousel where you're just hoping that the next quarterback comes in and can help you win some games. Well, Bo Nix is doing that and more.
What's the next step for Bo Nix? Because it feels like, to me, not having watched all, you see some really good stuff, but it's not really consistent. So where's that consistency come from, or where will it come from?
It just comes from Sean continuing to believe in Bo. There's times this year where it's like, Sean, what are you hiding from Bo Nix right now? Why are we doing so many screen passes? I mean, before we played Dallas, we went into one of the games and we threw 11 screen passes. And it's like, let Bo Nix go. Let him open up. Let him throw down the middle of the field. Let him get his young core of receivers and Cortland Sutton involved. And so I think the next step for Bo Nix needs to be just the consistency of every time he steps foot on that field, he can make every single pass. The thing that Bo Nix has struggled with this year, which has been interesting, is he's been overthrowing his receivers. And so Sean Payton will scheme up this open play for a touchdown, and Bo Nix won't connect with his receivers. It's happened 4 or 5, maybe even 6 times this year. So I think for Bo, it's like, get out of your own way. Stop feeling like you have to be Superman. Take the easy passes when they're there. Relax. And I think a lot of times with these players, and best too, is like you can get in your head. And especially when you're a quarterback that everybody's leaning on, that everybody's relying on, and you can go out there and you just play tight. If Bo Nix just plays loose, plays free, frees his mind, he's going to be a great quarterback for a long time.
Philip Lindsay, former Texans and Broncos running back, 104.3 in Denver, joining us here on Sports Radio 610. On the defensive side for the Broncos, Philip, Patrick Surtain he was the best defensive player in football last year. What does that mean this Sunday schematically for the Denver Broncos, and how does that impact the Texans' ability to be able to move the football the way they have in their 3 wins this year?
Yeah, so we've had this conversation because, I mean, when you have a defensive player in the year in Patrick Surtain, and he's going to be out for not just 1 or 2 games, maybe 3 or 4, it changes the way the defense is going to be structured this week. Because now when you have Pat Surtain out there, you just feel good. You feel that no matter what happens, he is going to handle his business. So you can put him on an island by himself, or he can go one-on-one with Nico Collins. But now that he's not available, and you have Riley Moss, who's your cornerback too, who's been struggling at times. Now, statistically, he's having a great year, but at times he's struggling to stay with receivers, and he's been getting a bunch of penalties on him for being too physical or too grabby. So now you have to change and disguise your schemes to help out Riley Moss and your cornerback too, who we don't even know who that's going to be. We don't know if it's going to be Chris Abrams-Drain, all right, a younger cornerback that hasn't really and truly got his opportunities yet, or we don't know if it's going to be our first-round draft pick, who Sean Payton during the draft said, we're never passing it up on a crystal for a blender, and this is why we picked up the cornerback/nickel, Jahdae Barron. So it's going to be interesting to see what the defense can do. We know the pass rush is insane. We know that Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonitto, Zach Allen, John Franklin Myers, like those guys are going to get to C.J. Stroud. But can these cornerbacks hold up? And I think this is where we're kind of concerned here, like against a better team, the Houston Texans. So we're just sitting here just like you. We're fixing to find out.
Well, that's what, and you know what, I didn't know until I listened to you guys and read some things yesterday out of Denver about last year when Riley Moss, the other starting cornerback, went down for 3 games, that the defense took a big step backwards. And so I wondered, what did that look like? And it looked like Jameis Winston throwing for almost 500 yards.
That's
like
wild.
What happened? Was it that noticeable and so clearly tied to Riley Moss, or was there more to it than just that?
You know, there was a lot more to it than just that, because the receiver that went off that game, if you remember, and I want to say it was a Monday night, was Jerry Jeudy. And Jerry Jeudy used to be with the Denver Broncos, first-round draft pick with the Denver Broncos. So there was a little bit more going into that game. Now, for the cornerback, Riley was hurt, and we had a different cornerback in there that just wasn't getting the job done. And so they were kept on picking on that cornerback. So for the Houston Texans, you know they're going to be aggressive on picking on our cornerbacks. So now it forces Vance Joseph, the defensive coordinator, to be a little bit more creative with his defensive schemes. He may have to keep the 2 safeties back in Hufanga, who we just acquired from the San Francisco 49ers, and Brandon Jones, who was my former teammate with the Miami Dolphins. Usually they have them in the box to stop the run, or they're very creative where they're coming off of blitzes. Well, now they may have to keep them back to have to be able to be the last line of defense to help Chris Abrams drain the young cornerback if he starts in Riley Moss. So it just changes the dynamic of life. And maybe there's like, you know what? You're a grown man. You're getting paid a lot of money. You need to hold your own. We're going to continue to do what we do best. But I don't know if what we do best is in our best interest when you don't have the defensive player of the year out there on that football field.
Philip Lindsay joining us here on Sports Radio 610, talking Texans and Broncos. Philip, I think we'd be remiss not to ask you, as a former running back, about J.K. Dobbins and the season that he's had. I didn't even realize this till Seth told me during the break that he's the third leading rusher in the NFL right now. It's been, no, I know he's had a good year, but I didn't realize that good a year.
I mean, honestly, Philip, I really was interested in how you appraise him, just because when I watch him, I think, man, this is a running back's running back. Like, he's just like, he doesn't necessarily pop athletically the way some of the more magnificent guys do, but man, just his power, his vision, all of that, like he just churns out yardage.
Yeah. Now I will say this, right? He's more athletic than you think. Mm-hmm. The thing about J.K. Dobbins is J.K. Dobbins, if you go back and you look at his history in the NFL, the man averages 5 yards a carry no matter where he goes. Last year when he was with the Chargers, he was a Chargers rental. All right, he ended up missing 4 games at the end of the year. It's still having over 900 yards and averaging 5 yards a carry. So for J.K. Dobbins, he has all the tools to be a really good running back if he can stay healthy. The issue is he's never been able to stay healthy for a full season. But as of right now, I mean, he's doing a great job. He fits the scheme here. Very patient, like you said, great vision. He's a little bit more explosive than people give him down. And it's just working out for him. Sometimes for a running back, it's all about scheme fit, and it's all about just being in the right places at the right times and playing a lot of football. For JK, you can tell that he's a vet and has been around. And this is his time. And he's feeling like if I can stay healthy, I can shatter 1,000 yards. I can get to 1,300, 1,400, which he really can do playing behind this offensive line that's dominant. And they're going to get downhill on you. The thing about JK is he needs to continue to just move those feet, move those chains. And Sean Payton needs to let him do that. See, that becomes the issue. It's a lot of this is JK could have had multiple he has a couple 100-yard games. He could have more than just 200-yard games if Sean Payton would run the ball more. So for Sean Payton, it's get out of your own way. Let your running back do his job. Let the offensive line, who's the highest paid offensive line in the league, and let them control this game and set up your play action.
Philip, most of our listeners will remember this, or maybe I need to jog their memory. It was a huge national story when you were a rookie and you were living with your parents. I'm not going to ask you about that specifically. I do. Sometimes when a story like that is out there, it takes on a life of its own. And I'm guessing, or I'm wondering, do you still have people approach you and ask if you're still living with your parents? Or what was the most warped version of that story that you had recited to you?
Yeah, I mean, now, little man's grown up now. I got 2 kids, got a wife, got my own place. But
I know that. Yeah.
No, for sure. The reason why I lived in my basement is because I was undrafted and I was down the street. And so the thought process was, it's like, one, I didn't have any money. I mean, if you're undrafted, you get maybe I got a $15,000 signing bonus before taxes. And so I'm sitting here and my mom and dad are like, hey, look, if it doesn't work out, you can just come back home. You're 15 minutes down the street. So you have a place to stay for the year, build your money up, be relaxed, be free, and do your thing. And I think it just helped me truly just lock in, knowing that I can come home and feel like it's high school again. Isn't that funny how you go to college and you feel like you're in college, and then you get to the NFL, you're done with college, and you go back home and you feel like you're in high school? You got your mom helping you with your laundry and cooking dinners for you.
Awesome.
All I have to do is show up, right? All I have to do is get out of bed, go to work, come back home. I got my parents here. It was weird, but it was actually fun, and I got to reconnect with them since I've been in college for 5 years.
Yeah, that's
so
cool.
There's not a lot of people that bring that back anymore, man. To be honest with you, I think that people have forgotten about it. It's been so long. But it was a great story, man. It was a great story for me, and is something that I'm going to be able to tell my kids. It's a unique journey.
Well, you know what? Because you've seen this. A lot of guys, the rookie year, you've been with your family, and then in college, you've always got a roommate, or, you rent a house with a bunch of guys and everything. Like, you're always around people. And a lot of times, guys, the rookie year, you're thinking, okay, I'm an NFL player. I'm going to get a place on my own. I'm going to be a big shot and everything, like I tell guys all the time, like, get a roommate, man. Not an entourage. Get a roommate. Or it doesn't even have just
a human guy, to interact
a guy from the team or something, because it's a weird adjustment for a lot of guys.
Yeah, and so for me, I had the luxury of just being home. And the great thing about me being home is, like, I knew every part of town. So I didn't have to worry about people coming up to me as much because a lot of people already knew me. I was already out there in the community and stuff like that. So it just organically just felt right.
Yeah, but they all knew about that $15,000 you had.
Yeah, for sure.
So like, hey, I got a business proposal.
$15,000 after taxes, maybe 10 or 9. Like, let's leave him alone.
There you go.
That's like that episode of King of the Hill where the guy says, "Yeah, that's when I won $200,000 in the lottery, and I never had to work again."
That's great.
You got to admit, like when you're that age, when you're 22. Yeah, it's only $15,000, but that's more money than you've ever gotten in a single.
Philip Lindsay pre-NIL. You didn't get that NIL cheddar back in the day, right, Philip?
Oh, no. I mean, I wish I was able to make a little bit of money. I mean, I would have made at least $50,000, $60,000, $70,000. I mean, out there on that football field.
Oh, you're a skill guy, man. Yeah, you would have made you would have made some money for sure. Hey, before we cut you loose, Parker Hillis, our boss, who you know very well, I'm sure, used to work up at your station up there in Denver. He wanted me to let you know that we, at a lot of the remotes that our afternoon show does, we bring out autographed text people that are out there. We still actually have a few autographed Philip Lindsay balls in the closet here. Do you want us to send those to you, or should we?
Yeah. I mean, nobody's gonna want them. So go ahead and send them my way.
I want them. You're the guy who infused hope into me in 2021.
So Seth gets one.
If you want one, go ahead and get you one, man. Get you one right there.
Oh wait, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you this, Philip Lindsay. You're doing an incredible job. I can tell by our 10 minutes with you that you're doing a really good job on radio out there in Denver. The week that you left for the Miami Dolphins in 2021 was also the week that Justin Reed got into some kind of an argument in a team meeting and was suspended for a game that next week. And I didn't. Were you in the building at the time, or was that all happening as you were on your way out?
Look, like I was in the building for a lot of it, and it was very unorthodox. Everything that was going on in that building, it was like, it can't get worse than this. Like, I've seen it all. It was just, it was just not a good environment at that time, which was so interesting because there was a bunch of veteran players. But there was a bunch of veteran players, and we were losing. And we had a head coach at the time, David Coley, who was that was his first year. And it just didn't seem right. It didn't seem right. And there was a bunch of players that were upset. You put your heart into this. You know how this is. You're putting your heart into this. You're practicing even harder than you did the last week, thinking it's going to help you out. You get into these games and the same result. You're getting that butt handed to you. And it's like, man, like there's nothing you can do. And I think people just got fed up. That was the first time. Like 15 guys walk upstairs and want to be traded. And that was the first time I'm like, I've never been a part of something like this. But the thing about wanting to be traded at once, and the thing about wanting to be traded is somebody else has to want you. But when you're in a losing situation, a lot of times people don't want a loser. And so it's like, man, it was just, it was chaotic. It was chaotic. But I will say this. I thought I saw it all when I was with the Houston Texans with Deshaun Watson and all that stuff going on. But then I went to the Colts. And that's when Frank Reich got fired, and we brought in the sports
Jeff Saturday.
I've never seen nothing like that, where the guy Jeff Saturday was talking crap about us a week ago. Then he ends up being our head coach, coming in and giving us a pep talk. It was pretty brutal. He's over there talking about how we stink and things have to change. Then the next week he's with us talking about we can do it. It was bizarre.
Oh my God. And I'm the guy to lead you there. Well, no, this is how my thought at the time with Justin Reed was when Justin Reed got suspended. Like I'd seen enough of Justin Reed to know that he's not that kind of guy. And that my thought was, man, yeah, sometimes when good people are in dysfunctional situations, then all of a sudden, when you call attention to the dysfunction, people act like you're the dysfunctional one. Like, no, he's a good dude.
Yeah, no, you're right. Justin Reed is a great dude, and he went on to go to the Chiefs. And Houston Texans right now, it's a winning culture. It feels different over there. Mm-hmm. That's what you want to be a part of. That's what you hope to be a part of. And a lot of times in the NFL, you start to be around the league and you start to see a lot of these organizations aren't well put together like people think. And a lot of them don't care about winning. And so, I mean, look at the Dallas Cowboys. If they cared about winning, they would do some of the things the right way and pay some of their players and keep some of their players that they know can help them out. They're not doing that. They care about other things, but not the right things as a player. Your right things are winning on that football field. So Houston's doing it the right way. Nick Caserio is a really good general manager. I really do like him, and I love that he was honest with me. And things are going in the right direction. You guys just have to get over the hump, just like the Denver Broncos now.
Really good stuff. Philip Lindsay, former running back for the Texans and the Broncos and the Dolphins and the Colts, as he pointed out there. And he could probably write a book now. He was part of the Easterby Texans and the Jeff Saturday Indianapolis Colts.
You could write a book about that 15-player armada going up to request. I've never heard of anything like that.
Yeah.
Hey, Philip, you're going to come on my podcast.
I was just going to say, Seth, get him on the podcast. Yes.
Yeah, man. It is pretty wild.
Hey, Philip, keep up the great work, man. We really appreciate you making some time for us, getting up early this morning, and enjoy the game this weekend. Tell Zach we said hello.
Oh, I definitely will. Thank you guys for having me, and thanks for waking me up so early.
You got it, brother. If it's not us, it's those two kids. They're going to wake you up. We appreciate you, man. Thank you very much. Philip Lindsay joining us here on Sports Radio 600. All right, we got to get out. We got to dig back into what that was really interesting.
He's really good.
He's very, very good. Yes, absolutely.
He stayed in Denver. I know. I don't need any of this competition.
You don't want to move, do you, Philip? You're okay paying state income tax in Denver,
There's
right
only
now,
so much room for us washed up has-beens around here.
That's right. All right, let's talk about the Men's Tea Clinic here real quick.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Dude, I spent the whole break trying to figure out which 15 Houston Texans went marching.
Went up to the front office.
Up to Nick Casario's office to get traded back in 2021.
Yeah, he's really good. We have to figure out some way to get him on more. For random NFL
Philip, we're going to
stuff.
need you to wake up early.
Oh, that's
several
true. It's
more
early.
times.
That's a 2 hour. Is it a 2 hour difference?
It's
only a 1 hour difference.
1 hour,
yeah.
1 hour difference. But he does afternoons. So that's
okay. So he gets to watch all the games with no fear of how it's going to affect his next day.
That's right. That's right.
He doesn't know the grind of the misery of a World Series. You know, not a lot of people know that.
They live in Denver. They ain't going to know anything about the World Series for a long, long time there. They may not even know there is a World Series.
And when I say that, I'm not joking. Like, I'm not just joking, like, you know, because Sean and I obviously have fake jobs. But for people that have real jobs, they'd have to watch World Series after World Series after World Series game. Not to mention an entire playoff run while still going to work in the morning. That's rough.
Dude, I am looking at this 2021 Texans roster. Forget about trying to hypothesize which guys requested a trade.
To summarize real quickly, anybody who wasn't listening, Philip Lindsay was on with us. He was awesome, gave us a good preview of the game, but also talked about how dysfunctional things were in 2021. And that included, at one point, 15 players walking together. Because I had to ask for clarification on that. 15 walking together up to the front office to demand/request trades. That it was that bad. Because I'd asked him about Justin Reed and the exchange he got in that got him suspended, and he basically said, "Look, man, it was a messed up deal."
Yeah.
And still not as messed up as Jeff Saturday coaching the Colts.
He said that was more messed up.
Yeah.
I felt good about that. I'm like, all right, at least the Texans weren't the most messed up team that Philip Lindsay played for.
Jeff Saturday was on TV talking about how awful we were, and then 1 week later, he's in there in front of us in a meeting room telling us how we can turn it around.
Yeah.
With me, a man who has never coached at any level.
And it was bad. And he won his first game and then lost all the rest of the games, which put them in position to draft Anthony Richardson.
That's right. Yeah. Don't worry. They turned it around.
Oh my
they did.
God.
Well, they did eventually.
Look at this. Look at it. Justin Britt. You think Justin Britt was
Britt was gone already by that point. Remember, Britt was, or was that? Yeah, no. Oh, yeah, you're right. He was still there. Yeah, I bet he would have.
Yeah,
Britt lost, by the way, he lost 75 pounds. He's into distance running now.
Oh, so somebody's found him.
I did, yes, because remember.
Lovie Smith said we were going to hear about him.
Lovie Smith, the day that Justin Britt disappeared, said, "We'll have more information for you on that this afternoon."
Yeah.
And then we didn't hear anything until he popped up in an article, I think, in The Athletic about how he's lost 70 pounds and he's doing distance running.
That's the first I'm hearing about
that. Just a couple weeks ago.
Okay. Yeah. I'm glad we found him.
So I think Justin Britt may have been one of those players.
Might have been one of those players. I don't think Jeff Driscoll was one of those players.
No, not. He was like the chosen son.
Kamu Grugier-Hill, definitely not one of those players.
Yeah.
He was a Pro Bowl alternate for that team that year.
Mm-hmm.
They let him go get those TFLs and then get washed out of every other play.
Plus, he wasn't in a position to. Philip Lindsay made it sound like it was veteran players, guys who knew just how screwed up a situation
I wonder if Mark Ingram was one of them because he did get traded.
He did end up getting traded, yeah.
He got traded in week 6 or something like that.
Yeah.
And I bet maybe that's when the mutiny took place, but Nick was like, hey, we just can't trade everybody. And traded Ingram. So I wonder if that's...
Ingram might have been in the Armada.
Yeah.
About
Lonnie Johnson, you think he went in demanding a trade? That's the kind of lack of self-awareness he might have to go up and demand a trade.
I can totally see Lonnie Johnson demanding a trade. Yes, yeah. He had as many defensive backs do. They have a higher estimation of themselves than maybe they deserve. Yeah.
Whitney Merciless. I wonder if Whitney was part of that 15 people.
I think Whitney. It'd be tough for Whitney because he'd already gotten that contract.
Big deal the year before.
And I think they specifically gave him that contract thinking hey, we want you to be here as a guy that keeps things together.
Culture
and
guy.
But
yeah.
O'Brien gave him that contract.
O'Brien did give him that contract, yes.
And not Caserio either, right?
Not Caserio,
yeah. So, Caserio wasn't there.
Yep.
I doubt it.
Yeah. Charles Omenihu.
100%. Yeah, because he had some choice words for the organization.
He was still on his rookie deal then. Yeah. Charles Omenihu. Oh, Zach Cunningham.
He was because he was also disgruntled.
Very disgruntled.
Yeah.
Very disgruntled.
So Omenihu was still on his rookie deal. I don't know if he would ever not, but
I think Brandon Cooks did at that point. He ultimately did.
But he was also an Easterby guy.
He was an Easterby guy.
he chafed against being called that, but he had a long-standing relationship with Easterby. And it seemed like once Easterby was gone, it seemed like Brandon Cooks really went in the tank after his buddy was gone.
I'm having fun hypothesizing some of these. We'll only do a couple more. Laramie Tunsil.
Oh, good question.
That was the year that Laramie Tunsil suffered his wrist injury
His
in
mysterious
week 5.
hand injury. That was supposed to be out a couple of weeks or a few weeks, and he never returned.
Supposed to be back in 4 or 5 weeks.
Yeah, I wouldn't be blaming any of these guys. It sounds like it was just a god-awful situation.
Yep.
I like
John Weeks.
I like the way, who knows? I like the way Philip Lindsay framed it, which was that it's because guys wanted to win, and it's not like they were unhappy with their contracts, and that's the reason they demanded the trade. It was that everything was so wacky and dysfunctional that these guys, you don't like being in a situation like that. You got a short career. I don't want to be in a place that doesn't even look like they know which door to walk through on the way to victory.
Daylight, man. Yeah. Well, especially for Philip personally, especially a position like running back. Okay, I'm going to take 100 carries or however many carries he got that year for this team.
It's tough. When you look back on the Jack Easterby era, it's hard because I've seen situations like this in non-football situations where when you have somebody who's just a diabolical schemer and is really good at pitting people against each other, creating factions, just flat out lying about things. It's really, really hard to combat that because they're very good at slithering their way out of anything that anybody accuses of them. So people get to a point where they fear, I'm not even going to bring it up because it's just going to come back on me and it's going to be painted in such a way that I'm the problem. And that makes sense why it would be 15 guys walking up together. Mm-hmm. It would be look, we've got multiple people here. This isn't just me. This is all of us saying this is a screwed up situation and it's bad. Yeah. And that's how do you defeat a sociopath? It takes convince multiple people on your side, and it took a lot of people telling the McNairs, this dude is bad, is a bad dude, for them to finally see it. Because those people are so good at spinning everything into something that it's not. Yep. And sometimes people are reluctant to believe that somebody could lie as much as they actually lie. Even if you know somebody's a liar, you don't possibly think that not every single thing they're saying is a lie, is it? And it needs to be, you need to have evidence of all these different lies that they've told before it finally hits you. Every single thing they say is I cannot believe a single thing they say.
There's people on the text page that actually want the Philip Lindsay autograph balls now because of the last 7 minutes of that interview. Yeah. The Texans legend Philip Lindsay, what an interview. LOL. Excellent radio. Have him again.
And
that was great. Where do I get one of those Philip Lindsay balls?
These things might have spiked in value because of that appearance.
At least a couple bucks.
And I would say this, before we were running out of time, and he had already done an awesome job previewing this game. Yeah. So just for straight sports radio stuff, he was very, very good.
Really good.
But then also we didn't want to let him go without asking something about the 2021 season. And
you nailed
delivered.
it.
Yeah.
You did a great job asking that question, man. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Get back on track here. KD was on the Pivot podcast. We played a little of it yesterday, but I feel like the cut that got the most traction we did not play. How are we feeling about super teams with Kevin Durant within sort of the more forgiving of super team KD?
Okay.
Or can the Rockets,
who are not a super team,
or not a super team? I'm talking about
they're not built like a super team.
I'm talking about Golden State KD. Do we feel differently about that now that he's a Rocket, or is this a real opportunity for Kevin Durant with the Rockets? We'll have KD talking about what he thinks about the super team thing coming up next.
Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Talk about a super.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Quick joke about myself before we get to Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
We were talking about your upcoming Smack Off tomorrow. You are a 5-time Smack Off winner, champion.
On the Jim
Rome Show.
Yeah.
And they have you back every year to compete, even though now that you're a pro, they'll never let you win.
Right.
But I realized as you were talking about how when you're going to write your thoughts down for what you're going to talk about tomorrow, I started giving you advice, and I realized, wow, what a jerk move. Giving you advice on the process of how you should go about writing it. It's like me going up to Michael Jordan and being like, dude.
Gotta hold the ball.
Yeah. You ever consider following through on your shot? Yeah.
Gotta bend the elbow a little bit more.
Your elbow's dropping a little.
Seth, I didn't even notice because I appreciate it.
Okay,
man.
gotcha.
I didn't even notice.
I was mid-sentence. I was like, what am I doing here?
You're being a friend, man.
I'm being a sports radio host is what I'm doing.
Either one. I'm cool with either of those versions.
Sean, I realize that you've accomplished great things in this event tomorrow, but have you ever considered this?
Here's what you should do. That's great. Philip Lindsay is, I would say, it's like 12-1 now on the text page. There is one texter, F. Philip Lindsay. He came off as a douchebag. Like, what are you talking about?
He did?
I don't think so.
He was really complimentary of the current Texans.
He was incredibly complimentary of the current Texans and the
I think
culture.
that person's being completely sarcastic.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah, there's no way somebody out there thought he was talking at length about why he chose to live with his parents when he was a rookie and everything.
Right.
Yeah.
Seems like the nicest guy in the world.
Does he think he's a D-bag because he was bragging about his $15,000 signing bonus?
Right. He even pointed out the taxes too.
Yeah.
That's how you knew it was painful. Like $15,000 before taxes. All right. Kevin Durant, good game last night, 31 points. Rockets win. They beat the Raptors. They're 2-2 on the season now. Kevin Durant was on the Pivot podcast, and we played a little of it yesterday, but we did not play this. He thinks that playing on super teams, and in particular, I think the one that draws the most criticism is him winning 2 championships in Golden State. He then tried to kind of put his team together and traded in Phoenix where there's already a couple stars. Now he's here. Here's Kevin Durant. He doesn't think it's going to affect his legacy, his time in Golden State.
How do you approach legacy? Does that whole talk about super teams dilute your legacy?
No, not at all. Like, when you look at, when I'm done playing, man, people going to respect the amount of years that I put in and the actual accomplishments. You reflect on my career and you realize when you look at the big picture, like, come on, you can't You can't talk down on anything that a professional athlete who's been around for 2 decades. I don't care how many championships I win or didn't win. But being around and playing professional sports, it's a small number of us. To do that for that long, like, people going to respect that. Well, they're going to nitpick. Some people will nitpick. Yeah. But they still are analyzing an amazing career. You know what I'm saying? An amazing body of work. You know, it's stuff that not a lot of people do on a day-to-day. So
I think that Kevin Durant's not going to be – I'd be really surprised if when he's done in his career, you hear a lot of reports about him – arguing with people about his legacy or where he stacks up or anything, which is a healthy place to be. Like, you just generally, like, the more you worry about your own legacy, it's for one, it's one of those things, it's a game you're never going to win. Like, there's always going to be somebody that's going to power rank somebody else ahead of you or something.
Sure.
And you become hypersensitive to it, and it's not anything necessarily you can control. He seems like a guy.
No, he does. He does.
Oh, you think am I a little naive in that?
I think you underrate his capacity to just argue with people about things.
You know what? Possibly. Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point.
And he's going to have a lot more time on his hands.
You're right. And I'm saying that as I'm thinking, like, he is really active on social media, defending himself and everything. He's had burner accounts to defend Kevin Durant on social. Right. All right, I'm a naive schmuck,
just from the he argue standpoint, maybe. But I think the spirit of what you're talking about, I think he's an incredibly intelligent basketball person.
Yeah.
I think he believes what he's saying there when he says it shouldn't affect his legacy. I think here in Houston, if there are people that feel that way, if he wins a title with the Rockets, we'll all be standing at the parade talking about, now Kevin Durant is inside the velvet rope of all these other multi-time champions.
I think it is one of those things where there are a lot of people that would look at it as a kind of a stamp of approval.
Yes.
On just, the importance that he had in winning a championship, and obviously because the Golden State teams were already a championship team, theoretically could have won them without Kevin Durant, et cetera, et cetera. So whether they're in Houston or outside, I think there will be a lot of people that kind of clear the deck on that argument.
Yes.
Because there's a whole lot of guys that have won one championship with a homegrown or a more organically constructed team that's not a super team that are still in that conversation about greatness.
There will be some people that will still view this as him manipulating his way into a situation that's more beneficial than being drafted by a team and growing it up from scratch. Now, where that's what guys do in the NBA. This is just part of the world we live in. Like, when they get traded, they generally go to places that they want to play at. And by the way, there's some risk in coming to Houston compared to other teams that might have been in the mix to get Kevin Durant. I think it's a great situation for him, but I'm guessing they weren't the only team that was talking to Phoenix.
No, and when he's talked about it, he hasn't said that he was laser focused in on Houston or anything. It's just that there were a few teams that he liked, and the situation in Houston ended up being the best one, for their ability to pull off the trade and everything.
For sure.
How many teams were involved in the trade? 7?
Ultimately, 7 teams were involved in it. Yeah, 7-team trade.
Of all the GM jobs I would be bad at, NBA GM is by far
anything after
the worst.
3-team trade, I'm out, man.
I know. I cannot keep things
this
straight.
is a lot of thinking going on.
People that really understand the NBA cap, I stand in awe of. You could sell me anything.
Yes.
You get if you're an NBA capologist and you come to me with an investment offer, I'm like,
I'm in.
Yeah.
You know what the first
apron
apron
is?
is?
Super intelligent computer nerds ever led us astray in financial investments?
It turns out being a terrible investment. Amy's like, why did you do this? Somebody started talking about the second apron, and I was smitten with this.
He said something about an algorithm.
Yeah, exactly.
Sounded rock solid to me.
I want to play this one. This was Kevin Durant on the Pivot Podcast talking about playing with Alperen Şengün.
Yeah, we want to win every game, and you piss when you don't.
The only thing I never heard, I've never heard a player say that.
It's funny you say about him passing, because Şengün dropped about 40 the other night. But I was still hot. You kept passing the ball to him. I was like, no, shoot, KD,
See, that play about swing. Let me go out there and chill. Listen, Alfie was out there. Like, come on now.
He was balling.
But you got, as a guy who's in it, right? Last season, Şengün would touch the ball at the top of the key, and he'll have a guy up there with him. Like, I was with him last night at the top of the key. I'd be at the wing. A lot of the times, he would have somebody else in his lap helping him. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm right there. this dude not about to leave me open for a catch and shoot. He might be denying me. So that he got a little bit extra space to, you know what I'm saying, get some work in. So for me, I might not be involved in that play. I might not touch the ball. But I feel like I contributed to a little bit, you know what I mean? A part of that, him making that basket, even though he did 100% of the work, but just giving him just a small inch of space for me is a win. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of the times, that's a win for me, but people don't understand that part of the game. They just like, go score the ball, bro. Go put some shots up.
It's a win for him. He freed up Şengün to go get those 39 that night. And this is interesting. Roosh Williams, who does a lot of work, Rockets content, was interacting with KD on Twitter last night after the game and said, how does it feel early on playing with Şengün, who can force a switch, create a mismatch in the post, and force teams to double off of you for easy catch-and-shoot threes to ice games? And Durant responded to him, and he says, brother, can't believe it, LOL. Sometimes I'm surprised I'm that open and start bricking. 28 just sees everything, 28 Şengün.
Yeah, that's no, it's cool because in that moment there, too, the way he's describing that, if you didn't know, it almost sounds like a guy who's new in the league and a role player or something, you know? Like a guy that's a guy that's coming off the bench and can help provide some spacing or something, and that he can be a part of it. Like that part of it, I'm not trying to overly, dramatize it or anything, but I think that, and people have said this about, a lot of people outside of Houston said this when he was coming here, that it's not going to be if you're worried about his ego or anything like that, that's not who he is as a player. He really wants the whole team. I mean, going back to when he ended up leaving Oklahoma City, I think there was a lot of justified speculation that he just got sick of playing alongside a guy in Russell Westbrook who did not want to play an elegant version of basketball, in a five-person version of basketball.
Yep.
Where he wants something that's a little bit more elegant than that.
I don't know if he ever had a stage where he felt like he needed to score 30 a night. He ain't at that stage now. Like, he is clearly in on whatever is best. And he got his contract, so I think he's in a good place right now. That was good stuff, man. I love Channing Crowder on that podcast.
Yeah.
Şengün out there dropping 40 the other night. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Let's circle back to the Texans. This is a huge swing game coming up for the Texans. Not only for their one-loss record, but one other big thing coming up here over the next few days. We'll talk about that coming up next.
Well, get yourself a big old tub of Daisy French.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you in the 9 o'clock hour here. Good to be with you. Hey, if you missed our interview with Philip Lindsay a little bit earlier, that's an interview that's worth going back and listening to.
It's sweeping the nation.
It is sweeping this nation for sure. This table being the nation for sure.
Table Nation is what we call it.
Table Nation is enjoying that interview. I thought a really good preview of the Broncos-Texans game for about the first 10 or 12 minutes, and then some very interesting anecdotes about things that went on behind the scenes in what I would say, certainly in the 12 seasons I've been covering the Texans for the station, the weirdest season.
2021 we're
2021 when Philip Lindsay was part of a backfield that was David Johnson, Philip Lindsay, Mark Ingram, and Rex Burkhead.
Mm-hmm.
That was the backfield. And that was the 85th weirdest thing about that team.
Yeah, the weirdest thing that he said in that interview was that there was a point during that season where 15 players went up as a group asking for a trade or demanding a trade. And just everything was just so dysfunctional in so many ways, as we all know by now. The most frustrating thing for me throughout all of that was a lot of people in the fan base insisting that we, who were saying that Jack Easterby was a problem, that we were somehow just creating content or doing, making something out of nothing. All of this, it was really, really frustrating. But this is what happens with a guy like Jack Easterby. Very few people are afraid of him. He wields power and he just kind of twists people's words around to make anybody that tries to do the right thing look like they're the person that's doing the right thing. Okay.
A specific date, because he intimated that when he signed here, he kind of felt like he
was stepping into a good situation,
playing with Deshaun Watson.
He's playing with Deshaun Watson. And at that point, and Mark Ingram was on the team, so he's going to be in a running backs room with Mark Ingram, awesome veteran.
Yep.
Mark Ingram's always been known as not just a really good running back, but an awesome veteran.
Yep.
Like pumps up his teammates, all of that. Would have been an awesome guy to learn from.
All right, so the first, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but the first lawsuit for Deshaun came up in the middle of March.
Mm-hmm.
Tony Busby posted it on his Instagram.
Yeah.
And none of us knew at that point that it was going to just turn into the completely outrageous tidal wave of lawsuits that it ultimately became. Philip Lindsay signed with the Texans on March 30th of 2021.
So he might
a couple of weeks after.
It hadn't necessarily maybe become a storm yet. Maybe it had. Who knows?
It probably, if I had to guess, it probably felt like something at that point where all of the lawsuits hadn't started coming out. It felt like just this storm that you could weather. And Deshaun himself, remember, had tried to discredit the accuser at that time.
Well, don't you have a Google Doc with a complete timeline? Or was that...
I had all the lawsuits.
Oh, okay.
I had all the lawsuits downloaded.
Okay.
I don't have the timeline. It's not... I'll check during the break. It's not easily radio accessible right now, but I'll find out. So Philip Lindsay probably signed here when it was... The lawsuits were, just sort of a thing that wasn't on our front porch yet. Like it's Northern Italy, and you're like, oh, yeah, it's just way over there.
I'll tell you
And then the next thing you know, like 3 weeks later, the world is shut down.
I think one of the most click-worthy articles out during that time, I know they got a lot of clicks from me, were just timelines of the Deshaun Watson scenario.
Yeah.
Because there was so much to digest that I had to go back and kind of just fact-check my own memory of things as well. Yeah, March 16th was the first one.
The first one.
Yeah, Tony Busby said later that week that more than 20 women had contacted his office.
I'm looking at an article from Sarah Barshop on March 19th, 2021. It's titled, 4 More Lawsuits Filed Against Deshaun Watson, Bringing Total to 7. It
said 22 lawsuits by April.
Yeah.
So within the month of March, there were 22 lawsuits. So
okay.
I guess Lindsay at that point didn't really know what was going on or anything, but just figured, all right, well, still, we'll see if it clears up.
Yeah, and we don't know what other opportunities he had compared to this one. Probably felt like he was it's a bad team. He felt like he might get on the field. So, at any rate, I say all that to say, really good interview with him from earlier today. Whether you're looking for a preview of Sunday's game or you're looking for a little nostalgia from one of the worst seasons in Texans history, it's got something for you. This is a big swing game. I know Philip Lindsay did also point out, it seems like the culture is a lot better there now, and you got your quarterback and you got your head coach. Didn't really blame Nick Caserio for any of the dysfunction that was going on back in 2021.
Caserio is still trying to figure out what the hell was going on in that organization
himself.
The first.
Yeah,
I told you, my brother once took a job, a leadership position in a company, and it was like the day he walked, sat down a pile of manila folders on his, folders on his desk, and we're like, hey, by the way, there's a lot of messed up stuff right here.
Resolve
this. This is your job to take care of. That we didn't tell you about. Yeah.
That feels like probably a pretty good description of what Nick had going on back in 2021.
Well, Nick didn't, because the guy who was in possession of all the folders was Jack Easterby.
Right.
And Nick would have trusted Jack Easterby at that point, because he, after all, helped him get the job.
That's true. Big swing game coming up on Sunday between the Texans and the Broncos. Obviously, the effect on the record, 3-5 versus 4-4, feels very different. The effect on playoff percentage chances, according to PFF, Texans have a 25% chance of making the playoffs.
This feels like rich folks' money.
This feels a little extreme, that one win over the Broncos in Week 9 would swing it to 55%.
Yeah, it does feel
like all of a sudden, this one win, they go from, a 1-4 shot to better than a coin flip.
I try to tell you all the time, Sean, you invest all your emotions in these probabilities that are just all bunk at the end of the day.
I'm a numbers guy.
Yeah.
So there's that. Now, this is something that's not numbers related, but I think this is this is true, is that this is a huge swing game for whether or not the Texans are buyers or sellers at the trade deadline.
I don't think they become okay. That might be a really good way to put it. It's just not the same as baseball. But who are the guys on the team that the Texans might? There are a lot of veteran players on this team, especially on the defensive line. Like pretty hefty contracts that you might realize, okay, we might have had to make a decision on him at the end of the year anyway, like a Derek Barnett or somebody like that.
Yeah.
Or Mario Edwards. They've got so many guys on the D-line that are in their 30s.
I think they're pretty tradable contracts.
Yeah,
though.
no, and I think they're not, not hefty like as untradeable or anything. I think those are guys that a lot of teams would really want.
Yeah.
Yeah. But for me personally, it's hard for me to really envision them making the playoffs if they don't pull off a 3-game sweep here with these games. Because you look at the games that should be winnable on the schedule, and we know this is the NFL. It's not as simple as saying, of course you'll beat the Cardinals. Of course you'll beat the Raiders. It just doesn't work that way.
That's right.
But then you've got games like the Chiefs or either of the Colts games right now where it's hard for me to say that, they've proven that they're definitely going to have a shot in those games.
Yeah. I don't think I think even if they lose on Sunday, I don't think they're going to be sellers to the extent that they're trading guys that are impact players for them. Even the kind of the journeyman interior defensive lineman. I think at 3-5, I think they're going to ride it out and see if they can catch a hot one here. I do think if they're 4-4 with a couple easier games coming up, I do think maybe that gets them a little more motivated to add something to the team.
Yeah.
If they're 4-5, if you're 4-4 and you just beat the Denver Broncos, that's a really good win. Like that to me is a win. I feel like they're gonna have to do some things in that game to beat the Broncos, where we're gonna inherently feel after that game like, wow, okay, this area they really are improved in protecting C.J. Stroud. Or C.J.'s really improved at stewarding the offense and getting the ball out quickly.
I think this is the tight end position to me is really intriguing because if they've shown lately that they do well with 6 offensive linemen, or at least in the last week. That was the most that they had played Blake Fisher at tight end since all season long.
Almost as many snaps last week as he had all season before
The previous time that he had done the most, I think, was the Ravens game, and that worked out pretty well, too.
Yep.
So, but by far, he had more snaps in this last week. I think at some point, though, you sit and you say, boy, it would be nice to have a tight end in there who's actually a good blocker, too, or to have that option, not to mention what it can do for your passing game. So I'm pulling for Miami tonight to pull off an incredible upset
of the Ravens. Okay.
Because the Ravens aren't a team that I think of as probably ever being sellers at the trade deadline, and yet Mark Andrews might be a guy that they might part with if things really, really go south for him. And that Ravens defense still has its questions. They've gotten healthier, but they were not a good defense back when everybody was healthy.
Yeah. ESPN And to be clear, the two big tight end names that are out there are David Njoku and Mark Andrews.
Yeah.
You like Andrews better for the Texans than Njoku.
I think just because Njoku's been kind of he's been streaky in his career.
Hot and cold, man.
He's hot and cold, and that's the kind of guy I almost think about like trading for Framber. What's it going to be like in a new environment in the middle of the season?
Yeah.
If he's hot and cold from one year to the next, when he's in the same environment, when all of a sudden he's thrust into a new place. So I feel like, okay, Andrews has just been more stable and consistent, and I know this year he's not been as good, but it's also been a really weird year for the Ravens. And he's only air quotes 30, so he's not young or anything. But it's not like he's aging to an extreme degree.
Right. Did you see that Denver just signed Mercedes Lewis this week?
It sounded like, and it was this. I don't know if D'Amico was genuinely surprised by it or not, but I think he was surprised to hear that.
Yeah,
a guy that got drafted in the same draft class as
him,
as D'Amico, just got signed.
I went and looked yesterday because I wanted to see. He's 41 years old. For those who don't know, he was drafted in 2006.
41.
He was a first-round pick in 2006. He's 41 years old. I went and looked to see if the Texans if all of a sudden we had a player back in the league who might have played in the same game as Seth C. Payne.
Yeah,
he was a rookie with Jacksonville in 2006, and you were out for the season by the time the two teams played.
Stupid ACL.
I was hoping that would have been badass. Like, holy, there's a player back in the league.
Who actually I played against.
You played against back in the day.
There's probably who are the 40-year-olds in the league?
Aaron
right
Rodgers.
Now? Yep. So but I never played against him.
He was
in the preseason. I did, but
Joe Flacco. He didn't get drafted till 2008.
No.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
probably about it.
Yeah.
Other than like a John Weeks or somebody, like somebody like that.
Yep.
Not John Weeks himself.
Right. What do you think about this? ESPN is doing. They did a trade deadline synopsis of all 32 teams, because I think you and I have talked about this. I think that you could add something at a reasonable price. Running back, tight end, guard. We've talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Key position of need. This is from ESPN. This is from Aaron Schatz. Center. Jake Andrews is 30th among qualifying centers in pass block win rate and 26th in run block win rate. And then goes on to say who should be targeted and names Raiders center Jackson Powers Johnson.
Jackson Powers Johnson.
Three-namer
That's
guy.
a name you can get behind.
He's not been great this year either, but he might
his
be.
Name is Powers.
His name is Powers.
Who do you choose, Andrews or Powers?
Powers Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Power Johnson.
Power Johnson. Yeah. That's yeah. So do you how disruptive would it be to trade for a brand new center in the middle of the season?
I don't know if disruptive is the right word when the center hasn't been playing all that great to begin with.
Yeah.
Like how hard could it be to
chemistry with CJ kind of thing?
Yeah. I don't know. It's like I guess the same as anywhere else. I don't know.
I may be overrating that.
I mean, well, yeah. Like there's more mentally that goes on. It just comes down to like how intelligent is the guy. I guess so. It's not. I don't know if there's anybody out there that right now that you're going to trade, and trading an offensive lineman is dicey for that very reason that we're talking about.
Yeah.
That doesn't move my needle necessarily. Some of the reason that the offensive line hasn't been as bad as they were last year is partly because Titus Howard got off to a better start this year than he did last year. Like last year, it was weird at the beginning.
Rough, yeah.
Ingram has played well. But some of it is just the style of offense they're running, the actual run plays that they're calling. It's harder to give up a tackle for a loss, running some of the duo plays and everything that they're running right now. So, but it's not like those guys from center through left guard through left tackle are doing a great job run blocking when they're doing it.
Right.
They're just not getting destroyed as often as they were last year. I do think the offensive line is playing fundamentally better football. But like that can only carry you so far. So I would not be opposed if they think there's a center or a guard out there that they think can come in and Nick always likes to say get him in the building. I'd be 100% really cool with it.
Yeah.
There's challenges to it with an offensive lineman, but it's not like you're necessarily going to fall off a cliff. You're like, oh no, we can't stop playing these guys.
No, that's
they can't even figure out who their left guard is.
Right. What's adding one more guy to the rotation?
Yeah.
Welcome to the left guard party. Joel Bitonio. Now I'm assuming they trade somebody. It means they stop with the silly rotations.
They can't say we don't want to mess up the continuity when they're actively sabotaging the continuity themselves at left guard.
It's a great point, Seth. It's a great point. J.J. Watt apparently does these little Q&A things because this was from the booth at whatever CBS game he was doing.
Oh, so he was doing some kind of a Halloween little thing.
Well, I don't know if this is Halloween. These are Girl Scout cookies.
Oh, Girl Scout cookies.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah. So he was asked, but it was a little kid that got to ask the question. A little girl got to ask him, what are your favorite? I'm curious. I feel like you're a Girl Scout cookie enthusiast.
I used to be.
Yeah, more.
Yeah.
Here's what JJ here's where he ranks them.
These rank your top 3 Girl Scout cookies.
Oh, okay, Taylor and Troop 2276. I see you. I have one Girl Scout cookie that I just love, significantly far and above the rest. And you can call them samosas, you can call them caramel delights, but I will eat 20 boxes of those. If you had to go number 2, I'd probably go Thin Mints after that, and then number 3, just do whatever you want.
He's talking about the old Samoa. It is a staple in the Girl Scout community.
I grew up in Caramel Delight Land. Hand up, man up. Completely botched that one.
Samosas.
I didn't know that there was anything other than Samoas. That it says Samoas / Caramel Delights.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't know it had another name?
No.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Is it on the package? In different regions?
Maybe.
I mean, or is it when I buy a Samoa, does it say Caramel Delights on there?
Good question. I'm not sure. I just thought it was funny that he said samosas, which are the furthest thing from Girl Scout cookies that you could possibly find.
I will eat an entire sleeve of Thin Mints in 45 seconds flat, and I could throw the rest of them out my door. Samoas I'll live by because there's almost a little macaroonish element to it. But I'm Thin Mint or die.
Thin Mint or die. I've got Thin Mint number 2 on my power rankings.
Okay.
I've got Samoas 5. I've got the peanut butter sandwich, otherwise known as the Do-si-dos, number 4.
Ugh.
You just not like peanut butter?
No, I love peanut butter.
Okay.
Sean, I've got 2 tubs of peanut butter
that's
in
right.
the lounge.
I forgot. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you eat peanut butter patties, the tagalongs. Those are the ones that are stored. They're almost like Reese's cups almost.
Okay.
They're covered in chocolate with peanut butter. I got Thin Mints 2, and I got the lemonades, the lemon cookies number 1. Oh, the lemon cookies are great.
I like the whatever they call
the
their
white frosting on the bottom of it.
Whatever they call their sugar cookies, or like their shortbread sugar cookie type things.
Those are good too.
Trefoils.
Yeah.
Whatever those are, I like those.
You do? Yeah. You don't like the lemons, huh?
No. I'm not a big. I'm kind of I'm not a snob. I'm just kind of picky about my cookie eatage.
Yeah.
I only like. No, I do like oatmeal raisin cookies, which I know is the least popular of the cookies.
They're all right. Yeah, they're okay.
It's like health food. That's how I delude myself into Snickers. You know, a Snickers is basically a health food candy.
Yeah, for sure.
Relatively low glycemic index.
Salad dressing has the word salad in it.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Text in. Am I crazy? I love the lemons. They're number 1 in my book. Hey, football talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. If you were a fan of LSU, how confident are you in the search for the replacement of Brian Kelly after listening to this audio from the governor of the state of Louisiana yesterday? That is next.
How are you going to afford girls?
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, Payne and Pendergast. Final segment coming up in just a little bit. We'll hit the most important part of the Broncos' defense and the most important part of their offense through the eyes of DeMeco Ryans. We'll do that in the final segment. Text page, a lot of people weighing in. As you can imagine, opinions all over the place on the all-important Girl Scout cookie topic.
Yeah.
A lot of people backing my opinions on the lemonades. A lot of people saying they're a little too sweet. The Thin Mint seems like the unifying cookie of all
Thin Mint
these.
seems to be, that's a consensus number one overall in the power ranking.
Someone said crush Thin Mint cookies over ice cream.
Oh, that sounds good.
Sounds delicious. Yeah. I like both of those things. Yeah. All right, so Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry weighs in on the Brian Kelly firing. This might be the most fun firing of a head coach that I can remember in a long, long time because we've got government involvement.
Yeah.
We've got an AD who seems to be ostracized from the next hiring process. And as you can imagine with someone like Brian Kelly, there are hundreds of people coming out of the woodwork with stories about what a jerk he was.
Or at least we don't know if the AD is ostracized from it or not, because we don't know for sure, do we, whether the governor even has the power to take him out of that.
That's fair.
That
I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea.
It's not. The governor doesn't just get to, there are rules. We do have rules still, right?
In Louisiana?
The governor can't tell. That's a good point.
That's what I was just going to say.
I forgot. My first introduction to Louisiana culture was I was down there training for the combine, and I was driving, to the workout, and it was during rush hour, and I realized, that light turned red. Else just keeps driving.
Yeah.
Everybody just ignores the red light.
Yeah.
I'd never seen anything like it in my life.
As you know, my ex-in-laws live in deep South Louisiana, like New Iberia. They're in the sugar business.
Yeah.
And the youngest child, my ex-brother-in-law, Simeon, he was the youngest, and parents would go out to eat or out for the night or whatever. They get a babysitter.
Yeah.
And Sim was 10 or 11 years old at the time. And they'd get back home, and they would hand Sim the car keys, and they would say, "Here, Sim, can you give Jennifer a ride home?" At 10 or 11 years old, he was driving the babysitter
That's
home.
awesome.
Yeah.
Wait, the 10-year-old would drive his own babysitter home?
Correct.
How far was it?
It was probably
it was down a road.
Yeah, it was down a road.
It wasn't down she didn't live on the property
on a
dirt road or anything.
They lived on their plantation there, and then they had to leave the plantation and go into town. So probably I'd say a good 7 or 8 minutes. Yeah.
And the local cops would see, that's Sim.
If he ever got pulled over, yeah.
He's not going to get pulled over. You see a 10-year-old driving a truck.
But it's dark outside. It's... No, there's no streetlights in that.
I know, but it just, that sounds like that. No, don't worry. It's dark outside.
No.
Wait, you're having a 10-year-old drive the car?
That's not what I'm saying.
I know that's not what you're saying. I'm saying how it sounds. No, don't worry. It's dark.
That's fair. Fair. He got pulled over, if any, because they couldn't see that it was a 10-year-old driving. It was dark outside.
Give Sim.
I'm not trying to justify it.
Sim learned from an early age, hey, and here's 100, Sim. Remember the rules in case you pull over.
Yeah.
If you get pulled over, here's 100.
Here's 100 to slip them. Yeah.
Now, but if you come home without that 100, I'm going to talk to the cops tomorrow and ask whether you paid him or not.
Didn't need the 100. All he needed was his last name. He was good. Yeah. So back to Louisiana. So I say all that to say, let's slow down on the rules in the state of Louisiana.
How many of you never told this story before?
I may have at some point. I mean, I've told it before.
I would have remembered that
show.
one.
Yeah, I don't think I've told it on the show before. Oh, dude, let's go get some wine later. I got plenty of stories I can tell you. All right. Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry weighs in on the Brian Kelly firing and finding a new head coach at LSU. Points out the poor track record that the current AD has in hiring very expensive coaches.
We are not going down a failed path. And I wanted to tell you something. This is a pattern. The guy that's here now that wrote that contract cost Texas A&M $70-something million. Right now, we got a $53 million liability. We are not doing that again. And you know what? I believe I believe that we're going to find a great coach. I mean, maybe we'll let President Trump pick it. He loves winners. You know, I'm not going to be picking the next coach. But I can promise you, we're going to pick a coach, and we're going to make sure that that coach is successful. And we're going to make sure that he's compensated properly. And we're going to put metrics on it. Because I'm tired of rewarding failure in this country.
Very much.
What was it? What did he say?
Very much softer.
Very much softer. Trump.
What was that about? Oh, okay. Oh, I thought it was a sports take or something.
I can't remember, yeah. That's what's funny. The last part there, we're going to put some metrics on it. Like, there were metrics on it. He didn't win any big games.
Yeah.
Those were the metrics.
Yeah.
And if the next coach comes in and doesn't win any big games, he'll get fired also.
Yeah, the problem is, I think, like, and I know how much love people love when politicians get into the sports things, and that.
Don't worry, we got more.
Don't worry, the government's gonna pick your next head football coach. Yeah, I just like listening to him talk.
That's a deep South accent,
and
right
I love the politically based pandering too. To just get up and talk about the importance of the school and everything, but then also, be sure I got to get my points with the president.
Do you want some more?
Yes,
we've got more. Here's more Scott Woodward, AD at LSU, basically emphatically stating that Scott Woodward, the AD, will not select the new head coach.
No. I can tell you right now, Scott Woodward is not selecting the next coach. Hell, I'll let Donald Trump select it before I let him do it. I don't know, but the Board of Supervisors is going to come up with a committee, and they're going to go find us a coach. Because, wait, I want to hold on. One real quick thing on that. Because here's what y'all reporters need to do. Y'all need to start looking at who represents all these people, like these agents. You know what's interesting? If I'm not mistaken, Woodward's agent, Kelly's agent, the Texas A&M, they're all the same agent. Like, you realize if I would be, I don't know how you, just you. We should have a bunch, okay? Like, this is ridiculous. Lawyers would be this bored for the way these agents act and the way they're able to represent. In fact, there's no doubt, they may even represent some of the players now.
That is kind of wild. It sounds like there was only one sports writer there. I wonder if this was the governor just going off the cuff.
Yeah, it sounds like it probably. No, yeah, because if it was specifically about the AD or something, then it would be. So he was probably giving up. He was probably doing a speech about something else. And,
speech. It looked like they were in. It looked like they were in whatever room he conducts.
They might have been in his normal press conference for the week or whatever. And yeah.
So there was, but at any rate, they're going to form a special committee, and that committee is going to find the next, and they're going to find a great head coach for LSU.
There's one thing I know about government: it's that committees always get it right.
Yes.
Yeah. Now that a committee is on the case, then we'll get to the bottom of it all. Yes.
Are you? I haven't sat down to compare the LSU job to some of the other jobs that are open right now. Yeah. This is going to be a wild hiring cycle because you got LSU, Penn State, Florida. There's going to be more. Hell, there might be a ripple effect with one of these jobs hiring somebody from another big school. Like Lane Kiffin, his name is coming up for all these jobs.
Yeah.
Ole Miss might be open in a little bit.
It's I'll tell you what, and it is the thing about the governor might not understand about choosing a head football coach in college football. Man, it is a crapshoot. I'd love to think that there's a masterful and time-proven tactic for doing it. But there's so many moving parts when it comes to running a college football program, and each one, sometimes you just flat out don't know. But the problem is, it used to be college football coaches not that long ago. If you go back about like 30 years, they were making $200,000 or $300,000 a year. Adjust for inflation, okay? Maybe that's $500,000 a year, whatever. It was not the money that it is now in the buyout clauses and everything.
No.
So it's become such a high stakes crapshoot.
Yep.
Yeah. People will start routinely losing their jobs much quicker than they used to.
A high stakes crapshoot with a zero sum game.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is like the SEC.
And you're in the SEC.
The SEC. It's a 16-team league that has all these blue bloods, and I think Oklahoma, and to a lesser degree Texas. Texas has actually had more success since getting into the SEC than they were having during the latter years of the Big 12. But I think OU is finding this out. Like OU they ruled the roost. They ran the show in the Big 12, and now they struggle to get to 8 wins every year. That's the thing. These schools are all spending $10 million a year on their head coaches, and there's only X amount of them that can win even 9 games a year, or be in the hunt for the playoff, or certainly make the playoff or win the playoff.
Nick Saban's salary at LSU $1.2 million per year.
That was
1999 he signed it.
99, okay.
Yeah, so I mean, like, just for inflation a little bit, but it's not. It's not.
No, it ain't $10 million.
Yeah,
he won a national championship. He probably got a bump and things like that.
Right. Yeah, so it's yeah. But
it's a lot less money, to your point.
Yeah, so I don't know. Like, it's at some point is out. If you ask me to predict anything, I've been saying this for like 4 years now in college football. There's just absolutely no way to figure out which direction things are going to be headed. I know that boosters are going to grow increasingly tired of spending a boatload of money on players that transfer after 1 year.
Players, coaches, facilities, all this stuff. Man.
But it really, though, but that's where, again, you remember this was going to be the great evening out amongst programs and everything, and it looks like maybe that started to happen a little bit. As people start to get disenchanted with the process, I think it's going to go back to the money bags really having all the schools that have the most like A, rich, and B, hungry for a championship and willing to spend, even though they know that a lot of it's wasted money. They're going to have the most control.
The ones that have the biggest tolerance for the incompetence of the administrations, when I say the ones, I'm talking about the millionaires and billionaires. The schools that have the money bag people, that have the highest tolerance for underperformance from players and coaches, will be the ones that will continue to be able to play in this arms race. That's what I think is the most fascinating thing. And I said this the day that NIL got approved back in 2022, is that people just thought this was going to be this land rush of bags of money that they're running at players with. And in some cases, it's been that. But at the end of the day, these are the NIL money and the money to pay these big buyouts are coming from private funds, from business people who want a return on their investment at some point.
They want an emotional return on their investment.
Yeah, I'm not looking. They're not giving $50 million to LSU expecting to get $65 million back. They're expecting to get $65 million worth of happiness and joy out of their football program. And that's what I wonder. When do these rich people start pulling the plug on all this stuff?
They have this. See, I think with the players, it's going to even out because they have like a salary cap of sorts now, and that they have to prove that it's actually, an actual business exchange that you're having. Okay, this person's actually doing something for you. So there's a little bit of a soft cap being put over
checks
it
and
now.
Balances.
There's no salary cap for coaches though.
Nope.
And that's the
big money.
The schools that are willing to say like, we swung and missed $70 million, whatever. On to the next one. Those schools are going to have a big advantage.
That's crazy, man. That's
unless they
wild.
put some kind of a cap on coaches' salaries.
Yeah. Who the hell knows? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. 713-572-4610 if you want to weigh in on the text page. All right, final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop have going on. Also, D'Amico Ryans on the most important key player on the Broncos defense, and then a key part of their offense as well. We'll hear from the Texans head coach coming up next.
Sometimes as a wealthy alumnus, people ask me like, hey, are you willing to give this guy a $50 million buyout?
Network. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, final segment coming up. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop, find out what they got going on today. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez,
Yay.
Figgy Fig.
Yeah, him too.
There's
a little bit of a theme with those two guys, with Reggie and with Reginald and Figgy. They didn't even coordinate it.
And John, too. I don't know if you've seen
did
John
they
yet.
actually coordinate it?
They did.
Okay. Oh, I thought Reginald said that I thought he was surprised by
they were talking about it on their show a couple of weeks
never
ago.
mind.
Yeah,
then.
yeah.
Okay.
So for those who don't know,
they're the McDowells.
They are. They're coming to America characters. John, I don't know if you haven't seen John yet, obviously, at Barbershop.
Oh!
And he looks exactly like him.
Did he do...
He didn't do any makeup or anything. Like, he just happens to have a face that kind of looks like the guy who played... Well, that was actually Eddie Murphy.
Yeah, I was going to
played
say.
it with white face on.
He should have put black makeup on and then put white makeup over it.
Oh, really? Really leaned into it.
And then he could piss off everybody.
Yeah.
Like he's blackface, white-facing this. What the hell?
Yeah, why? Yeah. You're all supposed to be happy, not angry.
I never
with me.
trusted you, Lopez.
It's really his costume is spot on. It's really, really good. So if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, you'll see both of them in a few minutes here on Sports Radio 610. YouTube and Twitch, free to watch. Watch us each and every day.
Free?
It's free. D'Amico Ryans, what jumps out about the Broncos? This is the very first question at his press conference yesterday, and it should be, because this is the scariest thing about the Denver Broncos is their fearsome pass rush. What jumps out about the Bronco pass rushers?
The Broncos rush group is a really good group. All five guys they have are really good. On the edges, I'd say Benito is a really good speed rusher. So, there's not many guys like that in the league who has the explosiveness and the first step quickness that he has, which has allowed him, to get a few sacks. So it's going to take a ton of effort, ton of work to get it done, but we just have to play our technique. Don't overthink it. Just play our technique. Really strain to get them blocked up front, knowing that they're a really solid group and really solid in the inside as well. They'll play a 5 down front. It's just everybody across the board is going to have to win their one-on-one matchup.
Yeah. When he says 5 down front, that's where some of those blitzes that they count as in the blitz percentage is just it's their 5-man front all rushing
They're
the
all
passer.
rushing.
Yeah, it's not an exotic blitz or anything, and they win their one-on-ones. Ariante Ursary is the biggest concern because of everything that he just said about Nick Benito. Nick Benito's really he gets off the ball very, very quick, and he's just slippery. He's only 240 pounds, but he looks like a phantom. He just kind of he's in one place and then he appears in another. Mm-hmm. We figured out from Doctor Who, the Weeping Angels.
The Weeping Angels.
These statues that if you turn away from them, all of a sudden they can move right up next to you.
Right up in your face.
Yeah. So they go from in front of Ariante Ursary to right up in front of C.J. Stroud. Mm-hmm. And it's scary.
Fast.
This is a big test for Ariante Ursary, or it's a big test of Nick Caley's willingness to play Blake Fisher at tight end next to Ariante Ursary.
Benito lines up on that side all the time, right?
He lines up on Ariante Ursary's side almost 97% of the time.
Gotcha.
So Ariante Ursary is going to see a lot of Benito. And you flash back to the Josh Hines Allen in the Jags game where they left Ariante Ursary one-on-one versus Josh Hines Allen, and Ariante Ursary looked very much like a rookie.
Might have lost the game for them doing that.
So how many times do we see that versus, all right, do we always have somebody next to Ariante Ursary? And I think that if I were D'Amico, I would recognize, or if I were Nick Caley, let's say, I would say get a little bit more predictable when you've got 6 offensive linemen out there. But it doesn't matter how unpredictable you are if C.J. Stroud is getting barraged with human bodies every single snap. Mm-hmm. I'd much rather have C.J. Stroud with 4 viable receiving options out on the field, but time to throw it, than 5 viable receiving options and no time to throw whatsoever.
Absolutely. All right, so there's that on the defensive side. or the Broncos defensive side, Texans offense. How about the Texans defense? What's the message to the defense to contain Bo Nix and finish the game strong?
The main thing with Denver's offense is going to start with containing their run game. That's where they hang their hat on the run game. So we have to do a great job of setting edges, tackling well. They have two really good backs. And then with Bo Nix, what he does a really good job of, and the coaches have put him in a really good position to get on the edge. He's using his athleticism a lot to get on the edge on a lot of their keeper plays. If it's not there, he doesn't like it. He has the athletic ability to escape the pocket up the middle through the A and B gaps. So we have to be very sound in how we're rushing him, especially our defensive tackles. We have to rush with awareness because he's a very athletic kid who's made a few explosive plays when he's able to not just escape the pocket running, but he's also made some nice throws as well, escaping the pocket. So it's going to take everybody to continue to be locked in and disciplined in our coverage, disciplined in our rush lanes, because he can go anywhere. A really good player, good young player who's done a good job. And I think as a staff, Coach Payton and his staff has done a really good job for him.
Yeah, and I think the fact that D'Amico started with the run game it makes sense. It's appropriate because Bo Nix is being handled by Sean Payton the way that I think almost by the book, the way you would handle a young quarterback, which is, all right, if you've got a good defense and you can run the ball well, we're not going to try to ask this kid to be Superman. And we had Philip Lindsay, who does radio in Denver now, on earlier, and he was saying, it's a whole lot of screens, a whole lot of short stuff, and a lot of people have this appetite for, hey, let Bo Nix cook.
Yeah,
let Bo Nix
sounded
cook.
like to me.
My response would be, have you seen your record? You guys are doing just fine doing it the way you are.
Yep.
But also, I had Moose Johnson, who's doing this game. I interviewed Moose Johnson yesterday. We'll have some of his audio tomorrow.
Good.
But Moose Johnson was saying that Bo Nix hasn't been as consistent with the deep ball. Yeah, so there is an element of, all right, we don't want to just start hurling the ball downfield when we've got a good rushing attack, and Bo Nix has been playing within the scheme, that we can just do what we've been doing, lean on our defense, and we'll be all right. The interesting thing about this game is that the Broncos defense, without Pat Surtain, it's got the potential to really take a step backwards, and because it's hard to run the scheme they want to run in the way they've been running it without Pat Surtain locking guys down one-on-one. So like as much man defense as the Broncos play, that's the really interesting part of me to this game is like C.J. Stroud versus I think a lesser version of the Broncos defense.
Yeah, what Duco was talking about with the Broncos offense, but that's the part that if there were anything that would scare me about the Broncos offense, it would be Bo Nix, his athleticism, his escaping. It's what hurt them in the Tampa Bay game ultimately against Baker Mayfield. Not a guy who's a Lamar Jackson or anything, but a guy who, if you're not disciplined in your rush lanes and you let him leak out, he'll get 15 or 20 yards with his legs, and he is capable of those big throws. He's got him in his bag, but at the same time, I feel like if the Texans win this game, a big reason will probably be they forced Bo Nix into a couple of mistakes along the way.
And put it on him on 3rd and long, which all starts with, J.K. Dobbins right now is the 3rd leading rusher in the NFL. I went back and I looked at the best backs the Texans have faced so far this year, and it was Travis in terms of just where they rank right now. Travis Etienne is 11th in the NFL right now in rushing. It's Etienne, Derrick Henry, and Christian McCaffrey. Those guys are 11th through 13th. Kyron Williams is 15th. All those backs, for what it's worth.
No, they haven't faced a top 10 back this year, huh?
No.
It's interesting.
Now, the Tampa game was their worst performance against the run, but they don't have a leading rusher.
And Irving's been hurt. He'd probably be in the top 10 if he was healthy.
So that was the one. But for whatever it's worth, those other backs that I mentioned, the Texans have held all of those guys to lower than their season average on yards per carry. So, the run defense, Texans are the fifth best run defense in the NFL right now by conventional stats.
Right.
And you get hung up on all the EPA and everything, and they're not as good, but they've been getting the job done.
When you're first in points and first in yards on defense, it's hard to find something I would say the one thing by Texan standards they're glaringly average at is sacking the quarterback.
Right, they're only 17th in sacks.
I
kind of like that. I feel like that's a sign of a really well-rounded defense, though.
Of course,
too. They're
don't
forcing bad throws and interceptions, and
I don't think they're going to finish 17th either. I think they've got a few just regression to the mean will mean, some 6 and 7 sack games coming up here.
It would help to have a few more games where the offense has a healthy lead.
Yes.
That's
yeah,
one big
you can tee off. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. All right, you're listening to KILT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. You're listening to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. What did I tell you, Seth? What did I tell you?
You told me that Lopez is a dead
costume.
ringer for the white guy in the barbershop.
The
Jewish
guy.
And coming to America.
The wire glasses and the hat and the whole getup, the coat and the bow tie.
Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, and a voice we get a voice on it too.
You should have shaved your goatee though.
I wasn't going to do that. I thought about it, but
did he have any facial hair?
Yeah, mustache.
He had a mustache.
Jan would have been like, it was bad enough you dislocated my shoulder. Now I have to look at this face unadorned by any kind of.
Not only did he dislocate that shoulder, he told the world about it many years later.
Practically bragged about it.
I don't know if I go that far.
For those who don't know, for those who are just listening on in the audio format, In the Loop has a classic collaboration for costumes today for Halloween. You guys are a Coming to America theme.
Yes.
Where Figgy is Cleo McDowell, I believe, right?
Yes, he is.
And has a great costume. You guys...
Reginald going with a bold bald.
Actually, no, I'm straight up. I'm going Eddie Murphy. I want to be the star of the show today. I'm
you
a
could
king.
be Arsenio Hall.
I could.
I don't know. It's the same outfit.
I could. It is. But, when you think of garbage, think of Akeem.
Think of Akeem. Think of Akeem. Reggie's Akeem. And then John is the, I think, unnamed Jewish guy.
No, Saul.
Saul. Yeah, Saul. You had a name. My bad.
Yeah.
You're and
we did our research here. Yeah.
All 3 costumes are tremendous. Okay, so you and Figgy obviously ordered yours because that is, that looks like you bought it in an auction from the movie.
Yeah, there's some details missing, like you don't have the golden arcs as Cleo.
Yeah.
There. But there's
a hat and everything. It's tremendous. Did you have that in the closet, John? That getup?
I had the jacket in the closet.
Okay.
I got the tie, the glasses, and the hat.
Okay, gotcha. So you guys, the reason everybody's dressed up, people are like, it's Halloween tomorrow. Why are you dressed up? We have our company party.
Yeah, here it's not.
Here it's today.
We have our party today.
Mm-hmm.
And
Noon.
I think I've got a radio hit in Denver at 2 p.m.
And
they're going to get a different version of me.
Nice.
Yeah. Because we have a good time at this Halloween party.
Oh yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
I'm going to be in a different state of mind.
Yes. Oh, that'll be good. I'll have to listen in on that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I the theme is duos or
yes.
collab. And you guys are a 3-man team, so you're an exception.
Yes.
I am collaborating with Grego, DJ for 95.7 The Spot, Hall of Fame, Radio Hall of Famer Grego, who's also like me, bald.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think. What bald duo?
I'm too sexy.
And you guys are going to do a little performance because when we have it, they make sure
about
that
a minute and a half.
Are you going to be the one who actually sings or the one that stands in the background in the video? Wasn't there one that was just kind of standing in the background the whole time?
Yeah. Here's how good this is going to be. Don't know?
You don't know yet?
Yeah, no idea.
I don't think it'll take it. They didn't really dance or anything.
They just kind of moved around and did the whole stuff with their hands. And
I'm going to be the.
But I've got the mesh shirt ordered off of Amazon ready to go.
I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, it's going to be glorious.
You didn't want to do the whole show like that?
No, people on YouTube don't want me doing the whole
I'm
show.
going to be the teacher from the Hot for Teacher video. The Van Halen, that's what.
Oh,
okay.
No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm not doing that. I haven't figured it out yet.
You can do whatever you put your mind to, man.
I got to go to the costume store immediately after the show is over. If anybody sees me at Party City there on off of the Loop or off of 59.
The theme is duos. Seth needs 2 things: a costume and a partner.
And a partner. I did not plan ahead.
Yeah. If you want to be Seth's partner, text in 713-5.
I asked so many people.
Would you like to put in like your bets on what he ends up and becoming? Because Pirate was my immediate thought. Like Pirate feels like the easy.
Too much fabric. I did that already once. Remember Jesse Watt gave me that. This is a problem. I had Jesse Watt from 96.5 do like the eye. I wanted her to just do do the Johnny Depp eye makeup.
Yes.
She did too good a job. I looked like a sultry lady more than. And remember we went out afterwards. We went to go eat somewhere, and I walked into this place and looked in the mirror for the first time.
And all of a sudden, it was a drag brunch?
I looked more like, I looked like a
good costume.
Yeah.
Then one year, didn't you buy? You've done this before, where you've gone to the costume store like right before the party.
Yeah.
Weren't you like some sort
of
like
Gladiator?
Gladiator. That's what it was. That's what I was trying to think of. Oh, I can't wait to see what you've got in store this year.
We're about to find out.
We are. Yeah.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Exactly. So, question of the day, fellas.
Question of the day, inspired by this weekend, is when Miss Janice McNair, will be inducted into the Ring of Honor. And so with that being the case, thinking of the importance of her as a figure, who are the most important figures in Houston sports history?
athletes.
Not okay. So it can't be an athlete.
Well, I mean,
it can be a coach.
I think it can be an athlete, but you have to be viewing them as a figure,
Yes.
not as an athlete.
Hofheinz is my number one.
I got it. Yeah. No, I mean, he built the damn Astrodome.
Yes,
the thing
he
that
did.
refuses to die.
It really does.
You know, and there might be bodies in the foundation of that thing. Judge Hofheinz, you talk about like old time pro sports where things were a lot looser still. And just a guy could kind of just drum together some cash and get a dream done. Have an apartment in the stadium. Hofheinz lived every kid's dream.
Yes, he did.
I'm going to build a football stadium and I'm going to live in it.
That's right.
And it's going to have the shaggiest of shag carpet.
It was. That's a good one. I would say Mayor Lanier was the mayor in charge when we got all the stadiums built.
Really good one. I was telling you before the show, Bob Lanier, Mayor Bob Lanier. Now he was having the fight with Bud Adams, so he was kind of. But downtown, before he did all the stadiums, was one of the most dangerous places in America.
Yep.
Like it really. Like when I went downtown to work at the Chronicle, there were people like security was walking people out all the time.
Yeah.
And then he changed everything.
And now it's only the 5th most dangerous. No, I'm joking. It's not. I have no idea. It is way better than it was before all those stadiums got put down there.
Brandy and I, when we were trying to get the full Houston experience when we first moved here, the first one of the years is like when everything. Like downtown was still a work in progress and everything. But we went and we lived at the Rice Lofts for a little while, and it wasn't like we loved it. We had a good time, except that like you got that. There weren't enough people living there yet.
You couldn't walk around. There was no buzz.
In the mornings, like on a Saturday morning, it felt like you'd walk out and it felt like a set of a Hollywood movie from like after the apocalypse or something. I'm like, is that tumbleweed? Like it was just desolate.
Yes,
there wasn't a buzz, like a residential buzz.
Did you ask around about downtown Houston before you all moved in there, or did you?
No, we just went for it.
Yeah,
I had seen in the paper that was the big, that was where they're, they're reinvigorating downtown and everything.
That would have been right after, because Enron back then opened in 2000.
Right,
Enron
it was like in 2003. It was still in the infancy of it.
Yep. Those would be like, I guess, the ones for building arenas and stadiums.
Yeah.
You bounced the name off of me that I thought was a great one before the show.
Well, it pains me because I hate him, but Bud Adams.
Yeah,
the Bud Adams. I mean,
I was thinking of a different one, but yes. Bud Adams.
For 25,000 Houston Oilers.
Yeah.
And now we have NFL forever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Little bump in the road along the way.
Oh,
but
every single one of those AFL owners probably had their inner circle telling them it was a dumb idea.
Yeah. Which one were you thinking?
Yada yada yada. Yeah. Here's the Hunt family.
Yeah.
Luno.
I know who you're talking. Jeff Luno.
Yeah, you said Luno. I think that's I think you do need to put some people who are architects of the team. I think Rudy Tomjanovich belongs 100%. On that list. And Rudy was a player, a scout, coach of the 2 championship teams. Rudy Tomjanovich is a Houston treasure. So I think he belongs.
And there's a bunch that people are going to think of that are very, very much on the list, like Carl Lewis.
Carl Lewis is a good one, too.
I'll tell you what, honestly, with Luno, you go to Jim Crane, who hired him. Jim Crane took a lot of flack for multiple years, and most owners, this is what happens in a tank or a reset. Most owners lose their nerve.
Yes.
That's what happens. Yes. It's the hardest thing to do because people do not want, until you've delivered on it, you're just a bum that's put this losing team together.
Yep.
So the ability to stick by it and allow Luno to actually execute his plan, I don't think people. I don't think you could probably feel it really fully understand it unless you're the person who's done it. It's just I know it's hard. It's hard to stick by that plan.
Tillman Fertitta.
Yes,
I would add. I would add him to your list, John. But I would to backing up what you're saying, Seth. I think Tillman Fertitta was the basketball version of that, and there were probably a lot of people. Fertitta, I think, was much more front facing as a business person in town than Jim Crane. Jim Crane's logistics business. I mean, Tillman owns casinos, restaurants. He's very out there. He had a reality show and things like that. I think if you watch Tillman Fertitta operate as an NBA owner the first couple of years, you never would have thought he would have had the stomach to do the rebuild that they did.
But it's still also, if we're talking about where are they on the pantheon of things, got multiple World Series appearances by the Astros to
Oh,
show
for sure.
it.
Yeah.
But Tillman had to go through that process.
Yeah.
And of course, we're doing this. I don't know if Reggie, I can't remember if you mentioned it, because Janice McNair is going into the Ring of Honor.
Right. And I mean, the McNairs, Janice, and then obviously the late Bob McNair clearly matter a great deal.
I definitely don't have a job in radio if they don't bring the Texans here to Houston.
Right.
For sure, because there would have been, if there's no NFL team in Houston, there is zero need for the number of sports talk radio stations that there needed to be for me to get my foot in the door.
Yes.
There's no need for 4 sports talk. If you don't have an NFL team, there's barely a need for 2 sports talk stations in town.
The cool thing about the McNairs and the way it happened was because Bob McNair told us this in a dusty little meeting room in the bowels of the Astrodome, because that's where our locker rooms were when we were first in that before that first season when we first got here. He got up and he talked to the whole team. We're all just crammed into this little, it was a meeting room for a baseball team. Yeah. And said basically that, if the Oilers left, and after a while we were looking around and just nobody's bringing a football team back. I guess we better do something about it.
Crazy. Yeah.
It was.
I guess I'll go get this.
It's kind of a
team.
unique story for a family-owned team because it's not. They didn't buy it as as necessarily as obviously they've done a really good job on the partly out of a civic duty almost.
Yes. Yeah. Was Bob McNair somebody who had private conversations for years leading up to that? Boy, I'd really love to have.
No.
A lot of the new owners are like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like he went to the fridge and was like, damn, no milk. Well, let's go pick it up.
Get a football team.
Well, the other thing that's cool about Bob and Janice McNair was that it's not like Bob McNair had been rich forever.
Right.
He was
a self-made man.
He was I don't want to say a struggling, but not a wealthy businessman.
He had 5
until
trucks.
midway through his life, it started to take off. But his kids went to public school and everything. He wasn't like Bob McNair, the billionaire. But then after he did and sold his company, he's kind of sitting around like, oh crap, I gotta do something.
He started out with 5 little U-Haul trucks.
That's crazy.
Then that business took off with shipping, and then he decided, you know what, I think I might invest in this Kogan technology.
Just do some energy here and see what happens. All right, boys. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you, said Fred or the brother of Fred.
Whichever one is weirder.
I cannot wait to see you gyrate.
You'll get it for about 85 seconds.
Are you wearing that mesh shirt with no shirt underneath?
Yes, I have to.
This is true. I might have to tweet today. I never tweet.
I made sure I'm all clean shaven and everything. Man.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Like a glistening seal. No body hair, man. Amy, not a fan of body hair.
Really?
Yeah.
I've learned a lot about you today.
Yeah, man, too much. You're about to learn more if you come to the show here at noon today.
I don't know that's how you're supposed to sell that.
I should just go as Bert Kreischer. Just
take your shirt off.
Just shirtless.
Yeah, I think you pull that off.
Gotta have the
Figgy
garden.
is Mr. McDowell?
That's right.
Okay.
Yep.
I can see that.
I need you to wash all the windows.
Reggie's got a mop. You have a mop? Oh, my God. You guys are going to win.
Yes, I do. Yeah. Just in case Samuel L. Jackson runs in the studio.
Oh, that's right.
Thanks to my African connection.
You will hear plenty of Coming to America quotes.
I cannot wait.
I'm certain.
Kunta.
In fact, I feel like I need to put a cap. Because you can't say that too many times today on the show.
5. I feel like say it 5 times.
We don't have the guy here who said, boys, mama call him Clay, I'm going to call him.
Yeah,
that's right.
But I was there.
You give me, He flipped Joe Lewis's ass. All right.
Rocky Marciano.
Oh,
there they go again.
Stealing all of Lopez's material. All right. We're done. We're out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're the Coming to America trio.
We're going to have all kinds of drops.
And they start now.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Halloween Eve, I guess. Here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. It is indeed a Thursday. Let's have all of the fun of a Thirsty Thursday, as we usually do, including getting involved with the program. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. And then also, always appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. And fellas, how we doing here?
They ought to change the name of this show to the 3 Putzes.
If you can't see us, and if you did not hear Crosstalk, which again was brought to you, we are all dressed as characters from Coming to America. Mm-hmm. Our office Halloween party is today, and so I am dressed up as one of Eddie Murphy's many characters in that film. Yes. I am Akeem. the Prince of Zamunda, except I am in my full McDowell's outfit. And my boss for the day, and honestly kind of always, is one Figgy Fig dressed up as Cleo McDowell.
I sure am.
And then, of course, because he is an old man, spiritually, it made sense for Lopez to be the old man that Eddie Murphy plays in the studio or in the barbershop. Saul is apparently his name. So we're gonna have a lot of fun here on a Thursday. But again, we're still gearing up for all the things that we are. We got Rockets basketball last night in Canada. We got the Texans gearing up for what is going to be a pivotal game on the season right ahead of the trade deadline. There's a lot of things to talk about, and we had our typical Wednesday situation where you had D'Amico and CJ Stroud speaking to the media. And one of the things about the CJ interview is he sounded so damn confident. Like I think that's the most confident I've heard CJ in front of a microphone all season long. And I think sincerely that's very much because there's probably a good subsection of 3 or 4 questions where CJ was just talking about his faith and his belief. And if there's one thing we know about CJ and one thing I'm even more solidified, that is where he finds his foundation. That's where he finds his core. That's where he finds his most confidence.
There's no question about that. But I also think it was a reflection of not just the faith. It was a reflection of the buy-in, that let's face it. I mean, the guy was an absolute, and this is my opinion, but I think it's shared by a lot of people. He was a mess for a long time, and he seemed to lack confidence. He talked a couple of times about, rough, tough conversations, his body language, everything was a mess. And then I guess something just clicked at some point, and it certainly came to bear in this past game against the Niners. And so I think a lot of it is he needs to get some credit for that. Like, it's so easy. Seth was talking about how hard it is for NFL or for professional sports owners to stay the course, to rebuild and understand that you're going to take all kinds of lumps, but it'll come out best in the end. You could say the same thing about CJ Stroud. A lot of people just bail. A lot of people just bail on the whole concept. I kind of feel like, and certainly this week's game is going to be a big, barometer on that, a big test. But I think it's a reflection of, okay, it is paying off,
Okay, so because you've been heavy on this CJ buy-in portion of this.
Yes.
Like you've talked a lot about this, and I'll admit I'm a little bit less willing to jump into that end of it. But I think it's worth bearing out and thinking about the idea of CJ Stroud with yet another offense coordinator, first-time offense coordinator, and it's reasonable to look at that and go, is this going to be something that is productive for him? As he clearly had issues as what this offense brought and did it help him become and be the best version of himself as a quarterback?
Right.
I can see how maybe those questions are there. This is going to be a very, very interesting game headed in if that's the case. But CJ Stroud, I'm hoping that, and maybe this is too much of a stretch, it's fair to ask that. I'm hoping that what clearly is grounding him, and he, when he talks about his faith, even in talking about his faith, he had some of the sentiment.
No, I think so.
He had some of the sentiment of, I've had some backsliding or whatever, and I feel like I'm, returning to a better place. I do wonder how much that also helps him on the field. And again,
I think they go together.
Yeah.
People often talk about, and sometimes, it's kind of an eye roll because you're like, what? But it's real. It's about centering yourself. I think that's where he found, his center. I think that's where he found that. Now, let's be very clear here. It's not a done deal yet.
Not even close, right? Like, not even close to a done deal, because someone on the text line, and again, the number to text, 713-572-4610 from the 713. CJ is only good when they play sorry defense. I wouldn't go that far. However, the actual productivity and really the results, the final line of anything that we do in sports, whether or not you want to be process-oriented or not, the final line, the ultimate barometer of whether or not you're getting the job done, the wins and losses, those things have tracked with playing a sorry defense or playing a team that is battered and bruised. And you cannot call this Broncos team that's coming into NRG Stadium on Sunday that. They will not have Patrick Surtain, which is a huge hit for them, and we can talk even more about that as we go. However, that getting job done even from the quarterback position. And so how much do you then look at this confidence that you see from him on the podium on a Wednesday and extrapolate that to, the confidence that you seem to see, the buy-in that you seem to see, and being able to get the job done against a defensive line that's really good at getting after the quarterback?
No, this is it's easy to be this confident when you're coming off a game like you just did. I do think, as much as I said it's not a done deal yet, you get it done this weekend against this pass rush with this offense, and CJ's still looking like his confident self and running the offense and disciplined, which is a word that I used on Monday, and D'Amico used that word yesterday, and I've heard others talk about it. Being that disciplined to be able to stay with the offense. If he does do it this weekend, then we can start thinking about, okay, maybe he has turned the corner.
Yeah, but there's real challenges. We talked to Zach Bye yesterday. He hosts out there in Denver when we went behind enemy lines. And one of the things he made very clear, and I mean, you don't even need someone to tell you that if you go and look at the stats. This D line is a menace. And I'm glad that we talked to Zach, because it's very evident to see Nick Bonito, who has a whole bunch of sacks, good speed rush guy. It's easy to look at Jonathan Cooper on the other side of him and go, okay, they've got two pinchers on the end, right? We've seen that for a good amount of time here with Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter, right? When you have those pressures on the edges, those are particularly tough. But one thing we know about C.J. Stroud and this offense and this offensive line, what really blows things up is that pressure up the middle. And that Zach Allen kid, I was so glad that Zach Bye mentioned this yesterday when we were talking to him, because I went back and I watched, not the Cowboys game, because the Broncos last game was against such an up-down team. And when I say up and down, I mean the offense is incredible, the defense is terrible. I don't think that tells you stuff about that opponent. I went back to their previous game against the Giants and very quickly into looking at that game tape. Oh, look at this cat, number 99 in the middle, Zach Allen. Like, he shows up. That is a thing that could be problematic in the interior of this offensive line, especially when you remember, hey, Jake Andrews, we appreciate you winning that position at center. He hasn't been incredible. Left guard, you have a rotation where neither of those guys have been incredible to varying degrees of success you've had there. Those guys are going to be under pressure from the middle. Can they hold up? Because all of this confidence is all nice and good. When he has someone in his kitchen, that changes the dynamic of this.
100%, and that's my one, hesitance on this whole thing. And I've said it multiple times. You got to kind of be perfect with running this offense. You got to kind of be perfect, and that's a lot easier. As much as we don't want to take away too much, the Niners were depleted. The Ravens were depleted. So if you got to be perfect, let's see how they do against a real defense, because there's no excuses here.
But one of the things that's nice, right, is, again, trying to give C.J. Stroud that credit, right? The confidence that he seems to have both on the field from last week, but then also on, in his press conference, his availability yesterday. One of the things that's nice is we've compared this 2-game stretch to the 2-game stretch, or like to the way that you went from the Ravens game to your immediate next game against a tougher challenge. Were you able to translate that? No.
Yes.
What is nice about this time, where you go from this game against the Broncos, or not against the Niners, where you get a victory, and then you get a tougher challenge the next week, you get it at home. Does that end up aiding in and helping this one go a lot different than that Monday night game in Seattle? We will see, and a lot more to talk about when it comes to this game and everything else here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next in the loop, the Rockets got a victory against the Raptors last night. However, call me Mr. Negative, that's fine. What happens? Just go with me. What happens if the Rockets aren't good on defense? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
The Drive is live.
Essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildrens.org.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Watson!
That boy is good.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my favorite. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Thursday to you. I'm Reginald Atatula alongside the OG John Lopez and Figgy Fig. If you're watching Lawyers live streams, you might not see that our company party is today. And I should introduce ourselves differently. We're dressed as a number of characters from Coming to America, having fun, headed into Halloween. 713-572-4610. What costumes are you gearing up for on the weekend? If you are indeed doing something like that, appreciate.
The man got his own money.
If you hear Coming to America drops or quotes, just know that's why. That's what's happening over here at Studio 8507 Queens Boulevard. All right, the Rockets got a victory. In fact, they got themselves level. They got their first road win of the season, 139-121 versus the Toronto Raptors, who fall to 1-4. That's neither here nor there. However, your Rockets getting some victories, putting those together, putting up a whole bunch of points. But interestingly enough, within this, Rockets defense. We now have 4 games, which is still a tiny, tiny sample size, right? Not even 5% of the season. But I do find it interesting because the question came to mind. What happens if the Rockets aren't good on defense? That's one of those things that I think we kind of came to expect and kind of took for granted coming into the season. Well, last year they were incredible on defense, top 5 type defense. And so you keep that, you add Kevin Durant, and boom, you're off to the races. But the question I ask here, and again, feel free to add in, 713-572-4610. What happens if they aren't?
Here's what I was thinking, and as I'm watching this game last night, how long is Ime going to be like, this rotation is good, or this defensive wired that way? I mean, he's wired in such a way that it has to be good. On the perimeter, their perimeter defense was atrocious. I mean, here's the thing, and we're going to get to this in a little bit, but the scoring was incredible, obviously.
139, What is this, 7 players in double digits?
Yeah.
So it went around pretty nicely. This team can really score the basketball.
Is he going to be able to change sort of his approach with this squad?
That's a great question.
Or is he going to say, look, we got to change this up?
I think that there's clearly, again, it's early. There's going to be some level of working to find more defense from a different number of perspectives. One, when you have more of your personnel back. I sincerely believe Josh Okogie is starting because he's like, hey, I need a little bit more defense than what I've been seeing.
That's what kind of gave me the idea.
But then Dorian Finney-Smith, who is probably your chief acquisition defensively, has not played yet. He's still rehabilitating from his ankle surgery earlier on in the offseason. So I think that's going to be a big addition. Plus, these guys haven't played together, even though there's a lot of guys that have. Your starters, you only have 3 of your 5 guys that were starters last year, and Jabari Smith Jr. fell out of the starting lineup when Amen kind of took his growth. They're figuring out what this looks like together defensively, I think, still with that. And in that, finding one of the things I talk about, and maybe I talk about too much, who knows, but like that defensive organizational hub, that player
No, that's a factor.
Much like Draymond Green for the Warriors, that kind of gets guys in the right place, that talks to kind of connect everything. I don't know who that is on this team yet, and maybe they're trying to find that. However, I do think it is possible that this team just is not nearly as good defense.
Far they have been, and what you're talking about is crucial. I'm actually getting more and more in line with that because I'm watching them not even just close out. Closing out is something that you just do. But I'm talking about
sometimes they're hesitant to do that.
But I'm saying, I'm not saying it hadn't been a problem. For goodness sakes, the Raptors made 21 3-pointers.
57 or 52.5% from three.
Yeah. So that right there tells you about the closeout. But I'm talking about before the closeout, like when the ball is on one angle or one side of the court, and you're not getting up to deny, the next skip pass or you're not in, and that's communication.
Right.
That is what you're talking about. And as I'm watching this, like, they're not getting up. They're not getting up to deny or even get a hand up or something like that. That said, their rebounding, that was about as overwhelming a rebounding performance as you can find, and their points in the paint. So the bigs are good offensively, offensive rebounds, scoring, and all that. And that's why I started thinking, like, is he going to say, okay, this is what we are?
And that's a question that I'm asking. I'm not sure that that's the answer, right? It's way too early for us to settle on an answer there. But I think it's worth asking the question, is this? Because you did mention a lot of the things that you look at defensively, you go, hey, they have that right there. They are getting blocks. They are, the rebounding battle you mentioned, 53 to 22 was how you rebounded the Raptors. Now, of course, the Raptors did go small in this game at times, but you have those advantages, and yet still, I'm still looking at this defense and going, there's ways to get at it. I think, funny enough, I know that the question sounds negative. I will take somewhat of a positive bent. I do think the reason is there's a slight cap on what this team could be, but they could still be incredibly good because what you've seen early on is that in watching this offense, it doesn't look like it's really well tethered together yet.
No.
There's a lot of room to grow, and they are still putting points up like it's going out of style. Like they are printing points. Like this. They got the NBA mint of points over here, just printing them. And so I think that this could be a team that just decides we're going to boat race you.
Yeah, and I think that's what it's been so far. And the other part of that, and I don't know if it's negative or positive, is does it translate? Does it translate to against the really good teams? Does it translate when games are called a little harder? And, of course, postseason, when games are called entirely differently.
Right. And I think that's the real question for me. And even still, I think that they score on a level where you get to the postseason and they can still boat race. I think when you get to the highest of echelons, which, to be fair, could be an issue because let Jabari Smith Jr. tell it, let anybody on this Rockets team tell it, this is a championship or bust type of team. I don't know that this is championship or bust type of defense right now. And so that's where it gets interesting. But I also don't think that they need to be the lockdown defense that they once were. It's just got to be better than this one.
Well, and then there's this, and this could be a really good thing. I haven't looked at all the numbers, but I've watched enough games and watched enough highlights and followed it close enough so far. Scoring is way up just across the league.
I'm glad you brought this up.
Scoring is way up.
Can I take you to – in fact, let me do this first. You know Tim Legler. How do you value him as an NBA analyst?
Very good.
He's one of the best out there. This was Tim Legler talking about statistical trends that he's seeing early.
Listen to some of these numbers, Bill. Like here, a week into the season, there are 27 teams in the league committing more fouls per night per game than the league leader last year. The league leader last year was like whatever it was, like 23 fouls a game. There's 27 teams committing more fouls than that a week into the season. There's a couple more. There are 10 teams right now, 10, averaging 30-plus free throw attempts a game. You know how many did it last year? None. And then one more. Right now, there are 11 players taking 10-plus free throws a game.
Oh, my God. That's
last
like Giannis
year,
territory.
One. Giannis Antetokounmpo was the only player in the league last year. There are 11 guys averaging 10 or more free throws. I actually think it's because of the lack of discipline defensively.
It is, but I think some officiating has obviously come into that. He mentioned the free throws, and they're calling those things. I think just in general, it's a better scoring league, and so really, maybe the Rockets are actually in a good place because of the better scoring teams. They're one of the best.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. But I do wonder if this trend will stick because, as he's mentioned, I think he's right. I think the defense, especially like the the discipline defensively has been so rough. You're right. Offenses are continuing to get better and better in a way that's so tough to keep up with. But defenses are kind of rough. But it's early on, right? We saw how training camp went. It was like a week, and we were into preseason, right, or into the season. It's so limited that I want to see how teams develop over the season, including these Rockets. But the starting place is not where I thought it would be. Tough. I'm not as worried about the starting place. I am interested, however, where they will ultimately land defensively, because I think that could be a barometer of where they finish up the end of the season.
I'm interested in just some of the basic stuff that we're not seeing that you see year in, year out. Like I said, just denying a ball, knowing how to go over or under a screen. It's not coaching; it's the same coaches by and large.
Well, I think this Rockets team, that's one of the things where it's easy to go, oh, give me all the big talented players. That's cool. Those are the small things that come on the outside, like the screen navigation. Can you get through and under and around screens as well? KD's had a little bit of issues with that. Jabari Smith Jr. sometimes can be a little rough getting through screens. Not to say that he's bad, but I think you get what I'm trying to say. I think you see Josh Okogie. He's better at screen navigation. I think that's why he's in. Yeah. And I'm still very, very hopeful for what Dorian Finney-Smith will bring when he's able to actually play for this team. But a win is a win, and we will not knock that. But I think this is going to be an interesting to watch here for your Houston Rockets. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. Very Houston-oriented, as this weekend, Janice McNair will go into the Texans' Ring of Honor for her contributions to this team and to the city, which got us thinking. When it comes to Houston as a city, as an entire place, who are the most important figures in Houston sports history? Not athletes, important figures. 713-572-4610. We talk about that next.
Ready? The Texans.
due if you pay off earlier. Cancel finance agreement. iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports in the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Time for the question of the day. Who are the most important figures in Houston's sports history? Remember, important figures, not necessarily best athletes or biggest athletes. Important figures, because I think that those things diverge a little bit. And the inspiration for this question, none other than Miss Janice McNair, who will be inducted into the Houston Texans Ring of Honor this weekend when the Texans face off against the Broncos. And obviously, it matters, right? In fact, can we get D'Amico Ryans talking about this? This is D'Amico, cut 15 here. Because D'Amico was asked, obviously, the cultural impact that he has being the coach and obviously playing and being drafted for this team. He's had a lot of interaction with Miss Janice. This was his thoughts on Miss Janice being inducted into the Ring of Honor.
Yeah, I know it was a unanimous decision. Miss Janice, with just her love and affection for everybody. You talk about someone who's supports, who loves Texans football. Like, man, it wouldn't happen without Miss Janice and Bob bringing football back to Houston. So we're thankful, as a city, we're thankful for them bringing football back to Houston, but just how, she supports us in in training camp. She's out there every day supporting the team. And I would say my fondest memory of Miss Janice is saying anytime I talk to her, she said, anytime you need a linebacker, I'm ready to go. So she loves football and everything right in our power to make sure we have everything that we need as a team to be as successful as possible. So we're all thankful for Miss Janice and the late Mr. Bob McNair for what they've done to bring football to Houston and have our city fired up about football again. Now, it's on us to continue to press it forward to take us to new heights.
They're definitely in the pantheon, right?
Oh, they both are.
The McNairs.
Yes, and Janice in the Ring of Honor is fantastic and probably a little overdue because it was from the start, and I mentioned this, I was privileged to have traveled with along with them when they were trying to get an NFL team, and it was always Bob and Janice. Now, Bob was the face of it. And Bob, deservedly, ultimately made the calls as the primary owner and all that. But it was Bob and Janice. It was Bob and Janice. That was a team effort, which is kind of interesting because now it's Cal and Hannah. It's Cal and Hannah.
Family business.
Hannah's just a little more face forward than Janice ever wanted to be, but she deserved every bit of it. So in terms of figures, I would say Bob and Janice definitely are in my top three.
But they're not number one on this, huh?
Number one for me is Roy Hoffhines.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think it just has to be. You know how we all feel, or most of us feel about the Astrodome now. But to do that in that era, this was 1962, man. That's the year I was born. And he was space aging it. He was space aging it with a dome stadium.
Eighth wonder of the world, man.
And an apartment he lived in there and suites. It was the first place that had suites.
Yeah.
Let's all stadiums now.
And suites are a big deal now, man.
You can't build a high school stadium. You can't build a high school stadium without suites.
Some people won't even go to a game unless it's a suite.
Right. First one.
Right, it's innovative in a lot of different ways, the Astrodome. And I think, for me, I like the kind of cultural impact bringing it back to Houston. And that was a point of pride for a great long time, that Astrodome. Roy Hoffines obviously able to bring that to the fore. I mean, obviously, you can also talk about the building at U of H being named after him for a while as well.
Yeah.
But, absolutely a towering figure in this. Who else comes to mind for you? Because I have a number of them that come to mind. Some of them actually are athletes, but not because they and I hate using this phrase, transcended, but it felt like they transcended.
Figurehood became,
And I ain't kissing cheeks necessarily, but I think nobody would argue with me when I say Justin James Watt, right? J.J. Watt as a figure for this team, but then also you got to talk about Hurricane Harvey and the way
60-something million. I might be undershooting that.
The way that he rallied this city.
Yeah.
I mean, this city was going to rally together, but the people that end up being those inflection points for rallying, you could talk about Steve Gleason in New Orleans, like those people that show up as icons in that moment. J.J. Watt was one of those, and I don't think he intended to make himself a central figure. He just recognized with the place that I have, I can be a catalyst for good, and he did that.
And I think another one. I have two more that came to mind. One I think is a no-brainer. The other one I hate it, but you got to give it. Liking a person doesn't mean
Bud Adams.
Bud Adams.
Yeah.
Bud Adams, man. I mean, to get an AFL team, he called it the Houston Oilers, and then what happened? We became this.
And they moved on now.
Well, that's the part that we hate.
I know. I'm messing around.
But I think even that matters.
Yeah.
Like, because again, culturally, the way that our city latches on to football, also that's part of the tapestry of it. The idea and the way in which that team got moved away. In the same, I mean, you could talk about that with what was it, Art Modell up there in Cleveland as well.
Yeah.
That's part of it. He matters. He is important, even if it's infamy instead of fame.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first person I thought, obviously I didn't grow up here and all that stuff, but when I seen this question, the first thing I thought about that was like non-athlete and all that stuff. First person popped in my mind was John McClain. And you could probably preach to that a little more.
Mark Berman, you can also throw in there as
Mark
well.
Berman. Yeah, I started thinking about Mark Berman. Just kind of some of the media figures that just been around for so long and just been here for so many years and just kind of.
I think those two. I think Milo Hamilton. If you're going by media figures, two figures that I feel maybe some people might let it slip through the cracks, and I don't want to do that because they changed the way their respective games were played.
Okay,
like Guy V. Lewis.
Yeah, man,
and running and dunking and five slamma jamma and
then,
up and down the court. And,
you know me.
Yeah.
I'm going to come with the culture side of it like that.
And yes.
That wrapped up the city in what U of H was doing.
And I'm glad you said that, so to speak, of UH coaches that just literally changed the way the game was played, and it's still being affected today. It's still being their effect is still being noticed today. Bill Yeoman.
Air Raid, baby.
No. That you're thinking Jack Pardee.
Oh, sorry.
But Bill Yeoman, Warren McVay, first head coach at a major school in Texas to integrate.
That's a great point.
When Texas and Texas A&M and Baylor, like, nope, we can't have African Americans on our team. Bill Yeoman said, Warren McVay, come on over here. And then all down the list. And, of course, he invented the Houston Veer.
Veer, there we go. I was like, I know that there was an innovation that I've now mixed up, but it's the Veer. Thank you.
He invented the Houston Veer, which begat the wishbone, which begat even today. You could say that run RPOs are sort of a great grandson of the Houston Veer because it's options, on the edges. So like the Houston Veer to the wishbone to RPOs. I think Bill Yeoman might have had
100%. No, like that innovation that happens here absolutely pops up there. Some other answers that come in here. Mayor Bob Lanier came up here, and they said if not for him, the Oilers and Titans would still be here. But I think also Sean Pendergast brought up a great point that he was a large part of getting approved the new stadiums and arenas that this Houston city has, including your downtown arenas, which matters not just in the larger scale of in that time period. You're still in the midst of team around the nation, still moving out to suburbs as opposed to being in central hubs. But particularly for Houston, downtown, before that was a problem.
It was a hellhole. I mean, anybody who's my age and maybe a little younger can remember it. Like Union Station was I think it was condemned. I think Union Station was condemned, and now obviously we know what it is. Toyota Center area. I'll put it this way: there would be no Edo, there would be no Washington Ave, there would be no Midtown without those stadiums coming downtown. Yeah, but you didn't like after the Rockets won a championship. You know what the big party area was? Everybody flooded the street. Richmond Avenue up here, up here by
the Summit,
by
then Summit at least,
and the Galleria area. Nobody dared go downtown. Like nobody dared go downtown.
Yeah. What about? I think I heard you, Lopez, mention this a lot. Who was the person that was responsible for kind of bringing tailgating
That was the McNairs.
Yeah.
That was because Bud Adams. That's the one thing that way back that I didn't.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was somebody specific. I wasn't sure if
you
it
could
was.
say Jamie Roots.
Yeah, I was going to say I wasn't sure if it was Jamie Roots or.
Well, Bob McNair hired Jamie Roots, and Jamie Roots was like part of their family. And Bud Adams, there was a big you could not at Oilers games. I don't even think people can think of this, imagine this at this point. You could not literally. They were going up and down in golf carts. You could not tailgate at Oilers games. Zero. Nothing.
Yeah.
You couldn't do it. You had to go in the stadium. That's it. Maybe so much about the extent of the tailgating. Jamie Roots and the McNairs said, no. We're going to embrace this. We're going to take it to another level. That's a really good one, Figgy.
I think like there's a couple Rockets ones that I'd like to bring in here. And you know me, again, cultural ones. Hakeem Olajuwon, I'm very biased in that. Do I have to explain?
You don't have to be biased.
But I am biased with my Nigerian heritage. That means a whole different level of something to me as well. Rudy Tomjanovich, right? Obviously, where you talk about, we still have quotes from that championship era of the Rockets.
Yeah.
I think someone mentioned Les Alexander as the owner in that time period as well. Bum Phillips, I think.
Oh, 100%.
Like the tough culture of this Houston, of Houston football.
Well,
I think you can really look
Houston.
back to. Yeah, 100%.
Sleeves rolled up, cowboy hat.
Yeah, I was going to say just the swag alone, man.
Yes. Yeah, that's it.
When you think of Bum Phillips, think of the King. No, I'm just But when you think of Bum Phillips, you kind of think of that Houston. You think
100%.
I think of Texas.
Yes.
I'll put it that way. Whenever I see him, I think of just the state of Texas.
And the timing was amazing because the Cowboys were America's team, but they were kind of Hollywood.
Yes.
They were kind of Hollywood. And Bum Phillips said, screw that. I'm Texas.
Yeah.
I'm Houston.
Yeah.
There's a lot of names coming in. Somebody, Mickey Gilly. Somebody mentioned, I don't want to miss, Dickie Rosenfeld. And then here, Anita Martini, first woman sports reporter to enter men's locker room.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a lot of these coming in. Keep them coming in because it's fun to think about all the people that have made impacts.
Mattress
in
Mac.
Houston sport. Oh, we hadn't mentioned him? We had it written down, so I thought
I've
we
seen
had
it a couple times.
100%.
Yeah,
Mattress
100%.
Mac.
Yeah. Man, he's all about sports, man.
And elevates sort of the footprint of it all.
Yeah, 100%. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here on this Thursday. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where the CBS posted an all-rookie team. How many Texans are on there? Let's do that next.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL.
Did you happen to catch the professional football contest on television last night?
No, I didn't.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Oh, it was most exhilarating. The Giants of New York took on the Packers of Green Bay. And in the end, the Giants triumphed by kicking an oblong ball made of pigskin to a big H. It was a most ripping victory.
On Houston's sports leader.
Son, I'm just going to tell you this one time. You want to keep working here. Stay off the drugs.
Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, let's go around the NFL here on a Coming to America edition of In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Happy Halloween Eve here in Odyssey, Houston. We got our costume party today. So if you are watching on any of the visual mediums that we happen to broadcast our show, I am dressed up as Akeem from Eddie Murphy's role of Coming to America. John Lopez is also an Eddie Murphy character. He's Saul from the barbershop. The old Jewish man, and of course,
Muhammad Ali,
our very own Figgy Fig, dressed up as Cleo McDowell from that very.
Get the hell out of here before I bust that camera.
Having a lot of fun, as you heard with the intro there. But yeah, let's go around the NFL. There wasn't a football game last night, but there will be one tonight, Thursday night football. It's a couple of teams that are actually behind you in everything. It's the Ravens and the Dolphins. However, the return of Lamar Jackson will be interesting here. Well, actually, I should ask this as a question. John Lopez, do you have any interest in this game? Is this going to be one of those ones that you just
football on a Thursday? With,
that's a no.
Lamar Jackson.
When you start with, hey, it's football.
No, but with Lamar Jackson coming back. By the way, in Baltimore, it just tells you like some of the when you have the, what do you like to call them? When you have the pedigree, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking about, can they get back into it now that Lamar Jackson is back? Dude.
That's their only chance, to be honest.
I'm like, what?
If we being real, that's their only chance.
They're worse than the Texans.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if they can.
Yeah.
Bona fides.
If they can't get back in it when he's there,
right,
then it's definitely over.
Well, but that's the thing, right? They were bad when he was there the first time.
That's what I'm saying. This is a puncher. This is a Hail Mary right
That's
here.
exactly what it is. But and against this Dolphins team that's been so up and down, so problematic, it feels like this should be a game where if they have any chance of getting back into it, which of course as Texans fans, I don't know that you want by any means.
Right.
They would need to look pretty good, I think, tonight for that to happen. In fact, I've been looking at Yahoo Sports. Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports put together a panic meter. And that was one of the things like, hey, Lamar Jackson's return is like not panicking, but let's see what it looks like when he returns. Well, that's tonight. A couple of other things that he put on the panic meter was talking about Tomlin and his future there. And he kind of has the panic meter a little bit high for a lot of the Steelers. It's like they're in an awkward spot.
Yeah. Jacksonville this week, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. The one that I thought,
the Colts.
Right, there we go.
Yeah,
there you go. The one that I thought was the most interesting, Niners defense. He puts the panic. That game against the Texans might be a sign of things to come.
Hey, you're welcome. It looked a lot worse than I thought it could even be possible, against the Texans. Now, credit the Texans.
Right. Was surprised that it ended up looking like that to some degree, but again, credit to the Texans. Now, with this game, there are some pieces that people have talked about, namely Devon Achane, that people talk about. Could that be a trade, especially with how poor the Miami Dolphins have looked and with the ways in which it feels like they are coming to the end of an era with Mike McDaniel as the head coach, and you're trying to figure out how you're going to piece this beyond, because I don't know that you have a quarterback that you feel is your franchise guy. Do you think you could get Devon Achane, especially when we're headed towards the trade deadline? I think there's two names running back-wise that are interesting for the Texans. Devon Achane is one of those, this could be really good. Local guy, went to A&M. Or Breece Hall is those names. If you had the option, understanding the cost, right? We're not moving away from the cost. The cost has to be considered here.
Yeah.
Do you go for Devon Achane, who might be a higher-priced buy, or do you want to further solidify the Iowa State collective with Breece Hall?
I think I would go and lean Achane. The speed is, we know it. I mean, we know what he can do. Obviously underrated between the tackles. People always say, well, he's a speed guy, he's an edge guy. He can run between the tackles some, and he has. Again, local guy, not just A&M, but locally here. And also, hey, the trade deadline, we mentioned this week already, is Tuesday. It's coming up. So this game in itself is going to have a lot to do with that. And then the assets. You have 2 fourth-round picks in this coming draft. I don't know if a fourth is too high. Maybe not. Maybe. But you also have all 8 picks next year as well.
Would you be okay with the fourth? Devon Achane is a guy that I think you feel comfortable saying he can be our lead back
in a heartbeat
for some years, right?
In a heartbeat.
The way I think about it is Woody Marsh is a 4th-round pick, and I think you take him, and I don't know that you look at him and go, he is our back for the next.
Achane's better.
Leading
Put
back.
it that way.
Right. Yeah. And I don't know that you had that, especially with the questions around Joe Mixon right now. I don't know, and the age, which maybe is
age with Mixon and age with Chubb.
Right. So maybe that could be worthwhile. I'd just be interested to seeing how, at what price the Dolphins would be willing to sell him.
Fourth sound right to you, or not enough?
I'd very much want to see.
Yeah.
Like that one feels like that'd be probably around the thought process. Speaking of trades, the Eagles reportedly traded for cornerback Michael Carter II from the Jets, and you go, why are you bringing this up? Because what they send in return? John Mechie. John Mechie, you are a New York Jet.
Hey, you know what? I've seen mixed sort of reviews on this. I think that's a good spot for him.
Do you?
I really do. Like the Jets.
They don't got a quarterback, dog.
Well, I know. The Jets have their issues, but he's going to play. I mean,
are their receivers that bad? I mean, I'm not disrespectful to John Mechie, but like, is he coming in and playing right away?
Well, if you're trading for him, you have plans for him. And so, the opportunity to play.
Well, we would have said that for the Eagles. And there,
Yeah, I was wondering, are they in need of a receiver, or are they trying to roll the dice on a receiver that could possibly be good?
Yeah, I mean, let me talk to you about this wide receiving core for the New York Jets. Garrett Wilson clearly there, but there's been some injury issues there, right? Alan Lazard is one of their receivers.
He ain't playing over him.
4th-round pick Arian Smith, who does not really grab my attention necessarily. Are you familiar with the Tyler Johnson?
Well,
didn't we have him?
It sounds very familiar.
Do you know about an Isaiah Williams?
Isaiah Williams. Yeah, see, I think it's good for him.
It looked like he got a chance to play.
Yeah.
It sounds like he could be a number 3, to be honest.
Yeah.
He has a chance to play. The question I have is just, what does it actually look like if he does play? Because, again, Tyrod Taylor's been up there dealing with an injury. Justin Fields has been I mean, I knew that he was there as a gap quarterback. Right. There's been some difficulties there, even though they ultimately got their first victory of the season this past weekend. It's just more power to him. Obviously, I wish Mechie well. Obviously, like we know the trials and tribulations that he's had to overcome to maintain this spot here. But yeah, that is where John Mechie now lands after.
You just need to get on the field at this point.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I think it's good for him.
Yeah.
Hopefully we see him on the field. Remember, Football Talk here on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Just visit ParamountPlus.com. Started today. All right, CBS Sports, they put up their all-rookie team, John Lopez.
They sure did, midway through the season.
Yeah, the midway point. With that being the case.
Have you looked at it?
I haven't.
All right, let's play the guessing game. But then there's something I want to talk about specifically on this. Quarterback for
all-rookie
team midway point.
Jackson Dart?
Jackson Dart, my guy. I was Jackson Dart when Jackson Dart wasn't cool. Running backs?
Running back.
Got to be Judkins.
You guys are good.
I was like Judkins.
Nah, he been playing pretty good.
Wide receiver.
Who are my wide receivers?
One of them's a layup.
It got to be Ibuka.
Ibuka's the layup.
Oh, yeah, Mecca. Goodness gracious.
Then they also have Ted McMillan.
Ted's been good, too. It's just he played for Carolina, and they haven't gotten a lot of victories.
And Travis Hunter.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Tight end's a layup.
That's a little stretch.
Yeah, that's Tyler Warren.
Tyler Warren's the layup.
You know what? I need to check in on Colston Loveland because that's a tight end that I liked, but I have not thought very much about since.
Yeah. And then I'm going to skip the offensive line because there's something I want to talk about with that.
Oh, so you're just not going to let me talk about Ariante Ursery. Okay, that's how it is.
Spoiler alert, not on the list. Defense, defensive edge rushers, one of them's a layup for sure. Or defensive line. Abdul Carter.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I was thinking Abdul Carter, but the only name I could think of was Kayvon Thibodeau, and I was like, wrong year.
And then Jamari Caldwell and Mason Graham. I'm rolling through some of these because I want to talk about something here. Linebackers, Carson Schlesinger.
Yeah, Schlesinger's been really good.
And there's a lot of Browns.
There's a lot of Browns on there. Jihad Campbell. Cornerbacks, Amos.
Okay.
And then we have Nick Amanwari as a safety.
Yeah, Amanwari, we saw him just recently with the Seattle Seahawks. He's been really good. He's been flying around kind of like
real good. He's going to be really, really good. He's long-term. You know he's going to be good. And Craig Woodson. Now let's go to the offensive line.
Yes, sir.
This is something that us and a lot of fans and a lot of people have scratched their heads about. I'm going to give you the names. Kelvin Banks Jr.
Yes.
Gray Zabel.
Yes.
Jared Wilson from the Patriots.
Okay.
Tate Ratledge.
Yeah, the center, Detroit.
And then Armand Membu.
He's with the Jets, ain't he?
From the Jets.
Yeah.
4 first-round picks.
Yeah.
Now, priorities matter. You know, getting offensive linemen in the premium rounds matters. And so all these guys, actually, it's only 3. It's only 3 first-rounders. I had Jared Wilson,
and Tate Ratledge.
I had Tate Ratledge as a first-rounder, but he's a second-round pick, 57 overall. But prioritizing the offensive line is just not something they've been good at or done a whole lot of. It's second- and third-rounders. First round matters with the offensive line, just like running back. You know, the premier running backs, everybody's saying, well, you can get one in the 3rd or 4th round. You can, and they might be good, and they might be great.
Well, some of this is also confirmation bias because there's a lot of first rounders that don't end up on there, right? You don't end up with Simmons on there.
Well, sure.
But I think that part of it was line on here anyways with the way just generally
this year,
your offensive line is. But then also you took because of honestly some of the ways that you invested in the offseason outside of the draft.
Well, that's part of the equation here.
Agreed. Yeah. I'm with you there.
Yeah.
You got your rookie center, or offensive lineman playing the hardest position on your offensive line, which is left tackle, next to a position where you've rotated players at left guard.
Yes.
And I think that all of those things were going to make it more difficult. But I guess I was interpreting you saying that as, the actual second-round draft pick. I think that they got a great player with a lot of upside in Ariante Ursary. I think the thing, though, is it's always going to be a learning curve with an offensive line, but then also, as with anything with football, who you're surrounded by, it's always contextual. And the context is he's having a really difficult job without the easiest of help around him as well.
We didn't think he would even be a left tackle.
Right. If best case scenario, the way that the Texans were planning, he was going to be a right tackle.
Or a swing.
Or a swing tackle.
Yeah.
So that's fair. That's what's happening with that right there. I did want to mention this because this was a thing that I saw that I just had that I found to be funny. Did you know that the NFL is doing a collaboration with Lululemon? Are you familiar with Lululemon, by the way? Because I do wonder how many people in our kind of collective space
my wife
know
and
about
daughter
it.
are.
Okay, fair.
It's kind of a bougie workout brand.
Yeah, it's like the athleisure, but for suburban housewives.
Yeah.
It's real expensive, and that did not change at all. I think they started allowing people to, and I saw people on my particular social media timeline like, wait, it cost how much?
Yeah, did you see that? Did you see the price of that hoodie?
Tell me.
I think what I saw somebody post was it was a hoodie for like maybe $300.
Come on, man.
It might be about $200, $300 for a hoodie.
The question I have is, who is this for?
Well, you say that, and I get your point.
It's probably for influencers or something, man.
Well, yes, that too, but peer pressure.
Not for people out here going to the games.
Hey, it's like
just give me a real jersey at this point.
It's like Jordans. You think it's just like who can afford Jordans? Well, apparently everyone.
Well,
can make themselves. I think that's the niche that they're looking for. Like, but it's such a premier brand.
The thing
that
is,
people will somehow take out a mortgage and buy stuff.
The thing is, it's a premier brand for a certain group or kind of like a certain section of people, though.
Not us.
Jordans was like a brand. Everybody and their mama wanted some Jordan.
Well, Lululemon thinks they can be that.
And to be fair, I remember, it might have been last year actually. I was at an outlet mall with my family. Neither here nor there, but we were there. And I was like, what is this big old line for? Because it's an outlet mall, right? I'm not talking about And it's like, my mom was like, are they giving away money in there? Nope, it was just the Lululemon.
Yes.
Like, apparently the Lululemon does do numbers. In my brain, I go, with the quality that NFL products typically give and with already the way that they're priced, I've struggled to find the person that goes, I'm going to get the Lululemon version rather than just like a team hoodie that's already probably like $75.
Yeah, and I guess you can see the difference in the Lululemon versus something else, a regular hoodie, but I don't think it's that much of a change. It's not like it's Louis Vuitton and NFL collab type of deal.
No, look, man, I think this is an instance where the three of us, culturally speaking, in terms of that type of brand, it's just not we can't relate. But I think a lot of people, that is their Louis Vuitton, that is their Jordans, and they're banking on that.
I think the other thing is you really don't see NFL collab with like a brand like this either.
Yeah.
It's usually Nike, Adidas, or something like that. And I think the most recent one I seen was Tommy Hilfiger.
Yeah.
And that was clear as day. It was like a Tommy Hilfiger collab where you could tell it wasn't like a regular NFL thing, but like you never see them collabing with Gucci or anything like this. So this is kind of a weird one from that point too.
It is.
Yeah, so I thought that was funny. And just to wrap this up here as we go around the NFL, I just like pointing and laughing generally. Did you know that the Bengals defense had a players-only meeting earlier this week?
Of course they did.
They had the I will say, one of the most interesting games of a weekend that had a lot of blowouts between what was it? They lost to, who did they lose again? It was a 39-38 loss the Bengals had this weekend. Defensive coordinator Al Golden says he doesn't know what was being discussed during the meeting. Bengals.
Hell, I don't know.
Everything's going well out there in Ohio now, ain't it?
Remember their first round pick that went through all that trouble getting signed and all that stuff?
Oh, Shamar. No, I did not. Please
somebody tagged me in this. Salute to the guy tagged me in this. His 2025 regular season stat, 1 solo tackle.
What did I say? That was another one that before the draft.
That brother got 1 tackle.
And that dude's an Aggie, and I was here saying I don't see it.
You know what Lopez's response to you bring those stats?
Aha. I told you.
All right, there you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio.
Guy walks into the restaurant and says, "Taste my soup."
What's wrong? Is it cold?
Taste the soup.
All right, where's the spoon? There you go. All right, coming up next, let's talk with our guy that we talk to every Thursday, former NFL pass rusher and my favorite Nigerian American we talk to weekly. His name is Nd Kalu, and we'll talk to him next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing. Let's get you that new vehicle with
Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here on a Thursday, where about this time to our good friend, former NFL pass rusher. He is an entrepreneur extraordinaire and a person to whom I would like to say, good morning, my neighbors. His name is ND Kalu. ND, I don't think you get the full effect of what's happening with that particular quote, because on the other side of this phone line from you are 3 people dressed as characters from Coming to America.
That's right.
Right now.
Well, so do I respond like the movie and tell you to shut the F up?
I don't think you should, but I appreciate you.
That's good. That's a good pull right there.
You're a big fan of this movie, huh?
Oh, that's one of my favorite. I mean, it's very unrealistic and it's not a true tale. But man, that's for me and like my circle. That's one of the greats. You know, I know the masses might not feel that way, but Coming to America is top 3 comedy for me.
Oh, I think you'd be surprised.
I think the masses might.
There's a lot of people on the text line who've enjoyed our silly dress up to this point. And feel free at any point to drop some quotes in the course of our conversation here. But excited for this game here. Like, what are you generally most excited for in trying to find out more about this team versus the Denver Broncos?
That's what I'm excited about, trying to find out more about the Houston Texans. And look, they came off a big victory last week, but you're playing a team that's on a 5-game win streak, demolished the Dallas Cowboys. There's no question, even with San Francisco being a good team, they had a good record. And I'm not taking anything away from a victory because I know firsthand it is tough to win in the end around. If you're playing, a skeleton of the Baltimore Ravens, it's tough to win in the NFL. But if you can beat a team like the Broncos, the fan base can start looking at the standings. Okay, you know what? They beat a strong team. Let's see what Indianapolis is doing. That gives us the chance as fans to start, counting victories and looking to see how they can dig out of this hole because you're beating a top 5 team currently right now, in my opinion, when you beat the Denver Broncos, if you beat the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, and that ties in directly with what I was going to ask you about, ND. Yeah, you've been on an array of different teams in terms of, how good they were, quarterback play, et cetera. And we opened the show today with, is C.J. Stroud kind of getting it now, like buying into this Patriot-style offense, whatever you want to call it? Are you seeing some of that?
Yeah, he looked more comfortable the last game. Whether or not he's now getting it mentally or he's always been getting it, but he just hasn't been comfortable in the pocket, I think that plays into the protection. It plays into him trusting the line a little more. When you look at the protection, when you look at the sacks, yes, they need to do a better job. But there were some plays where he took off too early or he got happy feet a little too early. So I feel like he's starting to trust his offensive line a little bit more, and they need to continue to give him reason, to trust him. They don't need to be out there blocking one another while somebody's sacking him in record time. So the better they play, the more comfortable he could get in the pocket, and that's what I saw. Mm-hmm. And absolutely, when you have a new offensive coordinator, you play. It's one thing to do it under controlled situations at practice, but now you're opening up the playbook. Your defenses are coming. They're coming in with different schemes. It's going to take a while to get a little bit comfortable. It's only been 1 or 2 games, so I'm not going to sit up here and say he's arrived. But the last couple of games, in my opinion, he just looked more comfortable in the pocket. He looked like that talented quarterback that had everybody believing that the Houston Texans has found their guy for the next 8 to 10 years.
ND, one of the things that I've continued to look at with this offensive line, and I was a little surprised that Robert Saleh did not attempt to attack this offensive line with, is like twists and stunts. I know that you obviously very familiar with that, having done that in your line of work or previous line of work. What did you see from offenses that made twists and stunts the most difficult? Because obviously we're trying to find ways to see this offensive line be successful in that one place that I think could be one of their big weaknesses.
That's more mental. When you start talking about twists and stunts, it's almost like blocking on punt. When you block on punt, it's not as physical as you would think. It's more about, okay, who do I take when the guy that's lined up in the B gap, he stunts over to the A gap and somebody's looping around, and you literally have less than a second to come up with the right answer. With offensive line, the longer you work together, you just get a feel. Like you can answer the right questions, but you just feel like, okay, you know what, Ed Ingram's leaning a little bit more to this way. So if this stunt comes to the off A gap, I know he's got it. Even though that might not be the way you're supposed to do it in the playbook, you just feel one another and passing it all. Yeah, you're right. You're surprised that the San Francisco 49ers didn't run more stunts. They didn't run more slants or what we call games. But here's the thing, Reggie, a lot of defensive linemen hate when coaches call that because they're like, nah, coach, I could beat this dude one-on-one. Like, let me show you I could beat him one-on-one. So you don't like it, but you know it's effective. I remember when I played, when I would get a sack off a stunt or a game, of course I'd be excited, but I'd be like, oh, that's the D coordinator sack. That's not mine. Because, he called up a good game. So I wouldn't be surprised if the D linemen were telling Robert Saleh, like, nah, let us take a mano-a-mano and see if we can beat them.
Well, you mentioned defensive line, and it's hard. I mean, you have to really start being nitpicky with this defense. But I am curious on your thoughts with the interior defensive line play, because we got stars everywhere else, from the edges to the cornerbacks, et cetera. What are you seeing? Like Tommy Togiai's made a bunch of plays. Obviously, there's some other guys in the middle, because that might be something that they attack.
I hear that a lot, John. Like people, and I'm not being biased. I don't know any of these guys, so it's not like I'm just, sticking up for my buddies. But when I watch the guys in the middle, I think they're the underappreciated guys, because you have such studs on the edges with Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson. But man, there are plays Tim Settle Jr. makes, and I'm like, man, that dude's a dog, and a dog in a good way. Tommy Togiai, like there's plays, and you start to say to yourself, you know what? That's why he's stuck around the NFL for as long, a high draft pick, because of the way he plays. So yes, there are some gashes. There are some runs in between the guards where they pick up more yards than we would typically like to see. And I just mark that down to, hey, this is the NFL. When it's all said and done, this defense is still holding teams to less points per game than any other defense in the NFL, if I'm not mistaken. So that's something I look at when you look at the gashes up the middle. A lot of times you have to look at not just the D tackles, the three techniques, but you have to look at the linebackers, because there's plays where the defensive tackles, the three techniques, the interior defensive linemen, they're in the gap they're supposed to be in, and a play still goes for big yards in between the tackles, and everyone's saying, oh, what's going on with the defensive line? And I'm not saying, I'm just talking in generalities. And then, it's like, well, the middle linebacker was in the same gap as the three technique, so that's why. So, but when I watch them, and I specifically, it's to the point now I don't do it on purpose, but when I'm watching a game, I'm only watching the trenches, and I don't feel like I say to myself a lot of times, like, oh, man, that D tackle was out of place or he got pushed back.
We're talking to Andy Kalu here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I always love digging into your insight on defense, and it becomes even more interesting facing off against this Broncos team. Really good defense, however, a big cut to what they're doing there in Patrick Surtain being out. They play so much man, and he takes away so much of the field. How do you anticipate that maybe changing the way that they play coming in this week after being like a heavy cover one man team?
And you also hear about their pass rush. They have the most sacks in the NFL. So is it official he's out?
Yes.
Has he been official?
Yeah, he's out.
Okay, I didn't realize that. So I was telling my buddy of mine, I was all, watch, instead of just focusing on whoever his backup is, who's going to be in place and how that affects the one-on-one matchups as far as the receivers and the cornerbacks, watch how it affects the pass rush. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they're not going to have any sacks against the Texans, because if I say it, then they're going to have 5 sacks, and people are going to be like, that's why that dumbass ain't on the radio. but my point is, when you have a shutdown corner like that, it really helps the guys up front, because it gives you that extra half second, and you'll be surprised how long that is on the field to get at that quarterback, to get after that quarterback. So we might see a situation, Reggie, one where And if you're Nick Haley, you have to test the guy out.
Sure.
You have to say, hey, I don't know if it's Chris Drains or whatever his name is, the backup. I don't know who it is, but first series, Nico Collins, we're going to attack him. Like, let's just see if he's ready for today's game. Yeah, especially if it's a rookie. Like, if they don't attack him 3 times minimum in the first quarter, that's not good. And I don't care about, we're on this hash mark and, in this situation, we don't care who's on the field. This is what we run. No. Like, sometimes football is you just got to let your nuts drop and you got to go test somebody out and make them prove to you, like, oh, this guy's good. Like, we have to respect Philadelphia. We had one of the best defensive backfields. We had Brian Dawkins, Bobby Taylor, Troy Vincent. We were so good. We had a guy by the name of Al Harris who was a backup corner, and he was a stud. Any other team he would have started, and one of our cornerbacks went out. Al Harris came in. They tested him about 3 times. He had a pick, a PBU, and a tackle. Guess who they didn't test? And that's cool. That's how you're supposed to do it. So, yeah, you have to attack who's ever backing up Patrick Surtain, but you're also going to notice it's going to help the offensive line with the pass rush because he's not going to have all day. And when I say he, the quarterback, to sit in the pocket because, you just got to get rid of that ball and you got to understand that you don't have that all-pro cornerback covering your man.
I got one more question.
Go ahead.
Did you know Joe Louis was 76 years old when he fought Rocky Marciano?
Rocky Marciano. Every time you talk about boxing, one of these brothers got to bring up Rocky Marciano.
He did beat Joe Lewis's ass. Favorite. What's your favorite scene or favorite moment from Coming to America?
Oh, there's my favorite moment. you know what? It was because I hated I almost said the N-word. I hated the brother with the curl. The self-hate brother who hated Africa.
What do they call it? Soul Glow or something like that?
Soul Glow.
Daryl?
Yeah, Daryl.
Daryl. So I hated him so much.
Chase the monkey?
Exactly. I wanted to, at the time I was like 9 or 10, but I wanted to jump through the screen and just whoop his. When Eddie Murphy finally bagged his girl, I was like, yeah, that's how we Nigerians do, you Black Americans. When you hate on us, you think you're funny, but your girl's in our tore up apartment getting it on. So keep talking bad about us. Man, there's so many scenes in that movie.
Many.
I feel like I got a little insight into ND in college or something there when you were talking about that. ND, we appreciate you giving us some of your time, and hopefully we get to talk to you next week after yet another victory.
Man, y'all are so entertaining. Keep up the great work, and I'll talk to y'all next week.
Hey, we appreciate it. That's ND Kalu, former pass rusher in the NFL.
And never met Martin Luther the King.
That's right. And don't let him tell you any different. He ain't never met Martin Luther the King. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including I think that there's some more insight into the NBA probe or whatever. There's more names being floated around with this. I'll tell you about those, and we'll talk about some other things next.
Yep. Football tonight. You know what I'm going to be doing.
Cancel finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on a Thursday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. If you're tuning in on one of the more visual mediums, or if you saw Figgy Fig's post on social media at the Figgy Fig, you'll know that today is not Halloween. However, it's the day of our Odyssey Houston Halloween party. And so we're dressed up like characters from Coming to America here. And seems like you guys are enjoying it. Yeah. I'm going to be honest. I anticipated it just be really fun for us. And then you guys would just, get a show. But like Curtis here on the YouTube page said he's had a difficult week, but seeing the costumes and Figgy's video put a huge smile on his face. Thank you guys. No, thank you guys. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying it because all we're doing is just quoting the movie in the breaks.
Yeah.
That's all we're doing.
And honestly, so we do the show when our party is happening. Yeah. So we can't really attend the show or the party. So we pretty much doing it for the most a couple years ago for me where I was just like, you know what, let me do it for the YouTube.
And you was bad, shut your mouth.
I was.
It was a most ripping victory.
It was a most ripping victory, indeed. So appreciate you guys enjoying that. Shout out to the Rockets getting a big-time victory, their first on the road this season, 139-121 in Toronto versus the Raptors. It was cool seeing a team, seeing them actually have to deal with the team trying to go small on them. And the Raptors really did try and shoot the lights out of the ball to try and get over the top of the Rockets. They couldn't, though. The Rockets boat raced them 139-121. They're 2-2 now. They have a couple days off until their next game in Boston versus the Celtics on Saturday. The thing that I wanted to talk about a little bit about this Rockets team, I don't know how much you care about this, but I will mention it. The NBA Cup groups have come out.
Oh, Lord.
Mid-season tournament.
Lord almighty.
Oh, come on, man. You ain't to say about the NBA Cup?
It's not the excitement necessarily. You know me, though. I'm a sicko. I'm going to watch it and kind of care about this. However, to what degree you care, we have the groups. Obviously, in each conference, there's 3 groups, pods of 5. The Rockets fall in West Group C.
Okay.
You want me to tell you who's in that group?
Yeah.
Clearly the Houston Rockets, the Portland Trailblazers, the Golden State Warriors, the San Antonio Spurs, the Denver Nuggets. That is a monster.
That is a monster
of a group that you're going to have, games with. And this is one of the things that's kind of not talked about a ton with the that really does shift your strength of schedule quite a bit when your games in that group are now against the Nuggets, who are one of the better teams in the league, the Warriors, who, if you look at power rankings, they're a top 3 team in the league, the Spurs, which Wemby, and then the Trailblazers that they're a little up and coming, but that's one out of those 4 teams that you're facing off against that you go, maybe they're all right. The rest of them, you go, this is a problem.
Well, it is a problem, but I think it's also look, the NBA Cup.
It's a challenge.
You heard what I said. I went, oh, great. But I think the good thing about that stretch is you do get that you do get that test with teams that, there's a little bit on the line. I think it's going to mean a little bit more for you against those teams. And, San Antonio obviously starting out real well. Wemby sort of taking the league by storm as we expected. I don't disagree with that part.
Yeah, so I just wanted to mention that. We can move along because I know that you guys don't want me to break down all the NBA Cup implications.
Now, what about the other groups? No, just kidding.
You want me to rank the groups for you?
No,
I can rank the groups for you.
I know you can, and I don't want you to do it.
All right, fair enough. Because that's when the big bucks start rolling. All right, let's roll over to another, I guess, really interesting outcome that we got from yesterday in sports. The Toronto Blue Jays now lead, or they're 1 game away from a World Series championship after they end up beating the Dodgers. Was this one 6-2 as well? I'm trying to recall what the final was. I just know that
wasn't it 6-1?
Once we got to the end of it, I was like, all right, so the Blue Jays have managed to do this. The most interesting thing, I think, from this game, Savage, 22 years old, 12 strikeouts, and it's not like he's throwing gas.
Remember, we were talking before the World Series even began that he was going to start game 1, and here's a guy that started in A, went to high A, went to double A, went to triple A, went to the major leagues, went to the NLDS, went to the ALDS, ALCS, and then was going to start game 1. Not only did he do all that, he set a record last night. I mean, he was talk about spinning it, and I know that's a cliche, but to strike out 12, and then I saw them mention, as we're watching this game, that he broke Don Newcomb's World Series record.
Your good childhood friend, huh?
Well, no, but this is how long that record has been standing for a rookie strikeout in a World Series. Don Newcomb pitched in the Negro Leagues.
1949 is when that was set.
Well, yeah, that was when he was in the major leagues.
No, that's what I'm saying.
He previously had – that's how old the record is. He pitched in the Negro Leagues, and this guy is coming in doing the same thing.
Wild. Now, of course, how often do you get rookies that are impactful enough to be part of a rotation in the postseason and are on a team that is going to get you to that place?
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's kind of incredible. Lively fastball, devastating split finger is how he was described as. 23 swings and misses, which is the most by any pitcher. I'm not talking about a rookie, any pitcher in a World Series game in the tracking era. So going back to 2008.
And I will say this, I kind of switched my cheer. You know how you're like, okay, I want to see Shohei, and I was talking with some friends that are big Shohei. But over the course of these last two games, I'm like, all right, Toronto, let's get
Wait, what happened in the last two games, Figgy Fig? The Dodgers lost the last two games?
Yes.
Yeah. But so you switched allegiances.
I did.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure the facts were.
Let's go Blue Jays.
I did. It kind of turned into that. I was like, because I love seeing you Savage. Obviously, Vlad Jr. just tearing it up. I forget the guy that stepped in for Springer with the leadoff home run. The manager, Schneider, seems to be just like a really good dude that is a hell of a manager. Like, I'm not going to lie. Maybe that should be a confession, but I was like, all right, I kind of want to see that. I kind of want to see the Blue Jays win this thing.
That's the thing about watching the Blue Jays in this World Series and really leading up, but this World Series in particular, they're the type of team that I have no problem rooting for. Like, you just watch them and you go, this looks like championship behavior. The pitching has been incredible. Obviously, you can talk about you Savage, but you can also go further back. The way that they exist at the plate, it just feels like it's not all bombs, even though you get bombs. Like they get the bat flat through the plane and slash some balls into the outfielder and just into the field in general. Like, they get guys on, they get them over. They have a general really fun demeanor as a team. They've got likable guys on the team and everything. So I thought that this was really fun all the way across the board. They look like a championship team, and they're one win away from actually finishing off that championship type run.
I think my hate for the Dodgers went up after this win last night.
Really?
Because I'm like, oh yeah, they spent a lot of money on payroll, like over $1 billion at this point. And I would love to see them just lose the World Series.
Well, and the other thing that kind of switched my allegiances as well, the Dodgers were playing some of the sloppiest baseball. It's like a spring training game on some of that. One of the runs, I think it was when they pushed it up to 3-1 or 4-1. When they pushed it up to 4-1, the Blue Jays had a walk, wild pitch. They called it a pass ball, but it should have been a wild pitch to score a run. I mean, they're just playing sloppy, the Dodgers, man.
You know what Lopez said? I knew that kid was special. I knew it was something about that kid.
Something about that kid.
I bet you did. Another thing that I wanted to mention real quick here in What's Poppin', we've been following just kind of the hiring, firing cycle. I'll see if I have time to get to Jeff Landry because he is the governor of Louisiana.
We have to.
But I did want to give you this news. I don't know if you knew about it. This is part of why in our conversation about the hiring and firing, all this money keeps going up. Some of it is also when these jobs come open, all the most desirable candidates, schools get scared.
Yeah.
They want to hold on to them. Nebraska, in that vein, Matt Rule doesn't seem like he'll be involved in these as he signed a 2-year contract extension this morning. It'll take him through the 2032 season. Includes a $15 million buyout this year. So unless teams are getting real bold about spending money on the front end to fire coaches, then spending more money to buy them out of their current contract, then signing them up for a big deal, Matt Rule is probably off the table for Florida and Penn State and LSU.
Every time I see a buyout or a firing or a hiring or whatever, I think of Jimmy Sexton. This guy, he's the agent for the vast majority of coaches in college football. This dude he got his own money.
When I tell you he has his own money,
He's got his
got his own money.
Yeah, that's Jimmy Sexton.
A prince.
That's right.
All right, so you want to talk about Jeff Landry here?
This is crazy.
This
go
is
ahead and
just
set it up.
this is just a level of insight into why LSU in particular, but I think coaching jobs in general, especially at the biggest state institutions, are tough. We look at the, being able to recruit. We look at the on-field. We don't necessarily consider the political aspects of it, and both political and like a general sense of having to politic, but also literal politics that gets involved. This is the governor of Louisiana. Can you give me cut one? Talking about Scott Woodward, who is the AD there at LSU. Although, this is him pointing out what Scott Woodward has done in his tenure as an AD, both at LSU and in his previous stop.
We are not going down a failed path. And I wanted to tell you something. This is a pattern. The guy that's here now that wrote that contract cost Texas A&M $70-something million. Right now, we got a $53 million liability. We are not doing that again. And you know what? I believe that we're going to find a great coach. I mean, maybe we'll let President Trump pick it. He loves winners. I'm not going to be picking the next coach. But I can promise you, we're going to pick a coach, and we're going to make sure that that coach is successful. And we're going to make sure that he's comes on it. Because I'm tired of rewarding failure in this country.
Okay, so the thing there that is an absolute joke. I'm not saying this is clown stuff, but he should have been wearing a big red nose when he was talking.
Okay.
You put metrics, and what he's talking about is we're not going to have a $55-65 million buyout. In fact, there were other stories that I saw that they were like they're going to have low buyouts and smaller years in the contract. Good luck finding a coach.
Not going to be competitive.
Good luck finding a coach. You're going to get the Kingwood Park high school coach to coach LSU. That's what you're looking at.
Some of that is the politics, though. That's being in front of the microphone saying something that sounds good, but we all know does not actually come into force.
It cannot happen. No coach worth there. You think Lane Kiffin, anybody, any of those big time coaches, you think they're going to go to LSU? Like, yeah, I'll sign up for a $5 million buyout.
Right. The whole idea is the buyout is supposed to be prohibitive, so that the organization does not all willy nilly just get them out of there for small perceived slights. That's kind of not how this happens. The thing that I found interesting about this, and of course entirely apolitical, but the idea of we're going to let Trump pick this, and my thought immediately was like, who would Trump pick? And I've got an answer, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, you do?
U.S. Senator from Alabama, Tommy Tuberville.
Oh, God.
You are the next coach at Louisiana State University, which
God.
LSU fans, let me know, how does that sound to you?
Yeah.
How does Tommy Tuberville at the top of this sound to you?
And Ed Orgeron, meanwhile, is still sort of making little hints about it. And I'm like, you do remember why he got fired, right?
Who they beat at Death Valley where it saved his job?
I don't know, but like he was having like side pieces show up at practice reportedly.
Hey man, it's Louisiana. Who amongst us? You know what I mean? Who amongst us does not have side pieces showing up to the job from time to time? By the way, I won't play this audio. I'll just mention it. Governor Jeff Landry also said that Scott Woodward would not hire the next head coach. And if you didn't mention or pay attention to it in that last clip, he said the guy. That dude is done.
Done.
You are done. I want to acknowledge you by name.
He's not hiring a coach. I mean, that right there.
You are done in these streets.
Done.
We haven't drawn up the paper yet, but you are out of there, big fella. Shout out to Louisiana State, man. This is the thing. If you're an LSU fan long time, this is how it goes. This is the mess. This is the swamp, right?
And you don't want to become a punchline, man. And that dude is making you a punchline.
It's fine. When they get back to winning on the field, everything will be all right there in Baton Rouge.
With the Kingwood Park coach?
They'll figure it out. The talent is still there in a good way. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, D'Amico Ryans talked to the assembled media yesterday. I thought it was a really good press conference, especially gearing you up for the Broncos. So let's revisit some of the things that D'Amico said next.
Ready?
Postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Attitula.
Yeah, you're in the loop.
Put the weapon down. Who the is this ass? Please refrain from using any further obscenities in the presence of these people. What? I've warned you. I'll be forced to thrash you. You. Freeze, you diseased rhinoceros pizzle.
Oh, great scene from Coming to America. I'm dressed as the main character in that particular scene.
He was the guy that had the mop stick.
Yeah, with the whole mop stick as well. Here on a Halloween Eve, I guess is what we'll call it, as our Odyssey Houston Halloween parties today. So
why don't we say we'll be forced to thrash you more often? That's a great line.
That is a good point.
No, that line Arsenio Hall said at the end, that's what we need to say more often.
Freeze, you diseased rhinoceros pizzle. I don't even know what a pizzle is. I don't either. I honestly don't think I should say that on air because I don't know what it means. It's very dangerous in this instance. But yeah, we appreciate you guys rocking with us and gaining as much enjoyment as we are from being
Thanks to my African connection.
being dressed
I don't think we're going to see that guy back in McDowell's again.
We were dressed up as Coming to America characters for this Halloween. Hope you're enjoying that quite a bit. It intrigued us to which Houston Texans the Texans will be dressed up as when they get out there on the field at NRG on Sunday, because they've kind of been a little bit of a tale of two teams of sorts. Was talking really a lot more amicably, interestingly enough, with the media yesterday.
Yeah, that was funny. Remember the one the infamous one, even before he said the stuff about outside noise, I was telling you guys off air, he didn't sound like he's necessarily into it. He was more into this.
Yeah, you know what it might have been? You might have just needed to relieve that pressure. You did that. I believe there might have been some conversations afterwards.
Or he might have taken a step back, yeah.
And then everybody was like, you know what? Yeah. We can get back to football. And there was a lot of football talks by D'Amico Ryans here. There's a lot of football in this game as well. It's going to be the same 60 minutes of football on the field. But I think that there's some interesting things happening with this. And starts, I think, the big thing, that the Broncos pass rush. I mean, they are high up there in sacks in the NFL. This is one of the top 5 defenses conservatively. So this is going to be a really interesting test. And for a defensive guy like D'Amico Ryans, he was asked, this is cut 1, what jumps out to you about that pass rush from the Broncos?
The Broncos rush group is a really good group. All 5 guys they have are really good. On the edges, I'd say Benito is a really good speed rusher. So, there's not many guys like that in the league who has the explosiveness and the first step quickness that he has, which has allowed him, to get a few sacks. So it's going to take a ton of effort, ton of work to get it done, but we just have to play our technique. Don't overthink it. Just play our technique. Really strain to get them blocked up front, knowing that they're a really solid group and really solid in the inside as well. They'll play a 5 down front. It's just everybody across the board is going to have.
You talk about keys to the game, which we kind of avoid because it's a cliche, but. Even in the successful outings that the Texans have had, whether it's Ravens or this week against the 49ers, where's the weak spot on the offensive line?
Interior.
Jake Andrews. Putting on his heels sometimes. Now, they've had success. They've managed it. They've been able to do it. But this is going to be the one. I mean, this is going to be the one that is going to really sort of prove or not, how far you've come along.
Yeah, and I think also on top of that, it's even depending on how you feel about Laken Tomlinson and Juice Scruggs individually as guards, I think the rotation there is interesting. We were just talking to ND, a defensive lineman whose job it was to make those offensive linemen look bad, talking about how with some of those things, especially with stunts, games, those types of things, it's more about getting that feel and that comfortability with the guys next to you. How do you do that when series to series that's shifting? I think that's going to be a very interesting thing that makes that position also weak in a particular way, dealing with the likes of Zach Allen and what this defensive line comes up. Even though the one guy he brings up, Nick Benito, pay attention to that cat, that speed that he has off the edge.
I'm glad you said that because we made it a point. I know I did, and we talked about it to say, hey, Tay Ursery, kudos, great job. We didn't mention his name once in the Niners after the Niners game. Well, he's the other one where all right, let's see how you do there.
And I will admit, I'm more concerned about Nick Bonito than I am about some of the other, as a smaller speed guy. He absolutely is. Shout out to Zach By talking about this with us yesterday.
Yeah.
That's being a big, long guy like Tay. That speed to just bend that edge around him is one of those things I worry about. I don't worry about Tay having to deal with power. That's a strong, big old dude.
That's what I'm saying.
It is that speed rush that I'm interested in.
Now we're going to find out.
Especially when C.J. Stroud, when he gets in his head or when he has looked poor, it's been him dropping back, going back, not having the ability to step forward, step up and pick up yards, or step up and make a play. The interior of this offensive line might be pushing back, and then if you have a speed rusher coming off the edge, that's going to quicken that clock for CJ. Hopefully it doesn't, but it has the possibility of it.
Yeah.
And then where does he escape to? And then does he have his eyes coming down as opposed to looking up, finding places for the ball?
And then, just as an offshoot of that, we've talked here and there this week about Patrick Surtain being out. And by the way, I did look it up. The reporting is 4 to 6 weeks at this point for him, so he's out.
And just for I guess to make the official portions of it, on the injury report from yesterday, he did not practice.
Yeah.
So that, as far as you can get there, he's on that path.
But with that in mind, and I brought this up. I heard Seth talking about it. Obviously, Andy Kalu brought it up, and you can find out all those on the Odyssey app and go back and listen. With that in mind, the one good thing about these matchups on the offensive line that he's talking about with the Broncos defense, they shouldn't. I'm not going to say they won't, but they shouldn't blitz as much because Surtain is out, because you're not going to have as many man-to-man situations.
That's possibly the case, but again, these teams know. I think teams operate when they see this Texans team and they go, fresh meat. As much as I would like that to not be the case, let's be honest, man.
Sure.
I think that there's a level of fresh meat kind of perspective to it. So I do think teams sometimes change up what they're doing. Also because that's your way of getting at the Texans, because the defense ain't going to be it, right?
Exactly.
Attacking the defense is not going to be the way that you get at them. You'll be able to sustain and try and make something happen there.
Yeah.
But the way that you really attack this Texans team is getting after the offense. So I'll be interested in that. But speaking on the other side, D'Amico, I think that defense perspective, looking at what his challenge is, the matchup with Sean Payton, that's a good coach. We've talked about it a number of times. D'Amico, is there anything unique or special preparing about Sean Payton?
The most difficult thing about Sean Payton's offense is it's a high volume of offense. So you're going to see a ton of different plays, a lot of variety. He does a great job of, whether it's using the quarterback in some zone read type plays, getting in a wildcat, using his receivers on jet sweep. It's a ton of variety. So you really have to trust your rules. You have to trust your techniques, things you worked from OTAs and training camp. He's going to test all of your rules. So you have to have elite eye discipline, and you have to be exactly where you're supposed to be. It's really a rules, be where you're supposed to be, a disciplined matchup, because he's going to test every single thing that we've had, any issue plays that have come up. He does a great job of attacking it to see if you cleaned up those issues. So we'll get a heavy dose of a lot of different plays.
This is going to be so much fun. D'Amico versus Sean Payton calling defense, and it's a combo effort here. But the Sean Payton, his experience, his bona fides, as you've said, versus what D'Amico Ryans does, that's the game within the game stuff that is going to be so much fun to watch. Because rest assured, as much as they got the lowest scoring defense in the NFL, which they do, Sean Payton he doesn't blink. He's looking for the little soft spots, the little matchups, the little, whether it's trying to get Petrie in coverage or the linebackers in coverage or running, attacking the middle of the Texans. He is going to try to exploit that big time.
Yeah, and I think that's such an interesting perspective. I'm glad D'Amico expressed it. This is complexity that you're dealing with,
big time,
and there's a lot of things to have to think about, right? And with just the limited nature of a week, anyways. I do wonder if that in and of itself ends up being a difficulty to deal with, where there's a lot of things running through your head. D'Amico's defense, in its most simple form, it's what you do. It's very simplified. We pair it back so that you go out and you can play fast, you can play instinctive, and you can be the best version of yourself. Thinking back to the Seahawks game, and maybe this isn't a one-to-one comparison, but one of the things that felt like in that game was early on they decided, well, we got to be real careful about the play action. So think about that. So make sure that you're not just triggering and jumping up into the run gaps so that passes don't end up. And that ended up hurting them in the early portions of that game until they seemingly kind of changed the way that they went. You saw those linebackers getting upfield into the run gaps. I do wonder, does that go to a different level with all of the things that you have to think about and be prepared? How is DeMille maybe going about? And, of course, there's not going to be a particular answer to this, but I do wonder, how does this defense go about thinking about, well, Sean Payton likes doing this, and there's all these other tendencies and possibilities and wrinkles that he can throw at you. Does that at all make the defense slower? Could that impact it? I sure hope not. I imagine that DeMeco, in the way that he always is going to have his defense and empower them to do the things that we do it well, and not do too much changing to what the other team does. But, I mean, with the respect that Sean Payton has and deserves, I'll be interested to see if this defense is capable of just staying true to what they do and not having any of that effect.
And I'm going to be very interested to see, how they try to match up their rushing attack. Here and there we've talked about it, and clearly they did the job against Christian McCaffrey. They did the job against Derrick Henry. But as much as the Broncos don't have Derrick Henry or Christian McCaffrey, they have a much better rushing offense, which doesn't sound like it logical. But they're third in the NFL in rushing between Dobbins and Harvey, and just as a team in rushing. So that's where the whole Payton and DeMeco stuff is going to be really interesting to me.
Right. Because on top of when you think of great offensive play callers, you start thinking about passing a lot of times.
No.
But even with that being the case, now you have to make sure that you stop the run. And I think the few times that I've looked at this defense and been like, oh, they're a little susceptible, is when they have to commit so much to stop the run that now things can happen behind you. Can you give me this here? Because I thought this was interesting. This has been a thing that was an issue with this team defense a little bit as well, was seeing quarterbacks change the numbers. The week against the Mac Jones, you're not adding that 11th man that you have to guard in Mac Jones getting out and running. Even though he did that on, what was that, the third down and third and long, where he picks up yards with his feet. He doesn't lean towards that. Bo Nix a little bit more towards that. DeMeco, what's your message to the defense on containing Bo Nix, who's capable of getting out?
The main thing with Denver's offense is going to start with containing their run game. That's where they hang their hat on the run game. So we have to do a great job of setting edges, tackling well. They have two really good backs. And then with Bo Nix, what he does a really good job of, and the coaches have put him in a really good position to get on the edge. He's using his athleticism a lot to get on the edge on a lot of their keeper plays. If it's not there, he doesn't like it. He has the athletic ability to escape the pocket up the middle through the A and B gaps. So we have to be very sound in how we're rushing him, especially our defensive tackles. We have to rush with awareness, because he's a very athletic kid who's made a few explosive plays when he's able to not just escape the pocket running, but he's also made some nice throws as well, escaping the pocket. So it's going to take everybody to continue to be locked in and disciplined in our coverage, disciplined in our rush lanes, because he can go anywhere. A really good player, good young player who's done a good job. And I think as a staff, Coach Payton and his staff has done a really good job of making the game easy for him.
To simplify it, he's got a little Baker Mayfield in him.
Just a little bit.
He got a little Baker Mayfield
bit about
it. In terms of maybe not the dog, that Mayfield is, but certainly being able to do exactly what DeMeco talked about right there. And I think that's another reason we talk about offensively. This could be a game that win and maybe gets you over the hump. I think defensively with things like that, I think it's appropriate as well.
Yeah, I'm so intrigued by this matchup. This matchup of Texans defense, Broncos offense is going to be really fun. I think the more pivotal one clearly is going to be Texans offense, Broncos defense. But I think if you want to be a nerd and a junkie on the football side of it,
absolutely,
this is going to be a real fun side.
I don't want to be a nerd, but I think that's what it's going to be happening right here.
I mean, you look like a nerd, though.
Today I do.
Yeah,
today I do.
And to be fair, maybe you always look like a nerd, because I saw at least two people say that they looked at you and were like, if I didn't see the other costumes, I would have assumed that Lopez just wears this from time to time. You do look like, in the way that you're dressed currently, and if you're not looking at it on the YouTube or the Twitch chat or what have you, Lopez is wearing, what is this jacket? Is this tweed? Does this count as tweed?
Tweed.
Okay, he's wearing tweed, a bow tie, I don't know what kind of hat.
Fedora with the
is this
bill.
a fedora?
You kind of look like Tom Landry a little bit.
You do. You got a little Tom
fedora
Landry
down.
Yeah.
You look like you one only read newspapers, and I don't say like only read newspapers as in like I don't read it online. No, just that's the only thing that you've ever read in your life is the paper.
Yeah.
And then two, you look like you just sit outside of supermarkets. Like that looks like your number one form of recreation is just sitting outside the supermarket or a park.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm a fishing shirt kind of guy, and not a hat or glasses guy. But actually, that's going to tie in with one of my confessions.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Looking down, it is about that time. So coming up next here in the loop, let's get some lunchtime confessions.
Thirsty Thursday is headed back to Cyprus this afternoon from 2 to 6. Join the drive with Stoerner. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so this confession I have, Figgy, you might be able to relate to this because I think you've been in the old crosshairs of my opinion on this for a while.
Uh-oh.
I've always a hard time. Like Nick Wright used to wear them all the time, and I would just, give him a hard time, endlessly give him a hard time.
What were you giving people a hard time about with the fake glasses?
It's just, what are you doing? Figgy, you've done it occasionally, and I've given you a hard time.
Yeah.
So here's the confession, but I want to circle back. There was a brief, maybe hour this morning when I put on these glasses that I'm wearing for Saul, from Coming to America, where I was like, aha. Where I was like, aha. I kind of thought, all right, I could do this. Maybe not these glasses, but I
think the glasses fit you pretty well. And I'm not even joking. I'm not saying the old man that goes to the grocery store and everything. Yeah. Genuinely, I think it fits your frame well that if you had worn something else, it works.
So there was a brief moment, that's the confession, where I was like, all right, I get it.
You kind of understand it.
I kind of understand it. But the more I've had them on, and I haven't taken them off, I've been in character the whole time. I don't know, man. I can't even remember having this hard a time with it when I had to wear reading glasses before LASIK. Like, this is too much. This is too much to wear these glasses. They're always messing with them. They don't. Maybe it's just these, whatever. Yeah. But I go back to my original point. Fake glasses. Come on.
Well, you got to pull them off, though, man. They kind of swagged if you could pull them off right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the only thing about it is, you get all the downsides of glasses without needing to. I think you get
maybe
the bridge of the nose and those types of things. I get that.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
The implications of a decidedly, quote-unquote, online player like Kevin Durant paired with the most online fan base like the Rockets. Like Kevin Durant, we know, you can go back to the burners, whatever. He's a very online, interactive.
Social media active.
Yeah, he's very active. And if there is a fan base in NBA basketball that is active and, really talkative online, particularly on Twitter, it's the Rockets. I hadn't considered the way that this came together. So we mentioned it, right? The Rockets got a victory yesterday in Toronto. And then after the game, Kevin Durant is responding to tweets that people are sending. Shout out to Roosh Williams. He's, does a good job kind of talking about the team. He tweeted something after the game, and Kevin Durant responded, "Brother, I can't believe it. Sometimes I'm surprised that I get." Let me actually start. Roosh tweeted about Kevin Durant never playing with a big that would draw double teams like Alperen Sengun. Because Alperen Sengun, a couple of times.
They were doubling him and leaving KD wide open.
Right. Next pass open, which is one of the better shooters in the league. Yeah. They're leaving Kevin Durant open. Kevin Durant responded and said, "Brother, I can't believe it. Sometimes I'm surprised that I'm that open and I start bricking. 28 just sees everything." So speaking 28 being Alperen Sengun, 20s, I was like, wait, who? I did not expect this, especially after the game. A couple hours after the game, he's out here tweeting with the rest of us about the game and how he missing shots because he wasn't expecting the pass to come because of how open he is. I just had not thought about what could happen.
A match made in heaven.
Yeah.
Now, who knows?
When those big losses happen?
That's what I was going to say. Who knows?
But see, the good thing, and I know people give KD a hard time just being online and stuff like that. The one thing I do appreciate him, he do acknowledge the good.
Yes.
He do, when people say something good about him, he do interact with that because, we kind of have our thing with the honey badger, Tyrann Mathieu.
Well, he didn't.
Where, you can say a whole bunch of good things. He won't retweet that or say anything or respond, but he'll respond to the bad stuff.
This kind of goes back to one of my long-held frustrations with fan bases. Like, you go to a press conference or a press availability or even social media, and you're like, well, I wish they were just more transparent, more truthful. And then when they are, you still get mad.
We can raise our hands because that's some of the D'Amico thing, right? Is that we've gotten mad at him being a little bit more honest.
Like over the court, like Kevin Durant is transparent,
100%,
and honest.
Yeah.
and tells you what he thinks. And then people get mad about it. That's what we crave.
Yeah.
That's what we crave.
I really appreciate when coaches, players all be honest. Now, however, if a coach is being honest and saying something that ain't true,
that's different.
Then I'm like, all right, well, I'm glad you said that, but that's not true, bro.
Right. But yeah, I hadn't considered it nearly as much, and then yesterday really clicked with me. I was like, oh, this is going to be a thing. Not just all season long, but he signed that extension as well. We got some years of getting used to Kevin Durant, just like I would like to comment on the game that just happened, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm excited for it.
These are my confessions.
Hey, our Halloween party up here was on a Thursday. That wasn't Halloween.
Yes.
Because my annual, let me dress up in my Halloween costume, walk out the house looking very unnormal. Like just in my car, stopping at the light, somebody looking at me like, what is he doing?
What are you doing?
What kind of hair you got going on?
Yeah.
And then even walking into the building.
Oh, yeah.
I was hoping nobody was on the elevator.
Nobody on the elevator.
Yeah, so I got there. There was a lady standing there. And then I got there. The elevator opened up. I went in. I'm like, cool, just me and her. She ain't paying me no attention. Then like 5 other people walked in. I was just like, damn.
I'm surprised
because
because
looking silly.
We usually have 4 elevators. 2 of the elevators are broken. So when we got on the elevator, myself and one of our other coworkers here on at Odyssey Houston, it was packed. So I'm talking about shoulder to shoulder. Another thing that I probably shouldn't say that came to mind.
But yours was okay. I'm sure everybody immediately knew.
Yeah, at least one person walked off the elevator and was like, I like your outfit. I was like, I appreciate it.
I'm just walking in with this thing on my head.
The bald cap and everything.
That's a rough one. You could be anything by yourself.
Exactly.
With us, everybody knows. But
even if I just had this on without the cap, I don't think somebody probably would say, damn, he dressed a little dressy.
Interestingly, when I walked in the elevator, nobody blinked an eye. Nobody blinked like, hey, there's an old dude.
The only thing that I imagine the person who thought about talking to you but didn't was like, does this man know what floor he's going to right now? Like, sir, do you need any help?
Sir?
That's the only thing they thought about.
Can I push the button for you?
Or even sitting there like, should I compliment him on this outfit? I'm not sure if that's a Halloween outfit or is he for real? Is he dressing for real or is this a joke?
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I've done this. Figgy's done this. And I
feel like you just picking on me at this point.
No. This is not picking on because I like the Ursays, man. I like what they're doing.
Oh, okay.
You saw the Adam Schefter tweet that's been making all the rounds. So now all the Ursay daughters, they've made the decision to sell a majority of the Ursay guitar collection. And they don't need, it's not about the money. They actually said they felt it's time to find the next stewards for such a beloved and important and expensive collection. Like, they're not guitar collectors. Jim Irsay was. And I'm like, it's getting harder and harder not to like the Irsay girls.
They're just they're so reasonable as people.
It really is.
They very down to earth.
They're like, it was the world to him, this guitar collection, which, by the way, I want to get to some of that in a second. But doesn't mean as much to us. How about we find something that it's important for them? You know, I'm like,
I wish they kind of kept that same energy with the team. Like, this football team don't mean much to us. Let's sell it to some other dope.
Yeah, they'd be better for us.
And so they could trash the team.
All right, you're doing a lot. Would you like to take this mint and sell it to somebody else? No, this thing print money, but we will find the interest in this.
Hey, you was the one that wanted them to tank a little bit. So what better way you could tank this team by selling it to some billionaire dope who don't know how to run a team.
And so the second part of this, and I know you might have another confession here, but let me just go through it real quick. If you had to have his collection, all right? Mine is, you all should be able to guess. Pink Floyd's David Gilmour's Black Fender Stratocaster, Jerry Garcia's Tiger guitar from the Grateful Dead. He's got several, apparently, Prince's guitars. Bob Dylan's Stratocaster from the Newport Film Festival, Folk Festival. Kurt Cobain's that he used in Smells Like Teen Spirit. And then several more from
This is a tough collection,
Eric
man.
Clapton.
Man.
Elton John. Jim Morrison.
Man.
Janis Joplin. Pete Townsend. The Edge from U2. And John Coltrane. You only pick one.
Damn, man.
They're going to say.
I was about to, with the first one you said, I was going to be like, yep, that one, that's it.
Pink Floyd's?
Yeah, I was going to say that until you start rattling off some more. Eric Clapton, Jim Morrison.
The Ursay girl said, hey, go into that room, pick one.
I mean, I'm getting one of Prince's guitar. Like, I want to make this more difficult because there's definitely, a Clapton guitar is real interesting to me.
Jim Morrison?
Yeah.
Jim Morrison obviously is one of those. Janis Joplin is
That's
one
mine.
that I would absolutely.
That's mine. Layup.
I can't not. He probably is the greatest person who have ever played a guitar in Prince, and he's of all the music that you mentioned, it's the music that lands most with me. No, I'm getting a Prince guitar.
What about John Coltrane?
I'm with you. I love me some John Coltrane.
Kurt Cobain?
Kurt Cobain. Ooh, that might be my number 2.
Yeah.
In the concerts and the video of Smells Like Teen Spirit?
Yeah. I would probably go with Jim Morrison, to be honest.
That's a good one, too. I would go with Janis Joplin, but Jim Morrison, Kurt Cobain.
No, it's a lot of heavy hitters.
Yeah.
Man.
These are my confessions.
Y'all probably already know that this is my sentiment. However, I completely agree with this podcast clip. And this is from I forget what the name of the podcast is here, Figgy Fig. This is Patrick Surtain's podcast that he does with Terrion Arnold, a couple of cornerbacks in the league. Obviously, Surtain and his team will be facing off against the Texans. Well, I guess Surtain probably won't. However, a man that now comes into focus a little bit more, Riley Moss, the guy who's on the other side of Patrick Surtain, is going to be the focus of this clip. And yes, again, I will tell you, I agree with Patrick Surtain.
Pat, we was talking about your boy today too, Riley. I ain't gonna lie, go kill the tape with Riley, boy.
Yeah, he been hooping.
Riley hard.
Nah, Riley balling, bro. I ain't gonna lie, I think they racial profiling my dog, though, man. They calling all these flags on my boy, man. I ain't gonna lie, the flags is egregious, bro. You don't understand, bro. He had a rep against CD. They ran fade. He was in perfect position, played the ball, played his hands. They called a flag on my dog. I'm like, I don't know what it is, what they got against him.
You think they profiling your boy?
Yeah, they profiling him, bro. It gotta be, bro. I don't know what it is.
Without question.
Well,
without
are
question,
you sure
John
about
Lopez.
that? Are you sure about that?
Without question, they profiling Riley Moss. Now, this is another game where I would like them to keep profiling. However, I feel like we should acknowledge that's what's happening here.
Yeah, and then we're us like, oh, it's about to be a long day for him.
They're like, that was good coverage. Ain't no way he did that without cheating. Ain't no way that white boy stuck with him without cheating. Go ahead and throw that one on there.
We probably needed to make that clear. That's what we was talking, but that doesn't mean, well, it kind of does.
713-572-4610. Tell me if you know someone named, a black person named Riley. Just let me know. Maybe I missed somebody.
The Boondocks count?
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about
count?
that. I don't think so, but that's the one. That's the one that might be the exception.
That's the only black one I know.
So yeah,
from a cartoon.
But yeah, Riley Moss. I might, if there's betting odds on that, like flag for Riley Moss, especially as he becomes the more focal point cornerback. Yeah, man, that profiling is going to happen at NRG Stadium.
So
I see that coming.
That's awesome.
But they know it. You see it. Terrion Arnold, Patrick Surtain, they know it. They're like, hey, man, y'all hating on him because he's white. We'll see him and his team on Sunday at NRG Stadium. And those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. A lot of Prince love, Kurt Cobain love.
Man, that's a tough.
It's tough, man. I don't think it's the wrong answer, to be honest.
Yeah, and there was a Hendrix too.
Oh, because someone said Hendrix.
Yeah, there was a Hendrix.
Yeah,
that one actually might.
Would you do that one over
Prince?
Because that's the best guitarist, man.
That one might get me to change my answer, but I probably won't. I'm probably sticking with Prince, honestly. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's a Thursday, so let's do some buy or sell. Are you buying what these various people in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
TexasStar.com/radio.
Not sure which grill is right for you? The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, we're about to do a little buy or sell here on a Thursday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I actually got to recall, the fellas of The Drive on a Thirsty Thursday are out and about today. They will be at the Buffalo Wild Wings, I believe, off of 290.
8507 Queens Boulevard.
If there was ever a day to play it, today is the day. However, that's still not the right address. If you go to 8507 Queens Boulevard, you will not be seeing Clinton show. So I will tell you that. But I'll get you an address
You'll
for
be
that.
seeing me.
McDowell's. That's right. You'll be seeing McDowell's. I love that you do that so much that now people are texting in as soon as they hear 8507 Queens Boulevard. No, I'll let you know where that is. And, mind you, I asked for Black Riley's. Riley Green of the Tigers, I forgot. And then somebody else mentioned, and this is incredible because it ties in what we were talking about. B.B. King, his legal name, Riley B. King.
I never knew that.
No idea.
So today I learned. And that
the man called him B.B. King. I'm calling him B.B. King.
That's right. That's right. If a man wants to be called Muhammad. Anyways, let's do a little buy or sell, John Lopez.
All right, let's do a little buy or sell. Rocky Marciano beat him.
All right.
It was 76 years old.
He did whip Joe Louis.
All right. Let's start with the lead here. It's been a big story this week, which is kind of weird in itself. But D'Amico Ryans said, quote, "The outside noise doesn't bother me."
I mean, you have to sell it to the very obvious point that he got riled up behind it. Mm-hmm. The particular outside noise, I don't think just like generally, I think he's right. The outside noise or the nature of outside noise, it can't bother him. That's part of the job. I think he knows that. I think the particular fever pitch and the ways in which the noise pointed at particular people, I don't think he liked that last week. And so I think it did bother him, but I think that's him telling himself, right? I think we all have been in a place, not quite lying to ourselves, but we tell ourselves things that we want to be true, speaking things into existence. I think that's where D'Amico is somewhat when he's bringing those up. I don't want the outside noise to bother me. I won't allow it to bother me because I can't. But I think last week it definitely got to me.
Yeah, I'm selling it too. I think in general, I don't think they listen to the outside noise and it affects him type deal. But I do think the conversations from last week and all that stuff, I think it did get to him, because if it didn't get to him, I don't think somebody will bring it up.
Exactly. With both of you guys, I think the outside noise, he's good at, he's good at not listening to it. The thing about it not bothering you and ignoring are two different things to me.
Okay.
We all get criticized. Some of us more than others. Some of us, not hardly at all. But we all get criticized.
Stop criticizing Figgy like that.
I think we all hear it, and I think it bothers everyone. Like, even if you, whatever, it's just a little like, well, whatever. You shrug your shoulders and say, that kind of bothers me. But criticism like that bothers everyone. You will not convince me otherwise.
Especially if I bring it up. If
you ignore it.
If I bring it up and said that don't really bother me, and it's just like, all right, that ain't the first time you brought something like this up.
So I'm selling it too. Of course it bothered him. Of course it did. Are you buying or selling this? And this is a long quote. Steve Sarkisian was rumored to be willing to leave the Texas Longhorns and maybe for an NFL job and maybe even the Tennessee Titans. This is the quote. I'd love to touch on this, so bear with me for a second. It really bleeps me off that one person can make a report that in turn the entire media sports world runs with as factual. To the point my agency and my agents have had to put out a statement. They've never done that. Historically, Jimmy Sexton never had to do that, but I had to do that to protect my locker room and my team. I thought it was ridiculous. I thought it was completely unprofessional, that person to put that report out, and the fact that everybody ran with it is borderline embarrassing to the media, and I respect what you guys do. Everybody with that truth is really embarrassing. I've got a small circle, and when I make decisions on what I do and what I won't do, and nobody would speak on my behalf without me knowing. Where did he deny it?
Yeah, I was going to say I didn't hear a denial in there. And to be fair, I get why he has to protest in this instance, because you were recruiting. You were in front of people at all times, mind you, especially in this modern college football. where you're constantly trying to sell the vision of what your program is.
Yeah.
And as soon as there is doubt that you are going to be there to run that program, there's doubt on whether or not somebody's going to agree to sign up to be there. So that is tough on what your current job is. However, I assume that this is the case with any coach who had a big program that's doing all right, that they have some level of interest.
Of course.
Or at least to the point where they will listen if a job of note comes up at a level. I don't know, not all coaches in the college level would want to go to the NFL, but I think there's a good number amount that would want that job, especially if it fits the type of player or the type of coach that they are, which I think it might more than Sarkisian would let on.
Yeah.
I think also for me, the particular indignation that you came with does feel like you doth protest too much, as if like this is clearly something that you're trying to walk away from. So yeah, I look. What's the buy or sell particularly here?
Let me give you mine because this is how I'm going to lay it out. I'm actually buying what he said.
Gotcha.
I think 100% he's mad that it got out, and he's mad that someone in that small circle somehow, some way, Diana Rousseau. I'm actually buying that he 100% believes what he said. My thing is, where did he deny it?
He didn't, and I'm not sure that he can because I would imagine that there's some truth to it. It's a bad place for everyone.
Yeah.
I do also feel weird for Diana Rossini because she's been on a run of like kind of missing some things, and I haven't seen, at least I did not see, and maybe there were some people that went and like substantiated that kind of scuttlebutt.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen anybody substantiate, and that's always rough when you're in the business of scoops.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're in the business of scoops, and maybe let me ask you, as you've been somewhere near that, you kind of want to be right, but then you also would like for other people to go and be like, yeah, I verified that is correct, to add some validity here.
Absolutely.
And I haven't seen that here with Diana.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. I think I kind of want to sell it, to be honest, because he did mention, I think in that state, I think I heard it, when he mentioned he keep a tight group and they don't say anything.
Small circle.
Yeah, BS and all that type of stuff. But, like, why are you – I mean, I understand why you out there trying to defend it a little bit, try to say this ain't true because of recruiting purposes. But I don't know, man. I just think I don't know, man. I'm just not really buying – I'm not buying that, man.
All right, Lane Kiffin, very popular name for a number of jobs. He said that he never takes a job based on the money.
I actually buy that. He's had big money jobs early. He was fired by the Raiders and USC before he was the age 30? He was really young at those jobs. I think he's
only like 45 now, so you got to be right.
He got a real early lesson in not all money's good money.
Yeah.
I think every job that he's taken since then has been, how do I build myself to the place that I want to be, less about money. I completely buy that for him.
Yeah, I'm buying it too. I think he's probably looking at the situation and all that stuff because I'm sure he probably offered way more money for other places.
Yeah.
But he probably didn't feel comfortable or feel like I can succeed there. So I'm buying that.
I'm buying it too. I am. All right. So Carson Wentz was in the news this week as well for playing dang near 3 games. Was it separated, dislocated shoulder, or something along those lines? Really bad injury, immense pain. He said this today. Nobody was forcing me, pressuring me, any of those things. Everybody has handled this tremendously.
This is tough because that's the dude at the midst of it, and that's the dude who would probably be most incentivized to be upset. And I should buy it. Something in me is like, don't buy it, though.
Yeah.
Because, again, I know him to be a guy that wants to be on the field. I know him to be a guy that believes himself that he is tough. Like, that's that North Dakota or whatever in him. North Dakota State, I guess I should say. I still also believe inherently that it is the obligation of an organization, especially when you talk about the medical staff, to in some ways protect a player from themselves, knowing that they're going to want to go. And it felt like that part of this was off. So I get the idea. Maybe the idea is like nobody pressured him, but I think there's also.
Yeah, I'm actually buying this, man. I'm buying it. I think we always look at the team as being responsible for a player being out there and all that stuff. But I think to me, I think they should have just made that decision. I think they should have just said, "No, I'm taking you." I think the head coach should have said, "No, I'm taking you out."
Yeah.
And honestly, I think probably the head coach was probably ask, "Hey, you good?" He ain't gonna say no unless he's really like so messed up where he can't really perform.
Yeah.
So I think that was kind of on him where he felt like I'm good to go back out there. I'm gonna go out there.
I was gonna buy it until the very end of this when he said everybody has handled it tremendously. Somebody hasn't. Somebody screwed up. It might not have been. I mean, maybe he did. You know, nobody forced him. Maybe somebody did.
No, but
maybe this, maybe that. But
it was
somebody screwed up.
It was the team's responsibility to say, nah. Like, you saying you good, but nah, I don't feel comfortable.
And you know what? I want to acknowledge in this that some of this is just the outcome was really bad, and so we feel bad. Because there is something to be said for, like, if that guy is fighting you to try and play, and you're like, you accepting the responsibility of these issues on the backside, that Carson Wentz is clearly taking those, like, I wanted to play despite all this. And I understand him wanting to play. He was out of the league earlier in the season. Yeah. They called him up off the couch in order to fill this role. Mm-hmm. And so I think that there's some of that, I imagine, from Carson Wentz where he's like, no, you're not going to take me out of here. We'll go on my shield type stuff. And he really means it, so he's willing to deal with the consequences.
See, the other thing is if a team had like a franchise quarterback they were trying to protect and all that stuff, they wouldn't do that. They were trying to do whatever they can to protect that player, even if it means sit them out. And we seen instances where we thought somebody was ready to go and said, you know what, we don't feel comfortable putting them out there. Let's sit them for another week.
I agree with that. All I'm saying is somewhere along the line,
it should have been the Vikings.
Somebody screwed up.
The Vikings, Coach O'Connell should have went out there and said, nah, you know what, we can't put you back out there. I don't feel comfortable.
One more quick one here. Myles Garrett said he would trade 5 sacks for the win. He had 5 sacks on Sunday. They lost by 19 points.
I buy it. And you want to know why?
Really?
He already got his big money, baby. The money's already there, man. He's already solidified himself. If Myles Garrett stops playing right now, Hall of Famer, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Them 5 sacks didn't do nothing for him. Now, if you were in the Sean Pendergast school of looking at this, you go, well, that's what you signed up for, big fella. You took that big paycheck so you could have 5 sacks and no victory.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about like 5 sacks.
Yeah.
I'm selling that. Now, I don't believe that one bit because, as great as a player Myles Garrett is, that brother always play on his own, man, as he should because he is one of the best players. But, I don't think he'd trade 5 sacks. It'd be one thing to talk about 2 or 3.
That's exactly where I was
5 sacks? You ain't trading that.
I know what y'all
one
saying.
Win.
I wish you would.
For one win, we ain't talking about Super Bowl. And for one win, man, he'd take a loss.
I wish you would tell me that because I want you to hear it. Like I wish we could have played it. The way he said it, I had no doubts of his conviction in that moment. That
my thing is, if they were like 6-0 and they lost their first game, and he had 5 sacks, he wouldn't trade that for a loss.
My thing is,
for a win,
it's the 5 for me. Like 3 sacks, I'm with you. Like 3 sacks, I'd trade it for a win. A lot of guys have gotten 3 sacks. 5?
Yeah, no, I think Myles Garrett just frustrated throughout the whole season.
5?
And then now it's just like, man, forget this 5 sacks.
What is there, less than half a dozen people ever that have had 5 sacks?
There's a law of diminishing returns, right? Like, it could be 17 sacks. It gets even worse when you go, I got 17 sacks and we still lost. Right? Like, when you say it like that, it's like, damn, man, them sacks ain't mean.
But the reality
that's throughout the whole season, though. This ain't just one loss.
That's why
that's his frustration.
Because, like, the reality is, like I said, maybe half a dozen people ever have had 5 sacks in a game. Maybe more, but not a lot more.
I think he's saying that in this moment right now.
Yeah. He did agitate for his way out and ultimately stayed. I do acknowledge that. But, yeah, I believe him. I understand, man, that especially in these sports where these dudes are pros, they won a lot in their careers, especially with how great they are. That losing, it does something to you, man. It'll break your spirit.
Yeah.
Even 5 sacks worth. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. Mind you, I did, in fact, pull up the address for where the fellas will be at.
8507 Queens Boulevard.
Still not the address. It's actually...
It sounds the same.
Yeah, it kind of does. So I would say one more time. 25704 290 out in Cypress. Go check out the fellas today from 2 to 6. All right, coming up next, let's talk about this because it seems like we might have some wide receivers back, which means they have to do a little figuring on how this rotation should go. How do you want the wide receiver rotation to go? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
is live on a football Friday. station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you guys rocking with us here on this Thursday. I'm glad to know that you guys are enjoying this about as much, maybe not even a fraction of as much as we are enjoying it. A shout out to Ocho and his wife. Apparently, with us being dressed up as Coming to America, we've inspired a lot of people to relive some of the magic of the movies, quote some things. Apparently, his wife was quoting one of my favorite moments where you had the rapping twins. My name is Peaches. That yourself, but very, very fun day today, and I'm excited to share this with the drive because I know Ron will want to get in his licks as well. Speaking of the drive, though, they should be talking to Woody Marks today in the 2 o'clock hour. Okay. So that'll be fun to get a little bit of insight from
Atlanta.
The running back. Yeah, that Atlanta's own Woody Marks apparently. All right, he is a very valuable weapon that I'm happy that this team has started utilizing more consistently. However, the weapon that matters the most seems like he'll be back. Nico Collins. In fact, let's hear from D'Amico Ryans. This is cut two. D'Amico. Nico Collins is in the protocol, but he practiced yesterday. And mind you, he's practicing again today.
Yeah.
Is he out of the protocol?
And Nico is technically still in the under the concussion protocol. We're expecting him to clear in the next few days.
There we go.
That's from the horse's mouth. Yeah. He also went as far to say that they were expecting Christian Kirk to play as well. So with those guys being back, what are you expecting to see and what do you hope to see from the wide receiver?
I'm glad you put it that way. I am so glad you put it that way. What I hope to see, obviously, we can almost put Nico Collins in a different category.
Almost?
Well, we can. We can put Nico Collins in a different category. He's going to play. He's going to have that role. Hopefully he goes in motion a little bit. A little bit.
Yeah. Because if you go back to the verbal back and forth is the way that I'll put this, between D'Amico and a couple of the members of the media.
And Kaylee, too.
And Kaylee was the one specifically. Thank you for reminding me. That was one of the things when motion create opportunities for him in the ways that some of the other great wide receivers in the league have been given some schematic advantage.
Because there were numbers, and you might remember him better than I can.
Yeah.
He was like in the bottom 10%.
Yeah, he was not getting very many opportunities to motion or move into the slot necessarily. Like he got lined up in the slot from time to time.
Right.
But it's clearly not, you're not seeing as much of that utilization for him as you're seeing for the likes of Amon-Ra, St. Brown, and other players, other wide receivers, Justin Jefferson of that caliber.
Yeah, which is, of course, the premier receivers do that a lot. A whole lot, because it's easier to get matchups and more catches, et cetera. So I still want to set him aside for obvious reasons. The interesting thing to me is, and I'm glad you put it that way, what do you expect to see and what do you want to see? I'm not, I hope I'm not, I don't feel like I am caught up in the moment, but I think Jalen Noel has done enough. Jalen Noel has done enough to really stay on the field a lot, stay on the field for 3 downs, or 4 or whatever, and get those touches. But I kind of expect Christian Kirk to get those numbers.
Right.
And I don't know how I feel about that.
I do know how I feel about that. I'm getting to a point where I really and truly want to see more Jalen Noel, and if Christian Kirk is going to be utilized alongside him, I think the necessity of the situation forced Nick Caley into a place where he had to use some kind of slot tandem situations. And I think that might be something that is beneficial for this team, even if it is Nico Collins kind of being utilized in a slot. But one of the things that I know for certain, when you get those kind of crosser things for Jalen Noel, he looks like he's been the absolute best.
Yes.
Getting him the football in that way. I don't want to take that away. I don't want to see less of that by any means. I also feel like maybe that could inform, because tell me if you think that this is wrong, inform some more of the way that they utilize routes for some of these other players, because CJ feels like he's the most confident throwing the football on some of these crossers as opposed to some of like the kind of go route type stuff that they've had. Like I think that that's a part of why him and Jaden Higgins have had this weird lack of incredible connection.
Yeah.
The way that he's kind of missed them a lot feels like it's the routes that they have Jaden Higgins on, and it feels like Nico has some of those similar routes as well.
I think they like it as well. I think Nick Caley and the offensive staff like those routes. They feel like those are the ones that can come open easy and shorter and maybe have some, yards after catch, that type of stuff. But I think you're right. And it goes back to Kirk and Noel. I don't want to disparage Kirk here because he's got a hell of a resume in the NFL. But I do feel in this offense, to your point, Jalen Noel on the move can get open a lot easier or find space, whereas Christian Kirk, as good as he's been in the NFL, you almost in this offense have to put it on his chest. You have to it has to be some sort of stop route, some sort of, just right there and go down. And I think it's interesting. That's why I would lean Noel at this point. And keep in mind, you're not just plugging in this guy for this guy. There's all kinds of different route combinations and personnel combinations you can do. But if we're doing it that way, interesting is Higgins and Hutchinson. Because Higgins and Hutchinson has been playing pretty dang well.
He has.
And Higgins, obviously the high pick and all that. I think I want Hutch. I
understand that because it feels like Hutch, again, what I was talking about, Hutch and CJ have a better connection than Higgins and CJ seem to have right now. But that one feels like one of those, you try and get Higgins more reps in order to get to that place. He feels like more of what you're building towards with no disrespect to Higgins, Hutchinson, who has really helped you. I think one of the things also, and tell me if you think this is far-fetched, I do wonder, especially as we're still in this place where we're looking at Dalton Schultz, like, is he going to be healthy and is he going to be available? If we're talking about getting Christian Kirk opportunities, I do wonder if he might be more useful doing some of the Dalton Schultz role, even though
totally different
it's not the same guy.
Totally different role.
Right, but like more, especially if we see the Broncos go from more of a man defense where they can trust Patrick Surtain to kind of take away a player to doing more zone type stuff that it seems like they did when last week against Cowboys, even though I think that's more about the Cowboys and their ability to get downfield. I do wonder if with the injury of Surtain, if that inspires or if that tells us anything about the way that they try and go about this week with more zone. Having somebody who you feel comfortable sitting down in those spaces, that feels like that could be Christian Kirk.
Yes.
More than some of the other guys.
That's why I said I don't know how I feel about it because I think they can do it that way. And, let's also keep this in mind. Whether they blitz or don't blitz or whatever, I think this is going to be a max protect Texans.
I was going to ask you that.
Which it has to be. You're going to have a back in there. You're going to have somebody on there just because they're so good, and you got to protect C.J. Stroud. So that's basically three guys in the routes. So that narrows down the options in terms of Higgins, Hutchinson, Noel, Kirk, et cetera. So I think that's why you need the best weapons, even more so than I think the best. The best talent or the most proven or whatever. I would go three wides. I'd go obviously Nico, Hutchinson, and Noel because you're going to have max protect.
But that's interesting. I'm glad you brought up the max protect because there's times where they go max protect and then you end up with two routes or like you mentioned, sometimes three routes. And there's been times this season where that is simply played into a defense being able to take away everything else because we have these number of people back. Even with the Broncos sometimes rushing five, right, which is counted as a blitz, but they have five down linemen, so it won't really operate like a blitz necessarily in creating a weak spot in the pass coverage. But if they have just 5-6 guys in coverage, but you're only sending two, this is a defense that you believe is capable of covering that up.
With or without Surtain.
Right? Yeah. With or without Surtain. So I think, as much as I'm with you, you need to keep CJ upright. You need to give him an opportunity to throw the football. Does it become counterintuitive at times to get two max protect?
Go ahead and spread them out?
Is there a possibility to zig where others expect you to zag?
You better trust Jake Andrews and Ursery.
There you go. But I am intrigued on maybe seeing if that's something that they could do because that got fun last week when you could see them actually maybe with some 2x2s, and I think there was a couple of snaps where they emptied it out and you go, okay, this is interesting. Now maybe they have to get into a groove to get there, but I could be convinced of that, and maybe that ends up being helpful in a situation to kind of slow down a pass rush. I don't know.
I think Dalton Schultz's availability for this game is really, really big.
Yeah,
really, really big, and not because he's just lighting it up, but he's having a really good year, and that's just another option in the middle of the field that they have to account for and know that's a weapon that C.J. Stroud goes to.
Yeah, that's fair. And then I see you 832. I think we have, as a show, come to this point where we agree with you on this sentiment. Again, 832. Let's throw a pass out to Fisher like how Alabama uses Caden Proctor in the jumbo set.
Hey.
I think I'm in on that.
Hey.
Like, one of the things about football, when you're talking about the football schematics of it, whatever. Part of this is you set something, you create an expectation, and then you subvert it, right? Like, hey, we keep running this, this particular run play, so that when I play action out of it, now you think you know what you're seeing, and nope, it's you thought the ball was here, it's somewhere else. Mm-hmm. Well, we've shown, this Texas team has shown a lot of jumbo set. You got Blake Fisher in, and you expect nothing but him blocking.
I think it's in there somewhere. It's in the game plan somewhere.
It should be. Yeah. And like I said before a couple days ago, he should be practicing catching a little bit.
I think he is.
Of course, he should focus on the offensive line work and all that stuff, but after practice, he should be catching some balls, man.
Especially because the one thing with this offense, even when it's looked terrific, red zone is not good. And so I'm not saying like none of us are. In
the run game, not great.
But we're not saying, Jake, Blake Fisher is going to be a weapon. No, we're talking about like the one-off.
And it's I really and truly think it's one. Like, I don't know how much I trust Blake Fisher, even if you throw the football to him.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. Like, there's some guys where you go,
lineman, man.
But not even just offense. There's some offensive linemen where you go, that dude is an athlete. Where you make it three syllables instead of two. He's not one of those guys that I go, he's an athlete, and I would try and get him to football just to see what it looks like. This is just purely expectation subversion, right? Yes. If you're looking at this wide receiver, this offensive line room, there are some guys where I go, that guy's an athlete, and I'll think about it, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe if you get this ball to Tay, I might want to see what that looks like, right?
Yeah, it's still like you don't trust the offensive lineman to catch a ball or run a route and nothing like that, but I do think you can throw some people off a little bit.
That's the whole idea.
Yeah, man, it ain't got to be every single time.
That's the whole idea. I think it's in there. I think they probably worked on it. And again, keep in mind, terrific offensive performance this past week, but they were bad in the red zone. They were bad in the 3 field goals in the first 4 trips. Now I know they put it all together ultimately, but D'Amico's first thing he talked about on Monday.
I'm super intrigued to hear from the coordinators today. Obviously, it's always all eyes on offense coordinator because that's where a lot of our attention is, particularly with this team and the way that it's situated. I want to hear what Nick Haley has to say about what might need to be done to help them be better in the red zone. That's a huge difference, and a Broncos team like this is more capable of hurting you, I think, if you are doing this thing. Even if you're executing and getting the ball down the field and having long drives, if you're only doing 3 versus 6 and 7, I think that this is a team that might be able to hurt you a little bit more.
Well, especially just in general, this isn't going to be a high-scoring game. This is going to be like every you're not going to have they have 6 red zone trips this past weekend. You'll be lucky to get 2. So you have to make the most of them and get touchdowns.
Yeah, especially if that pressure ends up getting to your quarterback. So I think I'm with you. I do wonder because I might be leaning. I think I'm trying to hold myself off from in that place. I might be leaning a little bit like some of these people on the text line who are like, there's some people on the text line who are done with the Christian Kirk thing. Like, I don't need to see any more is some of the sentiment.
I would lean no.
Yeah.
No, I'd lean no, but they're like, don't even bother like trying to force Christian Kirk back into this. Like it's some
again, that leads into what you expect. What I expect is this offense, experience. He's been there. Reliability.
You kind of seen it with Berrios.
Pecking order, yes.
Yeah, so if they doing this with Berrios, I'm sure they're going to do it with Christian. They're going to give her every chance possible.
I think you're right.
And I think it's up to Noel to play so good where they can't even take you off the field.
100%.
Yep. You want to know one more reason why I think Noel, I would love to see him get a pretty good diet? Again, if you're talking about a pass rush that gets after a quarterback and gets after them quickly, I think the players if I'm going to power rank the players on this team that I trust to get the ball in space, Nico Owens is 1. Woody Marks might be 2.
Yeah.
Jalen Noel is 3.
I think you're right.
And I think that you need you're going to need that kind of player.
Absolutely.
If I think the game plan goes the way that it should, which is getting the ball out quick and neutralizing that defense line. Plus, can we get some hard count?
Yeah,
those are the types of things that you don't need to do with the actual plays or the routes or anything in order to help slow down a defense that's going to be eager to get after you. Give them a little bit of question on, am I going on 1? Am I going on 2? You know what I mean? I think that could be interesting. All right, anyways, we'll talk more about that as we continue talking about this game for the rest of the day and obviously tomorrow. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. And coming up next is the time where we hand things over to Cleo McDowell for McDowell's mixtape. What you got for us, Fig?
Yeah, I got some McDowell's hamburgers over here. I got the Big Mick. No, I'm just playing.
Do they got C's on them?
No, they don't.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so Halloween coming up tomorrow. Obviously, we in the spirit right now. And I have a list from Billboard of the top 25 biggest Halloween songs of all time. And I'm so irritated at this one song that's very low on this list.
Okay. Let's hear about the list of Halloween songs. We'll do that next.
Ready? The Texans. The Drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
All right, fellas. Now, your first job every morning will be to sweep this walkway. Then, I want you to wash all the windows. Real good, too. And don't leave no streaks. Hey, what are you doing? Get the hell out of here before I bust that camera.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday.
That's correct.
Happy Thursday. I almost said happy Halloween, but it's Halloween around here.
Yeah, it is.
So we celebrating a little early. We got our little company holiday party
By the way,
contest.
Yes.
It's a contest.
And congratulations are in order.
We have the winners?
The winners?
Some winners. We had a tie for first, and mind you, our costume theme this year was it famous duos?
Yeah.
So there were pairs. Our very own Sean Pendergast tied for first.
Hey.
He's a part of that sounds like.
Yeah.
Not when he wins, though. Well, he might have sounded like that once you get on social media and see what he looked like. He had a fishnet shirt on.
Oh, well, that'll win every time.
Yeah, with that physique, man.
You gotta win. You can't lose with that on, man.
Honestly, I'm about to send something to HR. You can't be over here seducing people like that, Sean Pendergast.
Well, I don't think he was. I honestly don't think he was.
Yeah, we actually made a quick appearance in the costume party, too.
Was not prepared at all.
Yeah. But some people said we dressed the best, though. We killed it, yeah.
That's good to hear.
I will say, you guys really cleaned up pretty nicely in your costumes here.
Hey, you too, man. It's like you work for McDowell's, man. Yeah, but
because right now I got lettuce, then I'll get to fries, then the grill, then assistant manager, because that's when the big bucks start rolling in.
Yeah. So kind of a happy early Halloween. Speaking of Halloween, I ran across this list from Billboard, and they released the top 25 biggest Halloween songs of all time. And I ain't gonna waste y'all time going through the whole list. I'm gonna just get right to the bleep.
Okay.
So the thing that pissed me off the most is Thriller from Michael Jackson coming in at number 21 on this list.
That is
asinine. Where's my Patrick Creighton?
It's an asinine conversation.
It's asinine. I couldn't believe this, man. So I'm gonna go through the top 5.
Okay, number 1 is Monster Mash, right?
Yes, that's number 1. And
I would put Thriller 2.
Yeah, that's how I ain't even fighting for Thriller to be number 1.
Yeah, this is the case, but there is a number 1 Halloween song, and it is a Houston song. Y'all ain't brought it up.
And that is?
Mom Playing Tricks on Me, Ghetto Boys. Come on, talk to me. Talk to me.
I don't even think it made that list, man.
See, they don't know ball.
So when I seen this, I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on? So I seen Monster Mash. I'm like, all right, maybe they get it. They go on the whole Halloween song, but then next is Ghostbusters. I'm like, okay,
good.
Okay, I'm fine with that. No pushback. Number 3, Frankenstein from Edgar Winter Group.
Oh, the Edgar Winter Band?
Yeah. So I'm like, okay.
I'm out on that one. No, not out on it, but to be ranked that high.
What is that song? I'm trying to recall.
Edgar Winter. We'd have to find out.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll find it when I get a chance. But number 4, this is what really pissed me off.
Okay.
The Monster. Eminem featuring Rihanna.
Get out of here.
Ain't no damn Halloween song, man.
Well, I mean, just Monster generally. But
who is playing that song on Halloween? Like, let's get in the Halloween spirit.
I can see people put it on the playlist. It's just kind of like Monster general thing. But, like,
come on,
how is it this high? Like, I'm okay with you putting it on the list. There's no way it should
Show
be
me
this
somebody that's like, you got to put
Eminem on.
Yeah, that song never pop up, man, when we talk about Halloween things. So, Mind Playing Trick, Ghetto Boys pop up more than that.
Probably.
And he mentioned Halloween, in 2?
This week, Halloween fell on a weekend.
Yeah.
Me and Ghetto Boys is trick-or-treating. Absolutely.
I know, man. So that kind of ticked me off a little bit, man.
Shout out to Scarface, man.
Yeah, but that's your list. You can check the list out. I think it's on Billboard.com.
Right.
I ain't gonna waste y'all. That is crazy.
It's 2.
Yeah, I agree with it. It's a mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Cleo McDowell here holding it down at McDowell's, 8507 Queens Boulevard. If y'all want to come through and support. So we usually do our court hearings tomorrow. Yesterday on Wednesdays with Judge John Lopez.
Yeah.
And one thing we always good with, we make sure we come with pants on, right? Mm-hmm. We always have pants on.
Mm-hmm.
So
wait, is that a problem for people?
I'm wondering where he's going with
apparently
this story.
I ain't never left the house and forgot my pants.
Yeah.
I can say that.
Or shorts, whatever. Yeah.
I'm on a great run. I'm a great run.
Yeah.
33 years straight of not forgetting my pants.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I've never done it, but I'm a great one myself.
Let me
go out to get the newspaper in your drawers.
You just forgot your pants.
Yeah.
Huh? Okay, all right.
Let me ask y'all this: have y'all done a Zoom meeting with no pants on?
Absolutely not.
Never. Now I've worn like gym shorts with a nice shirt.
Hey, that's totally fine, man.
Yeah,
You can wear those outside the house.
Yeah.
But
I'm weird though. I be feeling weird just being naked in the house, anyways.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not a freely naked guy. Like like other people could just walk around with no issue.
Which, to be
I gotta
fair,
put something on.
It's their place. I get it.
Yeah.
The what ifs just pop up way too often.
What if a fire break out and I got to run out the house?
I'm occasionally naked.
Really? Okay.
Occasionally.
Today we learned.
Depends on the mood.
Okay.
The mood.
So, anywho, it's apparently it was a Detroit officer who was supposed to be at a court hearing via Zoom, and he tuned in and he didn't have any pants on, and the judge kind of noticed it.
Yes, Officer Jackson, badge number 3919, out of the 12th precinct.
All right. You got some pants on, officer?
Sir, they're in the... No, sir.
Officer Jackson, okay.
He said, "You got some pants on."
Okay, I got a question.
Officer,
could you see? Did you see the video?
Yes.
Was he bucket?
He was on his phone.
Yeah.
So he had this officer outfit from the top on.
Yeah.
But he put his phone down a little low, so you see nothing but legs. I want to say he had on Jordan. I wasn't really looking like that.
Okay, all right.
But a lot of people posted video. I think they would have blurred it out if he didn't have anything on.
See this.
But yeah, you'll find that TMZ reposted it and all that. But he kind of had it low,
right?
Where you be like, whoa. So you was camera view. You was kind of eye to eye.
Mm-hmm.
I do love that whoever the other person was, whether it was judge or whatever, was like, "Officer, do you got pants on?" Because in their mind, they were like,
"Oh, dude, he's naked."
The answer is absolutely going to be yes, of course. And when the answer was no, he was like, "Well, I don't know what to do with this." He was like, "Okay," and just kept moving. That's one of those. Don't ask questions that you don't want answers to.
Yeah. Now, if you hear the judge, because this was the judge asking the question, it sounded like he like. Do you guys answer?
Well, you got some pants on, officer?
No. He like fell on the.
I also do appreciate that. Like just
this
at some
is kind
point
of blurred out. Like he's.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I ain't really looked too long.
And the other attorney was a female.
His sergeant was very much also in the picture there. Right.
Yeah.
Am I seeing
he
what I think I'm seeing?
He picked the phone up real quick and was like, "Oh yeah, you know."
Oh,
like, brother, man, we in 2025. Why are y'all still doing this?
Yeah, well, I guess
via Zoom, man. Come on now.
Did Tubin ever get his job back?
No, I think he's made a couple of appearances here and there. Well, he was more than not wearing pants.
Well, true. But my thought was that should have been, at least from my perspective. I'm always don't make the same mistake twice. And when you get this, hey, this is a clear opportunity to know that this mistake is now off limits for that this can't happen. I thought once Tubin happened, we all recognized you got to be on your P's and Q's.
Yes,
yeah, you got to
on the Zoom call.
You got to. I talked about that last time when we had the little company Zoom call, and somebody was in there talking smack about the meeting and wasn't on mute.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like, brother, when you log in, the first thing you look for is the mute button.
Yes, it is.
Make sure the mic is off. Make sure your cameras, all that stuff before you get to talking smack. So.
And I apologize for anybody who doesn't know when I say Tubin. This is one of those times where I'm not going to explain.
Yeah.
I feel like it's better for everybody if I don't talk about that in a larger way.
Yeah. Radio 610. I've seen this making the rounds a little bit. So China got a new law for social media influencers. Did you see this?
I did not.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, so it was making the headlines, and here's a news anchor from, I want to say she's from China. She was breaking all of this down courtesy of a YouTube page called Hornbill TV.
Okay.
The Chinese government has now come up with a new social media policy. Under the new Chinese policy, which took effect in late 2025, only influencers with verified university degrees or certified professional expertise can discuss sensitive topics such as medicine, law, finance, and education. Not just that, but the new law also requires influencers to cite their sources and conflict of interest disclaimers. And also no more advertising of medical services and supplements.
Wow.
So
That's a lot.
They going strong right there, man. So pretty much social media influencers, you can't really, unless you have some type of degree or certification. I don't know what type of certification you'll get, but you can't, I guess, promote or advertise whatever.
Well, they said you can't advertise, but you can't even talk about it. Like, don't get out here telling me.
You gotta have a degree or an expertise in something.
Right, like, well, I found out that this food is terrible. All right, so where's your nutrition license?
What's the source?
Yeah.
Where's your nutrition degree? Because otherwise, STFU.
Yeah. I'm just hoping nothing like this come over here. Because otherwise,
then what's the fun in that?
Well, social media would be a ghost town.
Yeah.
Is that the worst thing in the world? Is it?
It's called freedom of speech.
Hey, yes or no, man. Sometimes you just looking for somebody to be like, hey, man, this food spot pretty good, man. Y'all should check it out.
What's your source?
Yeah, but
yeah, sometimes that's all you need, man.
Yeah, but they did say on specific topics, right? Like if you were talking about topics in a way where you are purporting yourself to have some level of expertise, let's see it.
What culinary school did you go to?
Right, let's see. Well, I don't think it would apply to food because that's a matter of taste, right? But there's some things that aren't matters of taste that people be talking about and like leading people astray. I think I'm with it. I never realized that I'd be in this place
no,
where I was like, the China government is on something. I don't think I would have been there. However,
I think people just need to be a little more smart. They need to do a little more research themselves. As Reggie like to say, stop being damn lazy.
True.
Do the research before you jump in bed with somebody.
Well, that's not going to
like
happen.
That.
Somewhere in between those two things, maybe.
Yeah.
They said, show me the degree, big dog. I'm not listening to that.
Yeah, you got to be certified to say something.
Yeah.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. I want to give a special salute to the Harris County jury for finding this lady by the name of Brick Lady, Rhonda Osmond, guilty of theft for stealing more than $42,000 through a GoFundMe after making claims that a man threw a brick at her head outside a West Houston bar when she didn't give him his phone number. And some people on social media might remember this story. This story kind of went viral, and here's KPRC2, my plane and everything. What happened?
Yo, this man just hit me in my face with a brick, and all these black men just watched.
That's Rhoda Osmond. She's known virally as Brick Lady, and a Harris County jury has just found her guilty of theft by deception.
What have I ever done to anybody in my life to deserve this?
Back in 2023, she went viral when she made claims online that a man threw a brick at her head because she wouldn't give him her phone number. Olin Douglas, he's the man that was accused of throwing that brick, but he says that he got death threats after the video went viral. The Houston Police Department and Harris County District Attorney's Office investigated this case. They found that Rhoda Osmond created a fake GoFundMe to profit off of this, about $42,000. When the jury convicted her, the judge had to tell her to calm down in the courtroom several times. The judge then sentenced her to 10 years of probation, and some of the conditions that she'll have to follow. First, she'll have to serve 90 days in jail. She'll also have to pay full restitution and then go to inpatient substance abuse treatment. But one of the biggest conditions of probation, the judge ordered 10 years of no using social media.
That last part got me. 10 years of not using social media.
I don't know, 90 days in jail ain't no picnic.
No, it's not. But I'm like, damn, I feel like the social media part might be harder than the 10 years probation.
Probably.
I'm surprised that that's something that's actionable. Like, I didn't know that was something in the wheelhouse to be able to. No, I hear you. Yeah, I'm not saying that I don't understand the way that they got there. I just didn't realize that was the thing that they could get you on. Like, how does your probation go? Is the probation officer just scrolling and making sure that you're not tweeting? Like, How does that get?
I have no idea, but because the first thing I thought about was maybe she can make a fake account, a fake email, and all that stuff and hop on. But
maybe they just check all her devices at some point, at various points, all that stuff. But good.
Yeah,
I was going to say throw the book at her, but that's
throw the cell phone at her. Because she got I forgot.
This is crazy. This story kind of divided the whole social media, like men versus women too, because it made it seem like a lot of guys wasn't really doing nothing and defending her or believing her, and come to find out this was all a lie.
Yeah, I did not even, because I'm just now hearing about this. I missed the culture war portion of this.
Oh, man, it was crazy.
Or sorry, in this instance, I guess it'd be the gender war portion of this, and I'm kind of glad I did.
It was bad, but now she finally was found guilty of all of this. So I'm glad that young brother didn't get caught up in it too much where he possibly could have got a charge or anything like that.
Oh, yeah, that's the other thing.
That's scary, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, so.
How do you come up with that line? Like that lie.
I don't know.
They threw a brick at me.
People are just so creative when they're criminals. I wish they could just put that somewhere else.
Yeah, and then I'll get y'all out of here real quick. Shohei Ohtani. I'm not sure if this should be Shohei Ohtani or the Dodgers, but thanks for nothing, man.
Really?
Thanks for nothing. Y'all was out here playing good. Shohei playing legendary. And y'all look like y'all about to lose this damn series.
It ain't over yet.
It's not over. The one thing I'm rooting for is a really good game, and you can convince me of Game 7. Like, I am very much in on the possibility of Game 7.
If they lose, this gonna suck
big time
for Shohei.
What a shame.
Not suck for Shohei. Like, well, I mean, yeah, for his opportunity.
Yeah,
to get
man.
the win.
It's LeBron in 2015
Right.
when he just led everybody on the floor and everything, and it don't mean a damn thing.
Hey, Dave Roberts, come talk to me for a second. That's where I go.
Where it's going.
That's immediately where I go. I was like, hey, buddy, can we talk?
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's the mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on the show. Coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive who are out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Cyprus. But before we do that, Sean Pendergast had a Pender poll that I'm interested to see what you guys think of. He asked the question if you could replicate one stat from the win versus the Niners into the game versus the Broncos, which one would you choose? I'll let you know which one of those, I'll let you know which ones he put up there, and I'll get your opinions on that next.
Thirsty.
Use as directed.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Attatua.
Hello. Hi. You know, I started on cleanup just like you guys. But now, see, I'm washing lettuce. Soon I'll be on fries, then the grill. A year or two, and that's where the big bucks start rolling in.
Just 2 years, huh?
Been a fun show today here on a Thursday in the Loop, but Halloween Eve, which for us here at Odyssey Houston, the day of our office office Halloween party, and thus all of us on the show dressed up as various characters from Coming to America. It's been fun. Glad that you guys, at least some of you, have enjoyed getting involved with it, having fun with it. The clips, shout out to Fig, dropping those in, and the quotes. Literally all break long. I was singing, "To be loved, to be loved."
I have a date with Lisa.
So it's been fun hanging out today. We're glad that you've been doing that with us. And the fun only rolls on. Obviously, you know the drive picking up at 2. We'll hand it off to them in a little bit. But they're out at the Buffalo Wild Wings on 290.
8507 Queens Boulevard.
Not the address, but it is off of 290 there in Cypress. Easy to find. Put it in your GPS. 2 p.m. or not at 2, but in the 2 o'clock hour, they'll talk to Woody Marks. I almost called him Woody Harrelson. I don't know what's happening in my brain. So let me get to the place that I need to go before my brain craps out on the day. Sean Pendergast, winner of our office Halloween costume party.
How about that?
But also very
I got a
good
video of him too.
Oh, really?
Good.
Oh, yes. Put that on the internet for sure. But also very, very good host of the morning show, Payne and Pendergast. He put up a Pender poll, as he is wont to do, a poll. And the question that he asked was, if you could replicate just one stat from the Texans' victory last Sunday, this Sunday versus the Broncos, which one would you want? And the 4 options that he put up there, you can either have 0 sacks allowed from this offensive line. You can have the 9 of 16 efficiency on third down. You can have the 41 minutes of time of possession. Or you can have the 157 yards of rushing. John Lopez, or should I say Saul, what would you want to translate over, particularly thinking about this Broncos game ahead of you?
They're all kind of they're all in the same boat.
They're similar.
Yeah.
They're similar.
Give me time of possession.
41 minutes.
Time of possession gets it done. 41 minutes. It's a 60-minute game.
That's unreal, though, man.
That is a win.
Yeah,
like you can turn the ball over, and if you have 41 minutes of possession time, you're probably going to win. The defense is going to be rested. You're bound to get at least enough points, more than the other guys if they only have 19 minutes. So give me the 41 minutes. Of possession.
The defense would have to be absolutely incredible if they're only playing 19 minutes of defense across the entirety of the game. This defense is so potent. I don't anticipate in this game, and woo boy, I'll be so mad if I end up being wrong and I have to eat crow on this. I don't anticipate huge plays from the Broncos explosively versus this defense. I don't anticipate that. So if you can have 19 minutes, you are really going to rough up.
It's offense too, because 41 minutes means you're grinding. You're getting first down. That's why I said they're all kind of in the same boat. Because what'd you say? 9 out of 16. That's 41 minutes. 9 out of 16 on third down.
Yeah. It might, honestly. Now, I'll answer the poll for you, let you know what has been the winner here with the final results. The 0 sacks allowed was the one place that everybody went, and it makes sense. That has been such a focal point of this offense. That particular weakness, the offensive line, and the idea that when C.J. Stroud has to play or is on his back, he can't be the effective quarterback that he is, and it degrades the game that he plays. I think that some of these other ones might be more valuable. And you were right, the time of possession was the second highest voted. I'm kind of interested in this third down thing because if you're able to pick up 9 of 16 third downs, you're going to continue these drives.
Right, that's how you get to 41 minutes.
Right, and so that is fair. And that's probably the stronger one is that 41 minutes. But I think that 9 of 16 on third down is really appealing to me also because this Texans team has been pretty inefficient on first and second down.
Average at best, yeah.
I wouldn't even say average at best on first and second down. They're below average on first and second down. Early down, especially passing, that would be huge because that kind of mitigates that weakness and gives you the opportunity to drive and continue the drives, because I feel like that also means that, despite pressure or what have you, that you'll be able to make some of that happen.
Yeah.
But you're right. Some of these fall in that same vein. Interestingly enough, the one that was least considered by folks was the 157 yards rushing. And I could find some real value in that.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you're talking about a path view, it feels like being able to run the football is a great way to mitigate that.
Well, especially because that's what their go-to is control. It's really weird because outside of the style of offense, the philosophy of both these teams is exactly the same. Play good defense, run the ball, be safe passing. It's what the Broncos do, it's what the Texans do. Now, they get there in different ways in terms of what they're running, and you mentioned this earlier. They also get there in different ways in terms of who's pulling the trigger, where, C.J. Stroud has more control of that. But the philosophy of the offense and the defense is exactly the same for both these teams.
Is it weird to think that it seems impossible, right? But if you have 0 sacks, you can still end up in a place where you don't score points. You don't score a lot of points.
Absolutely.
41 minutes of time of possession feels tough to do without scoring points.
It's
but
hard to lose.
In theory, you could do that without scoring points. The 9 of 16 on third down, in theory, you could do that and still end up in
probably.
Well, that'd be really rough to do. 157 yards rushing feels like if you do that, your points will be on the board.
You would think, right? That's a good.
Or am I just making a distinction where there isn't actually a difference?
I think all those conceivably could go the other way, but all those also point to points.
Fair enough. So, look, regardless, I guess let me throw this wrinkle in here. Which of these does it feel like it's most likely? Obviously, we talked about the one that you want. Which one feels like the one that's most likely to get for this Texans team
to do?
Get? Yeah, in this game.
Not 41 minutes.
Fair enough. Yeah, that felt very much anomalous watching that happen.
Not 9 of 16. That's a big ask against this defense.
Okay.
Not 0 sacks. That narrows it down. 157 yards rushing.
Okay.
Maybe the most likely.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see because the challenge we know is there. How does this team respond to the challenge is going to be really, really telling. I can't wait to learn more about this team on Sunday as what we're seeing coming up. From the 281, somebody said, what defense has the shortest time of possession? Is there a stat anyone looks at? You know what? I'll see what I can look at there and see what I can find. But before we do that, let's head out to Cyprus to see our fellas of the drive out there at the Buffalo Wild Wings. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, what's it looking like?
What's good, fellas, man? As we continue a little Thirsty Thursday, another location here out in Cyprus that we've enjoyed coming to the last 2 years. A good spot here. Always have a pretty good crowd here. Bailey always takes care of us there as she has been here almost every time we've been here. It's going to be a good time, as always. A little Thirsty Thursday action. You know we don't come empty-handed. Shout out to Bud Light and Buffalo Wild Wings. We got some merch that you can win from Bud Light as well as HEB. So get on in here and enjoy yourself, as this is a huge game coming up on Sunday, and we're going to kick it off right here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
And I see that even though y'all did not get to participate in the Halloween costume contest,
sounds like you toe up about it for real.
Clint still decided to dress as me for Halloween with that Columbia fishing shirt.
It sure did. It wouldn't be hard. I mean, I don't have. If I had one, I could stop at Academy. I damn sure got a gift card. I could stop out there and grab one, and I could damn sure be J-Lo. Ain't no doubt about it, baby. That old fishing shirt. I got a couple of them in the closet. I even got the button ups with the pockets on the front.
How
man,
about that?
I could have really done it up. Got to let the goatee. I could let the goatee go a bit. we could have done it big, man. We could have done it big.
I hadn't thought about that, but I got to keep that in the back pocket, like dress up as one of the other shows.
Oh yeah,
for Halloween. That's a good look. But I don't know if you guys have seen, especially on social media, we went all out with the Coming to America look here today.
I see it.
Yeah,
I see it. What's Figgy got on?
Figgy was Cleo McDowell, man.
Yeah.
Cleo.
Yeah, he got the big straw. He went all the way there.
He even has the binder.
Yeah, he has the McDowell's binder and everything, man.
The
Do you guys
McDonald's
have
binder.
a skit? Is there a skit associated with this?
We don't have a
It's
skit.
America, Jack. I'm about to break my foot in your royal ass.
we have been doing exactly that. A lot of quotes, a lot of clips being played during
Dottie,
the show.
stick him. Stick him, Dottie. I got to see Figgy.
At the Figgy Fig. If you go to at the Figgy Fig on his Twitter or on his Instagram, he's got
his Twitter feed's got it all wired in.
He sure does.
You was in there with a mop, wasn't you? Didn't take it out, did you? Just rolling it across the floor, wasn't you?
He's got a mop.
If you happen to be looking at the YouTube page right now, you will see there is a mop handle in my hand right this moment, just in case.
Don't make him
there it
thrash,
is.
Don't make him thrash you.
Yeah, I would be forced to thrash you.
The Packers of Green Bay.
Did you guys see the Pender poll? Did you guys see the Pender poll that Sean Pendergast had?
I did not.
He had these options for which stat you would want to replicate from the Niners game into the Broncos game. Which of these are you guys interested in? The 0 sacks allowed, 9 for 16 on third down, 41 minutes of time possession, or 157 yards of rushing. Which of those would you say, give me that and I feel great about this Sunday game?
That's tough, man.
9 of 16 on third down. 9 of 16 on third down. All day, every day, twice on Sunday.
Okay, yes, sir. Can you give me a little bit more insight as to why?
Well, first of all, if you got 16 conversions, you're keeping the ball. And if you're successful on 9 of them, you're at least in field goal range and scoring some points. And so I think if you're 9 of 16, you're in third and short. That means you're probably running the football well, or CJ's getting that thing out and avoiding sacks. So I think 9 of 16 is on third down kind of encapsulates really all of the above. So I would take the 9 of 16 all day.
Yeah, they all kind of.
I don't care how you get it, in the air or running. I don't care how you get it either, huh?
No, they all kind of tie together because I said
that's what I was going to say.
I said the 41 minutes, and you get to 41 minutes by being 9 of 16 on third down.
Yeah. No, look, there's no doubt. I mean, I think 9 of 16 is you can do a lot of things and not be over 50% on third down.
See, when you were saying it, ultimately, my thought is, what would you like to see the Texans carry over from the game?
Yeah,
it is the protection, right? And no sacks doesn't necessarily always mean that you had great protection, right? You know, so whatever it is, whatever stat it is that shows that you're able to protect, because running the football helps you to protect better with the 157 yards rushing. That to me was the biggest thing. Is it wasn't just that they didn't allow sacks. It was there wasn't very much pressure, right? Like and they didn't give him a chance to have happy feet, which I know all of us have talked about. So to me, that was the number one thing in the game.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I'll be interested to see what it looks like. But fellas, I'm excited for what you guys got going here on a Thursday. We catch our fellas out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Cypress. Go say what's up. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, John Lopez.
Yes, sir.
So I do want to say real quick, Engineer Andy said that you need just a white slip that says press. Put that in your helmet and your hat as well.
That's next year's costume.
This is a good look. You might need to wear this around a little bit more often, but I look forward to seeing you tomorrow in a fishing shirt because I know that's what it's going to be. Been a fun program, but until tomorrow, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station, and right now, The Drive is live.
That's right, The Drive is live, and as you heard the fellas from In the Loop, it is live here at Buffalo Wild Wings. We are here in Cypress. Come on out right off US 290. Come on out and hang out with us as we do a little Thirsty Thursday. Come and make a bad decision. It's a little cooler than normal. It ain't out here. Well, this is a good place to come in and get you some good food, get you a drink or several drinks, and do like what we saw last week. I promise you, Tyler, I am certain we witnessed an affair occur as we were out last week, and they looked like they had a great time. When you start off and then double back in the 5 o'clock hour, you start there and then you double back in the 5 o'clock hour. I know what time it is, and you leave in different vehicles.
It's business
time. It's beautiful. So come on out here and make a bad decision.
Yeah, see if anybody out there can one up that. AT, I mean, they're clearly a couple at the bar. They got beers. Each one of them has a beer and a shot, and they're kind of trading off. Have a few more drinks. They get up, they bounce, they leave. And we both talked about it in the break. Like, what you think? Well, I said, I know what's going on. That's a little nooner right there, boys. A little nooner right there.
Having
Early
a good
evening.
time.
And I'll be damned if an hour later they didn't circle back and come back and sit right back in them same
Stumble
seats
right
and get back to
in
drinking.
Sometimes you got to get you some seconds, man.
I'm telling you.
And Ron was right. I mean, I got to believe it was an affair because they did go outside and when they went there. That was not a I'll see you at home, babe, exchange before they went their separate ways.
That was an ass palming.
No, that was I hope nobody finds out what we just did because now my
parked far enough away from each other.
Now I realize what we're up to. Earlier I was thinking about one thing. I had one thing on my mind, and boy, they were hard.
They took care of business.
Yeah.
I got to believe it. Yeah. So come on out here. Moral of the story: come make a bad decision out here. Come on out here. I love it. Boy, we make people get nasty right here on the drive, and it's all good. But make your way on out here again. We never come empty-handed. Got some potential prizes for you to win. All you got to do if you're in the building is not even sign your name, pull a ticket and put it in the raffle box. You got a chance to win gift card to HEB. Get some nice lawn chairs, courtesy of Bud Light, that you can win as well. And then you get to hang out with us and get you some good food and drink here from Buffalo Wild Wings. So come on out and hang with us. As we get going on a Thirsty Thursday, a lot to get to here. I want to give a shout-out off the top. Congratulations to the Rockets as they got a dub last night against the Raptors, and they are a scary bunch, fellas. That is a scary group. They've got, as you talk about a lot in football. When we talk about teams like the Lions and teams like the Packers and teams like the Chiefs are starting to become again. They got a lot of answers.
Let's go, Rocket.
They got a lot of answers. And not only do they have a lot of answers, but they also have a couple of dudes that, for the most part, unless Wimby's out there or something, but for the most part can then, when it all breaks down, go get their own. But, I mean, this ain't all right, boy, we got to have two guys every night to go to have a chance. No, they can have KD, who had 30-plus again. They can have Sengun, who can go. They can have Thompson, who can go. They can have had 22 in their last game. Reed Shepherd is coming and is capable. They got a lot of answers, and it was on full display yesterday.
Last night was I didn't watch the entire game, but it seems like every time I stepped in on the Rockets game, Jabari Smith Jr. was doing something, whether he's knocking down threes. Hell, Ron, at one point he's bringing the ball down the floor and he's handling it at the top of the key. I don't know if that was by design. I didn't notice it, the whole game, but I don't know how much of it was by design and how much of it wasn't. But last night was a good one for me. I'm a big fan of Jabari Smith, and it seems like
he let it go, boy.
I mean, obviously, if you look at the box score, he 25 points. I think he was 4 of 8 from 3. I mean, but if you watch the game, I know in spurts as I did, it seemed like Jabari Smith was the guy last night that was maybe given the reins a bit at times and allowed to do more than you typically.
Especially early when like at some point you knew that whole game you could watch and see. All right, they're gonna pull away from them at some point. You could just see they're different. But when it was still in doubt early, it was Smith. You could argue was the best player out there.
Yeah, so that's I like to see that. That's the one to me. To your point, man, with the Rockets of like. The answers that they have on any given night, and you said it perfectly. Eason a couple of nights ago did his thing. Jabari did it here. The other guys are steady Eddie and getting. I mean, Amen Thompson didn't score a boatload, but when you look across them rebounds and assists, he had a hell of a night as well. So, man, I'm telling you, man.
I mean, that's it. I mean, that is you'll take that all day long. And I mean, and Durant has. And his 30, I mean, his 31 is easy. I mean, it's so easy.
It's so
like
easy.
he is literally at many points the guy you look up and think, damn, when did he get to 27?
Well, it's Harden-esque. I mean, around here, that's the only guy that we've seen in a Rockets uniform recently in the recent past that could fill it up like that. I mean, it just seems like night in, night out. I mean, it's an effort. Effortlessly, he's going to get to low 20s, mid 20s on a good night. He's going to get to 30s, and hell, he may touch half 100 from time to time. So, yeah, it's fun to be able to turn the tube on random weekday nights, catch the Rockets, and be not just, hey, I'm going to sit down because I'm a Rocket fan, but like, nah, let me sit down and watch.
They come in waves. Yeah, they come in waves. Sengun can have an off night, and they still can roll. I understand. I see the Texans already. It was the Raptors. I know it was the Raptors, and they did what they needed to do. In the third quarter, they went ahead and pulled away from them jokers and did what they needed to do. But good game. They got an off day, and then they'll take on the Celtics still on the East Coast. But shout out to the Rockets. That was impressive, just what they can do from an offensive perspective. With the Texans here, Clint, I do want to give what's being reported from an injury standpoint up to this point. This is the second practice in a row, and this bodes well for Nico Collins and Christian Kirk. They were out there, I know, yesterday when we carried it live right here from was still currently in the concussion protocol. They looked that he would get off of that and out of that here in the next couple of days. Well, he's out there again, him and Christian Kirk, which is a great sign. The other players, Dylan Horton, Danico Autry, they both missed yesterday on that D-line. They return to practice. And then here's the one you got to kind of look at, and maybe you're looking at this a little bit different than you did yesterday, Clint, and that is Dalton Schultz got a knee and a shoulder issue. He didn't practice for a second straight day, but remember, the way D'Amico Ryans kind of phrased it yesterday, it felt like he was pretty confident that he expects him to be back later this week. Well, he has missed the 2 heavy practices. So that is the one that's most concerning right now.
Yeah, absolutely. The Dalton Schultz situation is the most concerning one. Without D'Amico Ryan's comments yesterday, I'd be concerned. But given that Dalton is that vet, and he's played a brand of ball that deserves some rest. They are into giving rest days. They gave Laken Tomlinson one yesterday. So when you look at the situation, and it wasn't like he was carried off the field, you look at the situation with D'Amico's comments, I'll be shocked if Dalton Schultz isn't on the field Sunday.
Let's hope so. This just makes it a little bit more. And again, and just like we did yesterday, Clint, tomorrow we'll say a lot, right? If he's not in the walkthrough, and they don't even feel good about him going out there to that, then I'd almost lean towards him not playing if he's a non-participant in practice tomorrow. And as we talked about yesterday, Clint, Dalton Schultz, they're one of the best defenses in football. This is one of the defenses where you're like, hey, they can potentially match, something that the Texans are able to do, and I would say they need all their weapons, and Dalton Schultz has been one of their big weapons.
Big weapon and an answer. That's the thing here is this is the biggest challenge that the Texans have faced. I would argue that this is, especially with the defensive front, this is as big, if not bigger, than the challenge that they faced against Seattle. Seattle had some of that. They played a lot of those TE stunts up front, a lot of the pick and roll type stuff that these defenses do nowadays. That's been a problem for the Texans. And then when you look at what Denver does, they just want to load up the line of scrimmage and make it hard for you to identify who the hell's coming and confuse you, which again is been an issue with the Texans. And so a similar I think battle that the Texans are going to have this year, but obviously for different reasons.
All right, as we continue to go through here, we'll speak to our guy Woody Marks. Woody Marks is potentially going to join us coming up here in the next few minutes. He has had a great start to the year. Let's hear from the rookie running back coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Daisy Dips. Look, if you are into watch parties, tailgates, if you're into family gatherings,
I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Leasing a car makes more sense now than ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, and we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings. We are in Cypress off 290, excuse me. Come on out here and make your way. Plenty of prizes, even more prizes that we are trying to figure out the details on that I promise you don't want to miss. More details coming soon, but I promise you will want to get out here to have a chance to win those potential prizes. Remember, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. So let's head to the phone lines right now, and nobody better to get a little football talk going than maybe the most exciting player that the Texans have on their team right now, Woody Marks. And I'm telling you, each and every week we hear it from the people. They want to see you get more involved in the game, more touches, and it looks like you are really starting to find your way in the league right now.
Yes, nice to meet you guys. Just really grateful to be on this team. Grateful that I get to get the touches and the team trusts me. Just keep gaining trust week by week.
Woody, what's your favorite part of the game, man? Catching the rock out of the backfield or running it downhill?
I'll say running it downhill. Kind of get to punish a lot of guys. I always get hit, so I want to bring a little contact to them.
Hey, Woody, it was interesting coming off the bye week. It seemed like the offense struggled a bit against Seattle, but then last week it may have been the smoothest the offense had looked, the best performance potentially of the offense. What was the difference from the Seattle game coming out of the bye Monday night as opposed to Sunday against the 49ers?
I would say everybody just lock it in on the details they got to do, coming from the quarterback to the receiver to the O-line to the running back. Just lock it in, focusing on what you got to do, and then not trying to do another man's job. Just trusting in your brothers that they got the preparation throughout the week. And I would say we had the best preparation throughout the week, and it led over to the game. We played like it.
Woody, what goes into that? It seems like with this year's team, it's pretty repetitive. from players and coaches that, hey, man, players just need to do what they're coached to do, or, hey, man, guys need to be locked in. Like that seems like a kind of it seems like at this level with this particular organization, that shouldn't be that should be taken care of more often. Why is that constantly a thought of something that needs to be done?
I would say it's a large playbook. You got different things coming in. It's a new skin for different guys. And I'd say you just got to go on by yourself and just study yourself. We're going to make mistakes, but not just repetitive mistakes. Like you keep doing it over and over. And nobody's perfect, but we need to just tone it down. Like from the flags and stuff, we toned that down. Not many flags that are thrown. You'll get a couple flags. But I'll say just keep the same energy and not letting it go on to the next play, just playing the next play. I'll say we had a lot of mistakes. Somebody mess up, and then it just carry on.
Woody Marks, running back, rookie running back of the Houston Texans, joins the drive right here on Sports Radio 610. I think one of the things that we have really noticed, and I would say probably around the Tennessee game for us, I'm not sure what it was for you. It seems like you have gotten really comfortable in the NFL game. When do you feel the moment was that you felt really comfortable and you stopped maybe thinking and more playing?
I'll say the second game. Second game we played, I would say I was a little bit fast, not being patient a little bit. And then just week by week, I feel like I've been getting patient. Just going back to like how patient I was in college, not letting games beat me up and making me miss gaps or something. I'd say that mostly in the run game. In the passing game, picking up protections. It's been the same, but in the run game, just being patient.
Well, you mentioned, the pass game and protections and things of that nature. This weekend, a big-time matchup for you guys obviously is the defensive front for the Denver Broncos and all the different looks. How's that preparation going for that? How different is that when you get a defense that's going to be so multiple? What does that look like this week for y'all?
We just got to follow our rules. I'll say in the running back room, we just got to follow our rules. If our man go take us to our man, they do a lot of blitz zero when they need it. When crunch time, they do a lot of blitz zero. So just keep your eyes up and studying that protection. They throw a lot of stuff at you. Be a lot of guys coming from different places. They got a lot of good guys on that defense.
All right, Woody, we appreciate you giving us your time. Before we let you go here, man, I want to know, man, how many people don't call you Woody? Who calls you by your government name? How many people actually go past Woody? Is it Mama? My mom still calls me Ronald, and I'd like to ask her not to. But how many people still call you by your government name?
That's a funny question. I haven't called Jaquavian since I think like elementary school.
Damn. Elementary school, so you just been Woody straight up then, huh?
Yeah, I've been to Woody. Yeah.
That's interesting. All right, man. We appreciate you joining us, man, and good luck, man. And we've really enjoyed watching you this rookie season, man.
All right, thank you.
All right, that's Woody Marks, who has not been called by his government name since elementary school.
Been a while. We had him on a post-game show in the preseason, and I remember hearing that story, and not asked the way that you did. I don't know. I'm shocked that Grandma or somebody,
I'm telling
a distant uncle or something.
I ain't calling you. I'm not calling you as Woody.
I mean, yeah, anything other than Woody, you can go with anything. A little bit shocked there.
No, man. Speaking of him, man, and we look at this game. That, by the way, the Texans are a 1.5-point favorite at home against the 6-2 Broncos. How big do you think Woody Marks is in this game coming up?
Well, I mean, Ron, I'd like to – this is another question I'd like to ask him, but we didn't really have time to get into it. I would like to think that he's going to play a big part. But I can't understand for the life of me how one game it seems like it's a heavy dose of Woody Marks in the pass game, the run game, and then one game it's like he disappears. And that, look, I understand that some games you don't run as many plays and I would understand if Woody couldn't pass protect and, if they were taking advantage of him in the game, but they don't. And so I would like to be able to answer that question. I'll be honest with you. I think at this point, I think it's a huge mistake, when there's, for any reason other than Woody is physically whipped and doesn't have the juice and needs a break. I mean, anything else, I don't know how you get the guy off the field, whether it's, he showed that ability to bounce that ball outside on that inside run where he bounced it outside for a good run last week. Obviously, the ability to catch the ball out of the backfield and make guys miss. And, he's the only guy on this offense. Now, with Nico coming back, then it changes a bit. But he's the only guy on this offense last week that every time he touches the football run, I sit on the edge of my seat. I think there's a chance that he might bounce this one. He might cut back across the game. He might 15, 20 extra yards. He's that dude. And so I just don't know how you justify taking him off the field unless he just physically can't go and needs a break. So I would like to think that we're going to see a lot of Woody Marks moving forward.
Yeah, a major impact in the last game, right? Running the football. Who knew that he was going to look more like Christian McCaffrey did than Christian McCaffrey did, right? He's over 60 yards rushing and has 50 yards receiving in that game. So you would think, that he would be a major part. But to your point is that maybe kind of goes into that game plan offense that they run, that it is surprising to me that sometimes the game plan offense not only is this is what we're going to attack, but sometimes it seems like the game plan offense also includes people and players.
Yeah.
Like certain players like that even if you're in a game plan offense, I would think that Nico, I think right now today, Woody Marks, Dalton Schultz, those three guys would be guys that whatever the game plan is, it may, change, but it still should include those guys being a major impact.
If you look at the remarks that have been made by everybody involved following games where some of those things could be in question, there's clearly not a concerted effort to get one particular player the ball over the other. I know,
even Nico.
I know. Look, D'Amico Ryans has got defensive about the Nico Collins question, but like I'm talking about, right? When I'm talking about getting guys involved is, Nico Collins should be involved in the screen. He should catch one or two screens every game. He should be involved in the play-action game. As you see, he is involved quite a bit. If you're going to take a shot, you should find a way to get him deep. He's the guy that can go make big plays. And, he should be involved in that wide receiver run game if you do have that in the system. In the game plan. So, big picture, you look at that and you go, it should happen every game. Well, that's sporadically throughout the season. And you look at Woody Marks. Since what game was that at home? Was it the Tennessee game?
Tennessee is the breakout game. He had multiple touchdowns.
You look at that game in itself. Just football 101, you go, we got to get that guy more touches. We got to get him in the game so that we can get the ball to him in the pass game as well as in the run game. And we found something. Let's use that guy moving forward. And then, the next game he disappears and doesn't have as many touches and doesn't. Now, again, I understand you're facing different circumstances.
Had seven touches the next game.
Yeah, so that is like
24 yards.
After that Tennessee game, I'm going to go to Woody. My next game plan is without a doubt how many, especially with guys that are injured, how many different ways can I get Woody Marks touches in a game? He's going to have 7 rushes himself.
He went from 21 touches against Tennessee, where he had 69 yards rushing and a touchdown, and then he had 4 catches, 50 yards, and a receiving touchdown.
100-plus total yards.
To 7 carries.
You spoke of Christian McCaffrey. Those are Christian McCaffrey-type numbers.
To 7 carries for
20. That is my complaint with this game plan offense. And the interesting thing is when you ask these guys about it, they'll try to convince you that they are getting those guys the ball. That kind of deal. So it's I personally think that's one thing that, like D'Amico, in a sense of D'Amico getting – what does D'Amico Ryans' offense look like moving forward, whether it's Bobby Slowick or Nick Caley or whoever it may be. Like, one of those things that D'Amico has to get a good understanding for whoever's calling plays for his squad is we've got to get guys that have the hot hand and guys that have unique skill sets and the ability to to be explosive, you gotta focus on getting them touches. You just simply can't afford not to. Now there may be a year where D'Amico builds an offensive system, like the roster, where it don't matter who you throw it to. You got Diggs over here, you got Tank Dell over here, you got
just
Nico
the open
Collins.
guy.
Then you can,
because they all open. Yeah.
Well, then you can go. Well, hey man, I understand enough balls to go around. Right? It's hard. It's hard to think there ain't enough balls to go around with this squad right here. You ought to really be able to dial in on some of your top playmakers, and I think Woody's one of those guys. So we'll see.
Well, speaking of the person who is in charge of trying to get the footballs to everybody that needs to get there, I got you.
Get the balls to them, man.
I
Get
got
the balls to them.
No, the footballs to everybody.
Grab yours and get thee to them.
Is Nick Caley just? It just really just went for it, didn't you? Nick Caley, we'll hear from him as he spoke to the media, and we'll get his thoughts on this upcoming game and how.
All right, y'all, look, it's happening for a lot of y'all out there. I know it. Your hair.
code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ah, boy, here we go. If you are riding around listening to us, you better make your way on out here to Buffalo Wild Wings, Cypress off US 290. Get out here. Not only do we have a prize, HEB, we'll do that coming up in the next hour. This is hot off the presses. I'm telling you right now, if you're in the building, you want to come over here and get you a ticket for your chance to win. I just got this, and I just want to make sure this is right. I just got this. We have two separate 4-packs of tickets. That's 8 tickets total. 2 separate 4-pack of tickets to Sunday's game against the Denver Broncos. I know I saw somebody texting in yesterday, how can we win those tickets? Are we doing tickets? No, we hooked you up on a Ticket Tuesday, but now we are really hooking you up. You got a chance to take 3 of your friends if you win. You got to be in the building, and you got to put your name in our raffle box. We got a ticket right here you can get. So if you're here, you may want to do so. If you're on the way, come right up. You'll see the big white box and grab you a ticket. Again, 4 tickets, 2 set of 4-packs to see the Denver Broncos and the Houston Texans at NRG, and they lower bowl now. Yes! That is the information that I'm getting. You can win those in the 5 o'clock hour, so you got some time to get in here and win those. So you don't want to miss that. This Thirsty Thursday just got taken up another level. All right, there are 8 tickets to the game on Sunday. That's amazing. So get in here and get your name in our raffle box to give your. So hear from the offensive coordinator. He is as talked about as anybody in the organization. Nick Caley, here's his presser with the media.
Broncos and the way that they attack the pocket, what are some things that just generally you try to do to counteract a team like that that's really has a lot of offenses back on their heels all year?
Yeah, be coordinated, be on the same page, stay inside out, strain like hell, and play within the timing of the offense.
It seemed like last week you had a pretty good beat on what Saleh was calling and things of that nature, and putting your players in position to be able to make them explosive. What kind of gave you that rhythm throughout the game?
I mean, I think it's a testament to the players. We were able to execute the game plan. We were able to make positive plays. We were able to stay on track, get the run game going. I think that opens up a lot of different things. Get the run game going. I think that opens up a lot of different things. Guys made plays, and proud of the way we competed. So I think it's just, staying the course, and playing efficient football and complementary football within our side of the ball.
Can you talk about just the success you guys have had using Fisher in that package?
Sure, yeah. Blake's done a good job for us. There's a lot of carryover in terms of the way we hit blocks at tight end, or angle drives or angle drives. So whether you're a tackle, whether you're a tight end, whether you're a guard, we speak the same language in terms of our run game fundamentals, our core blocks, reach blocks, cutoff blocks, angle drive blocks. He's obviously a part of gap double teams and combination blocks. If it's a tram block with the tight end and he's a tackle, he's the inside element. Technique is consistent. He's done a really good job just embracing it and getting better, and he's really helped us. I'm proud of the way he's competed. It's been a nice niche for him and for us, and he's done a good job. He's got some shifts out there. We get him moving across the line of scrimmage and stuff, or across the ball and stuff like that too. So, he's helped us. He's an unselfish guy.
What kind of sparked the idea for that package? You said that it kind of came in like right before the Tennessee game.
Yeah, I mean, I think just we always have that. You always keeping that in your back pocket. You never know. Injuries happen. Things happen throughout the flow of a game. So you're always prepared to have some guys ready to be in that jumbo role. That's a spring and a training camp discussion. And then, you never want to have to, it come up and use it when you're not prepared to do it. So we prepare that in training camp. And then obviously depth situations, where the roster is, stuff like that. You try to, utilize that to offset maybe any, being thin at any certain positions.
Challenges that come with like Kirk and Nico coming back, obviously that's good, but the guys got it going on Sunday, so it not kind of being able to blend all that in and not have to it come at the sake of like Noel or Higgins, who seem to be fun in their
Yeah, I mean, look, we're happy that they're back. We're excited that they're back. The other guys, everybody stepped up and did a great job too. We have a lot of faith. We have a deep wide receiver room that are continually getting better, and so we have faith in all those guys. But yeah, we're glad to have Nico and CK back out there, and the other guys keep going at the same, continuing to improve. And I think the more we're out there, the more we have an opportunity to really build cohesiveness together as a group. And again, we're looking for that, and definitely thankful we get these two guys back too to join us.
You are listening to Texans offensive coordinator Nick Caley.
Outside looking in before you got here, the way that he played on Sunday, is that what you envisioned him to be?
Yeah. No, I mean, he's a competitor. He played really efficient football, threw the ball in rhythm, on time, accurately, made plays with his legs, did a lot of great things. You see that from afar, but when we go out there and we're again staying on track and doing those things, I mean, shoot, sky's the limit for him, and I believe that, and I'm proud of the way he competed. Really did. He had a really consistent demeanor like he always does, but it all came together and we played a clean game.
What makes that Denver defensive front such a challenge?
Yeah, they play with great energy. They're tough. They're physical. They don't stop. They're relentless. Well-coached unit, and I mean they're deep too. So you gotta buckle up, and it's gonna be a 60-plus minute game, and you gotta play with great technique. And if you don't, you get exposed for teams like that. They obviously, they're not just in the run game. They obviously can rush the passer and do those things. So really talented front, really well coached, and again they play with their ears pinned back and their hair on fire.
What's the balance in trying to replicate some of the things you all really did well, but also kind of anticipating that the opposing team might have game planned for it or might try to take it away?
Yeah, I think you're always trying to be specific to whoever your opponent is. So, again, I think, DJ, if I'm not mistaken, you had asked a question relative to just game planning, coverage and stuff. I mean, it's the same thing, whether it's front structures, whether it's personnel related. We have our core, call it core run game plays, our core, quicks, dropbacks, etc. But then you're always evolving. You're always adding game plan elements to, whether it's early down, situational football, etc. So the balance is you want to be able to, utilize things to your strength, but you also have to attack coverages and personnel and front structures as well. So we're always trying to do that from week to week, no matter who we play, really.
It seems like across the league, a lot of the smarter offenses are using that extra offensive tackle. What specifically is causing? What are OC seeing from the defense that's making them think, all right, let's bring an extra offensive tackle to light boxes? Like, what exactly is leading?
Yeah, I think it's different depending on who you ask. I mean, there's some teams that carry 2 tight ends on an active roster. There's some teams that carry 4. There's some teams that maybe have a guy. Every place is a little different. I don't want to speak on any other teams. I would just say it can help you in certain areas, whether it's run game related, whether it's pass game related, whether it's health related and depth related. So again, I think Blake has really just picked it up a little bit, especially last game. There was an uptick, but again, that's week to week really, and what we're trying to do and what we're establishing as well. But I've been pleased with him. From our standpoint here, I've been pleased with him, and he's ready to go if we need him.
I know because I know where you came from as far as your previous stops in New England and in Los Angeles. Mm-hmm. Can he catch?
Oh yeah. Well, it's a work in progress. We got him on the jugs. I'm just joking. I tell him to get on the jugs. So no, he's coachable. And he's got a joy about him. Best goes across the ball, and it does it actually pretty damn good. So, but we have fun with it, and Cole and Jens with the line, and there's carryover too with Jake and myself. We have fun with those guys, and they do so much work together, in individual. There's some crossover, so he's ready whenever we need him, and thankful for the way we got to obviously use him last week, especially.
Do you feel that you need to
maybe mix things up with him so that it doesn't seem like the team's always like, oh, well, the other, you're telegraphing when he's in there? Is there a need for that?
I mean, sure. I mean, if you build high enough tendencies, but again, this is a week-to-week deal, so we'll see if how that accumulates over time. But yeah.
Dalton Schultz, they're hoping, D'Amico said, to get him back here late in the week. Didn't practice today, but how do you feel about the tight end depth and your contingency plans? Some guys that can play fullback and tight end if you have to move somebody up.
Well, we got a good room of really smart, hardworking guys. They're all versatile. They're cross-trained. Some people say fullback. Some people say F. Y. It's F and Y. I mean, those guys are interchangeable. They're all cross-trained. We do that from the time we get here to spring because things like this happen, and you lose guys. It's the National Football League, so got a lot of faith in them. They're tough. They're smart. They're hardworking. They're always prepared. They're ready to back each other up, and I got a lot of faith in those guys. And Jake Moreland does a good job with those guys.
You talked about discipline with CJ from the quarterback spot. What kind of is discipline? Is that just what the defense is available?
Sure.
Hitting a deep shot when it's there, not trying to force things. What kind of is discipline to the quarterback?
Just really working within the frameworks of our offense. So being consistent with that. Taking what they give you, being able to know where your play ops are, where your matchups are on the field, being able to execute the line of scrimmage communication, whether it's an audible, whether it's doing those certain things to get us into favorable positions too when they present themselves. There's a lot of things that really require, but it's just being focused in the moment, one play at a time, and being able to execute the play to the best of his ability. And I thought he did a really, really good job of that.
With Patrick Surtain out for this week, forgive us for not knowing who's the next guy up, but what does that rest of that defense in that position look like?
Competitive, aggressive. They try to get on you and challenge things down the field. And I think that with or without him, I mean they're a really, really well coached defense. I mean you look across the board at all three levels. They have really good players and they play really hard, and you can see that on tape. It's pretty evident. So got a lot of respect for them, Vance and those guys as well.
You are listening to Texans offensive coordinator Nick Caley.
The difference in this offense when the offensive line is playing at its best. What do you feel like is the key for them to maintaining that consistency from even when the competition steps up?
Yeah, I think just playing with good technique and fundamentals and starting the game the right way and starting each drive the right way and being coordinated with each other. And again, it all starts with communication. We set the table and we're all seeing it through the same set of eyes from a protection standpoint, from a run game standpoint. When we're on and we're working together, in unison, you can see some really positive things happen and they're continuing to improve. So I've been happy with that. And that's just the way we got to play. When you get tired, especially, that's where your technique will shine. You put a lot of reps into that, and so just being consistent after down and being at our best. That's what we need, and I think you saw that this past weekend. We just got to keep getting that from week to week.
You had an opportunity to carry over momentum and get up to 500 against a good team. Y'all had that opportunity against Seattle. Mm-hmm. What did you take away from that, and do you feel more confident that y'all will be better equipped to reach that goal this time?
Yeah, I think, obviously we didn't play a good football game, obviously, not to relive that game, but we didn't play a very good football game that game. From an execution standpoint, too many mistakes, too many self-inflicted wounds, and that's not how you can't play against, every team's good in this league. You can't play that way against teams in this league. So coming back from that week, we got to start the game the right way. We got to not hurt ourselves. We got to go out and play and execute the game plan the way we want to execute it, and across the board, all of us. And I think that's the thing that, you put a good week in. We've had really good weeks of practice. I think I alluded to that then, but just continuing to build that, starting on Wednesdays and, Thursday, so on and so forth. And I think that's the thing, is starting the right way, playing with good technique, being consistent, and being able to obviously finish drives, and drive the ball and finish. That's the key.
Woody says that two running backs that he patterns his game after is Christian McCaffrey and Alvin Kamara. Can you see that trajectory for him?
Yeah, Woody is a very talented player. I think you can see that. He can do a lot of things with the ball in his hands. He's a good runner. There's some runs he makes, man. I'm like, I have no clue how he got through there. I mean, just the bend, the elusiveness. He's got great wiggle. And then, he can catch the ball, and he can make people miss in space. So, he's getting better every single week. Just keep it in that wheelhouse, and again, back there with Nick too, and what a great guy to be able to, guy that's got done a lot of good things in this league, that's just steady and consistent every single day. So we got a good room. Woody's continuing to work hard, and got a lot of faith in him too. Thank you guys. Have a great day.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Nick. That was the OC, Nick Caley, and I know I believe Clint, Nick Caley's presser. And this was the same with Bob last year too. I feel like you look forward to his press conference just to hear what he's thinking, what he's going to say, as much as anybody else that we hear each and every week.
Yeah, look, I think there's, when D'Amico speaks, D'Amico is representing an entire organization. When Nick Caserio speaks, they're representing an entire organization and several branches of that organization. And so it's broader generalizations. It's taking up for everybody, protecting everybody, covering your own tail, and fighting the media and all that kind of job. And so, I just think when the further you get down the food chain, Nick Caley's responsible. No, I'm not. But Nick Caley gets down. Get down the food chain. He's responsible for the offense. I think it's more difficult for him to talk in circles. It's more difficult for him to bull jive and kind of mislead. And then obviously it gets down to CJ, and it's really hard for CJ to do that because we're watching him play, and he's the one out there getting the hell beat out of him or throwing touchdowns. And, so it's the further down the food chain you get, I think the less muddy, the lot better. Listen, even if that happened last year with Bobby, and it's happening again this year with Nick Caley, is the blaming things on poor execution and blaming things on technique and mechanics, blaming things on guys. We had a great week of practice, but then we got out there on Sunday and we did even that stuff that gets real repetitive, I think is really valuable. Because I'd argue, look, the most important thing for a coach is if whatever you're doing, I don't care how smart you are, if you can't communicate it to your players to where they can then take it to the game field, then you're not a very good coach. And you're not going to be around very long.
Let's react to him. Let's react to some of what Nick Caley had to say, because he brought up a lot of different things in there, from Blake Fisher's usage to Woody Marks to a lot of different things in there. Well, let's do that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right.
92 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. There we go. As we are starting to have some people fall in here today on a Thirsty Thursday, and you need to join them as well. I see my guy Sean out here having him a good drink. I see my guy Ross out here doing his thing as well. You can get out here and have a good time with us. We are at Buffalo Wild Wings here in Cypress, right off US 290, and it's always a good time on a little Thirsty Thursday. And as I've always told you, we never come empty-handed, and we're going to be hooking somebody up with a gift card to H-E-B coming up in this hour, but we've got a couple of big prizes. Shout out to Bud Light as well, as they're going to hook you up with your chance to win a couple of really nice lawn chairs, and I'm certain the Bud Light girls will be here soon, and they will have a good time as well. I can't, man. I cannot land that. Even with they're going to have a good time here, man. That might think they might go climb on it.
They'll be here soon. Come on out and hang out.
They'll be here soon. Nice too. No, they don't work either.
You just can't let it go.
But no, I can't. All right, no. But yeah, shout out to Bud Light as they're here. But again, if you missed it earlier, we made this announcement. We have two set of 4-pack tickets to Sunday's game against the Broncos. 2 sets of 4-pack tickets. So you got 8 tickets out here.
Wow,
you can take 3 of your friends out here to the game on Sunday, a rather large game on Sunday against the Denver Broncos, the biggest game of the season thus far. 2 different set of 4-pack of tickets that you can win. We will hook people up with that in the 5 o'clock hour. All you got to do is come up, see my guy Shay right there standing up. He's got the white box. He'll give you a ticket. You take a ticket, you'll have a chance to win. We'll do that in the 5 o'clock hour. So if you're on your way and you want to get some of them tickets, you might want to walk right up here and get a ticket from Shay, so you can have a chance to win. Also, I want to get an update here. Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle. You hear him many times on these airways on Sports Radio 610. He said, coming from the locker room, Nico Collins, speaking for the first time since suffering a concussion, said, quote, he's back now and ready to play this week.
Go ball out, Nico.
We've seen him in practice the last 2 days. D'Amico said that he was the concussion protocol, but expected he would be off of that this week. And Nico Collins has spoken to the media and says he feels like he is going to be ready to go. He's back, and he will play on Sunday against the Patrick Surtain-less Denver Broncos. So yeah, that's a big deal.
That's a big get, and to hear it from the horse's mouth is refreshing. I mean, it's one of those things where the concussion protocol, part of it is you got to get back to football activities, and then they got to be able to measure, hey, what happened after just getting back to football activities with no contact, and then what happens with football activities with pads and in live action, and so it seems like he's been through and checked enough of those boxes this week to get cleared to play. At least he's been told he's going to play, and Ron, this is big. We've talked about the last couple of days is him being potentially back is big. Now that he's cleared, it's big. But to think about, he got full days of practice. The busy days, which was yesterday and today, the big days, the long days, the ones that consist of a lot more introduction to the game plan, a lot more reps to the game plan. He and Christian Kirk, both guys were at practice getting reps under those circumstances. It's not just hey, man, we got you cleared by game time. No, they've been practicing, so it's a big plus, man.
It is. And the guy we just heard from, Nick Caley, this gives him his top weapon back. And let's react to a couple of things. I know a couple of things kind of caught your ears there as we heard from Nick Caley for the podcast page and listen at the 240 segment. What jumped out to you from Nick Caley and his comments in the presser with the media?
Well, look, I mean, I think there's a lot of stuff that is just unbelievably repetitive, which you get in these circumstances. I think probably the one thing that stuck out was, again, talking about the game plan offense, but just the question being asked about how do you repeat what you did well the week before? Like, how do you balance what you did well the week before and, game planning for a defense? And I think Nick made a strong point of we're always trying to be specific to the opponent. So I think that's a pretty good indicator of why, certain players disappear from one game to the next. It's a good indication of why there's not an emphasis on putting the ball in Nico's hands at different levels of the offense. It's more about finding him within the offense. And so not that we didn't already know that, but that's, I think, to me, every time I hear that jumps out to me, and it just, I think probably because it's something that I just wholeheartedly disagree with.
Yeah, I just, even as we said it earlier, even in a game plan offense, I mean, there can't be a game plan that says, like, Nico Collins isn't heavily involved in the game plan. There can't be a game plan that says Schultz isn't heavily involved. It'd be like on defense and say, all right, hey, man, we're just going to use Will Anderson as we're not going to really use him to impact the game, and we're going to drop him in coverage a lot. Like, that is just odd to me, and I can understand your frustration when it comes to that.
The frustrating part of it is more or less that it's we've seen one guy make that approach and do it well. We've seen one guy with that approach, win championships, and it's not for everybody. You know what I mean? Doing more with less, and I mean, look, I would argue that the New England way of doing things should be called the Brady way of doing things.
Yeah.
I mean, that worked because, as I've said a million times before, the discipline to just do what Nick Caley said of just one play at a time, stay within the offensive structure, and get bored with just making the right decision, the easy decision. Nobody's ever done that better than Brady. Yeah. I mean, he did it for 20 years. I mean, it is. You can argue it was his superpower. Right, and so we've watched Deshaun try to run that offense, and now we're watching CJ try to run that offense. And look, I don't like. I think it is a very, very good fit for CJ, but I think CJ has the skill set to be able to do those things at an extremely high level. I just question whether the system is good enough at this point in 2025 to get it done.
Yep. I'm going to tell you one of the things, I hadn't talked about it because it's really kind of a little deeper thing, but he spoke about it. They used a lot of Blake Fisher as the sixth offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Like that man came onto that mic. If you were at that game, he came onto that mic, the white hat, repeatedly. Number 57's an eligible receiver. Number 57. It seemed like every 2 or 3 plays with the Texans, he had to announce that. And when they had the ball for 41 minutes, it seemed to be a lot. Yeah. And that seems to be an adjustment from earlier in the year and seemed to work for him, especially in the run game. I just for me like the thought of, all right, man, Nick Caley came out. They looked at the offensive staff looked and said, well, here's an adjustment. This is something that we will add and make more of their game plan. Now, I wonder how much they do it again this week. It could have been just last week's game plan, as you spoke about. But to me, that seemed like that was something that worked for them to get Blake Fisher in the game and to get more beef in their run game.
Look, it's the trend in the league this year that everybody's doing it. And to Nick Caley's point, that they're doing it for different reasons. I mean, I think the Texans are doing it because it seems like you've lost 42 tight ends this year. And so we've got to get somebody in there that can at least help in the run game, protect the edge kind of deal. I would expect that we see more of it just because, you're going to want to run right at these defensive ends that Denver has. You don't want to try to get to have an extra tight end, an extra tackle in there, extra offensive line in there to try to control at least one side of the line of scrimmage. And so I would expect that for one reason or another we're going to see it again. I think we saw it last week because they knew that defense in San Francisco, the edge players, they were soft and we were going to be able to get them and move them and protect. And so I think we saw that. This week I think it's a little different. I mean, you're using to somewhat slow down that defensive front and somewhat, balance the field with that defensive front that Denver has.
Yeah. He talked about CJ's discipline also. I thought that was something we saw on display, and I think immediately when you look at that is, all right, take what they're giving you. Take the check downs when they're not there. Don't try to force things down the field. And that was as big as almost anything in this game. And they got big plays off of that, including 50-plus yards or almost 50 yards from Woody Marks on a play down.
Yeah, look, that part of it I think is the interesting one, right? Because you got to almost be willing to not even look at, hey, man, it's cover 2, and I think this safety's hanging on the hash a little, or really between the hash and the numbers in the pro game. He's hanging in there a little bit. I might be able to throw that hole shot for a good 25, 30-yard gain. Let me check it. You've got to – that's the way he's always done. That's what he's always done, right? And in this offense, you want to bypass that. We're not even going to waste time on that. If you get cover 2, we're going to work the middle of the field. We're going to work tight end down to the back. Man, that's it. We're going to work this little inside triangle. We're not even going to get hung up and think about this stuff outside. Whereas your more aggressive teams, boy, you let a safety hang inside, they're going to try to throw that hole shot 10 out of 10 times. And what they're asking CJ to do is be to the extreme of don't even think about it. Eliminate it before you even snap the football. And that's one thing last week that I thought CJ did well. We'll see if it transitions over to this week. But I thought he did a really good job of coming to the line of scrimmage and going, okay, I hadn't snapped the ball yet, and I don't like the fact that you're shading a safety over the top, a cornerback's down, and this linebacker slid a little bit wider. I know that's going to be muddy. Let me snap the football and start at 3 instead of starting at 1 and working all the way to 3. Let me just start at 3, and then I can get the ball out to quicker to 5 if I need to. And so I thought he did that's the kind of stuff that, Brady was just an absolute, wizard with that stuff. And, can CJ commit to? It's not a question whether he can make the throws or can he process at that level. It has nothing to do with either one of those. He has shown the ability to do all the above. The question is can he commit to just playing that boring brand for 18 weeks in a season and hopefully beyond? That is.
And can he still do it when the pressure is different?
Yeah. After getting your ass kicked the whole first half, you come out in the second half, you're down 10 or you're down 13. Do you come out and throw 4 straight go routes? Or do you come out and stay committed to it and chip away, and the next thing you know, it's a 3-point game and you can win it? You can toss. That's the challenge for CJ. It's not physically, is he gifted enough? It's not mentally, can he process? It's none of that. It's a commitment thing. And, it's a big if.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue here, to me, I think the matchup of this game and where the game is going to be decided, the Broncos reporter and actually he hosts afternoons. We heard him on with In the Loop. He really spoke to it, a guy who watches them and has watched every one of their games and covered them for years. I think, to me, where the game for the Texans will be decided, you got to hear what he had to say, because I think it gives you a lot of understanding of why this is so important. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, if you're out there and you're shopping for a new vehicle, you need a new rig, you're looking for a new pickup, or any vehicle for that matter, but I'm going to talk to you a little bit about pickup.
Easy Lease from DNF.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast. On November 10th, golfers will be sporting their bad pants on the green, but doing great things for babies and families. I'm talking Open, happening November 10th at Champions Golf Club, raising funds for Texans, children's, and ICU families. Even though the player field is full, you can still sponsor a hole or donate to help provide Angel Eye video access, peer support, and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildrens.org.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here. I'm seeing the wings flowing. I'm seeing the beers and the drinks flowing around here. I love it. It's a good time. I see the Bud Light girl here. There she go, and she has introduced herself to several of you. And you guys have gotten a solid gift from her as well, and you can get a solid gift as well if you're on your way on out here. So make your way on out here for many, many, many reasons, including prizes. Congratulations to our first winner. We still have multiple things to hook people up with, including in the 5 o'clock hour, not one, but two pair of 4-packs, 4-pack tickets to the game on Sunday versus the Broncos. You can be in the building with 3 of your other friends to win this thing. So stay tuned, hang out with us. And all you got to do that is put your name in, or put your ticket there, put you in the raffle box, give you a chance to win tickets and much, much more. All right, Clint, I was listening to In the Loop yesterday. Zach By. Zach's a good dude. Met Zach in the industry, and I've had conversations with Zach a few times. He's been in Denver for a while. He does afternoons. He's on right now. And he talked about what I think, to me, Clint, is the game. I know we'll talk about matchups more tomorrow as we get closer to it, but this, to me, is the thing for the Texans that scares the hell out of me in this game. This is the number one thing. Here is Zach By, who does afternoons in Denver, talking about that front four.
Vance Joseph, the defensive coordinator here, when he believes that he's got a matchup of strength, he will not send pressure. So when you look at the Broncos up front, which is really the strength of the entire football team, as good as their secondary is and their safeties and some of their members on offense, the strength is the front seven. And when you have a guy like Zach Allen, keep that name in your back pocket. Big 99 in the middle, led the NFL in quarterback hit a year ago, led the NFL in quarterback pressures from the D tackle position a year ago, coming off a game where he sacked the quarterback again. It starts with him, the push in the middle. And then you have these two edge rushers in Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito, who are just absolute freaks when it comes to get off. I think they're number 1 and number 2 in the NFL in terms of their pass and their get off. Nick Bonito, if you guys haven't had a chance to look at him, 8 sacks in 8 games, had 13.5 sacks a year ago. He's fantastic. He's going to be up for Defensive Player of the Year. These guys really get after the quarterback, and because they're both elite at their position, both double-digit sack guys a year ago, the number 1 duo in that department, you can't really send as much help when you're getting it from both sides of the defense and also getting that push from the middle.
He talked about it. He went through the whole bunch of their front, and to me, Clint, that's to me where the game is going to be decided. It is by far the number one thing that concerns me, and I've said this week, and we will obviously do our predictions tomorrow. Clearly, if you all remember last week, I was the only one who selected the Texans to win the game, and of course they did. But I believe the Texans can definitely win this game on Sunday. But, Clint, when you look at Ursery in particular and the things that he has struggled with his, in particular, speed coming off the edge, as he talked about Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper, they get off the ball and they are speed rushers and they get around the corner and they've got the bend and the dip and they create pressure, not just sacks, they get sacks. Nick's got 8 sacks in in 8 games. But that, to me, especially what we watch, they're like any other front, and we watch the Rams and the Seahawks give them problems. Or those teams, they run a very similar system, but they're those teams on steroids. And it is, to me, the major concern to me, because if they can block them, I think they got a chance. But they lead the league in sacks and pressures by a mile. And they've got multiple guys that, to me, do things that are struggles for some of the offensive linemen for the Texans. It is a major concern.
Well, the whole thing is what the offensive line for the Texans struggles with. But here's the kicker, right, is there's nothing you can do about that interior presence that Zach Bye was talking about. There's nothing you can do. You can't. There's absolutely nothing you can do to keep him from getting one-on-ones. You heard what did D'Amico say earlier in the week? They're going to run 5 down. You know why they run 5 down? That means you can't double team. And that means that that by design, they're going to get one-on-ones, and they know that you can't play one-on-one with all the guys they got. They're that good up front, right? And you can't win. So you're going to see a lot of that. Now, this is one of those games where, look, I think you've got to use that 6th offensive lineman in the game and try to establish the run. You got to use that 6th offensive lineman in the game and work your boot game and work your quick game.
Is this a lot of max protect to you in this game?
Well, look, when you talk about max protect, for me that means we're keeping 8 in and we're they don't really have the option to get out unless it's a late leak.
Yeah.
I don't think you have to do that. I think it's a help. You got to eliminate the free runner in the A gap, and you got to eliminate the speed rusher turning the corner, as you were pointing out.
Yeah, Nick Benito, he really concerns me this week with Ursery.
Well, you look at the number one problem is the crowd the line of scrimmage and them getting free A gap runners. You can't now. You got a 4-4-4-5 guy chasing CJ, and he's got the shortest distance from point A to point B as any defender on the field. Can't have that. Got to fix that. The other thing is what you're talking about is we've got to figure out a way, right, to slow those edge rushers down, and the way that you do that is you just got to dedicate a tight end. You got whether that's Blake Fisher or a real tight end, and it's got to be. I wasn't joking a month ago when I said I would if I were D'Amico Ryans, I'd go to practice and I'd say, hey, we're going to do chip drills all day long, and if you don't want to do it, take your ass to the locker room. You ain't going to play for me this week. This is one of those games where if you just think you're going to tiptoe up there and chip somebody, like if you don't go in there with the intentions of tearing up somebody's ribs, then it's a waste of time. They've got to have a heavy dose of chip. I don't know that I would go as far as Dan Orlovsky. I've heard him say before, I wouldn't snap the ball once without giving help to Ariante Ursery on that left side. I don't know that I'd go there, but it's got to be a heavy dose.
Yeah,
it's got to be a heavy dose.
And you got to be prepared that in this game you may have to. I mean, you got to be prepared and not just say, all right, he'll get it together. That's why also I think you brought some good things there down. And I think running the football with some level of success is a big part of this. Last week they ran the football really, really well, and I think that was a big part of it, both Woody and Nick Chubb, to at least slow these guys down. And you got to be able to do that. When we look at them against the Seahawks, they weren't really able to do that at all, and those guys could just tee off and get pressure throughout.
And that was such again, the tackles and the tight ends running those pick games, right? I mean there's not you can't chip with a tight end to help that.
Yeah.
Right. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know that there's a whole hell of a lot you can do schematically. When a team is really good at that, at disguising it and then coming off of it, then you're going to struggle with it. To me, the only way that you stop that, not to get too far off in the weeds, but to me, when you get a team that likes to TE stun a lot, your offensive line has to be more firm, right? The deeper that you and I get and the further apart we get, the easier it is for somebody to pick me and beat you, right? If you and I stay at the line of scrimmage longer, not you don't stay there, obviously you got to pass that some, but if we stay flush on the line of scrimmage, it's hard for your guy to pick me without you to see it coming. Right? The further we get apart, now we're blindsided by it. So I think that's the only way to defend or to counterpunch any kind of TE stunts, which is what Seattle did a lot. This one is more, you got to squeeze them A gaps and you got to chip on the ends. That is the key here.
Yeah.
Unless they've got a tipper. If somebody over there is tipping, or if you have some kind of mechanism in Manning stuff where you get the dummy counter, you raise your leg and you're going to snap the ball or on my third leg instead of my first. Kind of whoa. Not my third. Don't snap it on my third. Don't snap it on the old third leg now.
All right, Greg Olsen.
Boy, hey, I wish I could say I did that on purpose. You know what I'm talking about.
He was rolling when he got let's step out of here. Coming up next, we will not be discussing a third leg.
That old third leg.
Here at Buffalo Wild Wings. But I got to say, I'm watching the World Series, and I got to tell you, I am really appreciative of the Astros. I really am. They do something that if you're an Astros fan, you got to feel great about it while you're watching what we're watching the last couple of days. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, we're going to be talking about that World Series coming up next. Baseball is rolling as well as basketball is off and running, and we're dead in the middle of football season. So it has never been a better time to download the Underdog app. It's the best place to get in on all.
on Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Here we go as we are live here on Thirsty Thursday. Make your way on out here as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. We do it every single week. We come out to a Buffalo Wild Wings each and every week, and we never come empty-handed. As I see some people who are in the building who look like, who the hell are those two guys sitting up there? I appreciate it. I see a tall beer over there, so go ahead and do your thing. We don't come empty-handed. If you want a chance to win prizes, we're going to hook somebody up with a couple of Bud Light folding, like little nice little chairs, man. They're very comfortable.
Those would be Bud Light lawn chairs right there. The old school webbed lawn chairs, which are the best, by the way. If you're old enough to remember those, you have a great appreciation for them. Your parents definitely did.
They got the backpack thing where you can carry them like that.
Yeah,
is it two of them, right?
Big Earn didn't have that backpack strap. His had a couple cigarette. He had a couple cigarette burns in his too. But
there
they were that was it right there. That's old school. Take you back, man.
It's a pair there. You get two of them. So we're going to after this segment. But the big Shay, calm down.
You better not do that, man. You setting yourself up down there with them short legs you got.
But jump on in here for your chance to win. Also, in the 5 o'clock hour, you got a chance to win. Not one. We're hooking somebody up with two set of 4-pack tickets to the Broncos game on Sunday. 2 sets of 4-pack tickets to the Bronco game. So you could take 3 of your other friends. All you got to do is grab a ticket, put it in our raffle box, be here in the 5 o'clock hour, and you got a chance. There you go. You got a chance to win 4 tickets to the Texans game.
You got to be here to win.
You got to be here to win. I didn't think that guy was going to continue to sit there after that was given out. Get yourself a ticket. You and your lady, she can get one. You got a chance to win. 2 chances to win 4-pack of tickets. We'll be doing that in the 5 o'clock hour. So if you're on your way out here, you may want to jump in on that. Clint, by the way, I'm watching the World Series last night.
Yeah,
and I've told Tyler this, and I really, for multiple reasons, I'm really thankful for the Astros. I am glad, unless I am wrong, Tyler, you let me know, Clint, you let me know. I don't believe I am. I am glad that the Astros, they hit home runs and they don't go into the theatrics in the clubhouse of we're going to grab a sword or a helmet thing that we're going to wear, or we're going to grab what is it in Boston? They got that big ass green thing that they throw on to call him Berkman. They throw on Bregman's face on his head. That it looks like the
stupid ass trident for the Mariners.
It looks like that stupid thing the Mariners do. It looks like the Red Sox grab the mascot's head and they throw it on.
I don't know. That
all these teams do these stupid things. I admire that the Astros. They just celebrate in there and they hit their home runs. But Clint, the Blue Jays is the worst.
Oh, dude, I'm so with you on this.
They've got that stupid-ass, ugly jacket that they put on people, and you got it. And Vlad is wearing it out. I mean, shout out to Vlad who hit another one. But first off, that thing's got to be sweaty as hell. When they went back-to-back, there's no way they could have Febrezed that or anything quick enough because Vlad had to throw it on. And the part that really pisses me off about it, I don't know if you've watched the catcher. You will never be able to unwatch him. But I don't know if you've watched the catcher for the Blue Jays, Alejandro Kirk. This guy's body type.
Boy, little fella, he could use that chair down there easier than most.
He's shorter than me, and that's shut up. But he's shorter than me, and about as wide as me. And
Tony Eusebio-esque.
Hey man, he looks like he's hunting down a 44-28 is what he looks like he's hunting down. I mean, he's got to have this stuff, Taylor Clint, I've watched him hit home runs. That jacket don't fit him. They didn't try to throw it on his arm, and it gets just on one arm, and then he can't
get it
so
around
he don't
him,
even
huh?
get to participate in the damn thing. So if you're going to get the jacket, at least get one that's one size fits all. And if Kirk is the biggest dude on the team, you got to get a jacket that fits his. It can't just fit Springer and Miles Straw, and then Kirk don't get to participate. And now he knows we're on national TV, and now he's thinking about size all the time. He's thinking not rounding the bases to celebrate. He's thinking, damn it, I got to try to stick this jacket on. I'm going to be Chris Farley, fat guy in a little coat. And then I saw he didn't even try to put it on. They got it on his arm. He said, get this damn thing off. They should have multiple sizes in that ugly-ass jacket.
Sounds like you're speaking from experience.
I'm just saying. If I were him, I'd burn the damn thing. I'd have scissors. I would be waiting to hit a home run.
Just throw it over your shoulder and
I'd have some shears or some scissors, and I get the thing and I cut the damn thing off. No, we're gonna come up with a celebration that all of our asses can use.
Well, I think you should just throw it over your shoulder and pimp that.
I think they went over there and said, "Here, Vlad, can you fit it?" Bet. All right, that's enough. And now Kurt,
medium.
And now Kurt can't get his arm in there. Oh, I feel so bad for him. I really do. I really do, man. I can see the look in his eyes. It's like when you go into that dressing room and you just don't even want to come out. You're just looking at it from there. You don't want to come out and let her see it.
A little too snug. Huh?
And then you come out. What happened to it? That didn't work. Oh, it didn't. You didn't let me see it. No, you don't need to. It didn't work. No, man. I appreciate the Astros not coming up with no more silly stuff like that. I feel bad for him, Kirk. Every time I see him, I saw him hit that last home run. I saw him rounding the bases. All I could see in his eyes was, try to put this damn jacket on. This damn thing gonna go fit, man. I'm with you. Hey, shout out Clint as we're out here, Buffalo Wild Wings. I have tried to get. We go to our ups and downs. I tried to get back into the phase of let's get my body right. Let's get us back together. I did leg day. I'm over here struggling, man. Oh,
that bar top stool is giving you fits, huh? Getting up and down.
Anytime I'm in that space, and many of you have done this where you hit the leg day and you did squats for the first time or lunges. I did the squats and lunges together for the first time in a while. And I could barely sit on the toilet this morning. I had to use my arms up against the side walls to help me down because I just could not get into a squatted position.
Let's talk about it. What did you do yesterday?
I did 4 sets of air squats first.
Okay.
And then I did lunges, and then I just did like 225 squats.
Let's see. I mean, you ain't done a damn thing in a hot minute, and you're gonna throw 225 on your back. You should have stopped with them little air squats. Man. Just
I feel like it.
Need a week's worth of air squats and lunges before you put weight on your back.
Oh my God, man!
Well, I bet you put weight on your back, and I bet you went about a quarter of the way down too. I bet you didn't go all the way. Just enough to make you good and sore.
I went. I tried to go. Yeah, I was motivated in there, so I tried to go. Man, I am hurting, Jack. Every time I get up, I just feel like these thighs are just, whoo. And I know I got to attack it again, to kind of get this thing used to it. But boy, that joint is that hurts big time. I'm fighting it. And by the way, when I get into these spaces, Clint, I always get so mad at myself.
For what?
When I get to trying to eat better, because it'd be good. Like it'd be good, but I get mad at myself. Like, man, I could have. Like I had a nice little omelet yesterday with some bell peppers, some mushrooms, and just a little bit of cheese in there, and it was delicious. And I'm thinking to myself, why do I have to get that biscuits and gravy and that extra biscuit with those 2 eggs?
I was just fixing to ask what is the alternative, and if that's it, man, you're going straight biscuits and gravy. Yeah, I feel you, man.
Why do I have to? Why do I have to do that? Why do I have to swing by McDonald's and get 2 of those and then get that second hash brown because
I'm disappointed in you.
I break the first one on top of my sandwich.
I'm disappointed in you because that is. I mean, it's one thing if you. We've had enough conversations over the years about trying to lose a little bit of weight. be a little. You go from one extreme, and the other extreme is like, because I go from one extreme to another, but I don't ever reach the hell with it. I'm going biscuits and gravy and McDonald's this morning.
Oh, you don't?
No,
oh, hell.
No, you can't do it.
Come on, man.
You got to stop, man. It's when
I know.
This is where I go wrong right here. Can I get another one of these right here, fully dressed?
No, hey man, shoot, Tyler, man, right past that McDonald's breakfast, boy, they'll get you.
It'll get you every time.
It's so quick, boy, man. It's so quick, so easy. Hey,
I don't think I've had fast food breakfast in over a year.
Those McGriddles, man.
Boy, those
not bad. I could just easily run in there. Hey, man, let me grab 2 of them sausage McMuffin.
Oh, I could, but I feel. I tell you where I'll go. I will do the Starbucks. Those egg bites.
Oh, I've heard of those are good.
Well,
but that ain't
what a
you ain't in the same ballpark, man.
Well, I'm just telling you. I mean, I'm just telling you. It's I can't. I just feel like I have robbed somebody blind if I go eat.
Yeah, I don't feel bad, but I do get mad. Like I had some oats with some almond butter. It was delicious. And I just said, why don't I just eat this?
Why don't you do it every morning? Why do you?
It's good. What?
It's a good question. You want me to start reminding you of it?
No, I got it now. But at least for now. I got it now.
This week?
I got it now. We got a bill.
Circle back Monday.
We got a bill. What you got coming up?
All right, the Rockets had a win last night, Ron, and I'm going to tell you, I know we're just a few games into the season, but I really like what I'm seeing from Nick Caley, the Texans offensive coordinator. Let's hear a little bit about this game plan offense, and hell, I'm going to tell you what don't need to be game plan. 2 things don't need to be game plan. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Orchard. Look, how does it sound to sell your home and sell it fast? How's it sound to
1284.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results vary. Consult with your tax professional prior to enrollment.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The Drive is live.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, come on out and hang out with us, y'all. Come on out and hang out with us. We're up in Cypress off 290. Come hang out with Buffalo Wild Wings, that is. I guess I should probably give the location other than just 290 in Cypress. That's probably a pretty wide range of establishments there. Come on up to Buffalo and hang out. We got 2 4-packs, y'all. 2 4-packs of Texans tickets for this week's game versus the Broncos. Hell of a football team. Broncos 6-2.
Yep.
One of the better teams in the AFC. We'll see if it lasts. We'll see if we can step up to the challenge and get in that class of football this Sunday. It would be nice. But we're going to give away 2 4-packs of tickets to the Texans-Broncos game this Sunday. You got to be here. You got to be on location. You got to be in the building. And all you got to do is come up and put a raffle ticket right here in this white box right here my man Shay has. And we will pull 2 different names in the 5 o'clock hour.
That's right.
To give away those 4-packs that we keep talking about. Also, we've still got the Bud Light lawn chairs up here, old school webbed lawn chairs. Why couldn't we think of putting a damn handle on them lawn chairs like that? Handles and a backpack straps, and we could have made $1 million. We could be selling them in Academy right now, Ron.
Yeah.
Big Earn, instead of
Never
thinking
crossed
about
his mind, did it?
No, hell no. He was thinking about how many of them Schlitz he could drink while he was smoking them
things on his mind, man.
Smoking them Marlboro Ridge and drinking that Schlitz out there in that front yard, sitting in that web lawn chair. He wasn't thinking about how we could make more money. Hell, he was thinking how he could work less.
There you go.
But here we are, man.
That would have helped if he came up with that idea.
Yeah, I'd be working less. That's for damn sure. Also, tomorrow we were up in the city, Raven Tower, 310 North Street, up in Houston. I believe it's the old White Oak Music Venue. Really, really cool looking venue. I've never been in the tower tomorrow, overlooking the city. But for now, come on. We're giving away. By the way, we're giving away tickets tomorrow as well.
That's right.
We're giving away tickets tomorrow as well.
That's right.
I tell you what, man, the further this season goes along, the sweeter these giveaways get. That's for sure.
Tell you, man.
Also, the Bud Light Gal is in the building, and several folks around here drinking them old blue labels and enjoying the afternoon. I do wish they'd knock this AC down a notch, or I guess up a notch. Just that vent right there is blowing my right ear to smithereens. I'm frozen over here on this right side.
I feel just fine.
I bet you do over there. I bet you do with your long sleeve and your vest. I bet you. And my big ass is blocking all that AC that's hitting you over here. But come on up. Again, Buffalo Wild Wings, 290 in Cypress. Come hang out with us when you get time. Ron, the Rockets got a nice little win last night, 139-121 over the Raptors. And as you said earlier, it was a game where you just felt like the whole game, the Rockets at some point were going to stretch that thing out and be pretty comfortable at the end of it, right?
Yep.
But and I didn't watch it start to finish. I know Durant had a big night. I know Şengün obviously had another solid outing across the board, impacting the game in major ways. Obviously, Amen Thompson had a good night again, impacting the game in several categories.
Yep.
But Ron, to me, these early games for the Rockets have been more about the others, if you will, than the core three or the main three, the top three, right? When you talk about the Rockets, obviously talk about KD, Amen, and Şengün.
Yeah.
But what I like that I changed in offseason, some of the guys that exited the building, a little bit of turnover there in the meat of the roster. What I've liked that we've seen thus far through, what is it, 4 games now?
Yep, they're 2-2 now. Yep.
I mean, the way that we've seen the others step up and contribute in a major way. Tari Eason a couple of nights ago had a 20-plus point output and was the talk of Twitter. 2 nights ago, I think it was. And then last night, every time I looked up, It was a good night for me because I'm a big fan of this guy. But every time I looked up, Jabari Smith Jr. was handling the ball coming across the half court. He was knocking down a three. He was driving to the rack. And I don't know about you, Ron, but like his role, it seems like, at least last night, it seemed like his role, it was time for him to expand his role a bit, right? And I remember Jabari Smith just knocking down shots from the corner and thinking, boy, I'd like to see a little more. I'd like to see that guy take the next level. I don't remember at all last year seeing what I saw last night. And again, it wasn't throughout the game, but just it seemed like every time I looked up at the TV, he was handling the rock, he was driving to the rack, and he was knocking down shots. That expanded role for him is something that I think is going to bear fruit in a big way for the Rockets.
Yeah, it was his night to kind of take advantage of some of the ways that the Raptors were guarding him. There was one time where Şengün had the ball at the top of the key where he does a lot, and they were like, "Well, hell, I guess we'd rather see Jabari at a in rhythm practice three that he hit, and he had already got hot by that point. But you could just see the open shots. That's why I said when they got Durant over here, and I thought about Jabari Smith. Like, I think Jabari Smith has a chance to be a really, really, like, top-tier role player. And a lot of people hear role player and think, no, a lot of people are texting in saying, no, I think he could be a star. I don't know about that. I think he could be a top-tier role player where he can defend and he can do like that. When teams are going to try to add, bodies towards Şengün or towards Kevin Durant, or when Amin Thompson drives, he's just getting open. Those corner threes he's been hitting a lot this year, and he has played his role really, really well. And you think he just gets better at it? Yeah.
Am I crazy? You mentioned earlier, and I thought it was beautiful. The way that they always have answers. Or at least it seems like to this point. Let's say it's early in the season. We'll see how this ages and what it looks like. But am I crazy to think that that's what makes this team potentially next level, right? I mean, obviously we talk a lot about the development of the big three. We talk a lot about the chemistry that Kevin Durant needs to have with those big three. But really, this is not a team that's wholly and solely dependent on their top one or two guys just going off, ability for the others. And look, we haven't seen much beyond Tari Eason and Jabari Smith, and that list is shorter now with Jalen Green gone and a couple of the other guys gone, but the list is shorter. But those guys at any point in time can carry the load. And to me, that's what makes this team potentially real dangerous when it comes to threatening to win a title.
There's not just we're going to take them away and if they have bad nights. There are teams where, like Luka, despite what Austin Reeves has done, as he continued to go off again last night. But generally, if Luka and LeBron don't play well, the Lakers are probably in trouble most nights.
Right.
Right. And there are other teams, like that with the Celtics when Brown and Tatum, didn't play well. I mean, they had some extra stuff, but generally, like they could be in trouble a bit. Here, they just have so many. Finney-Smith hasn't even gotten to play. He hadn't even started to play yet.
Yeah.
And he is another answer that is a guy who stretches the floor that can be a critical piece. But
I forgot all about him.
I mean, you get Thompson. Thompson and obviously we know the big two right now of Şengün and KD, but Jabari Smith comes through and Eason comes through. Right, and Reed Shepherd is somebody.
If they get Shepherd rolling, and then you talked about Finney. I mean, that you get those pieces in the fold. It's encouraging as a fan to watch this because I'm tuning in. I mean, most people are tuning in because we got Kevin Durant and we got a shot. But if you really watch this thing, the ones that have the ability to take a game over, they have the ability to impact the game in a big way, and they're. I mean, that to me, that's what.
Their 4 through 7, 4 through 8 is. It's got to be as strong as a lot of other teams.
Right. Speaking of, you mentioned the Lakers, and I know you're a Lakers fan and you watch a lot of NBA. I mean, what is this? I don't know if anybody out there's been paying attention to this, but Austin Reeves has averaged 40 points a game for the last 3. I mean, he scored 28 last night and hit the game winner late against
16 assists on that.
Yeah, so he balled. It wasn't just 28. He balled out last night. But the hit the last second shot, I believe, to win it. What do you do with a guy like that? Now, the answer is very obvious, but I do think it's a good conversation. But what do you do with a guy that has the ability to do this right here when you get Luka and LeBron back?
Yeah, the Lakers are in a tough – they're not a tough spot, but they're in a
good
spot
problem to have, right?
where they're going to have to make a decision, right? Like, because you say to yourself, there's a couple of things you can do. One, all right, when Luka and LeBron comes back, this version that we see of Austin Reeves is something like, it's like, all right, man, we already got that in 2 different guys. Like, it's hard to have him be able to be this because Luka's going to have the ball.
Right, yeah.
And LeBron's going to do the same thing. Like he does when he's at his best is him doing the same things that they do at their best. And they're better at it than he is. But still, you look at it and you're like, well, we got to figure out something. I mean, this guy averaged 20 a game last year, and obviously his confidence. We do if one of these guys go off the floor or whatever. And you look at it as like, all right, is he going to be the future running mate for Luka? Like, do we sign him long term and say, all right, it's going to be him and Luka together, or do you say to yourself, all right, we got some deficiencies here, and you got to believe you can get a lot of perimeter and interior defense and size if you dangle a guy like Austin Reeves, who is having a week where he is gone 51, 40 plus, and 28 and 16 assists, and clearly he is somebody that could be at the very least a 2, for a team. So they're in a situation where they could go multiple directions with this thing. LeBron is probably not going to play that much longer, so I'd be hard pressed to just say, man, let's dangle something to get something right now. Yeah. But they're in an interesting situation because he has just gotten better every single year.
Yeah, he's a fun watch, Ryan, because it's so I don't want to say unassuming, but like it's the like I don't know how many shots he made last night that were mid-range off the glass.
Oh, and he gets to the line. Like he's shot 50-something free throws over this 3-game stretch.
He's got a game like the MVP from last year. Shea. SGA. Like he's got a game like him that is it's just. It's
version of it.
Yeah, I'm just talking about stylistically, man. The way that uses the glass with them jumpers and is real, like uses his body in a push-off way. He uses his body a lot to create that separation and a hell of a watch, man. But it's interesting. I saw that conversation. I didn't watch the game, but I saw that conversation this morning. And I thought, damn, I knew Austin Reeves was good. I didn't know he had that in the bag though. That was wild. But I'm Clint Stoerner. It's Ron Hughley. Tyler Milner is back at the studio on the 1s and 2s. We are at Buffalo Wild Wings in Cypress up 290 way. Come through and hang out. We got some big-time giveaways. We are giving away 2 4-packs of tickets to this week's game, Texans-Broncos. I know this, Ron. There's going to be 2 monster defenses on the field. The 2 defenses that are going to be on the field this week, one, I think it's not just early season success. I think these 2 defenses are, when you end the season, I think these are going to be 2 of your top 3, top 4 defenses in damn near every category. And that's the matchup that you can see this weekend with these 4 packs of tickets that we're giving away. Come on through. You got to be in the building. We're also giving away a couple of sets of lawn chairs, or a set of lawn chairs. Where the Bud Light gal is in the building, so you can get you a Bud Light if you so choose. And again, tomorrow we are at the Raven Tower, 310 North Street in Houston. Little update on.
I saw you put a photo out of something.
That was before. I mean, I'm going to make this a thing.
What did you say? Did you say you're living on the edge? Is that
life on the edge a bit? I mean, I can acknowledge the fact of why some folks will steer clear of the white draws, but I don't understand why completely not owning them. Never thought about it like that. I think I may go all white.
I had a friend of mine said he keeps one.
One pair of white ones?
He keeps one pair of white ones just in case he wears.
Well, I think he
white
should.
pants
I mean, wear them once a week, and then that makes you feel at least you're somewhat decent. But I had the wife inspect them last night.
Do women wear white drawers? Is that a thing? Do women wear?
I mean, you got a wife.
Yeah. She got some. I wonder, do they ditch them too, like us?
No. That is the reason why I think some of y'all are unbelievably disgusting. They're wearing pink ones, white ones, and they are smooth in the crack, and they do it. But your nasty tail can't wear anything beyond black underwear because you don't trust yourself.
What I got on today? I got dark blue today, I believe.
I had wifey inspect them. It was nice and clean. I trapped her when she was in the bathtub too, so she couldn't run from them.
What did she say? I mean, that doesn't sound like something I would think she
didn't play. She didn't play along, but she didn't have no choice.
You locked her in there.
She was in the bathtub, so she didn't have no choice. I had to. She had to look at them. Clean. I passed, man. Flying colors.
Yeah.
Or lack thereof.
Yeah, there you go. I know.
Andy liked that.
I'll be honest with you. The photo you sent, you didn't have the draws showing in the area that.
Well, that morning before I put them on.
Oh, okay.
You think I took them off and laid them out on the bed?
I think you had.
I did make a video. Last time I wore them, I did make a video. They were laying on the floor. I picked them up. I turned them wrong side out, and I showed it. I'm an adult, a clean adult, and my wife told me it's too disgusting to post. She said, "You're gross." That's disgusting. I said, "It's a great topic, and they're clean."
All right, coming up next,
women wear white drawers.
I'm just saying.
Hell yeah, they do.
Do women
white thongs that run smooth up in the crack?
I don't know. I see a lot of colored ones. Are women steering clear of the draws? Sally, you're out here. Mel, you're out here. Come on, text in 713-572-4610.
Oh, I thought you were talking to somebody in the building.
Are y'all avoiding the draws? Are y'all avoiding them draws? All right, coming up as we continue.
Boy, it'd be a shame. Somebody ain't got a nice, silky white pair.
I just wonder
you
if they're
ain't living
avoiding
right,
them.
man.
I wonder if they're avoiding them. We'll give you the latest here. Good news coming out from
good panty talk.
One of the not panty talk, but one of the most important players for the Texans. We'll give you the latest on that. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all.
Drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. It is a Thirsty Thursday, and congratulations to a couple. Our latest winner, they took home the lawn chairs. The Bud Light lawn chairs, they took them home courtesy of Bud Light. We appreciate it. And still in the running. We still coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. You make sure you get your way here. In the 5 o'clock hour, you still have an opportunity, 2 different opportunities to win a 4-pack of tickets. That's right. We got 8 total tickets we're hooking folks up with and 2 winners. We will do that in the 5 o'clock hour, 2 different opportunities to win a 4-pack of tickets. If you have not put your name or your ticket out of the raffle box, you may want to do so. Shay is holding it up right here, and you can get yourself a chance to win. If you're not doing that, go ahead and get you some wings, get you a beer, get you a drink, and enjoy yourself. The staff is here taking care of everybody as they always do here at Buffalo Wild Wings. A little update here on the text line. We women wear white panties and they stay clean. Good for them.
That's right.
Yeah, I just wonder if there was some avoiding them.
I'm just going to tell you.
Text Megan. See if Megan's avoiding them.
I would rather.
Free ball.
I would rather be confident enough to wear white and just slip up every now and then than just throw the cards in and go, you know what, to hell with it, man. I don't trust myself. I'm just going to wear blacks.
That sounds like a terrible idea. I'd rather just wear white.
At least
slip up every one.
At least wearing white underwear makes you as a man think about being a little bit cleaner.
Well, I don't have good hygiene every day.
I don't think
wearing
gray draws makes me throw the cleanliness out of the
no.
Out of the window.
You don't get to backtrack now. You are on record of being you're a nasty human being that does not wear white underwear because you don't trust yourself.
I think it's a part of it. Sometimes you have a bad day, right? You have a bad day, and why?
I want to keep it funky.
But just because sometimes I am man enough to acknowledge that I have a bad day does not mean that I throw my hygiene out the window.
That
guy right there, you see him? He raised his hand. You have a bad day every day.
We all have a bad day every now and then, but it sounds like you have one about 3-4 times a week.
That's not true. See, I tried to be vulnerable and express to you exactly what I'm going through, and now you're taking it up a notch. I don't have a bad day every multiple times.
I looked in there. I looked in that drawer, Ron, and I had all black underwear, and I thought, but mine was just because they come in they
come in packages.
But the only I had to buy a variety pack, and I'm not a big variety guy. I like to just buy it, so I would buy the 3-pack of black because that was the only color that they all came in. I never even thought about you nasty sumbucks that it's built for. Y'all have changed the underwear industry.
Yeah. Well, I've just say, well, let me not go with those. Let me come over here. That light blue's dicey.
You got some baby blue draws, but you ain't got no white. That sounds. Hey, I ain't trying to say nothing, but that sounds a little.
I didn't say I got any baby blues. I just said those baby blues could be dicey for those too.
Sound like you saw them in your top drawer this morning.
I don't own those either. I don't move over to the.
Hey man, you got to get your old lady a pair of them silky white, pair of silky white ones, man.
You can hold them Carolina blue draws. I pass on them too. All right, some
nice silky white thong. You kidding me?
Some news here.
We better move on. We got kids in the audience.
Some news out here, Clint. This, according to Jonathan Alexander, coming up at 5 o'clock. Fire. We'll have the full injury report coming up then. But Jonathan Alexander, who writes for the Chronicle, said Nico Collins. As he spoke in the locker room for the first time after his concussion, he said that he is back now and ready to play this week. So Nico Collins is a go. Yeah, y'all can clap up for that. Nico Collins is a go. I think they're confident as well that Christian Kirk and please, guys, don't just quit on Christian Kirk. I think a lot of y'all have been some of the messages coming in about Christian Kirk. Y'all calm down just a bit, guys. Let him slide over that hamstring injury, man. Let him get to week 10.
Well, now we're week 10 is going to turn into week 15.
Well, no, I ain't going to say that now. I mean, just give him a chance here. He's only played a couple of games, but he is back in the fold as well, so he should be back. By the way, Clint, Tyler, I'm wondering, are you all – because I know you look at the lines, Tyler. We're looking at the Texans who, are under 500 right now, and they played a 49ers team with an impressive win, but the week before that, they really struggled on national TV on Monday Night Football versus Seattle. And then we have the Broncos, and the Broncos, they've won on the road against Philadelphia, the defending champs, right? They've won these last two games as well, and then they blew out the Cowboys on national TV. Are you at all surprised the Texans are a 1.5 favorite in this game?
Yes, I am.
Tyler, are you surprised? You surprised the Texans are are favored in this game. Obviously, 1.5, they think Denver's a better team. But, like, for instance, tonight, I don't want to compare them. They're 7.5-point favorite.
Oh, it's very
the Dolphins
surprising.
on the road.
Yeah.
Are you surprised?
Yeah. What's the rule? The home squad usually gets
3?
at least about 3. But even factoring that in, it's like, yeah, it was shocking when I saw that line come out.
Yeah, I mean, they just did a number on the Cowboys last week. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing coming out of that game with Denver and Dallas was we knew Denver was going to score a lot of points because Dallas's defense ain't worth a damn. But the way that they were able to cause problems for Dallas's offense and really slow them down, that was impressive. So, yeah, I thought that would be. I thought they'd be a slight favorite here.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got, like I said, they've got the win on the road against the Eagles.
Yeah.
Right, and they've played the Colts. I mean, I know the Rams beat them, but they played the Colts as well as anybody who's played the Colts. Have the best record in football, and really they're probably telling themselves, we lost that game because of a leverage call on a 60-yard field goal that was missed that moved it up 15 yards that allowed them to make a game winner, and they lost by a point to what people, well, not people, would have the best record in football. I'm a little surprised, but I understand it. Like, I understand when you look at some of the games Denver has played, especially against tougher defensive teams, they have really fought it. And, you know, they're going against the best defensive team by most metrics in the Houston Texans on the road. I can see, I understand, but I am by the number they did. Last time we saw them basically on national TV against the Cowboys, they did a number on them. They blew them out last week. The last time we saw the Texans on national TV, it was that Seattle game, and it looked really rough. So good for them. Maybe Vegas and them know something that we don't know, but I'm still a bit surprised that they look at the Texans as the better, or as the team that they're favoring to win.
Well, I mean, you got it comes down to, do you feel better about Denver's offense against our defense or our offense against their defense, right? The two offenses are the weak links on both teams. If there is a weak link on Denver, that is it, right, is that both of the defenses are top ranked. And so who do you feel better about? I would say Denver makes – I mean, it's a pretty easy decision for me. I feel better about what Denver's done offensively.
Top 10 on offense and defense,
Yeah, I mean, they can throw it, they can run it. They got one of the best play callers in the game. So I would think that's a pretty easy get to, but apparently not. Like you said, Vegas don't miss much.
Yeah, someone texted in and said maybe it's the Surtain injury. Usually cornerbacks don't play that much of a role in the line, right, Tyler? It's usually quarterbacks that make a major difference to shift. Like a cornerback, even though he's the reigning defensive player of the league of the year last year and the best corner in football, most people believe, I still don't think that is something that swings the line that way. I just think Vegas really believes in the Texans this week at home against the Broncos. All right, coming up. Asked the question all week long since the game ended, and I want to bring this up as a discussion with you, Clint, about now that Nico Collins, at least according to him, is going to be back. What does that mean for CJ based off what we watched with the receiving corps last week? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, Jiffy Lube. There's 60 locations around the city. If you need that oil change, if your wife needs that oil change, if your kiddos need that oil change, get down to Jiffy Lube. There's 60 locations, so I know it's convenient, and they've been dominating that fast oil change industry since 1979, so they can get you in and out now. Fast.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There we go. Appreciate you jumping in with us here. And there is still time, baby. We are out here at Buffalo Wild Wings Thirsty Thursday here in Cypress off 290. Make your way on out to this Buffalo Wild Wings as we have still great prizes coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. It's the big ones. You got a chance to win not once but two different opportunities to win a 4-pack of tickets. Not one, not two. Is that what? Two. Actually two. Not more than two, but two. Two opportunities to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Texans play in the biggest game of their season up to this point against the Denver Broncos. Give Bailey a hand. out here, man. Give her a hand and help her out here, guys. If you haven't put your name in our raffle box, go ahead and order you a drink. Get you some food here, as it's always a good time out here at Buffalo Wild Wings on a Thirsty Thursday. Before I get to it, I want to get your thoughts on this Nico Collins situation since he returns from the text line. I wouldn't have bought them, meaning a white pair of draws, but a family member gifted me a pack of boxer briefs with one white pair in there. And when they were my last clean pair, I pulled them on, put them on. When I took them off, it looked like there had been some roadkill back there. That same family member happened to be doing my laundry that week, and she somehow got them clean. But I kind of hope that she learned a lesson.
She learned a lesson.
Yeah, learned a lesson on buying them white
draws. It sounds like roadkill. Sounds like the color didn't matter.
Yeah,
you are disgusting.
Just said he had a real bad day.
I think
you got to let them go, right?
We
got to toss them.
Yeah, you definitely don't ask a family member to clean them. I mean, look, let's be honest, man. I'm telling you,
that's got to be.
Hey, White Draws Wednesday's got a deal. Keep guys in check.
Not doing that.
I'm telling you, I think you should. I think it should be a real thing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check yours next Wednesday.
They're not gonna be
white draws Wednesday. On Wednesday, you got to wear white draws.
Andy hadn't had white draws since the 70s. Stop it. Right.
Hey,
you got that John McClane. You got that John McClane spirit. Man, I'd be pissed off if John McClane don't wear no whitey tighties. I'd be hot. That just ain't what his vibe is. God, I miss John. I wish he was here to defend himself. Thank you, Booger Butt. All right, Clint, I did want to get your thoughts on this because we said on the last segment that according to Nico Collins, he's playing on Sunday, barring anything, which is a great sign for the Texans, especially when you look at the fact that Patrick Surtain is supposed to be an IR candidate and is likely not to play on Sunday. But I've seen this a lot. Hey, man, I think, and I bet you heard it on the postgame show. We heard it on calls on Monday. Hey, man, I think CJ looked better, was better because he didn't have to have Nico out there to try to force the ball to. I think he was better because he was just throwing it to the open guy and didn't feel compelled to have to get the ball to Nico Collins. And I guess the thought is, to me, is one, is that an issue that you see for CJ, that he feels like he's trying to force the ball to get to Nico Collins? And do you think Nico Collins being back in any way can prevent CJ from playing the quarterback position the way he did on Sunday?
It is not. That is not and has not been. Is there a potential issue in the game of football to have one really good receiver and make too much of an effort to get that guy touches? Absolutely, but that's not a thing in Houston. No, I don't think there's definitely not been any extended period of time where I felt like CJ was trying to force the ball to Nico. No, not at all. In fact, I would, if I were him, I would have tried to do it more throughout the season when Nico was held. Absolutely, absolutely. So no, look, the reason that C.J. Stroud played better, there's twofold last week. One, San Francisco's defensive line was not very good, and he had a clean pocket and not much around his feet at all. Two, the game plan for the San Francisco 49ers was clearly make them go 12 or 13 or 14 or 16 plays to score. Don't give them anything cheap, right? Try to force them into a mistake by making them play more downs, and they never broke stride there. They never changed the game plan, and so all that quick underneath stuff was there. It was challenged very little. And so last week it happened not because Nico wasn't there, because all of a sudden CJ wanted to spread the ball around. It happened because it was very comfortable and it was very easy for CJ Stroud to just sit in that pocket and distribute the football. Quick game, mid-range game, the shots, all of it. That's why it happened. Now what we got to hope is that when it gets a little muddier, in that pocket.
I'm with you. I have never, ever felt, especially with Nico, I have never, and I maybe there was a little bit of that I felt, not that I'm saying I was right, but you felt maybe with Diggs a little bit last year early that he felt compelled to maybe get him the ball more, but I don't even know if I 100% felt that. Yeah. I've never felt it with Nico or watched CJ where it's like, I got to get him the ball. I got to get him the ball. Yeah. You've seen quarterbacks. I've watched Jalen Hurts look like he was trying to make a concerted effort to get A.J. Brown the ball and wasn't looking anywhere else, which probably led to him going 0 for 8. I've never seen CJ look like that. I mean, he would throw, like you said, he'd throw the ball to John Mechie in past years to be like, come on, man, what are we doing here?
I don't like CJ. CJ just has never been a guy that forces the ball into anybody. I mean, he's always been a pretty, I think in-scheme guy that commits to the plan. I mean, I don't. That's why I think there's been times this year when he's got a little bit outside, like the 4 go routes in one drive was wild. That was clearly some frustration. But yeah, no, that's not. That, I mean, to me, I heard that in the post game when we did the post game show. I heard that same.
You hearing that too? Yeah, I've been hearing that.
I mean, look, to each their own. I just don't think it. I don't think it. I don't think it is.
I think it is insane to think that, man, C.J. Stroud's going to be better without Nico.
Yeah, it doesn't apply.
Not consistently.
It doesn't apply to Houston. I've seen it happen in football before. Yeah, but I mean,
I'm with you. Yeah.
In fact, I wish it did.
like I'm with you. To me, if you can protect C.J. Stroud the way that they were able to protect C.J. Stroud, if you can stay in third down and 1 to 4, which they seem to be in consistently last week, and convert like that, and run the football well, then I think you will see that level of C.J. often, whether Nico's on the field or not.
Ron, I would
and
say.
If you're going to watch the 49ers just play off guys the entire way and not be aggressive in their coverage, I think you're going to see a lot of that.
I would argue that regardless of the situation, when you start the conversation with, boy, if they can protect C.J. Stroud, then this, that, or that. I would argue that I don't care if you're in third and mid, third and long. I don't care if you're in the red zone or not. If they protect C.J. Stroud, I have a high level of confidence that CJ can go make a lot of noise and move the football and score a lot of points. That is going to be ultimately the question, and we don't even know if they're any closer today than they were a year ago, much less a week ago.
Yeah, somebody texted and said, "Hell, I don't think they use Nico enough. I don't think he forces it to Nico enough."
I agree wholeheartedly. I don't think the offensive coordinator does, and I don't think the quarterback does. Neither one of them forced the football to Nico, and I would like to see both of them maybe lean into it a bit.
Yeah. No, I think there's a Nico Collins problem, or CJ has a problem where he just, I have got to get him the ball. No, I don't think that is the case. Again, we are live here, Buffalo Wild Wings here in Cypress. Make your way on out here, and this is a big 5 o'clock hour because you have a chance to win tickets. Win tickets, not just one, but 2 different opportunities to win a 4-pack of tickets coming up.
2 4-pack lower bowl tickets.
That's right.
If
lower
you're out
bowl.
there, $290 in Cypress.
You're right.
$290 in Cypress. Bring your ass. You got time to get in the building and get in this old raffle box.
It's not tickets to be up there with the McNairs. No, you
mean above the McNairs?
Yeah, above the McNairs.
You're
lower. I'm just saying they are pretty up there.
Come on.
I'm sure they enjoy it. They are.
They can fit about 200 people in that box.
Dude, yeah.
There's only a couple spaces that can handle them. You know what I mean?
It's good to see. The Dream out there. Akeem Olajuwon was out there and honored at the game. My man yelled. I think a Texans first down right as they were announcing that, hey, Akeem Olajuwon's up there, and just blew that right out the water.
Somebody up there scared the hell out of Akeem. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Can't get my due around here. All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you set and ready for this Thursday night football game, Ravens-Dolphins. We'll get you updated on the full injury report, and it is big news. There's a big player for the Texans and then we need to let you know about. And then, hey, Clint, the first person who has been able to make some more cash in college football off of these all these hires.
Oh, yeah?
We've got he's the first of many. We'll discuss all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, now, if you got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, whether it's a property that you're living on right now or maybe you have a little lot somewhere that you're going to build your dream home on. Either way, if you've got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, let me get your attention one time. You need to know who Lewis Floor and Ability Tree experts are. You need to know them. I'm telling you, man. You're talking about whether you got some issues that could possibly.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is we are live. Let me hear from you, good people. We are live on the road on a thirsty Thursday. Buffalo Wild Wings, and we are in Cypress, right off US 290. Make your way on out here. And this is going to be a nice way to just hang out and have a good night. You want to watch some Thursday night football. We'll get to that matchup here soon. I'm guessing top a little later on T-Mill's Best Bets. But there's TVs, plenty of TVs all over the place. You want to watch the game? You want to watch some NBA? You want to watch some hockey? They've got it all for you.
Your boy.
They've got Jackass Jim Nance on TV if you want to watch that too. You can do all. You can do all of that.
I just got
right here. Plenty of.
To get into a controversy.
I just think I would trip him if I had the chance. All right, I don't want him to fall, but I just want him to lose his balance a little bit. I would stick a foot out. Anyway.
Yeah, he definitely got some white draws on.
Absolutely, and he probably has skid marks all over the place. But
Depends.
Come on out for some good food and drinks. And if you are here within the next hour, in this hour, if you are just walking in or you're on your way, we are going to be hooking people up. 2 different opportunities to win a 4-pack, as Clint said, 4-pack of lower bowl level tickets to Sunday's game against the Broncos. If you've not gotten a ticket and put it in our raffle box, you ain't got to fill nothing out. Just grab a ticket, put it in our raffle box, and you will have a chance to win. And to let you know, we are going to get our first winner after this segment ends. So you need to go ahead and get in this raffle box, not physically, but put your ticket in the raffle box to give yourself a chance to win. That would be funny if somebody actually tried to get into the raffle box. That'd be that would be interesting. But yes, we are doing that. 2 opportunities. We will do our first one as soon later on in the 5 o'clock hour. You got a chance to win another 4-pack of tickets to the Texans-Broncos game coming up on Sunday. All right, Clint, Thursday night football tonight, Ravens-Dolphins. I certainly believe they thought this was going to be a much more compelling game when the schedule came out. You had the Dolphins, a team with Tyreek Hill and Mike McDaniel and Tua, a team that I don't know if they're a contender, but they always when they're healthy, fun to watch and seem to be around. And then the Ravens, who came into the season as the odds-on Super Bowl favorite. Well, hell, right now they both got 2 wins. They're 2-5, both of them. And but Lamar Jackson does return in this game. He's missed the last 3 games with a hamstring issue. Hasn't played since September 28th. He returns in this game, and obviously that changes the game. We watched whoever the hell that was in those Ravens uniforms play the Texans several weeks back. It certainly wasn't the team we've watched the last several years that have been one of the top Super Bowl contenders. But that game is tonight. The Ravens really need to get going. They got a big win against Chicago last week without Lamar. Tyler Huntley led that. I'm guessing they probably wish they had Tyler Huntley to run that offense the last several weeks and not Cooper Rush. But the Ravens are a 7.5-point favorite. That's the line I have. Tyler may have something different. But they're a 7.5-point favorite. And this is an interesting game, but a game the Ravens have to win. By the way, they are still favored to win the AFC North. They're 2-5. They are still the betting favorite to win the AFC North. What's your thoughts about this game tonight?
Yeah, look, I mean, the Pittsburgh Steelers had a chance to run away with that division and pee down their leg with 2 straight losses, and now that division, I mean, it's if Baltimore and Lamar Jackson can keep it together, there's no reason why they can't make a run, to be completely honest with you. I believe their games with Pittsburgh are still have yet to come, so they've got 2 head-to-head matchups. And with the struggles defensively in Pittsburgh, that division is absolutely up for grabs. What can Baltimore do with their struggling defense? What can Baltimore do with Lamar Jackson being healthy? But that's nor here nor there. This game tonight, to me, it's 2-5 football teams, but they've both given you a reason to tune in. we just mentioned Lamar Jackson and his return. That is, if you're a football fan, he alone is a reason to turn into a primetime football game.
Which he makes Derrick Henry look different. And he makes everybody look different.
Yeah. He just changes the game completely for them. And then you look at Baltimore. They beat the doors off the Atlanta Falcons last week, 34-10. And so, it's a 2-5 football team, but it is a football team that has the potential to be explosive, fun to watch. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't watch it. I don't know if it was. I don't know if that was Dolphins or Atlanta. I don't know if one of them played well or the other one messed the bed. I'm not real sure. Probably a little bit of both. But nonetheless, on a Thursday night game, primetime game, you look at. I'm 2-6. I said 2-5. But and the Dolphins not at least handling business last week. I'm not even thinking about checking in.
Now you're in.
I'm gonna have me a good night with the kiddos and might get on that back porch with this good weather. This game's got me. I'll peek into this one. This one's got real legs.
Yeah, and like the big problem for the Ravens was their defense, right? And they've gotten Roquan Smith back, and they've gotten Kyle Hamilton back, and they've gotten Ronnie Stanley. They got a lot of their guys back.
The only one on the injury report that I saw for Baltimore that still is a problem, he's going to be there all year long, is Matabike.
Yeah, he's out for the year.
That one's done. But everybody else, they're back, I believe.
They had a bye, and it showed, Clint. They gave up 16 to the Bears, and the Bears have been, they're Jekyll and Hyde, but they've had some good moments offensively, and they held them to 16, and they held that Rams team that obliterated the Jags the week after. They held them to 17. They just didn't. Just Cooper Rush sucked. So it looks like that defense.
Cooper Rush catching drive-bys.
I'm just saying, with 17-3. I'm just saying, man. It looks like they just need their defense to be all right with the weapons and what they can do offensively. And Clint Tyler, I think the Ravens are poised to go on a real run. When you look at this schedule, man, they got Dolphins, they got Vikings, they got Browns, they got Jets, they got Bengals. That's their next run. They got Steelers at home behind that. They got Bengals again. Then they got a tough stretch against the Patriots and the Packers. And then they got the Steelers again. They got a chance to go 8-2, or 9 things with their schedule.
I don't know if I agree with them still being the favorite, but I don't think it's crazy. I like
their
Pittsburgh.
schedule really softened
I'm an Aaron Rodgers fan. I'm a fan of the Steelers in general. I'm a Mike Tomlin fan. So I feel like the Steelers. I think it'd be a really good story to see them kind of get this thing together, and Mike get off the hot seat, and Aaron have a little success, so people may get off his back a little bit. I like DK Metcalf, so I'd like to see them hang on to this thing.
Their defense is unrecognizable,
but they got too many names and too many good players over there for it to be this way.
And they got the Colts coming into town, so they can.
Is that prime time?
No, I don't know if it's prime time.
Boy, it should be.
They've got 4-4 written all over them after that game.
Yeah.
The way the Colts have played. So big one tonight. Again, stay with us a little bit later on. T Mill's best bets. He will actually get you some action for that coming up next.
When I came out of the darkness.
5 o'clock fire.
Damn, he's good with those.
Well, he heard Aaron, and you knew that was all she wrote for that one. All right, injury report here for the Texans and the Broncos here on a Thursday. This is official. We'll get to the Broncos here in a second, Clint. We heard from Nico Collins. He was a full participant in practice along with Christian Kirk. Not limited, full participant today in practice. So it looks like those two are going to be back. Nico Collins said he will be back. He said he is back. Limited participants, Clint, Danico Autry, and Dylan Horton didn't practice yesterday. The Texans is dealing with a chest thing. We just talked to Woody Marks earlier today. If you missed that, we had him on in the second segment around 2:20. You can hear that conversation we had with Woody Marks. But he was a limited participant with the calf. The big one here, Clint, is Dalton Schultz. It's the second straight day he did not practice. And, again, I want to make sure this is known for those who don't know. They did sign a tight end fullback to their practice squad in Dalton Keene. So they did that ahead of the week. And now we've seen Dalton Schultz not practice 2 days in a row. D'Amico did say yesterday that he does believe they expect to have him back later on in the week. But now we've got to take this a little bit more serious of Dalton Schultz not practicing back-to-back days.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna give him the rest day. I'm going to give him the vet day.
Back-to-back rest days?
I'm going to give him look, I think there's obviously some kind of issue there. I just don't think it's going to keep him from playing.
Give him a third one.
Right, just give him all three of them. Hell, let him wait till Sunday. But D'Amico's comments yesterday make me feel really good about Dalton Schultz. Without that, I would be majorly concerned.
They sounded
right now.
promising.
Yeah, look, I mean, if we didn't see him carted off the field, and D'Amico Ryans had seemed to be pretty positive about him playing, and so, yeah, I mean, I think it's, hopefully, tomorrow this changes a bit.
Yeah.
And he's a go. I mean, you got Nico and Kirk and Christian Kirk back. It'd be a hell of a blow to lose Dalton Schultz right on that and not have those guys play together and play this week against this offense with the full stable of weapons against this defense.
I was going to say, you're going to need it against this defense.
Well, you're going to need it, no doubt, but it's going to give you a chance to see really what this team is built of and made of.
Yeah. This may be the toughest defense they face this season. They have some other ones on the schedule, but especially for what the Broncos do well, you want to have all your parts there. On the other side of this, Clinton, I know some people may hear this name and not think a ton of it, but for the Broncos, on the Broncos side, Dre Greenlaw, he should go. He had a quad. He was a full participant. He was suspended last week for walking down an official after the Giants game, but he'll be back. And then, obviously, Pat Surtain did not participate today with that pec. Don't expect him to go. But Marvin Mims Jr., that is to watch. Maybe that name doesn't ring a bell a lot. Number 19 for the Broncos. He's got a concussion. He was out yesterday, so he has not practiced all week. Obviously, if we look at what happened with Nico last week, he had a concussion and did the same thing, didn't practice, and didn't play. He's not one of their best players, so to speak. He's not one of the guys you think about when you think about the Broncos immediately, but in a lot of different ways, he is their big play threat, right? He is dangerous in the kicking game and is big in field position, if not taken on all the way back, and he is I would think their number one deep threat. Obviously, Courtland Sutton is their top guy. They do a lot of jet sweeps with him. They do a lot of reverses. Sean Payton tries to get the ball in Mims' hands multiple times in different ways a game. I think this is a huge – this in a way is not as important, but right up there with Surtain missing, because this is a big play threat that they potentially may not have available for them, and bodes well for the Texans if he's not able to go.
Yeah, well, look, we've heard him talk about it. When you talk about the variety of offensive plays and schemes and approaches that Sean Payton can throw at a defense, Mims has a lot to do with that.
Yep.
He has the ability to move. He has the ability to line up in different places. You can hand it to him. You can throw it to him. Screen game, deep game, red zone, he's a problem. So he is really one of the guys, the players that has the skill set and the mindset to be able to allow Sean Payton to be so multiple. So you're right. I mean, this is a big plus for the Texans. If Marvin Mims can't go, former Mr. Texas, by the way, I believe, from about 5 or 6 years ago, played at Oklahoma, but he's out of Texas, somewhere up in the Dallas area, I believe. But if he doesn't go, it's a hit to the Denver Broncos offense, no doubt.
Him and R.J. Harvey are two guys they like to do a lot of different things with and find different ways.
That's right.
To get them involved. All right, that is the latest on the injury report. Some important ones for both teams as they get ready to go on Sunday.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. As I said, probably Mike Elko is down the line, many others. For the first person to benefit from all the firings at Penn State, at Florida, at LSU, at Arkansas, all the firings, is Nebraska's Matt Rule. He signed a 2-year extension to 2032. He got more money from Nebraska. He was somebody that a lot of people were talking to potentially take the Penn State job and go up there. But, Clint, he is not going to be the last one. There are going to be a lot of teams that are going to have to jump in here, and if they really want to keep their coach, going to have to do what Nebraska had to do with Matt Rule. Yeah. By the way, I don't even know if this rules him completely out. We'll see what the buyout is, but maybe he does want to stay there. But But this is going to happen a lot across the country with coaches that could be in the mix for some of these jobs.
Well, I mean, look, it happened with Kurt Signetti. Now it's happening with Matt Rule, and rightfully so, man. That Penn State, when a job like Penn State comes open, I mean, look, there's an argument of which job is the best job, but Penn State's the one that's getting people paid. Both of those guys, one's from Western New Jersey, I believe, the other's from PA. And so, I mean, those are jobs that they probably dreamed of having when they were kids.
Mike Elko, you better ready to get that money too, because you're from that area too.
There you go, man. So, but Mike's another one. Again, I just don't see Mike leaving. Mike is.
I don't know about leaving, but I know Mike. I know A&M ain't going to step in right now and say, "Here, crazier." Get in. I mean, he's 8-0. It's not like he doesn't deserve.
Crazier things have happened, but I mean, are they not? Well, where do they sit? I mean, when you're in the mix at A&M, at a place like A&M, like a handful of schools, when you're in the mix and in the middle of doing what they're doing right now, it's hard to think that there's anywhere better. I mean, there's obviously some family dynamics and stuff like that may change for Elko or anybody else, but boy, when you're doing what they're on the verge of doing, I just don't know that it's going to get any better than that. But yeah, look, Penn State's going to get a lot of folks paid. There's no doubt about it. Somebody's going to get Lane Kiffin paid too. It ain't Penn State, but it's LSU or Florida.
Oh, Lane's getting paid. We got
get
that.
paid too. So
yeah, Lane's going to get paid.
I think there's a reason why everybody's looking at that. I don't want to say second tier, but the coaches like you got.
I think Eli Drankowitz is going to get paid. I think Missouri's going to have to try to do what they need to keep him. I don't know if
Missouri can keep him, man. Nothing against Missouri, but I mean, because I'm in the same tier at Arkansas. But
yeah,
you look at all these coaches that are thought to be moving, man. It starts with Rhett Lashley at SMU,
another one,
the Golich or however the hell you say his last name, the kid at South Florida. It's these coaches that are at these places that like. I look at Rhett Lashley. Rhett's making $2.5 million a year. I mean, Arkansas is going to triple that, if not more.
But those spots. But even it's the spots that are at good spaces, at good places, like an A&M or like a Nebraska that spins, that says, "Hey man, we got to jump on this right now." That maybe you didn't think you would. So, these openings are these coaches out there. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, it is opening up for us. All right, as we continue, by the way, we are going to hook somebody up for the first of the 2 4-pack of tickets. We're doing that as soon as this segment ends. So if you have not put your ticket in, you may want to do so. Again, we will do another 4-pack a little bit later on in the 5 o'clock hour. Coming up next, the biggest thing I fear in this game for the Texans, the number one concern for the Texans. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, I got to take a minute. I do it every day. Tell you about them cold Coors Light. I got to take a minute, tip my cap to all my
provide Angel Eye video access, peer support, and essential comforts to family now at texaschildrens.org.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are having a great time here out at Buffalo Wild Wings. We're in Cypress off 290. Make your way on out here and enjoy yourself. Yes, we'll be here till 6. And, yes, you still have a chance. One more. Congratulations to our first winner of the 4-pack of tickets to Sunday's game against the Broncos, lower bowl level tickets. We will do one more. We've got one more 4-pack to give away as soon as this segment ends. So you've got roughly 10 minutes or so to be able to jump in here and get your name or your ticket in our raffle box to give yourself a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. So that's coming up here, and yes, there is stiff competition, but we will hook somebody else up with shut up, Tom. There's a lot of competition. God, dog, man. I'm only glad I couldn't see his face. That's the only thing.
I was not expecting it. I just heard it in the background, and that was good, Tyler. That was real good.
Look at him, man.
When I can't see his face, it's like when I forget who's on the other line.
Yeah, there is. Yeah. Anyway, there's a lot of competition, but you can still be. Order you up a drink. Bailey will take care of you. The rest of the staff will take you some good wings, some good food as well. I think they got a deal on those boneless wings, Tyler's favorites. As you can get hooked up there as well. All right, Clint, I want to play this audio for you and the people. Zach Bye, he was on In the Loop yesterday, and Zach has covered the Broncos for years and years. And I know Zach a little bit myself. Have had conversations with Zach. He's a guy that knows what he's talking about, and does great work there at our sister station in Denver. In fact, I don't even think they're our sister station. I believe I just made that up. So they're not our sister station, but he does a great job there in Denver. And he talked about, to me, what I believe is got to be the number one thing keeping Nick Caley up, the number one thing keeping C.J. Stroud up, the number one concern for D'Amico. If we talk about D'Amico is giving more time and energy to the offensive side of the ball, well, this week this is what they have got to be game planning, the number one thing they're worried about. No, it's not Patrick Surtain being out. It is the front of the Denver Broncos. They lead the league in sacks by a mile and pressures, and it's been that way for the last 2 years. Here's Zach Bye's breakdown on what, to me, is the biggest thing that the Texans have to solve in this game.
Vance Joseph, the defensive coordinator here, when he believes that he's got a matchup of strength, he will not send pressure. So when you look at the Broncos up front, well, as good as their secondary is and their safeties and some of their members on offense, the strength is the front seven. And when you have a guy like Zach Allen, keep that name in your back pocket. Big 99 in the middle, led the NFL in quarterback hit a year ago. Led the NFL in quarterback pressures from the D tackle position a year ago. Coming off a game where he sacked the quarterback again. It starts with him, the push in the middle. And then you have these two edge rushers in Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito, who are just absolute freaks when it comes to get off. I think they're number one and number two in the NFL in terms of their pass rush win rate and their get off. Nick Bonito, if you guys haven't had a chance to look at him, 8 sacks in 8 games, had 13.5 sacks a year ago. He's fantastic. He's going to be up for Defensive Player of the Year. These guys really get after the quarterback, and because they're both elite at their position, both double-digit sack guys a year ago, the number one duo in that department, you can't really send as much help when you're getting it from both sides of the defense and also getting that push from the middle.
All right, that is Zach Bye, who hosts afternoons in Denver and covers the Broncos. And Clint, that to me is the biggest concern. Clint, they got what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. They got 5 guys that have 4 sacks or more on this defense. And as he said, Nick Benito from Oklahoma, Nick, he may be a defensive player of the year candidate, and talked about his speed off the edge, his bend. That is, to me, a real concern for Ariante Ursery. We've seen him struggle at times with guys that are that size and that have that speed off the back end, and we always don't see him get enough help all the time. Hopefully that changes. And Cooper's really good off the edge, and Zach Allen. They just have a lot of different guys that can get after the quarterback, and that has still been one of the primary issues for the Texans. We saw what it looks like when you can protect C.J. Stroud, but we saw the previous week and other times in this season, like against Seattle, who I think the Broncos are similar at their front, but I think they're the Seahawks on steroids, that they've struggled in how the game has gone offensively for C.J. Stroud and Nick Cable.
Well, look, I think Denver is better personnel-wise. They got better players on the defensive side of the football, and they approach the game a little different stylistically, right? I mean, you look at Seattle; they're a little bit more base in their front four. We're going to play games with the tight end. I mean, the tackle, D-end stunts, the twist, the pick and roll type stuff. Whereas when you look at what Denver's going to do, sure, everybody does some of that stuff, but Denver's going to they're going to cover all 5 offensive linemen so that the offensive linemen have to work one-on-one and bet that their guys are better than you. They've got a presence in the middle in Allen that is as good as you're going to find, and then you got the guys coming off the edge that are top tier in the league as well. There's nothing you can do about that interior play. Now you can hope they don't go 5 down, and when they don't go 5 down, you can double Allen. You can do some different things there, but there's really not a whole lot you can do. I would expect some major inside, you're throwing football, and I think it's going to be very difficult to run the football in between the tackles. So if you're the Texans and being the game plan offense that they are, I would expect them to help the tackles. Hopefully the key here, Titus Howard can handle his own
with Cooper.
Hopefully that is selfishly for me. Like the matchup that I want to see is Titus Howard one-on-one with no help on the end. And can he become a guy? Can this be a game where people look at Titus Howard and go, damn, that dude right there has got a chance to be one of the best in the league? Or do you look up and go, here we go. We got a guy that can play 4 positions, but he ain't a great tackle kind of
we
deal.
need help on both sides.
Right.
Because Ursery's going to need help.
You got to help. You got to help him. You got to run right at these guys on the outside. So,
it sounds like you're more concerned about like Zach Allen on the inside.
Well, I'm not concerned about him because there's no answer. Like you just tell your guys to hang on for dear life, do the best that you can, and then you've got to like the beauty about like quarterback play and offensive coordinator is like if I know my middle of my offensive line is going to be stout, I'm not worried about speed off the edges. I don't care. Like, you got to be a bad tackle for that. If my quarterback can set deep and push up in the pocket, you got to be awful outside in order for that, right? But if this Allen kid can push my center and my guard into my lap and I don't have anywhere to push up into, now both of these guys off the edge become a major, major problem. Not because they're good, but because the middle gets pushed and I don't have anywhere to go. You got me trapped. Right, so there's nothing I can do about it, right? But what I can do is I can cause problems for these guys off the edge, right? That's what has to be the game plan. I would expect some outside zone stuff. I know there's PTSD out there after Bobby Slowick trying to force the issue, but I would expect some outside zone stuff. I would expect some of the outside G scheme stuff, and I would expect in passing situations a lot of help for your tackles. Again, hopefully Titus Howard can handle his own. That would be a beautiful thing to come out of this game and feel like we've got a tackle that we can put on either side, and he's one of the better tackles in the league. But you got to help Ariante Ursery in a big way, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Text line coming through with did you really just say Denver has a better defense? Our pass rushers over theirs all day, not to mention our DBs. No one ever said that.
No, they misunderstood. Again, I mean, I was talking about Seattle. I think Denver has better personnel than Seattle, not than the Texans' defense.
Now, I will step and say this. Yes, their pass rush, their total pass rush, is better than the Texans. I mean, they have had the best. They've had the most hits on quarterbacks. They've had the most sacks, and they have. I mean, right now the Texans. the Texans and the Broncos, when it comes to sacks, the Broncos are number 1 in the league, and that's by 11 sacks by the next closest team. Yes, the Texans' edge rushers and I are probably guys that are better than those two as a whole. But as a whole, when you put Allen in there and you put those two guys in there and what they do in just rushing the passer, they've been the best pass rush in football for the last 2 years. I mean, and yes, the Texans are really, really good too. But especially when you put that against the Texans' offensive line and the struggles they've had. Yes, I think the Texans' overall defense is the best in football right now. But we're talking about rushing the passer, and we're talking about getting pressure, and you combine that with, all right, hey Ed, and that switcheroo thing they're running with Juice and Lake and Tomlinson, like, yeah, that's going to be a problem. Hell, you've watched it. You've watched every one of these games. You've watched when the Texans have run against teams that rush the passer. Well, the Broncos rush the passer better than anybody else for the last 2 years. Individually, Will and Danielle Hunter, I would take over those two, but as a whole, like that Zach Allen dude on the inside, you haven't really run into that.
You got to, he's a problem. You got a different dude in the middle right there that we just don't have that kind of presence.
Yeah,
the Texans
and fairly most teams don't have don't have that and those two on the edges, right?
That's right.
So it's that's just got to be what they have to solve coming up. All right, coming up as we continue T-Mill's best bets, as you know, he does his thing. He will need a bit of a surprise in this game. It looks like some people love the Texans. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, let me tell you about my new obsession, y'all.
Nationwide. Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Not sure which grill is right for you? The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
Let me get you out of the way, Tyler.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 290 in Cypress, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back, and it's been such a fun time. Shout out to everyone who's made their way out here. Randy, a.k.a. Norm, he's in the building. He said he got off the plane from Canada and said he had to get up here with us, man. Shout out to him for dropping by, and I see Angie in the building having a good time as always. It's been a fun time. We love this location out here in Cypress, Buffalo Wild Wings. Remember, tomorrow the party continues here with The Drive, as it is a football Friday, and you got a chance to win tickets to a future Texans game tomorrow as well. We'll be at Raven Tower in Houston. Raven Tower in Houston, 310 North Street in Houston, Texas. We'll be there tomorrow, 2 to 6. Plenty of prizes to win there. Academy Sports and Outdoors gift cards to win there. Tom Ball Ford free oil change to win there. And as I said, you got a chance to win game courtesy of our good friends at the Houston Ford dealers as we continue to roll through. And shout out to Bailey and the rest of the Buffalo Wild Wings staff. They have been great, as always, taking care of us. And make sure you take care of them as well. Shout out to Andy. Our engineers kept us on the air and on YouTube and Twitch. I know there are a couple people who've walked up here and told me they're watching us and they're sitting here in front of us. Go ahead, do your thing. But thanks to Andy keeping us on there as well. Shout out to our promo staff, Shay, who's running around here. He has been working very, very hard as always. And then, of course, Tyler Milner holding it down back at the station, doing his thing as well. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They've got the Hall of Famer, Mr. White Draws himself, John McClain, coming up to preview. That's right, to preview this Texans-Broncos game. And then tonight you can listen to Thursday Night Football Live right here following the fellas on Texans All Access, Ravens-Dolphins. You can listen to that right here live. Area 45 off tonight. Ravens Dolphins. Their T-Mill's best bets coming up here in just a few minutes. All right, Clint, I know earlier we heard from Nick Caley, and I know there are a couple of things that he said that jumped out to you from the last game as they prepare to this game. Difficult tests. Any of those things that Nick Caley talked about that kind of jumped out to you?
Yeah, look, I think he was asked about, how do you kind of balance taking what you did well last week and previous weeks and applying it to what you're going to do moving forward when you're a game plan offense, when so much of what you do depends on what the defense does. And he just answered it in a way of a game plan way of it all starts with what the opponent, with evaluating the opponent kind of deal. And I don't know. It didn't surprise me because clearly they are a game plan. And as much as I don't like it, I got to do my best to not feel like I need to tell everybody how much I don't like it every time we discuss it. But the reality of it is there are a couple of guys on this offense that I think just have to. It can't be a game plan approach. Or at
least they have to be in the game plan.
Yeah, in a major way, man. And it's just, Woody Marks is one of them, I think, offensively. He is a guy that not only did to have in the game plan and be handling the ball as much as you can, but he is just a different dude. Can you survive with the others in there? Yeah, absolutely. But Woody Marks is a guy that gives you a chance. He can catch a ball in the backfield, make a guy miss, and go get 50 yards, as we saw him do last week. And against these better teams, the more often you can put him in place to do that versus Nick Chubb, the better off you're going to be. Same thing with Nico Collins. When you spread the ball around is great. That's fine. But the more likely he is for a big play, the more likely it is for him to get in a rhythm, the more likely it is for them to have to start adjusting as a defense. And so I just think those two guys, I know it's a game plan, I get it, but at some point in time there has to be a balance of, hey, we're going to game plan, we're going to design everything we do week to week based on what the defense does. There has to be some level of, hey, we got a young star in Woody Marks. I mean, we got to use this guy.
Just got to get the ball in playmakers' hands, and especially when you play against elite level defenses. And this is an elite level defense, and you got to find a way to get them the ball and to get them involved.
That's just that's really. I mean, he said talked a lot about the 6 offensive linemen being used in scheme. I think that's tremendous. They do a good job with it.
And mind you, I can get your concern because when you watch what they did last week, 9 different guys touched the ball, caught passes, which was good, and if you could have it that week every day where every Sunday that, hey, everybody seems to win as quick as possible. But at some point it is like, hey, man, that ball's got to find 27. That ball's got to find 86. That ball's got to find 12. That ball has got to find 14.
Well, I mean, look, you just think about it. I mean, you're talking about those two guys specifically, right? If you go into this thing and I'm just going to take the ball wherever it the coverage tells me or whatever matchup I like, he better be a guy that can win a pressure. This defense is going to heat you up. There's going to be free runners. There's going to be unblocked defenders off the end. So whoever you pick to win on the slant or win on the quick out or win deep, they got to win right now. So whoever you pick, it better be your best guy, and that needs to be 12, right? And the other part of that's what you're talking about. And I'm just Nico and Mark, Woody Marks are the two obvious ones for people that are listening to understand what I'm saying. All it takes, Ron, is one time in a 3rd and 8 situation, you check the ball down to Woody Marks and he goes and gets you 9. That's worth keeping him in the game more often. You know what I mean? You get into a 3rd and 16 where hey, odds are they're going to bail, they're going to play coverage, I'm going to have to check the football down. Okay, well, I checked the football down in a 3rd and 15 situation, and he meets the first defender at the 12-yard mark, and I need 15. Woody Marks has got a chance to make a guy miss. I don't know that Nick Chubb's got that. I damn sure know Dare Gumbawale ain't got that. And so it takes one of those guys in a 3rd and 15, 3rd and 20 situation. One guy misses, and it's likely you're going to get that first down. You're going to convert something that's very improbable, and that can be accomplished by getting the ball, keeping Woody Marks in the game, and giving yourself that opportunity more often than not.
All right, let's get to T-Mill and his best bets.
Come on.
You can always check him out if you need to remember you missed it at T-Mill Real Deal. And he's had a pretty solid week in the orange, trying to get to the green.
If you haven't paying attention, overall, NFL's putting money in your pocket whenever I'm giving you picks. I'm just saying. I love
when you say, if you hadn't been paying attention.
I mean, I'm just saying it's free